I'm sorry, I'm just visualizing sweaty hockey equipment right now. Who's the most sweaty and who's the least sweaty? I think is a more interesting one. I think we're going to see a lot of sweat coming out of Reina's fast Italian hands. I think we're going to see very little sweat from the Night King though. I think we're going to see Cyril's going to be like just nice and dry. He's going to be all tucked up. Bit of the powder there. Everything's going to be nice and dry.
Just like finished blood, keeping them warm.
Yeah. I fear the direction that Pig is going with these.
Your name's the Kid. Yeah. Your nickname's also the Kid.
Yeah.
Who's older?
I'm actually older by like 2 months, I think.
But wait. Wasn't Rainer originally the Kid and then he pushed this nickname on you?
Yeah. I just call him the Kid because he's a kid. He might be older, but he's still a kid. That's it. It's very simple.
Very simple. I don't know, man. Clem, you gotta fight back against this guy. Rainer, he's a bit of a cheeky guy. So you guys have been playing for a long time. You're here. You're pumped. You're ready. What's your pre-interview game like right now? Do you prepare your lines? Do you try to look cool in there? You're about to go behind this curtain. What are you gonna say back there?
I don't even know what we're gonna do. Apparently we're gonna play a game, but I'm not even sure what it is. I have no idea. I don't know.
I have no idea. I never prepare for anything. I just say whatever comes to mind, which sometimes is good and sometimes is bad.
What do you think about the very small number of people in the community who don't like that you are too cocky?
Yeah, well, I was about to say what I had in my mind, but then I shut up. Sucks to be them, unfortunate. I'm sorry, guys. You don't like me. I'm not going to sleep tonight thinking about you. Sorry.
All right, guys, we are here with a laser, aka Miko, who is getting swole before his days of Gamers8. How's it going, Miko?
It's going good. I'm warming up right now. It's my first day here.
Very nice. And I did promise Miko that I convinced him to come in here and do this interview. So I think I said I would also work out a little bit with you, but I think you're gonna, as far as I know, you're like probably one of the most fit StarCraft players these days.
I think so, for sure, actually.
Yeah, you recently got like a PR in your running time, right? For 5 kilometers?
Yeah, it's for like so many years I've been stuck because I've been always running. Mm-hmm. But now I've somehow like my training got better and like improving super fast. So it was 21 minutes for 5K. But like with the improvement I'm getting, I feel like I have like 18 minutes in me or 17. Like in like a year or so, I think I'm gonna improve fast now.
I dig it. All right, so I could ask you about like, what does fitness do for your StarCraft play? But we're not gonna talk about that. For anyone that's looking to get swole, to get into the gym, and they're like a nerdy StarCraft player like I am, then what's your advice for them? Like, how do you get started?
So for me, I think it's nice to get like a goal, like I think a goal to just be like shredded and stuff, I think it's a bit stupid. Because you can get into like some traps. For example, you want to get shredded, so you're just not gonna eat anything. That's just like not healthy. But if your goal is to like, let's say, run fast 5K, then usually like you will train well and eat well. Like so. Usually the objectives to get like a fitness goal like that are usually pretty healthy.
What are the kinds of like goals that you hear about? Because like I know saying you want to get shredded or something, but I think you usually think of like people who do cardio versus people who do like big muscle like weightlifting and stuff like that. So what is kind of like the breakdowns or ideas that you have for different ways you can approach fitness? How do you approach fitness?
Yeah, so I have like a lot of different goals in fitness. Well, I usually like first of all I started because I just felt very well doing it. So at first I just started doing like workouts, like normal workouts, like full body workouts, 30 minutes and stuff. But like when I started getting good at it, and I saw I'm like getting better than most people, I just started having like a lot of goals, so I don't have only one goal. For example, when I'm running, I run, and sometimes your leg starts hurting. It's like very bad to just have one goal, because then you're just gonna keep pushing through it. So I like to have many goals. So like when my legs are like sore, then okay, I go into something else. That's why I have like a goal in running. I have a goal in, I do like climbing these days. So for pull-ups, I have a goal. Yeah, just many different goals and like always progressing something else.
What's your pull-up goal right now?
Well, I'm trying to do like a front lever, I guess. Do you know what that is?
I think I've heard of it, but what's it for everyone else listening?
Well, you do something like this. You want to basically have a straight line, like you will see. I'll show you. You want to have something like this. You want to have something like this, but with straight legs. So like you straighten your legs and you try to hold it. But it's hard, like I cannot do it yet. Like I can do it with like, maybe with one leg, but like, it's super hard. That's like something I'm working towards.
That is really impressive. All right, how many pull-ups can you do?
We can try.
Yeah. Well, let's go. All right. I'll count them out.
With this group? Yeah, I get this group.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I mean, he's already beaten me. 8, 9. God, look at that form, too. 10, 11, 12. Let's go, Miko. 13. Yeah, that's clearance. Let's go.
That's it. I did 15 the other day. That was like my best. But this is good too. 13 is good. It also depends on the form, you know? Because if I would do like super fast, then I think I can do like 15.
Yeah, I mean, you look like you have good form. You go all the way down and stuff, which is something I do not do. So, yeah.
I also I do it with weight. So this was like warm up, and now we get like 10 kilos, and we do reps with that.
You're getting warmed up. You've been doing interviews all day today.
Yes.
You've been getting photos taken of you. How's the experience been?
So it's good. It's good. Like well organized. Like I'm just going from one interview to the other. No big breaks, and then we also play some ping pong between. It's good.
Who's the best at ping pong?
There's some, I think, French guy. I don't know. Some cameraman.
I think I see him over here. He's been looking pretty solid as well. I thought you were beating him.
Well, we have like very bad ping pong pads, and the balls are low quality. Everything is low quality, so it's like hard to see the real skill. But I can see by his movement, he's insane. But I'm probably like the best from the players here, I think.
It's actually a really good table. It's a Stigger. It's a good table, but I think after like months of all the other gaming events going on, those paddles have been shredded. The rubber's coming off and stuff.
The wood is falling off the pads.
I got a splinter actually on my hand as well.
Yeah, no wonder. We need better pads. They tell that to the production. They have like put some money into it, you know?
Yeah, good quality ping pong bats. Other than that, pretty good hotel and facilities so far. You're getting warmed up for the tournament. Is that your only complaint?
Yeah, low quality ping pong table and the pads. That's my main complaint so far. Because I like when I see a ping pong table, I'm like, oh, happy. There's a ping pong table. But then I see the quality, and it's like, oh, no good.
My man.
It's still fun to play though. It's still fun.
Yeah, have a little hit around and that sort of stuff. Out of physical activities, I know sometimes you guys have played like indoor soccer and stuff like that. Who's the most sporting out of everyone?
From players?
Yeah, out of the pro players.
I think I am. But yeah, I already went gym to today morning, yeah.
I heard you already actually were getting filmed as well. Did I hear you can do 15 pull-ups?
I did. Well, on the film I did 13. But it was good quality reps, I think. But at home I do like 15, 16, yeah.
Good form.
Well, when I did 15 was good form, but it was fast reps, 1, 2. But to the very bottom and very up. And then also like 2 days ago, I got my PR for 5 kilometers in 21 minutes.
21 minutes, 5 kilometers.
Yeah, it was.
That's...
It's my PR. I hoped maybe a bit faster. I'm hoping for the 20 minutes soon. But yeah, it's good.
That's impressive, man. I've been starting to do some running myself, and that's a very good pace. I run a bit further, so that's insane pace for like 10, 15 kilometer races I've been doing, but that's impressive. So you're sprinting, you're lifting, your StarCraft play is being great. You're still the king of the burrowed banelings. I mean, if there's one hero unit you have at the moment, is it the burrowed baneling, is it the Mutalisk, the Roach?
It's hard to say. Right now, Zerg is a bit sad because I feel like, baneling is obviously the main unit. You need to use it. I really like Hydra. I just cannot play it. The unit sucks so much. But yeah, I guess baneling right now. It must be baneling. It's the best unit for Zerg.
Yeah, you think with the Hydralisk, it's kind of similar to the problem with the Mutalisk in that, because you got to get lair, then a building, then an upgrade, then another upgrade. It's like too much delay, right?
I say it's always with Zerg. The Zerg has too many upgrades. It's too hard to switch. First of all, you need to pick a style because you cannot go like Hydra and Muta because there's like too much taking too many upgrades. So you need to pick one path, and whatever you pick, right? Even if it's Hydra Link Bane or Muta Link Bane, Muta or Hydra is a supporting unit. It's all about the Baneling. You get Baneling and then one supporting unit. Like can be Baneling Infestor, Baneling Hydra, Baneling Muta, but Baneling is always there.
Oh, I don't know, man. I'm a connoisseur. I hang out in the North American ladder sometimes with some very talented players at about 5k MMR. There's a good build they have. 3 Swarm Hosts, 5 Mutalisks doing harassment, and then you go Hydras and Ravages and Lings and Banes, and then you make Ultra Viper. It's a good build, right?
That sounds like something Railgun would do. I had this build copied from Railgun. It was like 3 Roach push or like 5 Roach rush. And then you go 2 base Muta from that. It was crazy because the guy would like barricade himself like, what the hell are you doing? And then 5 Mutas show up and it doesn't work anymore. But it was good for a week or so.
I know that build intimately. I've beaten players far better than me. That build used to work really well because people used to do like 10 roach pressure. So they see 2 roaches and they panic, right?
Yeah, it's like super fast. 5 roaches, like the guy's panicking. But if the best terrains, I feel like the responses sometimes they became super streamlined. Like you just build a bunker, pull some SCVs, and you defend everything, you know?
Yeah.
Like in the past, people were thinking, oh, versus this, I need different reactions, versus this, I need different reactions. But these days, you build a proxy hatch, the most committed all-in possible, build a bunker at the front end, it works. So it's like, it's hard to even come up with like a strategy that just surprises your opponent because it's always just one bunker and you defend.
That's the reason why Terran's so strong right now, I think. It's their ability to defend without changing their openings, right? It's like, chuck a bunker on the high ground, pull the command center up if you need to, you're fine, right?
Yeah, I feel like it's the same for like every race though. But for Terran, it's maybe the map pool that makes them pretty broken. But for Zerg, I also feel like my openings are also super streamlined. Like I can open with Zerg every single game the same way. And I just defend like random Protoss or Terran all-ins. Because they come with like 20 Zilos, yeah. I was like, I have 10 Queens, you cannot do anything. Like I don't have to change up or scout or, and yeah, it's the same for Terran, I feel.
So I was going to ask, like, yeah, if I ask Gabe or one of these guys, you know, Spirit, are they just going to complain about queens? If on the other side, they're going to say queens are overpowered. So, you know, like, what do you think their complaint about Zerg would be? Creep is too good?
No way. I mean, clearly, their Zerg has 2 best units, Queen and Baneling. If they complain about any other unit, they're insane, right? They're absolutely insane. But if they complain about Baneling, what can I do? I mean, it's a good unit. Yeah? Same with Queen.
Heck yeah, man. Dropping some truth bombs. Thanks for talking to me, man.
Thank you.
Hey guys, I am here with Solar here on Media Day, and we're going to do a little friendly game of chess while we chat about this event. So first of all, how was your trip in?
I took like 12 hours flight, and I feel like it was really cool. Like, because like normally I travel to EU, I take like 15 hours flight or more, probably longer. So I think it was really good. Yeah, I loved it. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm sure it must be nice to not have to travel nearly as long as some of the other events and stuff. How are you feeling coming into the event? Are you feeling pretty confident?
I practice a lot, but like there's a lot of good players also practicing a lot. So a bit nervous because it's really big tournament, and there's also many good players, and like we can see like Cyril, Maru, like all over the world, and biggest prize pool in the StarCraft. So it's gonna be funny, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Now, I know in GSL and some other things, especially in the Korean scene, it seems like there's a lot of talk about Terran and how well they're doing right now. I know you have some thoughts on that.
Yes, as far as you guys know, I think Terran is really broken right now. Like the map pool, and Korean Terrans are really good to play the games, I feel. So yeah, it's very tough. So it's really the key to win this tournament, I think, is be to Terran players. Yeah.
Do you feel like I know that you mentioned like you think it's partially because of like the maps. Is that like a big part of it? Is that something you want to see kind of change in the future?
Yeah, I think after this tournament, we're going to change the maps because we already did the TLMC, which is like the test the new map pools. So I think after this tournament, I think we can see some great maps as well. Yeah.
Yeah, very nice. Sorry, I just took your queen. But I think one of the other things that also has been hotly discussed, especially among the community right now, is kind of where Protoss is at. Do you have any thoughts on where you feel like how strong Protoss is right now, or weak, or whatever you think?
Yeah, it feels like Protoss gets a bit buffs, I feel. Also, like Terran needs to get nerfed a bit too, and we finally can see the perfect balance.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Okay, And to kind of round things out, I'd love to ask you some questions about. Sorry, I think I just moved at the same time as you. I'd love to actually ask you some questions about like some very memey questions. All right, so this is one of my favorite questions. All right, so you're trapped on an island, all right, deserted island with 3 pro players. Which pro player do you not want to be one of those 3?
Okay. Maru, Serral, and Bjorn.
Okay, so those are the 3 you want.
Yeah.
Is there anyone?
That I want. I don't want.
Oh, that you don't want. You don't want Cyril.
To avoid. Yeah.
Why? I'm actually really curious. Why those 3?
Like they're actually completely useless on the deserts.
Okay. You know what? I can sort of see like Mario Bjorn. Why Cyril?
Because like, look at this guy. You think what do you guys think he can do it without any StarCraft, guys? He can just play StarCraft. Yeah.
That's true. All we know that he does is play StarCraft and play golf.
Yeah, he knows golf, but yeah, but like, I think he still doesn't know anything without it. StarCraft, yeah. Just go play StarCraft.
Yeah, fair enough. Do you have any final kind of shout outs or words for fans?
I think this tournament's really amazing. Like, there are so many good players from all among the world. Also, a lot of prize pools. So it's gonna be a great event. So please keep your eyes on watching it. Yeah.
Hey guys, I am here with Jonas Atala, aka Cyril, who I caught just coming out of the gym with coffee.
Yep, drinking coffee at the gym, the classic.
All right, were you getting swole, getting a good workout in?
No, actually, I just came from the breakfast, checked out the pool with the boys, and that's about it.
Very nice. How you feeling coming into this event?
Feeling confident and just good overall. I think it's gonna be a different experience, and hoping to have fun here.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Now, of course, I need to ask you the really important questions that everyone's kind of been wanting to hear about. There's some really important balance topics and everything, but more important than that is if you were stranded on a deserted island with 3 pro players and you had to pick one pro player you absolutely did not want to be on that island with, who would it be?
Wait, how many?
So there's 3 pro players, but there's one. You'll be stranded on the island with 3 pro players, but there's one you absolutely do not want to see there. Who would it be?
You already asked me this question, did you? Well, anyways, I think my answer still stands the same as I gave you already before. It's a DNS, just because his mouth runs too loud.
I totally forgot I asked you this in Twitch chat. Okay, fair enough. All right. I want your final thing. I want your take. I was reading through, a lot of people are talking about Protoss right now and Protoss balance. I want to get your take on one of the community suggestions I read. All right, this is from the BattleNet forums. It's that corruptors can entangle a unit and prevent them from moving. How do you feel like that would address maybe some of the issues right now?
That could be helpful, I think.
Oh, you're a fan of it?
Well, I don't exactly know what the rectangle means, but
Or it means like basically just trapped. So it's like they wrap their tendrils around.
they can't do anything. They're basically like disabled at that point, or what?
Yeah, I think in the suggestion, the corruptors themselves are also disabled. So it's like they disable an enemy unit and they themselves can't attack.
Well, I mean, if that's added on top of all the other corruptor abilities, I wouldn't mind it. But at the same time, I'm not sure how much use that would be. It would see, but you could maybe use that for tanks then. Or something. Everything's possible.
It's okay. There's no tournaments for a year. You've got a week off from practice. You're back home in Finland. What do you spend this week doing? You got a week off to just relax and chill. Do you go hunting? Do you play chess? Do you play other video games?
Probably the summer cottage, some fishing, some sauna, some swimming, just no PC.
Do you go sauna and then into like the cold water and then the sauna back and forth?
Well, I didn't know we were talking about the winter time. I thought it was like summertime, so it's not that cold.
Okay, I guess you can't really do that. In summertime, you go sauna. Winter, you go sauna. Is there any time you guys don't go sauna?
No, it's always 2 to 3 times a week.
If you don't do it, do you get ostracized from Finnish culture? Will they be like, no, this guy's not a true Finn?
Yep, to some extent, but it's not too bad. I have some people who never go to sauna, and they are still living there, so no one kicked them out at least.
But they get laughed at, right? Like people point at them and go, that's the weird guy that doesn't sauna.
Exactly.
I knew it. I knew Finnish people. You know, it's like an Australian that doesn't eat Vegemite. We're just like, oh, that guy's weird. Don't talk to him, man. All right. So other than that, you said fishing. Are you like hardcore fishing? Is it like you're trying to get the biggest fish, or is it more like relaxing?
I would say it's more like relaxing. I'm probably the opposite of hardcore fisher. Sometimes just hope I don't get fish, so it's easier.
Do you cook it normally if you do catch it?
No, not nowadays.
You just throw it all back?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you hear about the fishing scandals? You know, in the competitions, because it's how much it weighs. So they get like weights after they catch it and they put it inside the fish to make it weigh more.
No, I never heard of that.
Yeah, it's like a big thing in the fishing scene. So now they always have to like do like the metal detector or like X-ray it or like check, cut it open, make sure there's nothing they put inside.
Are they gonna put it from the mouth, or how does it work?
You know, I'm not sure of the mechanics. Maybe they go in through the gills, or maybe I think they just go through the mouth. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if I ever was to participate in a tournament, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah. What would be the StarCraft equivalent of sneaking weights into your prize fish? Is that just map hacking or?
Probably some sort of more minerals buff.
Ah, like you just get like a little bit more minerals so no one notices.
Well, I don't know if you can get a little bit more. It's always a little bit. Always a bit much, bit much more. It's never a little bit, because even if you get like one mineral every trip, it's like 20%, a lot of increase there.
It'd have to be like 0.1. Even then, though, as pro gamers, you recognize when something shouldn't be there, right? Because if it's like 5 minutes and you're like, why does this guy have 6 more Marines? Like you already know something's a bit off, right?
I'm not sure. It depends on the situation, but in some situations you would spot that, but sometimes not really.
I mean, obviously having a modded version of the game, this is like total theory crafting impossibility here. The closest thing would probably be 2011 IEM Guangzhou. They accidentally hosted on the wrong version of the map, and it was like a modded version. So Strelok was like destroying, and we realized after the game that his Marines had like +2 range and double damage for the entire game.
Wait, no one just saw the Marines were hitting from the other side of the screen?
It was like insane, yeah. Well, like these Marines seem to be doing really well, and then over time, like Revival, I think he was playing, was like loading the replay, and he was just like, this is not right. And it was all in the Chinese client, so it looked a little different to what people were used to, but they immediately were like, oh yeah, that is not the way the game's meant to work. Like not a single Baneling got anywhere close to those Marines.
Yeah, I would be pretty mad if that happened to me, but I'm assuming they got a rematch for that though.
Yeah, they did the rematch immediately, and obviously it was fixed. But awesome, man. All right, so you're here. This is your first time in the Middle East?
Yep, first one, and so far has been a nice experience, and we're just waiting for the games to start at this point.
How long, if we stood you out in the desert, in the sun, do you think you could survive? Like no shade?
Well, depends if I have a water bottle with me.
You have a big water bottle, but no shade. There's like no way to get shaded. Like how long till you pass out, do you think? For me, I think I would only be like maybe an hour and a half.
Well, easily that. I'll probably be a bit better, like 2 hours at least.
You're used to the sauna, right? So it's prepared you.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that it's dry heat after all, right? And it's only like 50 or a bit under, and yeah, I could do it.
It's a casual 47 degrees, and that's not American freedom units as well. It is hot outside. Awesome, man. So you've been practicing for the tournament. You got some strategies ready. You're feeling good though. Your form, you know, just there's no stresses or anything like that. You're just kind of like, hey, bring your A game.
Yeah, no stress at this point. I did my best at practicing, and now I'm just gonna show what I have got. Obviously, there's still a couple days time to practice, and I'll be using that. But at the same time, most of the preparation it has been done. It's just mainly getting used to the environment at this point.
Cool. One last question. I loved your matches recently versus Reina in Sweden, where you kind of dominated him, but it was like good matches, and then he dominated you in Home Story, also really good close matches. You guys have had crazy ZVZs recently. It reminds me of like a few years ago, whereas for a while it's been different. Do you think you have to have some special plans if you guys play again? Because there's a very good chance, you know, every big tournament you guys will often play.
Well, every CVC match is a bit of a special. It's a bit of a special match, and special strategies will be always used. But I think even with my standard play, there's a good chance I could win.
Would it be fair to say that you don't really like going to the casino? You're not a big gambler, but every ZVZ versus a top player, you kind of get forced to go into the casino a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, right now it's not that gambly, to be honest, but it's less gambly than it was like 2 years ago. But it is still a bit of a... You have to just kind of go for strategies and hope they work.
Just go for strategies and hope they work. Heck yeah. Do you have any other... oh, actually, one last question. Do you have any rituals when you're in the lobby before a game? Do you just think through your build, or do you like have like a lucky bone or something? Any weird tradition or ritual you have?
No, not really. Just think through the game and try to calm down a little bit. Usually I'm pretty calm there, so there's no need for that. But sometimes a bit nervous there. But yeah, just think through the games. Sad thing is that sometimes when the game starts, I completely forget my strategy anyways. Well, I don't forget about it, but I execute it incorrectly.
Everything starts going wrong from the very start, right? No plan for battle survives contact with the enemy. Thanks for talking, man.
Thank you.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave them with nothing.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، ياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Paradise through dirt and
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah
look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us.
StarCraft is one of a kind, you know.
I love playing StarCraft 2 because we can design our own strategies.
Because it was my life.
What an impossible match it is to play against Maru when he's performing at this level in this form. Really brilliant play from Maru.
Does he have enough? Medivac's covering most of this fight. It's hard to say even what's going on here, but Oliveira takes it!
We're just about to kick off day one here in Riyadh for our StarCraft tournament. We've got the legends. We've got the legends of StarCraft 2 and Brood War, and we've got some of the top competitors in the game. And it is actually going to start like right now, so let's go, guys.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is a big fight feel here in the desert, live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, as we have 16 of the very best players from around the globe fighting for the chance at $400,000, but also we have got ourselves the Legends tournaments to come as well. It's a huge pleasure to be able to present this tournament across the next 4 days. My name's Kalaris, your host. We're used to that. And joining me to my left-hand side, we have ZG and Pig to start things off. ZG, it's exciting to be here. It's all very different here. This isn't the Kalaris Dome by any stretch of the imagination, but it's very different and exciting.
You may be upgraded.
Maybe.
This could be the Kalaris Dome. Oh, the new one.
2.0.
Yeah, that's pretty fancy. I am so excited. Is it bad of me to say that I'm maybe like 5% more excited for the Legends though? Like I'm really excited for that.
I understand.
The 8 players that they've invited, they're just fantastic. But of course, the players that are here for the main event are fantastic as well, and definitely the cream of the crop when it comes to StarCraft 2.
Oh, yeah, definitely. They qualified through Gamers Without Borders, of course, Pig, and we saw them advance on. But I mean, the floor is yours. Are you excited for the Legends Tournament? Are you excited for the main event? What are you thinking?
Am I excited to be in Riyadh with $500,000 on the line, the best pro gamers in the world, a bunch of legends coming together? How could I not be, James? I mean, honestly, we've just been here getting slowly warmed up over the last few days, having a chance to talk to the players, and they're buzzing, they're excited. Yeah. Everyone's so happy to be here.
Yeah, of course. And this is the pre-show brought to you by Savvy Games Group here, so we're excited to kind of break everything down as things are going to be going on. We've got a lot to talk about, a lot to cover. Not only, as I say, effectively 3 tournaments worth to cover, but also loads of other details that are going to be ticking away at for all of this. So when we think about how all of this breaks down as well, ZG, you say you're excited about the Legends. Which Legend are you most excited about? Because it was a bit surreal, even seeing them at breakfast, to be perfectly honest.
I'll let you guess.
Is it MVP maybe?
Well, that's a very
No?
good guess because I did make that amazing
Oh, you
picture.
did?
You
Yeah.
guys should really check that one out. But no, it's one of the Brood War legends who was
Ah.
also very good at StarCraft 2.
Okay.
It
fair.
is Jadon. Of course it is.
Okay, that's not too much of a surprise then, I suppose. I saw him working out as well. He's still looking jacked, still looking good to go, Pig. How about yourself for the Legends?
Well, I mean, speaking of legends, you mentioned being jacked and working out. Well, the man who arguably has the biggest hill to climb is the man who's the most OG of the StarCraft 2 gamers. That's MVP. And I have never seen a man put such a big incline on a treadmill before. That man has been walking up mountains over the last few days preparing for this tournament. He's looking fit. He's looking excited to play and kind of get himself back into some StarCraft 2 action.
Yeah, when I heard that he'd been doing as much incline as he was, I was like, oh, that's insane. But anyway, let's see how it all goes on. We've got other things to be talking about as well before we actually get to the tournament itself. So before we do, let's take a look at the club awards available here in Riyadh.
This year, esports will reach new heights. Welcome to the Gamers8 Club Awards, an unprecedented initiative that will determine the best overall esports club in the world, and also support the entire global community. During Gamers8 2023, the world's best clubs will compete on 2 levels. First, in each individual tournament, and second, in the overall standings. High placements in every title will earn them ranking points, initiating the race to the top. After 8 weeks of intense competition, the winners of the Gamers8 Club Awards will be honored as the best and most successful multi-gaming club in the world. Competitors will fight for the lion's share of $5 million. However, it's not just about the money. On August 30th to 31st, the first annual awards ceremony will take place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The land of heroes awaits its new conquerors.
That's right. So there's a lot on the line here in Saudi Arabia, not only here in StarCraft 2, but there's a plethora of other games going on, and it's even more than just that is Gamers8 Pig. There's concerts going on. We're on the boulevard where there's shops, restaurants, everything, and it's kind of an insane setup, actually.
Yeah, it kind of feels like we're in the middle of a festival or something outside, especially at night when everything lights up. You've got people kind of going around exploring. We're running into people from all sorts of different games, as well as other language commentators hanging out. It really does feel like it's a little bit bigger than just the standard StarCraft 2 tournament that we get a chance to hang out at.
Yeah, it's a big opportunity for all of these gamers as well to try and prove themselves here on a stage like this. I mean, I've seen drone shows, ZG, I've seen fireworks shows. There's so much going on.
There actually is so much. I mean, all the concerts, all the people that they invited to actually perform here are pretty awesome as well, and it's been happening for months. Plural?
A month so
yeah,
far.
a month
Yeah,
so far.
Yes.
Okay. So it is a festival. That's actually what it is.
Yeah, Ava Max is here. I know 2 of her songs. I really want to go see, but you know, I want to like meet her and be like, I like 2 of your songs. She'd be like, that's weird, but okay.
That's so funny. I wish that the fan comes up to you and is like, I like 2 of your casts.
There you go. And I'd be like, oh well.
The time you broke down casting Haas and that one other time.
Yeah, no, don't do this to me. You're right. I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't do this. All right, but anyway, let's talk about the schedule that is coming up here for our main tournament. As we were mentioning, with the players that have been able to qualify on. As you can see a little later on here on Stream A, we have some gaps to fill in. That's because we're working with that kind of pseudo-Swiss format. But we know the first couple of games here, ZG, and there's some belters to start things off.
Yeah, there's actually some really interesting games. I mean, we're always looking at Creator as a really passionate guy. I think there's always a little bit of that bias, even if you prefer Cyril to be like, oh, but Creator, you know, like let's give him one, right? And then the next match is Maru Showtime, which actually is more of a history than perhaps if you're a casual watcher of StarCraft than you would expect. So, and the rest of the games obviously are going to be great. And then I'm really looking forward to some of the winners versus winners in the Swiss bracket.
Yeah, definitely. That's one thing that is interesting, and actually we can talk about it when we get to the format as a whole. Let's take a look at the B-Stream format, B-Stream schedule even, I should say as well. This one's interestingly laid out.
Yeah.
What happened? But yes, we have ourselves Cure versus Spirit starting off on that, and I tweeted out, as Cure was 2-0 up against Maru, that wow, Cure's so exciting for me to watch, and then he lost 3-2 to Maru at GSL Pig. But I am still going to stand by my statement. It's awesome watching Cure here in 2023, so I'm excited to see what he's going to do.
Cure would have 6 to 8 championships if it wasn't for Maru beating him occasionally in TVT. Like, honestly, if it wasn't for that, he'd have so many GSL championships under his belt. He's a monster. His TVP especially looks unfair right now. any Protoss players that have to play against Cure are just, I'm sorry guys, bad luck.
Yeah, it's a rough time sometimes. All right, let's take a look at the format. I was kind of alluding to earlier, and this is an important one because it's, well, you could call it triple elimination in a pseudo-Swiss format here. So basically, we're in this group situation here, ZG, and if you're able to get yourselves 3 wins, basically you're going to be through. If you lose 3 times, you're not going to be through. But a lot of these players are going to be playing against one another, and it's a great skill level across the board.
Exactly. It's actually, like, it can be explained in a complicated way, and it can be explained in a simple way, and it can be explained in a question mark way. I saw someone say it's basically like a GSL format if you really think about it, and I was like, okay, like I'm not going to think about it that hard because that's a little difficult, but anyways, but obviously like it's just like the winners face the winners, the losers face the losers, and then so overall the average quality of games was quite good, and you do still have the stories to follow, of course, of people dominating or people making comebacks happen.
This is the thing for me though, when I look at the Swiss format, because for me, I've not been the biggest fan of it or anything like that when we've done it online, but there's a huge difference here, Pig, in that the skill level of this particular Swiss group that we actually have here compared to, say, just Europe or something like that. It's insane across the board here. So we're going to see, even when it's loser versus loser, the matchups are still awesome throughout the next 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Swiss format is specifically designed to shuffle players to be playing in very important matches against the closest opposition.
Yeah.
That's what you're going to have here. And very quickly, you're going to be having elimination matches, players fighting for their life. 3 losses is not a lot in best of 3 format. So very quickly, we're going to have players basically hanging on for dear life, seeing if they can survive. Every single match will get very important. You cannot afford to drop any series here.
And let's take a look at the players that are going to be playing that format out here. It's 16 players, 8 from Korea, 8 from not Korea, as we had the 2 brackets going on during Gamers Without Borders. And I think one thing that really stands out to me, aside from all the other names, is the fact that Oliveira's here, the world champion, but it actually was a very long road for Oliveira to get here.
Yes, yeah, I believe he was almost out.
Yes.
Repeatedly.
Yeah.
So that was amazing to see him actually arrive, and of course glad to see him back into the circuit. I think he actually can show us what he's been basically like brewing, kind of a little more behind the scenes, I suppose.
Yeah.
As we didn't get to see him in the last tournament. But also I do want to say that basically all of these players are who I would expect to be at a tournament of this level, so there's not really anyone missing, I would say. Of course you could argue 1 or 2, but like Gumiho missing would be the one that I'm just like really sad about, considering his recent trends. But back in April, it was a little different.
And his games looked so good at Gamers Without Borders.
He almost won every single time.
Yeah.
Yes, that was very unfortunate.
Yeah, getting up against Dark, and then Dark brought it back and everything. And not only that, I mean, he's also the slayer of Maru lately, right? Taking him down in 2 big tournaments recently.
Yeah.
So that is the one heartbreak. Other than that, though, you're absolutely right. It's a stacked lineup. All the players very much have earned their spot there. A lot of the players who are Protoss fans starting to see Classic come into his own. So I think there's a bit of hype there starting to build around Classic, as he's been kind of putting in the hard work around a very methodical style. I will play the macro game. I won't look for any easy all-ins for the victory path. And he slowly improved his skills to the point where he can take down the top dog. So personally excited to see how he does as well.
And he was picked up by Twisted Minds, I think particularly for this event over anything, right? I mean, coming in, so we'll see how that actually works out and how that fares. But let's take a look at the prize pool now, the breakdown of what we've got here for the main tournament, as well as the Legends tournaments that are going to be coming up. Here's the main event prize pool. So if you turn up, great, good job. You qualify through Gamers Without Borders. You guarantee yourself already $5,000. That's not bad. However, you can challenge for $150,000 for first place ZG. I mean, the competition is fierce, but if you're able to get number 1, that's cool. That's cool.
A little more than 250.
Yeah.
It's a little more. A little more. It's an amazing prize pool. I mean, obviously, prize doesn't always like dictate what is the most prestigious, but there's no doubt that it's absolutely part of it. And I know like a lot of the players are speaking very highly of this tournament. They are really practicing hard. And a big reason is, of course, the dollar signs to you before you.
No, indeed, indeed. I mean, if you think about like even Cyril's road, right? It felt like he was going into Jönköping very confident, right? But I think a lot of his kind of forward thinking was on this tournament specifically. But let's take a look at the Legends prize pools as well. If you turn up, well, or if you were invited, congratulations, you've already got yourself 10,000 on the doors, but 17,500 for first place. But I mean, aside from the prize pool, Pig, I'm just so excited to see these guys play. MVP, MMA, MC, Stefano. That's going to be great.
StarCraft history is deep. It goes for a long time. I mean, it's crazy to think how long it's been since we've seen a lot of these players in a competitive match.
Yeah.
Obviously, I guess Stefano being the most recently active and some of them dipping in and out. But I mean, you think about these players have all reached the height where they've had the whole world of RTS looking at them and saying, you are the best in this game. To see them all come back, it's just going to be so much fun.
All right, let's talk about even more living esports legends. Truly, not just StarCraft Brood War, actually effectively founders of what made esports great.
Yeah.
Jaedong, Bisu, Stork, and Fantasy. They're going to be fighting over another $50,000.
Absolutely. Most of them coming in at the basically height of Brood War, so not the awkward like spacesuits time in 1999, but like rather than really time. I mean, that was an amazing time. I talk all day about it, but the really amazing time was when everyone had figured out StarCraft, which happened in StarCraft 2 as well, right? Like we all have fond memories of what happened in the beginning, but then later on when people were able to dominate in the most refined stage and also the most popular stage. And we're talking about the these players being at that time where Flash was introduced via like the air hanger.
Yeah.
You know, like it was just huge. And to be top dog in that era, they're legends. That's why.
Actually true, yeah. Forget all your other esports. These are the real legends, for sure, for sure. Although, I don't mind, you know, thinking back to Zelnaga Caverns and Idra playing in GSL and some of those weird games in StarCraft 2. That was fun, too. that was an interesting time. All right, so let's move on and kind of focus on what is coming up as we have matches to watch and see how that's all going to unfold here as well. Because, I mean, it's actually kind of difficult when I think about, like, matches to watch, like, what it's actually going to be. Because, as I alluded to earlier, Pig, the skill level across the board on all of these tournaments, never mind our main event, is going to be so close, so strong, so fierce.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very hard to call in a lot of these matches, and personally always hoping for a few upsets here and there. Definitely that is a match to watch. You've got young Clem and Dark. What's so exciting is Dark used to be the bully in this relationship. He bullied him so many times, and recently Clem's actually finally started to beat him semi-consistently.
Who was it who told me that they did an interview with Dark and he was like, these kids are getting too fast,
That's absolutely what I was going to bring up. I mean, there's a lot to bring up in their actual series, but I was able to interview basically all of the Korean players, actually. And Dark was particularly repetitive, I suppose, but like in a good way. I had fun with it, about like his age. And then one of the things that he said was that, well, a lot of the foreigners, the non-Koreans, you know, they're younger than us.
Yeah.
So, you know, I kind of wish that I was Clem's age again. And then from that, I inferred to, you know, that he was saying, like, if Dark was 22, he'd be winning literally everything. But because he's 27 or whatever it is. Oh, he's so old. Oh, well, I can't do anything.
I mean, he's already looking great and manly with that facial hair. If he was 22 with that facial hair as well, I'd be like, whoo! He's looking fantastic. But yeah, going up against Clem, that's definitely going to be one to watch. I'm going to say it to tilt Rotty, but Clem doesn't do that well offline sometimes. And then Roddy's watching this and he's going to be mad. And that's going to be great. But and he'll shout at me later on. But yeah, that'll be interesting to watch as a whole. We can actually move on, I believe, though, to what is going to be coming up, because we have technically what is going to be our first match here on the main stage, and it's going to be, of course, our Jönköping champion, our multiple-time world champion, Cyril, going up against Creator. So that is going to be an exciting match to watch. I suppose when you look at this match, Pig, it's never a question of what form Cyril's really on. Sometimes you can say this maybe about Creator, but what are your thoughts coming into this one?
Cyril is a master chef, and ZVP is his kitchen. He works in there and he creates masterpieces. Creator has to pull out the cutlery drawer and start just throwing things at Cyril. He's going to be trying to catch him off guard. I expect him to sneak a 2-base timing into this series, and it's all going to be about how much he can kind of get up in Cyril's face and then disguise what he's doing behind it. The big problem Creator runs into historically against Cyril is that Cyril is trying to be tricked, and there's a Zergling, and it sees the tech go down. It sees the gateway explosion, and he knows about the attack minutes ahead.
Yeah.
So he's got to find a way to put Cyril on the back foot, obscure what he's up to, and catch him off guard.
Fair. ZG, your thoughts?
It's always borderline impossible to beat Cyril in a ZVP. It happens every now and again. I mean, remember when Geralt 2-0'd him, I believe, actually, in one of the online tournaments. So like surprises can happen, but they basically never do. Exactly what Pig was talking about. So you can try to surprise him, you can try and fix things to be like a little bit different, but he's ever surprised, or if he is, he has that clutch factor that you know, is something we don't even talk about much more for him, because we talked about that like 4 years ago, and that was proven. They were like, well, we don't talk about that anymore. But that also happens a lot where he does maybe technically get surprised, but then the Queen micro, the Roach micro, the Ravager Crosabiles, like everything just comes along perfectly, so that even when Creator's like, I finally did it, Just kidding, no, I didn't.
Yeah, I think when you look at this matchup as well, it's kind of tough for Creator. Not only because, you know, Creator, I thought a lot of people would see Serral as the favorite in general, but also Pig, let's not mince words about this, Protoss is not having the easiest time right now.
No, they aren't. And this matchup, you know, I feel like there's a bunch of Protoss players like Creator who can do very well versus a lot of the Zerg opposition. I think against Dark, it's a pretty even match, but there's something different in Serral Zerg versus Protoss where it becomes very, very hard. It always feels like the player's doing okay, but you've got a problem with Serral. His late game is fantastic, so you can't just turtle it out. Usually you want to hit some sort of timing attack, and Serral is excellent at biding time, waiting for those Vipers to get out or the Banelings to flank in or something like that.
I have one thing to add that's a data point because it's always so amazing. In the year 2023, so we're quite a long ways into the year 2023, Serral is 30-1 in matches. 96% win record in ZVP. Like, we always bring it up, but I feel like the last time we brought it up, it was like 80%, which is like, but like 96, oh boy. Like, that's crazy. That's almost perfect.
Who's the loss to?
Yeah, that's a good question, actually.
Oh, yeah. The Geralt series, of course.
I guessed, actually, it's Max Pax. I was wrong.
No? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Geralt was last year. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Max Pax did defeat him 2-1. So,
and this is, I would assume, without looking, it is probably just a list of who's when it comes to Protoss, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Showtime Classic, Max Pack, Showtime. Classic.
Sorry, Showtime.
Yes.
Crazy. We have the map vetoes on screen as well. Looks like we'll be going to Gressfan, Dragon Scales, and Babylon if we need it here, Pig. So any thoughts before we get in?
Creator usually doesn't veto altitude. He did in this series because Serral's late game is so scary.
Yeah.
He has a really cool style. He can play with like a Void Ray and 3 Oracles, and he's just kind of controlling the map and really macroing up and very defensive. He doesn't feel as confident playing that against Serral because Serral is quick to read what you're doing, jump up to 85 workers and beat you in the economic game. So I think Creator is going to be taking more of an aggressive stance, looking to get Serral afraid. If he does want to play a long game, he wants Serral to be overreacting, sitting somewhere in the 50s or 60s in drones for a little while. He can't have Serral jump up to 80, 90 drones and mass ravage a Baneling.
I do find myself always in an interesting headspace, especially when it's Creator going up against someone like a Serral, because Creator, for me, has endeared us quite a lot. Obviously, he kind of wears his heart on his sleeve when he's playing, and you can see that in his losses especially, but you see it in his wins as well when he's very excited about it. So I would like to see Creator cause an upset, but it is very difficult here against Serral.
Yeah, if he wins one game, like if he wins game 1, I guess, right? Like it's gonna be crazy. For
I hope we
him.
have a spare table because he'll be like his celebration will be epic.
Yes, need the spare table ready.
Just Super Saiyan, like wow, that was awesome. All right, so we're just 1 minute out here from the start of things, Pig. Any final thoughts before we get into this one?
I mean, I'd love to see Creator pop off. We all do. So I really want the series to be close. If it is an upset as well, that's exciting as a Serral fan because you get to see him in a little bit of trouble early on in the bracket, which just makes things all the more exciting.
I mean, by the same premise, though, I mean, if Creator does go down or Serral does go down with this Swiss format, ZG, there's a lot of other opportunities to try and kind of get yourself back on the board and get yourself back on towards the progression of getting to that top 8.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's actually really difficult to think of who would have an easy time, I suppose, in the losers
the lineup's
run,
so good.
I suppose. Yeah, exactly. But Serral, I guess you would put the bet on as far as being able to do that if he were to, have an upset happen in the beginning.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. It is time to get things going here at Gamers8 live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Let's head over to the casters to get Serral and Creator underway.
in a land of heroes, where the stars are rising. Nobody can stop me, I walk through the fire, right here for fame. Who will last the gusts of the storms in the desert? This is not a game. We fight for glory. My night. With every win we ascend new heights. I'm sharpening my skills and I focus my mind. The power nice in the heart of a lion. A battle with pride is a matter of time. I become the most greatest, the victory's mine. We reach for the cup, and the tension is up. In the city of Riyadh, everybody's getting hot. It's not about luck, it's up on the skills that we got. International scores from all over the globe. Are you ready to show up and blow up the spot?
Welcome to Riyadh, welcome to G8, and welcome to what promises to be the biggest StarCraft event of the summer.
أعزائي المشاهدين أهلا وسهلا حياكم الله معنا في الرياض في المملكة العربية السعودية في موسم الجيمرز في البطولة اللي ما يقال عنها أكبر بطولة ستاركرافت راح تكون معنا في هذه السنة.
My name is Rachel, and I'm joined by Fancy, and we have so much competition to get to. Not only do we have the Brood War Legends playing for you this week, not only do we have the Legends of StarCraft 2, but today we are going to see our first look at our incredible tournament of StarCraft 2 Pros.
هذا الأسبوع بيكون أسبوع جدا طويل إن شاء الله، بيكون أسبوع جدا ممتع لأنه ما راح يكون عندنا فقط بطولة ستاركرافت، راح أيضا بيكون عندنا الستاركرافت ليجندز راح يلعبون عندنا في البطولة، وبيكون عندنا أيضا منافسات جدا مشيقة مجموعة جوائز فيها راح تكون $500,000 شيء ما قد شاهدناه في عالم ستاركرافت في هذه السنة، راح يكون جدا شيء مميز.
Fancy, there are so many pros here. It's been so fun watching them enjoy themselves these last 2 days as we've been making content that you're going to enjoy all week long.
راح نشوف إن شاء الله كمية كثيرة جدا من المحتوى اللي جاهزين لكم فقط عشان البطولة هذه. 16 لاعب من أنحاء العالم متواجدين عندنا اليوم من أنحاء العالم، يعني نقدر تقول من كوريا، من أوروبا، من شمال أمريكا، من جميع العالم، كلهم متواجدين اليوم فقط عشان يوريكم أفضل ليفل من ستاركرافت قد شاهدناه في التاريخ.
And with so much StarCraft coming at us, we've got to get started right now. So why don't we bring out our first player? Our first player from Team Basilisk, Cyril. Hot off a win at ESL Summer, he is one of the winningmost players currently in StarCraft 2, and he's looking to pick up another one to start things off today.
سيرال متواجد عندنا في المسرح من فريق بازلسك، هذا اللاعب اللي يعتبر هو المرشح الأكبر للفوز في البطولة، هذا اللاعب اللي تو جاي من الفوز في الإيس الماسترز اللي فعلا ورانا وش اللي ممكن يقدمه، هو الأول الآن في الإيس برو تور حتى في الليدر بورد، حدث ولا حرج عن هذا اللاعب، لكن خصم السنة هذه ما قد قدم إنجازات كثيرة، لكن بنفس الوقت في السنين الماضية احنا نعرف أنه يعتبر من أكبر الخبراء معنا في ستاركرافت، خلونا نرحب فيه. من فريق أبيدوس كرييتر كرييتر زي ما احنا تحدثنا عنه هو الآن من أكبر المحترفين في عالم ستار كرافت، من أقدمهم من أكثرهم خبرة. صحيح أنه في السنين الماضية ما شفنا منه إنجازات كبيرة، لكن هو جاي اليوم يبي يعوض عن هذه الإنجازات وراح يقدم لنا أفضل ما عنده قدام سيرال، لأنه في آخر مرة تواجهوا فيها دائما سيرال هو اللي يكون في المقدمة.
Creator absolutely has his work cut out for him with this head-to-head to kick things off today, but nothing would be a better start to this tournament for Creator than picking up a win over Serral.
زي ما احنا عارفين سيرال هو دائما يكون السوبيريور في هذه الماتش اب، لكن كرييتر بيكون عنده شيء مميز في هذا الجيم. انا متاكد خصوصا انه البروتوس ضد الزرق بيكون دائما من المباريات الممتعه جدا ان نتابعها، فخلونا نشوف ايش ممكن يصير في هذه المباراه.
Why don't we invite our two players to the center of the stage? Come on and shake hands to get things started.
بالتوفيق لكل هذه اللاعبين، ان شاء الله المباراه راح تكون من اقوى البدايات معنا في هذه البطوله. سيرال صحيح معاه الادفانتج، لكن زي ما سمعنا في الاستديو التحليلي الابست شيء ما هو ابدا مستبعد انه يحدث في هذه المباراه، فخلونا نشوف ايش ممكن يصير وعلى طول نروح لكم مع المعلقين.
You're in for a treat with this first match, so let's send things over to the casters and kick it off.
We are so excited to get things underway here at the Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Gamers8. I'm Wardy, joined by Loco, and if this stage and the graphics and the production don't get you excited, then I think a little bit of Serral vs. Creator should. Loco, how are we doing?
I'm doing amazing, man. This tournament is looking absolutely awesome so far. I mean, I love watching these players get on the stage as well. You can sort of get a feel for how confident they are currently, and Serral definitely, yeah, walked down that staircase like a champion. I think Creator was maybe a little bit nervous there, but yeah, what a match to get started with. Our first best of 3 is going to be Creator versus Serral, two of the very best players in the world. This should be a banger.
No, absolutely. Serral is dominant, right? Lately, this year especially, he has been so freaking good. It's so exciting to watch him play because you just know going into any tournament, in my eyes, he's the favorite, right? Like, yeah. You know, Maru has had some good results. He's won some GSLs, but he hasn't looked as dominant as Serral has. Serral really looks so good. I think the only player to have really beaten him lately is probably Reynolds at one time.
Yeah, the Zerg versus Zergs maybe every once in a while, but especially his Zerg versus Protoss and Zerg versus Terran are legendary.
Yeah, no, his matchups are so good. His ZVP is phenomenal, if not the best in the world, absolutely. So we will see if Creator can put up a fight against Serral, because it's going to be an upward battle here, right? It's absolutely going to be tough for Creator. He's shown great progress in the last year or so. He's given us some amazing matches, I think, back to Katowice when he took Dark to 5 games. Serral is just a different beast when it comes to ZVP, though, so it's going to be a challenge for Creator. We'll see if he can make it happen. We'll see if he can get it done. In this first round, I mean, the good news for Creator is, hey, look, you know, you lose here, you've got many more chances. This isn't a GSL-style group or anything like that where it's 2 losses and you're out. You've got 3 losses, right? You get multiple chances to make your way through this bracket. So in my eyes, I think that's the positive for Creator. You know, going with almost nothing to lose here, show some good games, see if you can maybe get an upset against Serral. It's going to be fun, man. Excited.
Looking at these two going head-to-head against each other, historically, Serral has won literally every single time they faced against each other. So it's only happened 5 times in the past, which honestly is a little bit surprising to me. I mean, they've been competing at such a high level for such a long time that I figured they would have faced off against each other a little bit more frequently. But maybe the man over here in the top left-hand corner of Goresvan can get it done today. From South Korea, we have Creator.
Down in the bottom right, our blue Zerg player from Basilisk in Finland. It is none other than Serral.
I think you're absolutely right, though, Wardy. Serral, one of the favorites going into this tournament. He's been looking incredibly strong lately, and honestly, as long as he can dodge some of the very best Zergs in the world, he will probably feel pretty good. His ZVP and his ZVT are excellent. I do believe he's the favorite going into this particular match as well, but it's certainly not gonna be an easy one. Now, Serral decided to go for the 15 supply hatchery after the extractor trick. This is something that the Zerg players have been messing around with over the last couple of months, and Serral has been enjoying it quite a bit. The main advantage of going for the extractor trick expansion rather than the 13 supply overlord is that you cannot really get your expansion blocked on most of the maps. So if there is a map with a short rush distance, I believe right now Neo Humanity, for example, you can still get it blocked. Even if you do go for the extractor trick first, on most of the maps it just, well, ensures that you can take the natural expansion easily.
No, exactly, and that's something which Serral is all about, right? Like, make the game as simple as possible for yourself, make it as difficult as possible for your opponent to take advantage of you. which is what the Protoss players try and do when they block that natural hatchery and they force it onto the third location. They're trying to make you, play from a bit further away. Some of their attacks, glaive builds become viable then. For Serral, he will take this hatchery and probably say, cool, you're really already kind of narrowed down to playing a Stargate, which is likely anyways, but now even more so. So for Serral, he's just like, cool, this probably gets me through the early game quite comfortably. I do think Creator coming into this, he's known who his opponent is going to be for a little while. He's got to have prepared a couple of things, right? And he has come in pretty creatively in recent events as well, so that's the one thing I'm looking out for. What does Creator have planned against Serral? Because it can't just be straight up normal. He hits some very nasty timings around 7 minutes sometimes. That's the kind of stuff I think Creator needs to kind of deep dive into here to have a good shot in this first opening match.
Well, we'll find out soon here as the cybernetic score is finishing up right now. He's got a little bit of gas saved up, and normally this is going to be the moment where we will see what sort of tech he wants to go for. That being said, however, he's not gone for the cybernetic score upgrade just yet, so I'm assuming here it will be that Stargate in the main base momentarily. This is the gold standard and something that we've seen many times, although he hasn't actually planted it down yet. He now decides to start up Warp Gate regardless.
Yep. That is indeed going to be Warp Gate, and that's a Chrono Boost and a Stalker as well. So we will see. We're past the point where you could cancel Warp Gate to drop down the Stargate. So yeah, something a little bit different here from Creator. Let's see what the tech will be. Maybe you drop down like a Robo-based opening. You go some kind of fun like Disruptor drop or something along those
200
lines.
gas almost. That is not entirely common here. Normally we see that structure planted down, well, maybe 30 seconds ago at this point. He goes for a third gateway unit. Serral right now scouts that second pylon, and he's got to be thinking to himself right now, what in the world is going on? Could this be a quick third Nexus? Where are we taking this game? Because so far, normally we see Protoss players being the ones in charge of the early game of this matchup. They will be the ones harassing the Zerg. And in this particular game, I mean, there's going to be a couple gateway units. We'll see an Adept or two, but he's not going to have that big unit moving across the map, right? Be it like, I don't know, Disruptor drops or even Oracles, right? There's so many different varieties, and it seems to me that Creator is going for none of them. Now it's double Stargate. Okay.
I said he had to come in creative, and that's exactly what he's going to do here with 2 Stargates. So it looks nothing like a Stargate opener, right? From Serral's point of view, because he would have seen a Stargate unit soon. He would have seen probably Warpgate cancelled initially. But now the double Stargate is such an interesting follow-up. This is barely ever done. Sometimes you go double Stargate after, like, maybe you open Twilight Glaives and then you go into Phoenix or so.
Yeah.
This is just going to be straight double Stargate after an extra gate. And a Roadtron right now, absolutely unnecessary. So this is Serral clearly not aware of what's happening, which we know. He hasn't had the scouting. And that's the great thing for this, from Creator's point of view, is that the Roadtron comes down, that's money spent that Serral doesn't need to spend.
Yeah, what do you think he's going to make out of this, though? Because is it going to be... Okay, it's going to be Phoenixes, yeah. I was going to say, maybe he's got something crazy in mind here with Oracles. That could technically be the case here, but it's going to be double Stargate Phoenix. And you already brought it up. Well, the Roachwarren is maybe nice to know when you don't really know exactly what to play against as the Zerg, but in this particular instance, he's not going to get any value out of it.
Yeah, no, exactly. The good news is he's not going to instantly build any roaches. That's just really not necessary. There he is. He is going to build some roaches. So, yeah, every time he's building a unit like this right now, there's going to really just be a little bit of a pain in his side, a pain that he didn't have to spend.
Yeah.
And the couple Spore Crawlers are nice, but the thing is, if you get to 6, 8 Phoenix without being seen, a couple Spore Crawlers don't matter.
Yeah, I think he's making these in case of Dark Templar. He doesn't really know exactly what he's looking for right now with that forward precision in the natural expansion. I think he's assuming maybe this could be like a proxy Dark Shrine or something along those lines. He's been looking around the map basically everywhere, and he hasn't found it yet. So the main downside though here for Creator is that normally, so now it's spotted, normally these Phoenixes, they're not going to be able to just win you the game right away, right? It's not like you can just swoop in and then kill a bunch of drones and that will, well, cause you to win the game a minute later. You really have to play a longer game with these Phoenix builds. And my main question is this going to actually be value for him? Is he going to be able to find enough value with these units when they show up this late?
Well, that's a great question. I honestly think there should be, but you obviously don't want to lose one. He takes a lot of damage on that first Phoenix already. I honestly felt he almost went a little bit too soon, no? Because the amount of Phoenix he came across the map with, to me, isn't scary. Like, if he came across the map with, like say, 8 Phoenix instantly, I know that's a long time to hide it for, but say you manage that, then all of a sudden you're across the map, lifting up a couple queens here and there, and you're knocking down that queen count before any Serral preparation comes to guard.
So he's lost 2 drones. The main tell that these Phoenixes give Serral right here is that he can drone for the foreseeable future. One of the Phoenixes ends up going down here for basically free. Serral is going to sit at a huge economy here very, very soon. I mean, he gets a couple kills, right? And maybe these Zealots can get some magic done, but I honestly highly doubt it. Serral is once again looking comfortable. Now we're even going to see a recall because I guess he's maybe afraid of some of the units sneaking in.
Yeah, this is just going from bad to worse for Creator, right? Nothing's really happened, and that's the problem. He hasn't done anything. He did something a bit weird, That's fine. And then he got nothing done with these Phoenix at all. He got like a couple of drones, if that. Now he's going to maybe catch a Roach or two. You know, a few Overlord kills, sure, but these are things which maybe could have happened off of a singles target and like one Phoenix or Void Ray, right? So this entire investment into all these Phoenix just hasn't panned out. And now Serral, okay, took some precautions early. That wasn't ideal for him, but now he's just going to go full steam ahead. Melee upgrade, Baneling Nest, he's getting his drone count above 80 as well in the next few moments. These are all things that will allow Serral to be in a very good continuing position going into this next stage of the game.
So, Creator, in order to justify this, needs to kill probably 12 plus drones, and he's gotten not even remotely close. The problem is that these Phoenixes, they fall off the longer that the game goes on, and Serral will be more than happy to play the late game. He's one of the absolute best late game players in all of StarCraft 2, and he has been for many years. There's another Phoenix going down, so he's trying to get damage done. But honestly, at this point, the damage doesn't really matter that much anymore, right? Like, getting drone kills 2 minutes ago makes a big difference compared to getting them right now, because Serral can very easily replace them. There's a free sentry going down as well. These units weren't even really meant for harassment. He sort of made those defensively earlier because he was afraid of, for example, Dark Templar, because he didn't know what he was playing against. And now Serral is getting about as much value with these units as Creator has with his entire build.
Yeah, no, this is, it's rough because these are just, I mean, he's bringing the Phoenix back as well, right? These Phoenix need to be on the map. They need to be still looking for openings, like you said. They've just not paid for themselves, and even if, like, later damage isn't as good as the early damage, it still would be nice to see some amount of damage, and they're just not getting anything done. Serral on his way to Hive and to Spire, so he's going to be able to add on a few Corruptors if he feels he needs to help control his Phoenix count. And he's just got everything on the way, right? Bane speed, melee, and missiles. And again, once these are all done, he's just going to be in a fab position where he can kind of do what he wants. And Creator is very stuck just now, kind of transitioning into a more traditional kind of ground-based army. And Serral's already just got so much of the tech that would usually be much more of a struggle to get towards.
This is the type of game, though, that we see most Protoss players trying to avoid. And usually these Phoenix builds, they do lead towards a later game as well, unless you really want to go for a sharp timing attack off of it. So there's a good chance that Creator is feeling pretty confident in his late game right now, and that he's comfortable playing this style against Serral. But all we really know is that most players try to avoid this stage in the game against Serral just because he's very good at, well, simply not dying in the late game, right? He's very good at staying alive and, well, not for that Zergling anyways. I think it got piled by a Ravager there, but yeah, he's very good in playing those late game Zerg spellcasters and all the rest of it. So we'll see if maybe Creator can get something done here, because he almost needs to.
Yeah, I mean, this might be the time, right? Greatest Spy on the way, a few Corruptors. Things that might not help you find the ground. There's a couple of Queens getting picked up immediately. But look at the Zerg force already set to go, and now we're just going to come down this ramp. Serral doesn't care. He's like, oh, you want to fight? Let's take it then. Roaches and Ravage will do their jobs, knocking down the force fields, but we're not going to have enough power just yet. So Creator will be able to keep moving forward for the moment. There's a lot of Queens still there, very tanky, and going up this ramp is going to be extremely difficult. That's where he's put to a stop, and this is exactly where Serral wants to be, because a few moments from now, he's going to have Broodlords available.
Yeah, I think Creator may have missed a warp in as well, because he's sitting on a lot of resources at this point. Eating the Corrosive Vials also not quite ideal, and even though this trade is definitely not bad for the Protoss, he just doesn't have enough units, right? And the problem here is that this was really the mid-game army here for Serral. It's only gonna get stronger from here. Now the Prism is gonna go down, and with that, this attack will get shut down as well. This game has been Serral from start to finish. I mean, I'm gonna make the assumption here Creator will probably be tapping out pretty soon. I mean, he could stay around for a bit longer, but this is gonna be, well, I was going to say an uphill battle, but this is going to be a mountain.
Creator's a bit of a fighter, so yeah, I think he will stay in it a little bit. He's starting up Void Rays, which is maybe not the craziest idea. An extra Stargate, Fleet Beacon. If Serral truly sat back long enough, this would be an amazing plan, right? Like, just try and get to some Sky Toss and just kind of chill on that. Maybe it's going to give you a good chance, but I think realistically, yes, the timing's already passed. And Serral knows his timings as well. He's the best player in the world, or close to it for some. You know, it's going to be one of those scenarios where he knows now it's time to go. He knows it's time to pull all of his units and just get fighting, because he's wiped the Protoss army, and there's just not realistically a force here for Creator to stand on. So we'll see what he can do. He is getting a bit of an idea of these units coming, but there's already actually units moving down the low ground. Super Battery will pop. It won't last long with the Banelings there. The Roaches get on top of the Immortal and the Archon. The Void Rays are actually maybe the scariest part, because there's no anti-air here. But that's very easily dealt with. The Serral just backs away for a little bit. This was another nice catch, resetting the tech count for the most part.
Yeah, the Prismatic Alignment will run out as well momentarily, so I feel like those Corruptors are going to have a much easier time right now, since they're not taking that bonus damage anymore. There's another Nexus coming up north. Creator trying to just, get a bit lucky there, right? He needs to get something done here, but it's basically just a planted Nexus defended by one Zealot and a Probe. That's not going to happen as long as Serral gets on top of it in time. And he's going to start the aggression. He's been defending for the first 10 or so minutes of this game, and now he's ready to just start piling on the pressure. These Zerglings are well upgraded as well. I believe they have got Adrenal Glands too, which makes them incredibly powerful against this very early game focused army of Creator.
There's just so much for Serral. Corrupt's coming in to help clean out a couple of Voiders. That was the one scary part that made him back away a couple of moments earlier. He's getting the probes, he's getting the base, he's getting the army. The Voider is even eating a couple corrosive valves. GG's. Serral opens the tournament the way we expect him to.
Excellent game right there. I do like what Creator was trying to do, right? That's trying to throw a curveball there and try to catch Serral off guard, putting down the double Stargate after the Overlord Scout was gone. There was an attempt, but despite the fact that Serral didn't see it coming, initially he only lost 2 drones. I can imagine in practice, Creator did this build a bunch of times and he gets like 24 workers. He's like, guys, this is amazing. I'm going to go ahead and bring this as well to Gamers8, but Serral looking a little bit too solid. Despite the fact that he didn't know exactly what he was playing against, he was prepared for everything.
I just really don't understand the moment he chose to move across the map with the Phoenix the first time.
There were 4 Archons showing up late to this particular fight as well. Like, this fight was going on for like 10-15 seconds, and then 4 Archons came from the left. I wonder what this fight would have looked like if maybe those were... I mean, it probably wouldn't make that big of a difference, but it certainly would have made it look a little bit closer.
Yeah, but no, I just don't understand what to me, the build order needed to kind of hit strong when it did hit. And it just really felt like the amount of Phoenix he came across the map with just was never terrifying, right? Because it struggled against basic amount of Queens and Spore Crawlers, and it should be at a point of Phoenix where they just don't matter and they can lift up and fight the Queens, and that just wasn't the case. So I think Creator pulled the trigger just a few moments too soon. Serral really just kind of took advantage from that. He defended well, he took advantage when he needed to, and he was just patient as well. He's just like, oh, okay, I'll let you try and dig yourself out of this hole. Meanwhile, Hive Tech, Great Aspire, 8.5 minutes in the game. He knew exactly what he could do to put himself in a great position. And Basilisk Serral is up 1-0 here in this triple elimination format, looking to get his first win of 3, which would send him through to the top 8 as well.
There's a good chance that both of these players don't feel quite as comfortable on this stage as they would ordinarily be feeling from home, so it might take Creator a game or 2, well, hopefully not a second one, before he gets really comfortable. Serral's one of the few players who I always feel like he powers up when he's at an offline tournament like this. Most players seem to be a little bit worse when they're playing offline, but Serral always looking solid. Either way, game number 2 in this best of 3 series, we find ourselves on Dragon Scales, and spawning right here in the top left-hand corner, we have Creator.
Down in the bottom right, our blue Zerg up 1-0. Serral.
Going for the Extractor Trick opener once again. And this time around, Creator wasn't even sending that probe across the map super early on. Oh, there it is, but yeah. He's not going to be able to get the block off, that's for sure.
That's what I mean, man. For Serral, he's just like, cool. I like this build. It gives me just a safe, standard way to set up. You can't make things a little bit weird. Not that, your hatch being on the 3rd is super weird, because, Zerg players deal with that every single game nowadays.
Yeah.
But this just kind of takes away, because...
Glaive to Depths in particular, I guess.
Yeah, exactly, right? It just makes Glaive to Depth attacks so much harder to do. You can still do them, but then you just really have to hide it super well and everything, whereas with the 3rd base being kind of out of position, or the natural on the 3rd base, it's just easy to maybe grab some kills and throw some disruption into play as well. And it just slows the Zerg down that little bit too, so your timing's a little bit scarier, so...
I wonder if the meta is going to turn around at some point where all the Protoss players realize, okay, Serral's going 15 hatch, we're not going to scout anymore super early on with the probe, we'll just send it out when the gateway finishes or after the pylon, for example, gets planted down. And at that point, if Serral doesn't go up against Protoss players that sent the probe right at the very start of the game, I wonder if we're going to see him go for 16 hatches again. I would not be surprised.
Well, that's the thing though, right? Like, Serral's smart enough. Like, maybe in this series he's just going to do every time.
Yeah.
Say he plays like a hero later on today or tomorrow, right in the group stage or in the playoffs. He's so good at switching it up at the right time. Like, he'll do this because it's safe, puts him in a comfortable position. But then, knowing that, someone like Hero might take advantage of that in a series they play later in the tournament, in that series he will then maybe do this once or twice, but then also mix in the other timings, right? So, like, sometimes you're not going to go, and then Serral's just like, cool. I also just went for an 18 hatch this game, so definitely one of the things about Serral, it's very smart. He never just plays a series, he plays a tournament.
Yeah, no, very true. He's not playing the matchup, he's not even playing the map. He's not even necessarily playing the opponent. He knows that his future opponents will be checking out this particular game as well, and they may very well skip that early game probe scout. It's a very small thing, but all the small things in StarCraft 2 do add up. Now this time around it's going to be a standard Stargate opener right here for Creator. He planted it down at the normal time, going for the Warp Gate upgrade for a little bit, then cancelling it. This is definitely something that Serral has seen. So despite the fact that he hasn't spotted the Stargate itself, he must realize that this is 9 times out of 10 going to be a normal Stargate timing, and that usually means it's going to be an Oracle first as well.
Yep, Oracle into... Sometimes actually Creator's one of the guys that builds Void Ray, maybe not first, but Oracle into Void as well.
Yeah.
Like, he does like these kind of builds a lot, so that's a possibility. I wouldn't usually point that out. It's just Creator is one of the few that really does that more regular than others, so maybe we'll see a Void Ray after one Oracle and it's like Oracle, Void, Oracle. But either way, the idea is the same. You're going to get a couple Oracles to go harass with. You're going to get maybe the Void Ray or so.
Yeah, I think committing over here is not a bad idea. Link speed is obviously not done yet. 2 drones. Okay, a little bit of panic on the side of Serral. He should have used that shade probably a little bit sooner, but he should get 4 workers. Not bad.
That's actually really good. First year depths, 4 workers is twice as many as you ever really want to give them, right? So, I mean, not that you want to give away 2, but like 2 is like, it was an okay trade. Like if they kill the adepts, but now 4. That's very expensive. So Serral's economy does take an early hit, and there's that Void Ray on the way up, so Creator will get rid of all the Overlords, will maintain some map control with that.
Oh, Queen sleeping in the natural.
Yeah, only one Queen in the main base. This Oracle goes for 3, 4 more kills. Good HP left on it. We'll get maybe 1 more over here.
Don't get
2
too
more
greedy.
shots.
Ooh, yeah. Losing that Oracle there would not have been great, but 8 workers here in total. I think that's the best you can hope for. We see so many games, specifically against this very normal start, where Serral literally doesn't lose a single worker. So getting 8 drones is fantastic.
No, this is one of the best. The thing is, right, this is for Creator, like, obviously it's game number 2, right? He's down a game, he's got to go, but like, this is the opening where you can win off of, right? This is the sort of damage where you can do things like this. And yeah, Serral was just not ready, and the Lings missed the surround here as well. I feel like they could have attacked and stopped these Adepts already, and then he kind of felt safe enough to start pulling some drones back, and the Adepts just able to nab those couple extra. Really nice.
Yeah, I think Creator, he originally shaded them into the main base, and then halfway up the ramp, he noticed that there was nothing really spotting those units, so he decided to send them back down. So the Lings were waiting inside of the main base. Link speed was not done yet, so it's difficult for the Zerg at that point to reposition. He would have been ready for the Adepts in the main, but they showed up in the natural. So this is a fantastic start right here for Creator. Now, can he capitalize on this, right? Like, that's the main question. Sure, Serral's made a mistake right now in the earlier stages of the game, and he's not going to be happy about it, but he's also not going to sit with that mistake for a very long time. He'll put himself past that very quickly, and Creator is going to have to continue playing this game, because 8 drones alone is not going to win you the match.
No, it's a great start, but then you have to keep on going, and he's going to get a couple more drones. Yeah, dead Oracle, though. Oh, 1 HP, right? That is a very, very lucky Oracle, so it just about stays alive. And that is great then. A couple extra drones again, anything you can do to slow Serral down. And that does make some of these timings coming up that little bit more tough for Serral to hold on against.
Now this was wonderful though. Serral losing a few more drones here, but he's getting 4 Adepts in exchange. And I think that's pretty good right here. You hit those Lings initially from the Adept vision. When the Adept is shading forward, they have far less vision in the shade than they do when they're actually in there. So he didn't actually see exactly what was protecting that natural expansion. So cute little move right there by Serral. And he is, well, once more holding down that drone button.
Yeah. No, he is. He's just gonna. He's got to, right? He's lost so many drones. He just has to keep droning. But that's what makes the kind of follow-up timings from Creator that little bit more dangerous, because then Serral's been busy building drones. His economy hasn't been in place as quickly as possible. This drone has to be in Evo chamber for a few seconds just to stay alive, and it has been all about Creator. Finally, Serral with a few Lings across the map himself is going to come over and get a single probe. Oracle now over here, stays towards Serral, sees it, he pulls away, just 1 drone caught in that. So again, just a decent job. 2 drones, 1 just spawned, unfortunately. Comes back in again, quick follow-up stasis, but again, Serral is on top of that. Creator was one of the first people to kind of do the double stasis. He did it in the GSL finals against Rogue, where you kind of stasis once, and then you stasis the same place a second time, because the Zerg never thinks to look back, because they've already kind of dealt with the stasis, right?
Yeah.
So those little things were kind of really cool ideas that Creator came up with, and he's been very good at using them ever since.
Yeah, excellent gamer so far by Creator though. Serral also uncharacteristically making 7 Overlords at once. Not something we normally see, so he's definitely feeling the pressure. The follow-up right here from Creator is going to be the +1 together with Blink. This is something that the Protoss players will have a lot of practice with as well. He's sneaking out a 4th Nexus on the left side, and I really don't think there's going to be a whole lot that Serral can do about it. Even more drones end up going down. Let's go, Creator. This is sick.
This Crit is absolutely destroying him in this game, right? Yeah. If this was anyone but Serral, we'd be all about Protoss this, Protoss that. How's the Zerg ever going to survive? The only reason we're not is because it's Serral. And Serral does pull ridiculous positions.
like this one, into his favor again oftentimes. So I'm not going to go ahead and say like, yeah, Creator, we got this, but like, it's a great start. Like, this is absolutely the kind of game you're going to win against Cyril if you're ever going to win. So yeah, Cyril.
When it rains, it pours, right? Like, he has made little mistakes in the earlier stages of the game, and it has been a bit of a disaster ever since for him. I mean, now he finally finds out about that Nexus as it's finishing up. Now, of course, supply-wise, he's still good, but with the Nexus already done, there's not really that much he can do. He was prepared to deal with any sort of Protoss army, and it is going to be coming to his side of the map right now, but Protoss already has a massive economy compared to where they normally would be.
Yes, no, it's just that Zerg economy is not where it's meant to be either, right? Infestation Pit just finishing, but that's not going to add anything to this defense, as the Prism sets around the right-hand side as well. And behind this Creator just techs up Robo Base. Second facility means he has access through to those disruptors if he wants them. So that's obviously a big factor as well. As that Prism sets up on this right side, there's a built-in hatchery over here you can look to cancel. The Oracles are still just kind of protecting and leading the Stalkers down the left side of Dragon Scales as well.
He will see the hatchery right now. He was originally planning to go to the main base, but I wouldn't be surprised if we'll see a couple of the Zealots charging at that base on the right as well. Are the Stalkers still out on the map? Okay, they've actually decided to go, well, they're roaming a little bit, I guess. They're not ready to go for a big attack just yet, as we have a double Robo Colossus transition.
Yeah, and this has been kind of picking up a little bit of popularity. Remember back in Katowice, Hero loved this, right? Stalkers into Colossi. Used it against Cyril, had some sick micro, and it still just didn't even matter that one really epic game that they played. So definitely kind of feel like going into this one right now, it's... You look at it and it's still got to feel good for Creator, right? You can't forget about all that early damage, but he's not hitting a timing yet, and Cyril's about to hit Hive, and so we're kind of getting to the point where Cyril's maxed. He's going to have Hive tech. What timing can you then hit as Creator? Well, you don't have one anymore. That is a big problem.
Okay, he's dancing on the edge of creep. He knew that his opponent was ready to go for that defense against the Stalker push, so he decided, you know what, I'm just going to continue playing the macro game instead. The problem here for Creator, though, and again, this is an amazing game so far for Protoss, and we're making it sound like this is not a great game for Creator. It's just that the longer that this game goes on, the more chance Cyril has to get back into it. And we've seen him win time and time again, even after being very far behind. And at this point, if you look at this game objectively, he's got Hive Tech, he's getting himself Adrenal Glands, Vipers are out, he's got nearly 90 workers, he's maxed. This is definitely a good game right here for Creator, but he needs to not become complacent.
Yeah, no, he really needs to be just a little careful, as he is going to have, again, everything he kind of wants in his army, but honestly, so is Cyril. Like, yeah, Cyril might not have been harassing, kind of slowing the pros down all game, but we know Cyril's very good later on in the game as well, so got to think about these things. This Void Ray from early just finds a couple of Lords too, so just a cute little moment. And Cyril even starting up a Spire to look even later into this game as well.
It's like a random Viking in Zerg vs Terran, just sniping Overlords left, right, and center. He must have gotten quite a few right now. There's a Stasis Ward on top of that high ground, so a couple of those units will be caught. Hallucinated Phoenix trying its very best to work against those Vipers, but that's not going to happen. And there are so many Banelings available. He actually needs to not trade those, I don't think, against all of those Stalkers. Instead, we're going to be going after the mineral line a little bit further up north. Where's the Protoss force? Okay, there it is.
Kind of surprised he didn't trail a couple of Banelings behind the mineral line, right?
Yeah.
Just, probes are high in there, send 3 or 4,
That was expensive for Zerg.
Yeah, as we run away, we take a lot of damage, even losing a Viper that's got good energy on it. The Oracles are still chasing as well. Finally, Cyril finds a chance to turn around, but Creator is here, and obviously Cyril is not actually rebuilt yet. He's still rebuilding, so not all the units are here just yet. The first Banelings, though, do crash in nicely. In fact, the first 4s of Banelings are doing really well. The Colossi are the biggest issue. There's nothing really that can kill those off. No. And that's what we're missing. What's in production? Are we building any Corruptors? That Spire was on the way. I guess it won't be done yet. Now the Baneling's just going to dive in anyways. They're going to get rid of one Colossus, a few Roaches here as well. There's no way to micro the Colossus. There's no Prism nearby, so only 2 Colossus left. We do just have more Roaches coming out. How have we done it defensively here as Cell? Both players with tons of money in the bank.
I would have loved to see a Warp in the main base right now, or maybe a Warp on the right side to send some Zealots after some of that Zerg economy. So finally the Prism does show up, but again, we do this with 1,200 minerals or so in the bank here for Creator. He's still starting to break through though.
Yeah, I actually like the warping with the army though, because he's got so much momentum, and now he can keep on going. He can keep the units back. Colossi can deal that damage without being in danger, and that's all he needs. 2 Colossi wailing away on this army. Couple of drones are going down. We're going to warp in an extra group of Zealots, couple of Stalkers, and it just means that this army is never really touchable by pure Roaches, which is all that's being built at this moment in time. The Prisms here as well, so if the Colossi are in trouble, you could micro them up and down as necessary. And this is looking as though Creator is going to even up our series and take us 1-1 for the first series of Gamers8.
Alrighty, I love the patience there from Creator, though. I was starting to get a little bit worried because he was taking a 4th base and then a 5th base, and it looked to me like he was ready to play the ultimate late game there. And, well, Serral's very dangerous, but he found an opportunity. He saw that Serral made a mistake by overextending with his army. He lost the Viper. I don't think the Viper's got anything done in this game. And yeah, these two Adepts, actually no, it's the ones right before this. But anyways, the Adept harassment together with the Oracles in this game, absolutely superb right there from Creator. And that allowed him to play a game where he felt a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, Serral had an awful early game. At this point as well, look how messed up they are on money. Like, there's so much money on both sides. Serral
there was no
with a lot
prison
of
here
gas.
with that army for a while. I was wondering if maybe it was sneaking on the right side. Maybe it got sniped earlier. I'm not exactly sure.
If that Prism had been there initially and all 4 Colossi survive as well, this is even more one-sided, right? So,
yeah.
And to be fair, that's kind of where you're meant to get to. When you kill that amount of drones that early in the game, we're just so used to Serral being able to pull it out. And he had a couple good moments. I actually feel like one of his mistakes was when he was on top of that base, he could have gotten some probes if he just sent some Banes behind the mineral line, and that might have been enough just to give him that little edge, slow Creator down, because he lost so many of those Banelings retreating away anyway. He could have found value from them. So that said, it's 1-1. Big matchup here, especially for Creator. Take down Serral early, you get to 1-0, and you could be feeling good about yourself going into the rest of these matches.
Yeah, and this was not Creator playing a cheesy game, right? He just played a solid, straightforward macro game. This is about the most standard game of StarCraft you can play against Zerg in the current meta. This is something that Serral's got a lot of practice against, so this is not one of those one-off builds, right? Like what we saw in game number 1. This wasn't a double Stargate Phoenix opener where you're trying to trick your opponent. This was Creator playing a solid game against the #1 Zerg in the world, and he won. So there's got to be a really nice confidence boost as well. Now, is Serral really going to be flustered here, you think?
No, I don't think Serral gets flustered. Very, very rarely, you know. For opening match of the tournament, I think he looks at this game and says, hey, look, didn't play that great during the early game, right? I lost a lot of drones. This isn't like a game where you have no answer to or anything either, right? Like, this is a game where you look at it and you say, hey, look, I know what happened here. I just need to up my early game defense that little bit. I've done it 1,001 times before, right? Do that. Don't lose those drones early. I'm going to control this game. We saw how he did it in the first game, right? So yeah, I don't think he gets rattled. This is maybe a great time for Creator to really go crazy again. I know crazy didn't work out for him in game 1, but I mean, this is his chance.
Yeah, so again, historically, Creator has never won a series against Serral. He has won a map in the past. We have to go back all the way to 2021, but that is the best scenario for him historically. Either way, the final game of this best of 3, we find ourselves on Babylon. Spawning right here in the top left-hand corner, it's Creator.
Down in the bottom right, he did get hatchery blocked this game. Notable difference from the previous ones. It is Serral, our blue Zerg from Basilisk.
Trying to play that little trick on his opponent this time around, and Serral does not get the mind game off. Not the start he was hoping for. Certainly not the end of the world, because like you already brought up in the previous game, this is something that Zerg players have played against thousands of times, literally. They play with this particular opener for years now, and even though it's going to be a little bit annoying, you may be a little bit more susceptible, especially to like Lave the Depths and, for example, any of those builds that really require the queens to be together, right? So pretty much all of the builds. Yeah, this is one of those strategies that can be a little bit frustrating for the Zerg to have to deal with, especially when Protoss players first started blocking the natural. A lot of Zergs were a bit confused. I remember we first saw a couple of pool first builds as well to try and counter these sorts of blocks. Eventually, those Zergs found out that taking the third base first is actually beneficial, assuming you do micro everything correctly, but it makes the early game more complex.
Yeah. That's very true. So we have a couple drones going to transfer over there. Link speed starting, and mostly wait to see what Creator wants to start up as well, as he gets his gas spent on the Stargate. And we'll see where he goes from there. He did go Oracle, Void Ray Oracles last time. He actually went up to 3 Oracles after, which is quite expensive to go 4 Stargate units, but he did enough damage that there was no way for Serral to really punish that or anything. So the only thing I would say from that is that was maybe part of the reason he had no follow-up attack for a while, because if you go only kind of like 2 or 3 Stargate units, you can just afford the Twilight a bit faster, get the Blink up a little bit sooner. But
yeah, he could have gone Blink maybe, and just full aggression from there, what we see Hero do a lot, and Max Specs quite a bit too, but yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mind seeing him play the macro game. It's just that we usually see Serral coming out ahead in those longer games. So whenever it goes past the 10-minute mark, I find myself automatically cheering right here for the Finnish Zerg. But Creator showing us, yeah, no, I actually know how to play that late game just fine. And I even punish my opponent making a mistake. It's not like he necessarily wanted to go for an attack right then and there either. Because I think he would have had a Prism with the fight if he wanted to go for the aggression right then. But he saw Serral overextending. He got a Viper for free, and he's like, okay, well, this is when I'm going to pull the trigger. Now, can he get lucky once again? No, not this time around with the first 2 Adepts.
No, Cyril is not going to let him do damage like that. It so rarely happens to Cyril that to see it like back-to-back games would really be like such a weird coincidence almost.
That would be insane, yeah.
It's just, and that's just the level of Cyril in general. Is that one Phoenix?
It's one Phoenix, yeah, straight into Twilight. So there's no Oracle or anything along those lines. Did Cyril make any spores?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, so that's... Okay, he starts up 1 right now in case there would be a sudden Oracle showing up here. So I guess that's technically a little bit of damage done, but...
So
can you really afford going for a Stargate and then kill 1 Overlord and force 1 Spore?
Well, of course, because it's completely about the all-in afterwards, right? Like, it's a fake out. He's completely pulled out of gas -1 worker.
Yep.
So he's just going to go a ton of gateways, a ton of charge dots, Warp Prism, and he just wants to go and kill Cyril. Like I said, this is your best opportunity. You've got to 1-1. You just need 1 map.
He needs to fake a 3rd Nexus, though. He needs to fake a 3rd Nexus, and at the very least make the Zerg player think that there is a Nexus coming up. Because if Cyril sniffs this out right now, he knows the timing. Okay, the 3rd Nexus should have been down already. Cyril cannot overdrone. I actually think 45 drones is the absolute most he can have. Roach Warren coming up right now. He needs to make non-stop army and maybe even go for Spines.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. Micro is a big part of this as well, getting your units in the right position, the best position. I think Cyril also just should know as well. There's been no Oracles, right?
He's in trouble, yeah. There's not been an Oracle here. This is only 33 probes right here for the Protoss. 8 gate, charge lot all in. This is a banger of a build, very difficult to hold, even when you're sitting at like 42 drones. In this particular case, Cyril doesn't know what he's playing against. He even fired up a lair. I think that's a mistake too. He's thinking maybe it could be Dark Templar on the back of this. He doesn't know what he's playing against. I think sitting at 54 workers is too many.
He just keeps making drones as well. Like,
it's too many.
Yeah, he's going to lose an Overlord as well at a bad time.
Now he's going to see it. Now he's going to see what he's playing against roughly, but...
He's supply blocked for a couple moments here. Overlords are going to be finishing up in a second. The second Overlord's quite a way away, though. This is going to be really rough, man.
Yes. No, I think this is the best case scenario right here for Creator. He needs to go right now, though. He doesn't have a lot of time. If Cyril gets to sit on this work account for a little bit, he needs to go right now. If he sits on his work account for a little bit, his income is going to be massive.
Yeah, no. Creator has to go ASAP, and I mean, he should be going. There's no reason to raid around with this build. The Zealot's going to start moving forward. Cyril counterattack with a few links. He needs everything over here. He is putting Queens in the mineral line on the 3rd base, but I mean, Creator just dives the natural, and there's nothing in the natural.
Yeah, the charge is a little wasted, though. There's a lot more units coming in as well. Cyril is just producing as much of an army as possible, and he wants to buy time. Going for Spines, Lings, Roaches, whatever he can produce right now. These units, though, the Zealots, they're getting on top of this Zerg army, and this is exactly the engagement that Creator was hoping for. That being said, though, I think he's a little late.
No, I think Cyril's just, I mean, I think running into the natural, I don't think you then turn around and chase to the 3rd base. I think you stay in the natural, and this has kind of been what Cyril wants, because he can kite back. He lost a couple queens, but for the most part, he stayed in the mineral line. He is going to lose his Rotron. This is obviously not done yet, but Cyril surviving for the moment. He's going to come up now. He's going to actually fight in the natural a little bit more. That's a more open area for these Zealots to kind of get surrounded. Look at that fight to the right
as well, with the Roaches actually tucked between the minerals. This is exactly where Cyril wants to be. Dance in the locations where he just doesn't have that much mining going on, right? Like, the longer that this goes on, again, the more income Cyril will get, so the bigger his army is going to be. Roach Warren's gone, though, at this point, so that's a little rough, but Zerglings and Queens are not going to be bad here.
Yeah, I'm actually worried about where this Prism's going to warp in, because there's Queens that are going to be hot on its tail. I don't think that's a good warp-in point. I think that's too close. Queens are going to go after it. Maybe the warping goes off. If you lose the Prism after, that's also really bad. This is rough. This is going to be it, because now there's no reinforcing Zealots. It's just these Roaches, the last Roaches that were made because the Rotron's gone down, but the Zealot number just isn't quite getting there. Queen's tanking a little bit. You can see the Zealot number dropping, and the Creator is going to get shut down. Cyril is going to pull off a ridiculous hold here in game number 3. And I honestly think it's because Creator just kind of went over to the 3rd base.
This is going to haunt him. Yeah, if he checks out this replay after the game, I think this match is going to haunt him, because all he really needed to do was just a tech move. He didn't really need to micro there. He wanted to chase the army, and Cyril was like, oh, come play at my 3rd base. And then he decided to run with the Queens and, yeah, put the Roaches in between the minerals. And eventually, Cyril's economy was just a bit too big there. I mean, he did kill a lot of drones, yes, but that was a complete all-in there from Creator. He's trying to play catch-up right now, whereas Cyril's on 3 bases. He never even canceled the lair, by the way, so the Roach speed is going to fire up pretty much immediately, too. I think when the Zerg is at, I think, 53, 54 drones, and you're going for a 33, 32 probe all-in as Protoss, the game's pretty much in the bag.
You know, the only thing I'll say is I've seen Cyril do this before, right? Like, you know, he's got these moments where he does just have this Roach micro. He knows how to give himself the best possible trades and buy himself the most possible time. It's never a guarantee, but like, there's always that kind of Cyril factor where you have to kind of wait for it to kind of play out, right?
When he was in the natural expansion, I think the initial engagement was pretty good, although he did wait for one more warp in than I thought he would. And then he started running towards the third, right? And they ended up fighting basically in this location that we have on the screen right now. If he would have gone straight for the main base, do you think he would have been able to deal with
the Roach?
Yeah,
Because the Roach was right there, so had nothing in the natural.
Yeah.
I think those are the plays. I think that's where you kind of play around. And then if he kind of runs up the ramp towards the natural, go deeper in the natural and get ready to surround if he comes up the ramp, right? Because that's a great fight for you. SL can't take surface area advantage, so... Yeah.
He tried getting a little bit too ambitious right there with his micro, and now he's got to play against Serral, who probably is not too happy with the way that this game has gone overall, but I mean, he managed to hold on, and he finds himself in a good spot right now. Economically, he's feeling solid here, and he's now ready to go for the offensive himself. Maybe this wasn't originally what Creator had planned, but maybe he can still hold on here.
Yep, this Roach Ravager force going to move back from the center, back over to the right-hand side. Got a fourth hatch going down from Serral in that upper right corner as well. I mean, Creator just slowly trying to get up to 3 bases, a Temple Archives, any kind of tech he can find, but we can kind of just see that Serral's getting very comfortable. Bane speed will start, and he's just in no real rush to kind of go because he knows his position is that good to begin with.
Yeah, no, he knows at this point that the main and the natural are going to be running low on resources for Creator as well, so... he plays against the Protoss here, who's just acquired their third base. He's even doing the contamination there with the Overseer, probably the least used skill in all of StarCraft 2, but that means that Serral's cruising, right? Like, he uses it whenever he's got some APM to spare. And at this point, he knows that this third Nexus just finished up, and Protoss really needs to start looking for a fourth base here pretty soon. But how in the world are you going to get that?
Yeah, I mean, good luck.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
If you take a fourth base, the Zerg army's going to crash into you, it's going to get cancelled, and you probably lose your army if you try and defend it. And that's the issue. That's why Serral's so comfortable just playing this out slowly right now, because he knows as time advances, it's only him that's getting in a better position. It's kind of Creator that needs to do something, but what do you do, right? Like, that's why the opening build is called an all-in, because it's extremely difficult to get out of if you don't do enough, and at the end of the day, didn't do enough.
Ring around the rosy, around the gas. Well, eventually the Zealot, it's not going to happen. Got the Scout a loaded creep, though, I guess. But yeah, he's now basically banking on Serral making a mistake. And that is not something we see him do all too often, although in the previous game he did make that error in the earlier stages of the game, and I really didn't like the overextension from Serral in the previous game either, when he did finally go across the map. So there still definitely is a chance, but yeah, whenever you're relying on your opponent to make a mistake, and that's your main win condition, it is not really where you want to be. It's not impossible, though. This is still a difficult Zerg army to control. Like, if we, for example, see the Banelings crashing into an Archon or two, I mean, there's certainly a chance for Creator to get back into this.
With like excellent storms, I think.
Yeah.
That storm upgrade that's halfway done right now, that is the lifeline that Creator's holding on to. His storms need to be beyond good, and he honestly, I think, needs more storms than he can actually afford, so that's probably going to be a problem as well.
Is he even going to have it for this fight?
Exactly. If we even get it before Serral attacks, I think Serral is on the verge of just committing, because why the heck not? He's maxed out more or less. He has got most of his upgrades. Some missiles isn't there just yet, but I think he'll at least test the waters here. If nothing else, just force some force fields already. Get these Banes to roll on through. They are going to start connecting with the sentries.
Done.
And
almost.
Do they have energy though?
I think Storm? 2 of them may have a little bit of energy here. Yeah, he's going to be able to push some of this back, but there's a huge Roach army on the back of it too. Well, I mean, this is pretty much the best engagement Creator could have hoped for, though, without Storm.
Yep. No, that's pretty true. It's just going to be Snap. He's coming in from the flank. Well, we can Storm here. The High Templar have had time to build up some energy. A few corrosive vials coming down in the bottom right as well, as we just have ourselves this army getting back away. So just going to take a few more moments.
Yeah, Serral dancing here out at the third base of his opponent and just reinforcing this to the best of his abilities. Just to be 100% safe. Oh, we have a Baneling drop in the natural expansion. I think those must be Banelings, no? Yep. Could have been Roaches as well, but that is 9 probes going down, and Creator is not happy about that whatsoever. Just to be super safe, Serral has decided to even get a Hive going here too, so he can get +3, can get Vipers if he needs to. Like, one of the transitions right now for Protoss could be, for example, Disruptors, and that can be a little bit difficult maybe to play against. So Serral just crossing his T's, dotting his I's, making sure that he's 100% safe against whatever it is that the Protoss player can throw at him right now. And yeah, you can see it on the mini-map right now too, right? Creator huddled on the left side of the map, trying his very best to protect the third, whereas Serral is just taking the entire map.
That was so funny. Like, Serral pulled his overload back. He's like, surely you just saw this coming in, you're going to move your probes. And he's like, wait, he didn't move the probes. Then he sent it back in a second time. And then Creator actually did notice it, so then Serral pulled it back yet again. But just a funny moment where Serral was like, almost a step ahead of his opponent. It was,
I like how he went in for the drop in a pretty much mined out natural expansion. He's like, yeah, may as well. He's gonna try again. This is like that Widow Mine drop that keeps coming back. Do we have Burrow? Okay, Burrow here would have been kind of cute too. Decides to pick up. Now it's Creator who decides to step on creep. So that fight previously went reasonably well for him, but if he decides to fight on creep out in the open, he's gonna get surrounded by this Zerg. Still though, Serral is giving him a bit of time, right? I mean, Creator is gonna get pretty close to maxed out here once again. Do you think he's ever gonna get a fourth going though? That's the question. If he loses these High Templar, definitely not!
Oh, he finds him with the Balins in the end. No, I don't think he's ever gonna get fourth going, because if he did, Serral would actually just jump on him. He just says, if you're on 3 bases, I don't need to rush in. He found the High Templar finally with these Balins, and now there's just not anything scary in this army. The Banes will continue to crash through, clean out the Zealots, let the Roach Ravager deal with everything else.
So one Zealot warp in here versus like 70 Zerglings that were coming up all at the same time. Serral making sure that he wins this series convincingly. But the early game, man, that was really close. I actually believe Creator had all of the tools he needed to win a 2-1 victory over Serral, but he messed up a little bit with the execution. And in the end, it's Serral who wins the first series of Gamers8 2-1.
Yep, Serral gets the job done, maybe a bit more shakily than we expected, because I think a lot of people come into this saying, hey, Serral's looked really good lately. He's been looking really unstoppable, especially in ZVP. Good on Creator, man. Coming out, taking a map, making a very close game 3. That might feel frustrating, but again, you've got to look at that as, hey, look, going into my other games, I feel like I'm in pretty good form. I just pushed Serral to the limit. You got to be pretty happy about these things when you can get them. So GG, Serral gets that 2-1 victory, and is going to be 1-0. So again, 3-0 or just 3x will put you through to the playoffs. And obviously, any sort of X3 will be, for example, just a elimination from the tournament. So Serral one step closer to those playoffs, as we are going to head on over to the interview.
Whew, Serral, you said that was a little bit of a too exciting game, but I want you to break down this matchup from your perspective, because that was the first time Creator has ever taken a map off you.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that statistic, but I was pretty confident going into this match, and I did feel like he put a really good fight. The first game, I felt like I had a really good start, and I was actually pretty close to dying. I felt like, I don't think I was, but it felt a bit close, but I feel like that game was under my control. The second game, he played just really well, got a lot of early game damage, and kind of just got it into a win. I think I was pretty close to holding in the end, but just not good enough. And obviously, the last game, I should have kind of smelled that, but I was kind of thinking, like, what is he doing? He's like in 2 bases, he has 1 Phoenix only. And yeah, it was, I should have made more units a bit faster, but luckily I managed to use the positioning to my advantage and take the win there.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائنا المشاهدين معنا سيرال متواجد معنا بعد المقابله بعد ما فاز الجيم الاول. سالناه عن شعوره لانه هذا اول مره كرييتر ياخذ منه ماب واحد في مباراه قد واجهوا فيها في تاريخ اللاعبين هذولي، لكن كان الجواب يقول انه بصراحه الجيم الاول انا كنت عارف وماخذ الكنترول من البدايه، ما كان الجيم صعب. الجيم الثاني بالمقابل كان لا، انا كنت ما كنت متوقع ابدا انه كرييتر بيسوي رش بهالسرعه وفعلا يقدر ياخذ منه الجيم الثاني، لكن في الجيم الثالث بنفس الوقت يعني كنت مستغرب انه من التصرفات اللي هو يسويها، حتى مستغرب انه جايب 1 فينيكس بس، مستغرب انه مسوي اشياء كثيره كان مو من عادته. كان مفروض اني انا قدرت اني اخلص الجيم بشكل اسرع، بس قدرت اني افوز بالنهايه.
Coming into this event, we're going into a Swiss format. You're going to be facing players several times. Tell me a little bit about what you're thinking going up against the pool of players and how you're going to be holding on to your strategies.
Well, there's always a little bit of holding strategies, but for the most part, every player is so good here that you can't be holding back too much. And yeah, I mean, I'll be just waiting to see who I play next and do a little preparation for him. I do have prepared for most players already, a little bit at least, so I'm pretty confident going into the next match.
زي ما تشوفون سيرال في سؤاله الثاني سالناه انه بما ان احنا عندنا السويس فورمات والشيء هذا بيعطيه فرصه انه يبي يلعب مباريات جدا كثيره ضد لاعبين، وبنفس الوقت المباريات هذه ممكن لازم انه ما يطلع الاستراتيجيز حقته. فكان السؤال كيف تبي تقدر انك تتعامل مع الموقف هذا؟ الجواب كان يقول انه لا، صراحه انه كل اللاعبين الموجودين يعتبرون الافضل في العالم، انا مجهز ضد الكل، وبنفس الوقت انا ما اقدر اني امسك الاستراتيجيات حقاتي كثير، لكن بحاول اسوي افضل ما عندي.
Well, thank you, Serral, for your insights, and thank you both for an incredible game to start us off here in Riyadh. But let's send it back to the desk and take another look at it.
زي ما تشوفون انتهينا من الجيم الاول اعزائنا المشاهدين وجاهزين نروح للجيم الثاني على طول، فخلونا نروح على الاستديو.
Thank you very much, Rachel and Fancy here. Yes, a bit of a closer call for Serral compared to what we may have anticipated coming into this one, but he still gets the victory anyway here for the first series here at Gamers8. Joining me, Pig, as well as ZG, to talk about this one. And ZG, it was a bit closer than we did anticipate, I think.
Yeah, 100%, considering the history between the two and the history of Serral's matchup here in ZVP. Like, it's much, much closer. I think we were all actually prepared to give Creator the credit of the win, you know, winning Game 2. And then Game 3 was actually, I would say, supposed to be his. Serral did once again do that thing that I said in the pre-show, however, which is that it looks like Creator finally bamboozled him.
Yeah.
And then just never mind.
No. Let's take a look at the highlights coming in here for this, as we are in the post-game brought to you by STC Play. And looking at Game 1 and how things were going, it looked like usual Serral in game number 1, Pig. But then the next 2 games looked a bit more dicey.
No, and this was a really nice, like this kind of late game 4 Colossus timing from Creator. Really quick 4th bases in game 1 and game 2. I think it was a perfect time to push. He did a really good job of just capitalizing, and once Protoss gets such a big an army, it's so scary. On the other hand, game 3, I mean, this was crazy. We, as Zombie Grub was saying, we thought he was done. He had maybe 5 Roaches out. There was 12 Zealots incoming. But his ability to pull back into the mineral line, to hold position, Roaches popping out, hiding in between the gaps in the minerals. I mean, Serral's just a master of surviving those attacks even when they surprise him.
Definitely so. ZG, final thoughts?
Best defense. Like, it's a bit early on in the tournament, but that was one of the best defense that you could ever ask. The totally, like, unprompted, or the non-prompted, the unseen attack, and one of the biggest all-ins that StarCraft 2 has in the matchup, and then to actually still roll out of it, it's definitely commendable. I guess the only thing I would say is kind of like a caveat is that that's one of the reasons perhaps why it stopped being a thing.
Right,
The 2-base charge at all-in can be held as soon as you realize that it's happening, and you're able to pack units together. So it did take Serral a bit almost too long to realize, so it can still work apparently, but yeah, there's a reason it's a very rare build right now.
Yeah, there were some question marks for Serral, definitely. He's got the Spore Crawlers going on, positioning his queens here, there, and everywhere, sees the Warp Prism, but it could be a multitude of things, and then that's how it goes down. Anyway, thank you very much, guys. It is time to go to a break. When we return, we have more coming at you from Gamers8. Our next matchup on the main stage is going to be Maru going up against Showtime. Don't miss it.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
and welcome to the Gamers8, guys. I just wanted to take you guys on a tour of where the players are during this whole event. You can see that right now we're in the player lounge. You got a lot of relaxing chairs over here, lots of different people kind of filtering in and out as they're playing their games, just passing by MMA. You got foosball tables, you got hockey, air hockey tables that they can kind of relax between their games with. But of course, a lot of their time is actually going to just be spent playing and practicing their actual games, including those games you're going to be able to find on the B stream, which you can find by seeing these players over here. They're going to be actually playing these games throughout this whole weekend, and they're going to be doing their absolute best to make the best StarCraft possible happen. It's going to be a treat. It's going to be delights. We're going to get to see so many awesome games from just this area right here. But of course, the games are going to be getting started soon. I don't want to bug these players too much, so let's go ahead and throw it back to the desk. We'll see you guys soon. Hello everyone, I am here with Rainer, and we're here to solve a very important question, and that's to answer your guys' questions about potential balance changes and suggestions from the community. I have scoured Battle.net, and I brought here Rainer to react and give his thoughts on some of these suggestions. How you doing, Rainer?
I'm doing good. I'm not excited though, at all for this. I already know I'm gonna mold, but other than that, yeah, it's fine.
All right, let's get started. So I have Ray of the Sun from Battle.net forums. It says sensor towers should require energy to operate. How do you feel about that?
Well, that's a good suggestion. I like it. 1 point for me.
Okay, you know, that's a pretty good suggestion. Another suggestion from the same person from Battle.net forums is units inside a medevac that die should not also die if you research a new upgrade called parachutes.
That's a little bit of copium, I think. Yeah, no bueno. You already have the boost. Medivac should never die anyways.
Okay, and we'll do one more suggestion from the same guy, Ray of the Sun. Great suggestion so far. Ultralisk should be able to teleport while burrowed, much like a battle cruiser does.
I actually agree with that. I think it would be a very good change for the game overall. I think very healthy. But yes, please make it happen.
All right, well, thank you guys so much. And thank you for your balance suggestions. We'll catch you guys in the next one.
Yes. Ask Rainer if Ultralisks should be able to teleport. Great. It's reasonable. Reasonable. Definitely. Absolutely. 100%. Let's get that in there. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Gamers8. We have got more awesome StarCraft on the way across this festival that is going to be 4 days of awesome StarCraft 2 and Brood War as well. Joining me to my left-hand side to talk about our next match coming up, we have Loco and Pig still here.
Oh, you can't get me off this desk, mate. I won't leave. It's my new house. I'm here to talk about StarCraft and to have opinions, okay?
It's the Pig Dome now.
Yeah, that's right, man.
Damn, okay. No, the Pig Sty. What am I doing? I'm so stupid.
Oh, no, I'm a fancy pig, there. So you know.
Okay, a fancy pig, pig. Let's talk about our next match coming up here, though, of course, is going to be Maru going up against Showtime. In a vacuum, Loco, you look at these two names, and people will think to themselves, 7-time GSL champion, Dumauer, and probably think it's a bit more one-sided than it actually is, because Showtime's able to hang with Maru sometimes.
Yeah, Showtime is one of the very best Protoss players in the world for sure. I was actually talking to him just maybe an hour or so ago. We were having lunch together. He's like, yeah, I actually feel pretty comfortable. Not really feeling any pressure here because most people expect Maru to move on. And I mean, we're doing a triple elimination format anyway, so the first game, I mean, it's important, but it's not going to be the end of the world if I end up losing here. And yeah, he seems like he's comfortable. He's won against Maru in the past. I definitely think it's going to be an uphill battle, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, there's like a funny thing where it does feel like he's taken some weight off his shoulders.
Yeah.
He's had a lot of games, and you know, we've been chatting and hanging out over the last few days where he's kind of like, man, I've really like thrown some games and just had some like wins stolen from me recently in PvT, you know, like I get ahead and then they just surround my army and EMP it and I lose all my disruptors, and you know, I think he's just kind of at this point where he's like, he's not clutching too hard at trying to force the victory. He's just going to go in there, play his A game, and do what he can. And that's what he's best at, because you show this man a 3 Oracle opening, getting to the mid game so solid, so consistently. But it's in the mid to late game. It's taking the fight to the Terran. That's where he struggles.
Yeah. My question to you guys, I suppose, whilst we take a look at those guys doing the map vetoes as well, is what Maru are we getting? I mean, we always have to ask this question. Are we getting GSL champion Maru, or are we getting weird builds, Banshees all over the place Maru, and then it doesn't really work out? What are you thinking?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, right? I mean, when we're outside of South Korea, it feels like Maru is a bit of a wild card. He can kind of just do whatever. So sometimes he looks incredibly good at offline events outside of Korea, and sometimes it's, especially the first day, it can be a little bit shaky. I mean, they have played against each other twice, apparently, in the TSL 9 and once Showtime ended up winning. So, I mean,
Yeah, you know,
there's a good chance.
I kind of wonder, like, what is the special sauce that makes him so comfortable? Is it just having so long to prepare for each match? Because remember, he did win a very important weekender tournament, Maru, back in 2018, WESG. He won, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was a big tournament. He's even said that's one of my favorite victories because I got to win a big tournament overseas. Hasn't been able to replicate it that much. He's got to find a way to get comfortable out here in the desert air. He's not going to have as many the Korean comforts that he's used to, but I think if he can bring his A game, he's always got a shot. And even if we see non-GSL championship winning Maru, he still usually makes it to the semis.
Yes, he does. That is true. I suppose in that vein, he's got to channel the SOS or Rogue energy, the big game, the big tournament players when it comes to kind of the money that is on the line here. But I think Pig makes a great point because this is. It's a special event, is Gamers 8. All the players are looking at this as we take a look at the map vetoes as well that are going to go down. All the players are looking at this as kind of something that's of heightened importance at this point in time. So maybe Maru's come in with a little bit of a different mindset to maybe a normal offline tournament or something.
Yeah, no, this is one of those tournaments that we may not necessarily have expected at the start of the year, and everyone's like, "Whoa, this is going to be so cool." We get to be at Gamers 8 as well, and it's a tournament with a massive prize pool, right? Like these guys, I mean, they take tournaments seriously, but when there's a lot of money on the line, you do maybe take it even a little bit more seriously. And you bring up the WESG, that was another tournament with, well, a very large prize pool, and I think Maru was pretty happy with winning that one. So he'll be happy to, at the very least, take a stab at this one too. And I think we can all expect him to do well. I mean, he's been a world-class player for 12 years, 13 years, something like that. It's been a long time.
Yeah, he's been at the top since he was basically out of the womb. He was playing StarCraft on
Remember
stage.
his first time he was at the GSL Code S in literally 2010?
He was like, he was a little kid.
So young.
Yeah,
He actually looked so young.
so young.
Looked like it was Babylon and Ancient Cistern to start things off if we need it. I saw Cyril and Creator there, but that's not what we're focusing on. We're focusing on the Maru versus Showtime match here. Final thoughts, Pig, before we head to it?
Really cool to see. Maru did take out Altitude as well. So even though it's a great map for multi-prong, I expect more of a frontal pushing style from Maru. I think he's going to want to drive a hole through Demauer. Smash the wall down front on.
Break down the walls. All right, well, thank you very much, guys. It's time to head over to the stage once again as Maru, the 7-time GSL champion, goes up against Demauer.
What a great game to start us off, and what a great game we have coming up, Fancy.
مباراة جدا عظيمة شاهدناها في بداية البث المباشر بعد ما سيرال قدر ياخذ الفوز، لكن الآن جاهزين للمباراة الثانية.
I think it's time to get things started, so let's bring out our first player.
أول اللاعبين راح يتواجه معنا في المسرح جدا ما هو غريب على المسارح العالمية، وهو يعتبر لاعب عالمي من سنين جدا طويلة، وخلونا نتعرف عليه أكثر.
Onside Gaming's Maru. He's picked up impressive victories all year long against some of the top players. Can he take one from Showtime? He's done it before. Will he do it now?
مارو من فريق اونسايد، كلنا نعرف مين اللاعب هذا، اللاعب العالمي المرين برنس، الشخص اللي قدر يهزم اغلب اللاعبين من انحاء العالم في هذه السنه، فما بالك في السنين الماضيه، خصوصا انه يعتبر من اقدم اللاعبين في عالم ستاركرافت 2، فخلونا نشوف وش اللي ممكن يقدمون، لكن بالمقابل خصمه قد تواجهوا في فتره جدا قريبه وقدر انه ياخذ منه بس 3 مره واحده، لكن في البس 7 مارو هو اللي فاز، فخلونا نتعرف عليه اكثر. من فريق بيج رحبوا معنا بشو تايم. شو تايم في الفترة الأخيرة شاهدناه دائما يكون في التوب فور في أغلب البطولات اللي شاهدناها عالميا، لكن أهم شيء ونركز عليه أنه هو مارو بينهم تاريخ، ما هو تاريخ كبير لكن تاريخ جدا معروف، خصوصا في البطولة الأخيرة اللي تواجهوا فيها قدر أنه دائما ياخذ منه ماب واحد على الأقل إذا ما كان ما بين في البست اوف 7، فهو جاهز أنه يواجه مارو في المباراة هذه.
Showtime, our German player representing Team Big. He's taken matches and whole games off Maru before. Will he do it today to continue on in our Swiss?
هذا الشيء اللي احنا متوقعينه منهم، لكن كل اللاعبين زي ما احنا عارفين وصلوا مراحل عالمية، فازوا في بطولات جدا كثيرة ودائما متواجدين في التوب فور ودائما يهزمون الأبطال، فخلونا نشوف إذا يقدرون يهزمون بعض في هذه البطولة في أول مواجهة لهم في تاريخ جيمرز 8.
Gentlemen, please join us in the center of the stage and shake hands so we can get this match underway.
هذه المباراة صدقوني بتكون جدا مميزة، خصوصا ان مارو يعتبر هو سوبيريور في هذه المباراة، لكن صدقوني ان شو تايم بيكون جاهز له، دائما يكونون جاهزين لكل شيء يصير في السويس فورمات، فخلونا نشوف ايش ممكن يقدمون.
All right, let's send it on over to the casters and get this match started.
All right, Maru versus Showtime, our second series of the day. Maru comes in as probably a pretty hefty favorite, but there's just something about Showtime lately, Zombie Grub. I feel like he's really playing at some of his best StarCraft in a little while.
Yeah, I agree, but it's kind of unfortunate because I feel like we say that every single time, and then he just plays very, very good games, but not quite that last 5% that is really necessary to defeat, well, especially a top dog like Maru. He did do it once before, and he really brought it to him in a best of 7 overall last year, so we know that it is possible. There's something about these two, I guess the dynamic, that allows Showtime to upset him a little more than expected, but it is going to be a very tough match for Showtime.
Yeah, it's never going to be easy against Maru, especially I feel like TVP can be so good defensively, so aggressive as well. He can also just slow the game down if he needs to and play that late game, which is, I think, really the scary part of Maru, because a lot of Terrans, you know, they back away from that, but Maru will embrace it with open arms. If you want to play a 25-minute TVP, like, he will play that and he'll look very, you know, very good doing it.
I don't know if you caught the pre-show at all, but we talked about how Dark had said something about age, you know, just basically like you wish he was 5 years younger. And I was really surprised that Maru had something similar as well. He was talking about how he likes to play those slower, longer games, actually, because he's not as fast as he used to be back when he was younger. So he's definitely comfortable in that stage, but I guess kind of the elephant in the room is, of course, the current matchup, the state of this matchup. Lots of Protosses having a very difficult time. For the most part, Showtime just showing a standard approach to the matchup, not trying to be super aggressive, but keeping with his strengths, and he does have some good performances with that. And now we're into the game, so we're starting off on Babylon. In the top left for Team BIG, he is Showtime.
And in the bottom right-hand side from Onside Gaming, our blue Terran player, Maru. Maru with an SCV across the map straight away in the early game, so he's already going to bring a little bit of fire into this best-of-3 series here in game number 1, starting on Babylon. It's going to be a proxy right up close to that kind of natural jump-up point for him into the natural of Showtime, so yeah, very aggressive, very aggro from him, just setting the kind of standard here, maybe, CG.
He does set the tone now with this proxy, even if he does not end up committing very much to it. This is something that Maru does quite a bit, you know, even if he's maybe not super focused on, I guess, the most hyperactive playstyle currently, or actually he said before at TSL that it kind of depends on the day as to his form and how his arms feel, about like hyperactive he's going to be. He still does like to set the pace and open up with something like this, so there should really be no surprise to Showtime.
Yeah, no, very true, as we do drop a Cyber Core down in Showtime's base. This barrack's going to finish straight into that Reaper to start us out here, and we'll get that rallied into the natural very, very soon. Get ready to go kick off a little bit of action in the early game. Nexus drops down, and Showtime just kind of figuring out what's going on, of course, as well. That scout on the other side, just trying to figure out if it is like a nearby barracks to the main base. He will probably... It's kind of weird to see him not making a Zealot, actually, right? I feel like, get a Zealot here, you can defend the bunker a little bit, even if you kind of start it, then cancel it sometimes, but yeah, he's just not going to go for it, which means good chance of a bunker perhaps getting up as well to support this Reaper.
It's very difficult for the Protoss, right? Because they do want to optimize the build against something that's non-committal. But unless you actually find the barracks and you see exactly what's going on and you're not quite sure, I would say most of the time in the meta today, it is usually not super committal, but then there is that option of the bunker, and a Zealot would make it a very easy thing to defeat. Without the Zealot, it can be a little bit close. The Reaper already getting some work done on the probes. Adept finally pops out immediately into a Stalker afterwards, but we can see that the bunker in the natural is about 80% done. Is the Adept actually going to try and get that canceled? 3 shots to the SCV in the natural. It's going to be important, and it looks like he did actually take care of it.
Good job. You have to do that. If you don't do that, then you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. So bunker is denied, and now we're just going to continue through. A tech lab is on the way up back at home from Maru as well. So just going to get that factory all set and ready to rumble with a Cyclone. And Showtime does opt for the Stargate as his follow-up.
Which he's really been doing a lot of. I mean, the Protoss meta is kind of in a weird way right now. Like, in general, about the matchup, there's a lot of discussion, as Probe is found here. But there's also a lot of discussion about which way is currently the best, even if their overall task is kind of daunting. It's like, well, which way do we approach that task? So some of the other Protoss is very, very aggressive. Showtime, like I said, kind of sticking with his best quality, which is playing that macro defensive style, and which will often include that Stargate opener. And then he used to do it in the Twilight Council quite a bit. But I feel like in the last couple of months, it's been very much just into the Colossus.
These Reapers looking good for a Probe. They're going to get one. Micro good for two. We get there in the end. Can he find one more? Probably not too many hits necessary. This one Reaper is just going to loop back around the main. Can't really find a good way out. It is going to get caught. Goes for one final grenade to deny the tiniest bit of mining. And that is just going to be two Probes killed for the moment. Widowmine burrows up on the edge. Cyclone joins back in the center of the map as that barracks floats all the way back home. CC finishes as well, so American obviously lift that off, float that down to the natural in the next few moments, get that two-base setup underway, and we just have extra barracks behind this, so just getting ready to power into that bio mid-game, which is usually the expectation. Couple extra gates from Showtime as he just gets ready to try and hold on any sort of aggression outside of his Stargate production.
Interesting. We have, I guess, a fairly typical TVP for right now, and one in which I think that Showtime maybe didn't have the best opener that he would have hoped for. There's a world, I suppose, where he took a little less damage, but again, that bunker not getting up was kind of the most important thing about it. So we do have normal TVP.
Yeah, very normal TVP. To get yourself the double Cyclone, we'll be able to get a little bit of map control and so on. The Oracles come in, so first they have to deal with these as the Oracles just fly straight through. The Medevac's dropping the mine, so no mine defense means 4 SCVs go down. As the Cyclones get there, the Oracles are gone. Showtime defend this mine drop properly, and you've got yourself a bit of a lead off this opening. One Widowmine will unburrow and reburrow. This is the frustrating part, is we're going to want to split that probe just slightly. We'll kill off one mine, there's still the second. The Oracle's recall back home to be a defense here activates Pulsar Beam, which is a waste of energy, really, because you probably just didn't need that.
I guess not. The defense here, good enough, but Maru is actually going with 2 Cyclones across the map. But it might be a little startling for Showtime to deal with this, as we do have him going into that typical 2-base setup. It's usually where you are secure the most, even against some like abrupt attacks, especially if you have a shield battery in the natural, which of course he does.
Yep, as Robobay comes through, just going to be seeing a few more pylons coming up, and the Observer about to pop as well. We do get lock-ons to both the Oracles. The Cyclones will come through, aiming for those Oracles. The Oracles get back. The Super Battery is just going to get the heal up. And again, we're waiting on that Robobay. That's going to be the tech here from Showtime to enable them to move out, take a third base, and everything else necessary. And it's just going to be having the other units of Maru just backing away. Doesn't look like he's going to keep up the pressure for the moment. Instead, just going to reset a little bit and get going, as there is the attempted third from Showtime. We'll see again how well he can do on defending that.
Well, Maru's still almost done, and +1 on the way as we wait for the action to really heat up, as Showtime has successfully defended the early game shenanigans of Maru and is now finally getting some of his own damage done. Oracles run into the natural that is completely undefended. Not a lot of energy on those Oracles and not a lot of time given to them either. See them already evacuating, but at least it's something, as well as a pullback on that main army.
No, absolutely. Any sort of time buying is generally a good thing. You're going to find a Widowmine in the front here as well. It's just going to knock that down. Vikings, Tank, and Marines are all still producing on the side of Maru as well. It's just getting up into quite the aggressive setup as well, right? The tanks and everything. Your upgrades are finishing soon for the bio. Definitely see Maru kind of moving out in the near future, especially when you got that Raven overhead, and if you can keep it alive against the Phoenix, it can be so good against the low Colossus numbers.
Yeah, this is exactly one of the issues, I suppose, of the matchup, is that Raven that just got, well, it got buffed. I mean, it got changed, but I think we all kind of agreed that it's basically got buffed. So it is difficult, but this is exactly what the Protoss have been trying to deal with for months at this point. And again, Showtime has shown some prowess. He certainly gets good practice against some of the top Terrans, especially in Europe, so he's more than aware of the problem. If you can kill the Raven somehow, that's obviously the best case scenario, but usually not going to happen, so you do try to bait out the Matrix, and then if you can do so a fair distance away and then run back to your bases, you got a solid start to the defense.
Well, Revelation goes down. We're going to continue forward. The Cyclones can get rid of another Stasis Ward just ahead of time here, so knocking that straight out the way. in this army of Showtime still ready to come and press on forward. Maru is looking to try and just get set up. His first couple of tanks sieging. Showtime looking as though he's kind of happy to maybe fight this with the forward position he's taking. And see how it all ends up. That Raven still kind of lingering. We've got the Phoenix kind of flanking around, seeing if they can find the Raven, maybe looking for a sneaky approach, but it doesn't happen just yet. And Showtime biding his time. The longer he waits, the extent Thermal Lance is finishing for another Colossus is on the way out. He doesn't mind waiting a little longer.
Yeah, but that charge is really far away. It's a fairly quick upgrade, but now when you're already under pressure, then it takes the entire time, right? Like, it's going to be what he's waiting for and hopefully getting a different angle of attack on those tanks, but you can see that Maru's already jumping on top of him. That left side under pressure, and Showtime pulls the trigger here. Again, no charge, and well, the interference switches do go down to those Colossus, taking them out of the equation, range or no, and Maru is starting to pierce through the defense of Showtime.
Yeah, this left side, just a couple sentries went down quickly. A couple earlier force fields trying to stop that. The Colossi back in the fight now, and the Raven low on energy, low on HP as well. Going to drop the missile turrets to try and really rally this position for Maru, who is just continuing to push off these two bases. He wants to really make this position everything. Showtime just going to wait a little bit longer. Does lose a Phoenix, though. His Immortal taking some damage as well. That's probably goodbye to his Oracle also, as it's still locked onto by the Cyclone. And now Showtime kind of just, it's so difficult. How do you move down into these turrets? It's so rough to do, and you've got to get your Colossi there somehow because this left side base is under heavy pressure.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately going to be it. A Showtime breaks under the pressure, but it was a lot. I mean, it was just a tough defense. I think maybe if he started earlier, maybe got a siege up prior to Maru getting on top of the ramp leading into the common space of his natural and third, then that would have been a crucial extra 10 seconds that would have made the following engagements that little bit better, but a very difficult game for Showtime from start to finish, really. Even though it was okay in the beginning, that final blow, the finishing blow, was very difficult.
Yes, no, that's just one of those positions that gets so tough once the Terran gets set up there, and you can buy a bit of time, but then if you wait too long, it gets a little bit too powerful, as you do just have our Oracles. They did put some good work in at one point there for Showtime. It was this left side just kind of fell too quickly or too easily, and then just the Colossi could never take, part of the fight, right? So Mario is correct to focus on the left and just let the tanks defend this ramp, basically, and Showtime just taps out without losing the Colossi, because he just knows if he tries to bring them into a fight, they are as good as dead anyway.
Yeah, exactly the right scenario for the Terran, of course, which is that the tanks bombard only Colossus, basically, and then the other units of the Protoss are taken care of by the Bio. So if you could reverse the situation and the tanks are being bombarded by the Immortals and picked up by the Phoenix, and if that charge was done, getting taken down by the charge lots, then it is the ideal for the Protoss, right? But when you get into that position that quickly, that easily, I suppose, it does make it a little easier to then size up how to take the engagement for the Terran. We're already into game number 2 on Ancient Cistern. In the top right, now down a game, he is Showtime.
In the bottom left-hand corner, our blue Terran player from on side, it is Maru.
I think he's really nervous.
He's just got to set that drink, calm the nerves.
Yeah, well, he's not usually a nervous guy, that's for sure. Even in one of his, I suppose, for him, biggest failures that lost and got to beat to grand finals, I feel like we could tell that he was a little tilted. But, like a lot of other people would have watched that camera and been like, is he reacting? Like, what's going on? But just thinking back to some of the victories of Showtime versus Maru, I mean, there was one that was a best of one that was just kind of crazy. Maru sometimes does some crazy things, as the desk brought up as well. But then the other ones, I believe, were just fairly standard, just good macro play for Showtime. I know I cast them, I can't remember exactly the specifics, but that was one of Showtime's best runs, and certainly one of his best forms. We talked about that actually got to deliver to a fairly high place in a big tournament.
Yeah, it was a really good run. Top 3, right?
Yeah.
In the end.
Yep.
Yeah, only behind Maru and Cell. Can't really complain about that, as he also put the fight to both those players at certain points, so... Maybe we're in the orbital on the way up from Maru. We do have our cyber core, followed by the Nexus going down from Showtime, so everything's pretty normal. Obviously, the barracks back at home this time. We're not going to see that immediate pressure building up like we saw last game. We are going to see that factory before we expand, though, so that is going to be off the double gas. I'm just going to delay that expansion a little bit for the favor of kind of keep it on going. But tell you what, I actually noticed in here we're still on, I think all the work is on gas, right, for Maru, so... That's a little bit different, because usually you would kind of go factory, pull out a gas a little bit, and then kind of take the CC. I'm not sure. I mean, here he's got a lot of gas mines, so it's very possible he's still going to commit quite hard as this SCV sneaks around the back to build a bunker.
There was a pylon on the low ground already, however, so that did spot the SCV. A little blue might have shown up there on Showtime's vision, but I don't know if he's rallied to it. He probably should be. Then he'll be able to take care of it? Question mark. Once again, the Adept racing over to try and take care of that. You know exactly what that meant. Yep, indeed. And it's going to be a little close, but he should have it. He's good.
Yep, obviously that's nice. You don't want to have to deal with the bunker right away over there for a while. And the Reaper does hop in over here, but doesn't really find much either. So we'll just leave Stargate on the way up, and there's this Tech Lab and a Starport on the way from Maru, who's just very committed off one base at the moment.
How is that Reaper injured?
I was thinking about this. I'm not quite sure. Maybe I took an Adept shot before the Adept shaded.
Oh, probably. You're probably right.
The Adept
Jumped
was
in
like
and just,
here. Adept got one shot the second it shaded away, for example.
I'm envisioning the probe of Showtime on the other side of the map
just
actually zapping him. Like, what went wrong? No, but you're right. For Maru, he's very, very dedicated. Even though he is getting a natural expansion to go all the way up to a Starport full on 1-1-1 on one base means that he's got to do something to Showtime. Now, it could obviously be direct damage. That's absolutely the best. Hey, that's a macro mistake right there.
Yeah, that's a nasty supply block.
But I was going to say, or it could even be indirect, which is that Showtime has no idea what Maru is doing, so maybe he's not building probes or chrono boosting his economy like he should be. That confusion can also very much hurt a Protoss, but we'll see if he can get the direct damage as he finally is on his way to building them Medivac and a couple of Cyclones once again, looking to harass and certainly take map control.
Yep, absolutely. As Stalker and Adept will finish up, that Reaper will go down. And now we got our Medivac about to pop, another Cyclone on the way through. And just going to have those Marines ready to hop into Medivac. And well, maybe the Cyclones. I really thought the Cyclones might go across last game, but obviously it makes sense to leave the Cyclones defensively for the Oracles at first. So take those Marines across the map. The Oracle and the Medivac, I believe, just missed each other in terms of vision as the Oracle flies in here. The Cyclones are quick to come, so maybe that was seen, which is obviously bad for Maru's Medivac as well, but even worse for this Oracle as it already drops down dead.
I was just going to say, and then I figured it out before I had a chance to say anything. I was like, oh, why 2 Cyclones at home? You only need 1 to push away the Oracle, but obviously if you can surprise them, as most of the time that happens, the Cyclone gets a lock-on, then the Oracle can run away. But if it's 2 lock-ons, we saw what happened. So not much avoiding that, and now Maru can somewhat freely bring more units across the map. It's still a little bit dangerous. You don't know exactly what they're following up with, but, well, now you do. Maru's Marines in the main base are not going to commit, seeing as there is a recall on the way. They're basic gateway units, but they're enough against only the Medivac. Add in 2 Cyclones, and maybe something more can brew here.
Yeah, I actually kind of thought this was quite a nice little opportunity initially for Maru, because he got to unload fully without anything else being seen. And now we're just going to be seeing the replay of those Oracles going down. That's obviously a rough one, losing that Oracle there. Maru is pushing with everything towards the front. And is trying to see what we can do. Locks on again. That Oracle does go down as well, so that's now 2 Oracles dead so far.
Yeah, Showtime definitely not getting the solid games that he was hoping for. Maru shenanigans definitely tripping him up. First, you know, maybe a little bit, but then eventually a whole darn lot as more Cyclones get the lock-ons. Not going to get the kills, but considering they're still alive, helping to advance the tank, helping to advance the bunkers and the Liberators. Showtime is once again choked in here, this time on only his natural, but of course that third base is not really an issue. He's going to have to forget about that for a while.
Yeah, not really an opportunity to use this here, as you are going to be seeing our Marines just going to knock away at that warp gate, and just going to be seeing the Mortal still just kind of on the way out of this robo facility. It does have a second pylon, so losing this. Oh no, that doesn't reach! Oh man. Life as a Protoss is rough sometimes.
I know, right? That's the secret buff they actually need. It's just like 0.5 or whatever it is on a pylon radius.
Yeah.
They probably actually have pretty big ripple effects. That's a genius move. I'm going to talk to the Balance Council. And anyways, the Robo's still not done. It's, or powered again. There we go. Finally have the powering up here, but now the tank is firing away on it. Overcharge has to be used in the shield battery, but really to not much. He is going to pull the trigger. Showtime tries to bust out of this natural base. Phoenix coming in a bit. Yeah, there we go. There's the pickup on the tanks. But it's not going to be good enough as Maru does take the quick and easy 2-0.
Yeah, very convincing. First game a little bit longer, but Showtime just this early game was rough. We lost both the Oracles super early on. It's just a difficult game, man. Maru's so good at finding those moments. He knows how to pressure. He realized right there, boom, get my bunkers down, get that live to protect. And Showtime wasn't even close to breaking out, right? I think was the most important thing. Like, he just didn't have the damage output to even break down a bunker.
No, that was a very disappointing. That was, one of those like, oh, I'm not even close, unfortunately. Again, very difficult games that Maru loves to apply to his opponents, and in the past, I believe Showtime has shown a little more, I don't know, agility is the word that I want to use, because it is a very tight build that you have to defend against. There's that 1 second, then there's another 1 second, there's another 1 second, and we have seen Showtime hit all of those marks against the likes of Maru or another tricky Terran, but today it was not it for this series.
It was not it, unfortunately, as Maru does take that big win. We obviously expect him to start off 1-0 here, so it's obviously a great way for him to be. So that's obviously going to be really, really good for him. Very excited to hear what he has to say, as in just a moment we're heading down to the stage with Rachel, Maru, and all the rest.
Maru, an incredible match, very quickly done. I want to know your thoughts on Showtime as an opponent after that match. It's been a long time since you played. This is the first time in 2023.
정말 대단한 게임이었는데 오랜만에 게임을 하는데 수고 부탁드립니다.
이렇게 사우디라는 나라에 와서 대회하는 게 너무 뜻깊고 또 오랜만에 이긴 것 같아서 더 좋은 것 같습니다.
So it's been a long time since I played, and it's meaningful for me to play in Saudi Arabia.
زي ما شفنا أعزائنا المشاهدين، مارو موجود معنا في المسرح بعد فوزه في المباراة. سألناه السؤال الأول إنه من فترة طويلة أنت ما واجهت شو تايم، لكن اليوم شفناك إنك تواجهه في المسرح في السعودية، فكيف كان شعورك؟ كان يقول إنه بصراحة أنا جدا مبسوط إني أواجه شو تايم في هذا المسرح معنا في السعودية.
Maru, I couldn't help but notice all your pins. Can you tell us a little bit about the pins you're wearing?
티셔츠에 핀 꽂힌 게 한마디 말씀해 주시면 안 될까요?
네.
핀, 티셔츠에 붙인 핀이 어떤 의미인지.
제가 국내 대회 7번 우승해가지고 단 뭐 자랑스러운 배지라고 생각합니다.
Yeah, he won 7 times in Korea, so he's so proud of it.
زي ما تشوفون سألنا مرة سؤال الثاني في المقابلة، نتكلم عن وش البنز اللي هو موجودة هو لابسها يعني معنا في المسرح. سألنا انه وش رايك يعني وش شعورك انك انت لابسهم وليش اصلا انت لابسهم؟ كان الجواب يتكلم عن انه انا صراحة فزت في 7 تشامبيونشيبس معنا في كوريا في ستار كرافت، وانا فخور فيهم، فدائما اني البسهم على الشيرت.
Maru, last question. Any concerns with the players you have to face, and who are you most worried about?
다른 선수들 상대방 할 건데 어떤 선수를 제일 걱정하는지.
일단 세랄 선수가 제일 잘한다고 생각해가지고 세랄 선수가 가장 까다로울 것 같아요.
So I think it's going to be Cyril player because he's going to be the trickiest player to play with.
سألنا مرة السؤال الأخير في المقابلة، نتكلم عن مين الخصوم اللي هو خايف إنه يواجههم أكثر شيء. كان قاعد يقول إنه سيرل هو أكثر واحد أنا خايف إني أواجهه، وعلى الأغلب إنه بتكون أصعب المباريات.
Well, thank you, Maru, for your insights. We look forward to more matches from you shortly as the day continues, but we're going to send it back to the desk now to take a closer look at the ones you just played.
زي ما شفنا أعزائنا المشاهدين، هنا انتهت مقابلتنا بعد مباراة جدا سريعة ما بين مارو وشو تايم، لكن الآن نبي نرجع على طول على الاستديو نتكلم أكثر عن المباراة الثالثة وإيش صار في المباراة هذه أيضا.
Thank you very much over on the stage there. Yes, Maru looking great in his first series of the day, making it look pretty simple up against Showtime. Joining me here, I have as well as Loco.
There you go.
Sometimes I can speak. But yeah, I mean, Maru made that sentence also look brilliant. He looks great in this.
Yeah, you were wondering what sort of Maru we were going to see before we started this particular series. Well, you mentioned it, probably the straightforward one, the one that will just simply defend and then go across the map and kill you if you're not very careful. Honestly, brilliant games right there by Maru, right? I mean, he didn't really... Did he mess up once?
I don't think so. I don't think he gave himself a chance to. The battering ram TVP. This is an approach he's used recently in big LAN tournaments that are outside of Korea. People go, oh, which Maru's going to show up? Sometimes he doesn't live up to expectations, and he's like, if I just play really aggressive from the start, I don't give my opponent a chance to even play the game. And I mean, the turrets added in with that giant tank push we saw. It was just a very nice way to take the fight to Showtime. Maybe there was a slight tell in him vetoing altitude at the start that he was going to not want to play the big macro game. But these pushes are so difficult to hold I mean, Showtime loves to build that worker count up, and if you kind of do a poking and prodding, he can get ahead. But if you entrench yourself outside of his base, it's the delay on the Twilight Council that hurts Showtime. You can see Charge still wasn't done at the end of that game 1.
There's a divide and conquer moment as well with the interference matrices on Colossi, right? If they're away, then the gateway units can't complement them as well as they do. So it's just these knock-on effects that make it very hard for Showtime Loco.
Yeah, they take a while before they're really good, right? The Colossi in particular, and by the time that you're all set up to defend it, you already have all of those bunkers and missile turrets to deal with. Now here we brought a Liberator in the mix too, just to be extra annoying. So this particular game, Showtime didn't go for the Colossi, but then there's still so many bunkers. There's a Liberator up in the air. I mean, we can lift up the siege tanks, but there's just not enough units, right? So in this match, he ended up losing that Oracle as well, just as he could have targeted Mule down. It's the little mistakes. Like, you slip up against Maru, and he will come and punish you.
And I feel like in a format like this, it's good that you don't really break too much of a sweat early on. For someone like Amaru, of course, I mean, yes, he did say, yeah, okay, like, I'm a little bit concerned about a guy like Cyril, but isn't he always Pig? So it's, you know, for him, it's a decent start.
Didn't have to show any super special builds. These are ones that have been seen over the years. You normally don't bring out those 2 in a row like that. Very similar pushes, one hit a few minutes earlier. But despite that, I think he just decided against such a defensive player, you know, let's go all out. If we're going to be aggressive, we might as well go pedal to the metal. I don't think he's going to reuse those strategies against the other Protosses because they've got a very different style.
Yeah, just have those extra disruption tactics in there to kind of subvert the expectations of someone like Showtime and be able to dismantle him from there. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to go to a short break. When we return, we have more from Gamers8. We'll see you soon.
So naturally, this time the event wouldn't be complete without one of the greatest, StarCraft 2. But before the players could start packing for Riyadh, they had to qualify through the Gamers Without Borders competition, which was a fierce one. So let's take a look at what went down in April. 24 of the best IEM Katowice 23 participants answered the call, with the Korean pool being the first to crank up the heat. Almost immediately, Solar and Byun showed everyone that they meant business, as both earned a spot after just 2 wins. But the battle was not done in the lower bracket, where Dark withstood the pressure coming from Creator and Gumio to take a seat next to the Marine Prince himself, Maru, who claimed his spot after taking care of Hero.
Look at the amount of tanks available. I mean, there is a disruptor, there it goes, but he's been building up to that disruptor hit for 30 seconds and it got a whole lot of nothing. Even the second one got sniped right there.
Stage 2, however, was all about the Protoss faction, as besides the Terran known as Cure, we could witness Classic forging a path through the upper bracket. And as for the lower bracket, let's just say that both Hero and Creator were really aching for revenge.
He gets the Raven. The drop comes back to try to unload. Hero doesn't seem to have noticed that. Now he does. He's going to close in on that drop. No escape for those units. The medevac will go down.
And in time, completed the Korean lineup for Gamers8. Jumping over to the World Pool, some familiar faces showed their prowess, mainly Hero Marine and Serral, who became the first 2 players to book their tickets for Saudi Arabia. Soon, however, the young Polish talent in the form of Spirit joined them, followed closely by none other than Raynor, who qualified for G8 after a one-sided battle against the reigning world champion, Oliveira.
Raynor has already dropped creep tumors as well outside of Oliveira's base, so even if he wants to stabilize, he's going to have to use scans in a game where he doesn't have the economy to work with. The Liberator run into a Spore on the other side, so nothing really going the way of Oliveira this game.
Prodigy Clem was the first competitor to advance from Stage 2, after taking care of Lambo and also Oliveira. He was then joined by Showtime, with the latter sending Elazer to the lower bracket. That did not discourage the Polish Zerg though, as only Lambo stood in his way, and before long, Elazer too was getting ready for a trip to Riyadh.
Elazer is going to push it back pretty cleanly. You know, I think when you have a Spire in a situation, yeah, he gives 4 Gs.
And what about the last spot? Despite everything, Oliveira prevailed in the lower bracket, and the Chinese Terran could now set his eyes on yet another prize.
Yeah, and he doesn't really have enough tanks to try and initiate a base trade. They're barely enough to try and hold on to this ramp as Oliveira pushes through with the upgrade lead. A good split at the end as well, and Oliveira really dominating the end of that game.
And there you have it. 8 of the best Koreans and 8 of the best world representatives will now fight for fame, glory, and a $500,000 prize pool. So, it looks like summer in Riyadh is going to get even hotter.
Well, I don't know if it's possible to get hotter than it is currently in Riyadh. It feels like the surface of the sun, but we are ready for hot games and hot action here for StarCraft 2. Welcome back to the desk. We have got ourselves our next matchup on the way. Joining me, ZG and Wardy, to talk about this one. You've just come off the cast. Good stuff, Wardy. That absolute banger over TVP. It was over very quickly. I'm not going to mean
The good thing for me, you know, is that I at least got cast the series before as well.
Yeah,
so,
true.
You know, that was a banger. That was a good CVP. PVT, maybe not so much, but hey, some games going to be like that. The thing is, it's only going to get more competitive the further down the bracket we go.
Yeah, definitely. You get the winners against the winners, losers against the losers, etc. Blah, 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 blah. That's how it goes. But let's talk about our next matchup on the way. It's going to be Clem going up against Dark here in what was the match to watch at the start of the day. As we see the guys getting ready and good to go into this matchup now. ZG, I'm going to say the same thing I said on the previous desk, actually. In a vacuum, I think a lot of people would look at Dark versus Clem and think, wow, Dark's accomplished so much, he's awesome and stuff like that. But actually, Clem is really good against Dark in recent memory.
Well, yeah, no, recently. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That is absolutely true. Because for a while, Dark's style, I think, really did interrupt Clem when he was at his strongest.
Yes,
But you know that Clem is really, really very strong when it comes to that early mid-game, the first Marines out in the map being the super fast multitasker that he is. And then Dark would play Roaches, and then you couldn't really do the same thing against that. But then some point, you know, Clem continues to improve, and apparently in his TVZ, or his Terran versus Korean Zerg specifically, and in the last, like, what it was, like 7 matches, Clem's actually won, so it really has changed from what I felt like was previously a story of kind of like the old versus the young.
Yeah.
You know, Dark said the same thing. I'm not being rude.
True.
Where the old, the wise, the counter play really worked out, and now it's just Clem once again being a bit of that show-off Terran that he is. You know, excellent multitasking, excellent reads on the situation, and then just delivering a great game to finish it all up.
Yeah, Wardy, your thoughts coming into this one?
I mean, what a fun series, right? For round 1 as well, these are both players that I think a lot of people would just say, yeah, they're playoff players, right? In this event especially. But they have to play each other round 1. It's going to be tough. Whoever kind of drops down here is probably very favored to win the next match, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just going to be a lot of fun. I think every time that these two play, it's explosive. Clem's micro is always really fun. Dark plays super heavy counterattacks. It was kind of interesting because originally Dark, like you were saying, you know, he was the player to figure out Clem. He was the player to say, hey, look, this is how I stop you. Like, I can actually keep up with you. I can actually play toe-to-toe, and I can make you play my game. And then Clem's kind of dragged it back again, you know? So, super interesting. I wouldn't really like to pick a favorite. Like, I know Clem's on the hot streak, But it's Dark, and when Dark comes to big events, he's prepared well, you know he's going to bring his absolute best, and he can throw out anything at you as well.
Sometimes it looks scrappy. We're not going to mince words on that one, but he does still win the games.
Yeah, we're actually coming in here with a bit of a narrative, aren't we? Which is that Dark tends to improve his results and his play, or, you know, results maybe is the better word. His results when it comes to offline tournaments. We always expect him to be a beast, and then Clem is, as always, the story of can he actually perform in offline events. So all of the 7 win streak that he's on are all online. So this is going to be the actual test.
I think it's a lot of weekly cups and things like that, right? So yeah, that is a little bit different technically here when it comes to a stage like this, but we'll see who's going to be able to prevail. Wardy, any final thoughts before we move to the desk, to the stage?
Just hope for a really good series. I hope this isn't going to be like a roach rush into like a, you know what I mean, like one of those quick TVZs. I hope we get that 20-minute long back and forth real duel. You know, it's not often we get to see these two guys go up against each other offline. For me, especially, that's very exciting.
There's a good opportunity here. All right, let's do it as we have Clem and Dark clashing head-to-head in a best of 3.
Not since I am Katowice have we seen these players play on LAN, and I think they've got a lot to decide here, Fancy.
المباراة هذه بتكون جدا مميزة أعزائنا المشاهدين، لأنه في التاريخ اللي بينهم جدا عريق. شاهدنا كلم ودارك يتواجهون مرة كثير في الأسابيع الأخيرة في الأونلاين تورنمنتس، لكن اليوم بيكون في اللان في الوضع مرة بيختلف عن كل مرة فيها.
This next one promises to be a beautiful showcase, and I cannot wait to meet these players.
زي ما انتم شايفين حتى المحللين قبل شوي يتكلمون، ما حد بيقدر يعرف مين بيكون الفائز. كلم ودارك اثنينهم عندهم قدرة انهم يفوزون المباراة هذه، خصوصا انه في الهيستوري حقهم في الايام كاتوفيتسا قدر انه يفوز دارك وقت ما انه كان الوقت يعني يكون من صالحه، لكن دائما في الاونلاين تورنمنت كلم يكون عنده الادفانتج.
Yeah, as Ades said and as Fancy said, a 7-win streak.
That.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
amazing.
Totally. We've been hanging out a while. I can understand you pretty well. A 7-win streak there for Clan Online, but Dark had the victory in LAN at I Am Katowice, so could be the final decider match here.
Nobody's gonna know how this match is gonna go. أعزائنا المشاهدين، جاء الوقت فيه إننا نقدم فيه اللاعبين، فخلونا على طول نرحب فيهم على المسرح.
All right, let's bring out our first player for the match. Team Liquid's Clem. The winner of DreamHack StarCraft 2 Masters Atlanta, Europe, and a runner-up at the ESL SC2 Masters Summer. Let's see if he can take home the trophy, starting with a win here now.
من أكثر المرشحين في الفوز في البطولة من تيم ليكويد كلم، عارفين وش الإنجازاته في الفترة الأخيرة، دائما يكون من التوب 3 بلايرز في كل البطولات اللي صارت في أوروبا، ويعتبر من الناس اللي قدروا أنهم يكتسحون عالم ستار كرافت من الويسترن وولد. زي ما احنا عارفين كوريا دائما يكون عندهم الادفانتج، لكن هم من الأشخاص اللي غيروا مجرى السين بالكامل على مستوى العالم. لكن خصمه جاهز، خصمه كلنا نعرف مين يكون، خلونا نرحب فيه. من فريق DKZ Gaming دارك. دارك في الفترة الأخيرة واجه كلم مرات جدا كثيرة، وفي كل مرة كانت أونلاين تورنمنت، وفي كل مرة كلم هو اللي يفوز، لكن وقت ما كان الموضوع يحسب، وقت ما كان الموضوع الستيكس جدا عالية، دائما دارك هو اللي يكون الأفضل، خصوصا في الأيام كاتوفيتسا اللي صارت في السنة هذه، فاليوم الجاي يكرر لنا الكرة من جديد، خصوصا إنه في لان تورنمنت ما احنا في أونلاين.
The winner of many tournaments, DreamHack Valencia and others, and a fearsome player, a scary Zerg. Let's see how Clem will hold up against Dark.
دائما يكون عنده فرصة دارك انه يفوز على كلم، خصوصا ان الاستراتيجيات حقتهم دائما يكون عاكسين بعض وبينهم هيستوري مرة عريق، فخلونا نشوف من اللي يقدر يفوز في المباراة هذه، وراح فيهم على طول يسلمون على بعض.
All right, gentlemen, come to the center of the stage and shake hands.
بالتوفيق لهم في كل المباراة هذه أعزائنا المشاهدين. تونا في بدايات البطولة، تونا في السويس جروب ستيج، وباقي عندنا مباريات جدا كثيرة نبي نشهدهم، واحتمال نشهد المباراة هذه مرة ثانية، فخلونا على طول نروح للمعلقين نتكلم عن المباراة أكثر.
Let's send it to the casters to get this highly anticipated match underway.
All right. We've got Team Liquid versus Dragon Kaizi Gaming. There is so much excitement behind young Clem and the experience that he's built up recently. But he's got that test in front of him. The Zerg player that initially ended his kind of win streak of dominance a couple of years ago. Do you think here on the big stage the nerves are going to get to him?
Yeah, that's always the question, right? So both Clem and Dark are absolutely amazing, but generally, Dark, he strikes me as the more confident player. He strikes me as the man who feels comfortable in these sort of scenarios, playing on a big stage. He won a World Championships back in the day as well. That being said, though, the last 7 times, so I had to double check this, but the last 7 times they faced this year so far, Clem has won every single time.
It is insane. That is such a big turnaround because you got to think about how dominant Dark was against him for so long. To turn it around and win a series was great, but then to win 7 in a row?
That's insane.
That's wild. It really is. I mean, it used to be a story of Clem liked to attack. He liked to be aggressive, and Dark would get in there with backstabs him. You know, Ling run-bys, always catching him off guard. He'd wait for Clem to move across the map, and then he'd just rip his feet out from underneath him. But Clem recently, he's been able to play very safe versus Dark. He'll often open, you know, no third command center early on, just quick banshees to be safe, very methodical play. And it's simply hard for Dark to keep up to him. You know, once you get to the mid game, as it goes to the late game, it feels like Clem is an onslaught of just drops on every side.
Yeah, Dark has been talking about that a little bit so far in this tournament with the interviews. Now, you never really know exactly how serious you have to take the man, but he was talking about the fact that he's getting a little bit too old to keep up with some of these younger pro gamers, and I think he was aiming that at Mr. Clem, of course, because Clem and both Raynor are, well, they're probably the fastest pro gamers that we have in StarCraft 2 overall. They are so incredibly quick. If you ever have the chance to see them play at an offline tournament, like their left hand on the keyboard, it is on another level, even if you compare it to the guys that, you know, we've been watching for many, many years, like, for example, Dark. That being said, though, Dark, of course, a fantastic multitasker. Recently, he made it to the GSL Code as Grand Finals, and that was like a week ago? Maybe not even?
Yeah, that was just last week.
He's in form.
He's definitely in form. He's never not in form. He is a multiple-time world champion. He is a massive monster, a GSL champion, and of course, a very powerful Zerg. In the bottom right side of the map, representing Dragon Kaizi Gaming, this is Dark.
And his opponent here in the top left-hand corner of Neo Humanity for Team Liquid, it's Clem. Alrighty, Clem versus Dark. I mean, this could easily be a top 8 game, a top 4 game, maybe even a Grand Finals. Both of these players are ridiculously good. Clem in general always seems to be a player who's amazing, especially in offline tournaments, right? When you're playing from the comfort of your own home and you can play that very fast game, you can focus on the multitasking. That's usually where Clem seems to, really be at his absolute best right now. Can he actually stay as strong at this particular tournament as well when he's playing on such a massive stage?
It's difficult, isn't it, Loco? Because when you're playing against guys like Dark, they don't let you get in your comfort zone. I think, you know, when he's playing online, yes, he's got the comfort of his own home, his own setup, but I also think sometimes players make the mistake of just giving him any freedom at all in the game. And Clem, when he starts attacking you, I mean, if he chooses where and when the fights happen, I often feel like it's a losing battle. There's just no way to come back from there. So definitely it's about taking momentum away from him, surprising him, tricking him. You have to beat him in the strategy game if you want to take him down.
Okay, we're going to be taking the base over here on the left side. Now, this is something that Dark's been doing over the last few weeks where he's trying to trick his opponent just a little bit, right? So this is something that Clem will have to scout here eventually. If he doesn't, I mean, he may make the assumption he's playing against a 2-base Zerg. That would be really, really funky. Normally, we see the 3rd base taken for the Zerg in the triangle location, mostly because those mineral fields over there, Clem is going to see if they're mined out. They need to be mined out if he wants to send the Queens and the Zerglings over there eventually. Clem should scout this with the Reaper here in just a moment, but this is still a bit of a curveball right here for Dark, right? This is not something that Clem plays against all the time.
I love it. The gasless opening is so economic. If he can just kind of defend the Reaper, drone up these 3 hatcheries, Dark is looking to take that economic lead. And because he knows Clem doesn't often poke into the main with the Reaper, he might not even realize what he's up against.
He should scout the triangle 3rd here in just a moment. Okay, he gets 1 Zergling here in the end. And with okay, he does indeed see that there's no 3rd base taken here just yet. And he is immediately sending that Reaper, it seems. No? Okay, I thought he was going to send it straight towards the left. He is going, by the way, for a triple CC start. That's interesting. There's a second barracks on the back of this too.
Yeah, looks like he's going to go for the double drop with the Marines, kind of bypassing the Hellion stage of the game and
no
just going
benchies, I guess.
Straight on fourth. Yeah, I was saying 2 command center playing really safe, and I think that was his mindset for quite a while, but it seems like Clem is so confident after winning 7 series in a row. He's willing to play a greedier style, and that gets him straight into the game that he knows and loves. Of course, Dark, with this greedy opening of his own, is going to be able to contest it. Both players bypassing the early stages. Interestingly, Dark still hasn't taken Gas Loco. He's going to be having super late link speed. He's going to be really happy there's no Hellions diving in this game.
Yeah, generally you will finish up link speed early on, right? And this is going to be one of those scenarios where he will need to take gas very soon. Otherwise, he will be fighting that Marine-based attack that will be coming. I mean, it's going to be a pretty late Marine-based push, but it will be coming eventually. He's going to be fighting it with slow Zerglings at this rate.
Yeah, okay, I guess it's got to be slow Roaches at this point.
It has to be, right?
If you delay the gas this long, because exactly the arguments you just pointed out, you are not going to be fighting Stim Marines with slow Zerglings and be a very happy player. So expect 3 or 4 gases and a Roach Warren to drop any moment now for Dark. He does start a lot of Overlords, so he has a little supply blocked there. But you know what? Building those gases and the Roach Warren does chew up drones, frees up supply. Clem's Reaper, so annoying. Already getting a couple of Zerglings and a Creep Tumor. And indeed, there we go. The double gas transition does begin. Still no Roach Warren Loco. Yeah. He's getting really, really greedy on this. Like, Dark is taking greed, and he's saying, I'll have 6 extra orders of greed after that, and I just hope I don't get punished.
Yeah, I actually think Clem is also playing a very greedy build, though, because this is one of those pushes that can dive pretty easily to Roach-based aggression, and that is something that Dark has done many times before. Now Clem is going to get confirmation. I mean, at the very least, you should figure out roughly what he's playing against. The Roach Warren, indeed, is coming up here eventually, but if this would have been a really sharp, just like a Marine-based attack, right? It could be right here, right about, well, 5 to maybe 15 seconds from now, depending on Clem's execution. He would have nothing.
He's very good at anticipating his opponent's build. Sometimes I almost look at Dark's vision and go, how does he know what's happening? He hasn't scouted anything, but he's got that star sense, that ability to intuit what his opponent's planning in the game. And now he's got the Roach Horn finish. He needs to start pumping those Roaches because those Marines are coming across the map. Medivacs will boost forwards and meet them on the front. Dark needs to hold that Roach key down. He's already at 62 drones going Lair. Double Evo. He does start 8 Roaches. If he can deflect this attack, then it will be a fantastically smooth opening for Dark. But he's got to get a move on with those Roaches.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he doesn't, right? Because this is one of the most normal attacks. I mean, it's one of the latest attacks he can anticipate. He's got a lot of Queens, a lot of energy saved up as well. But you brought up the drone count, man. If Dark gets away with this, his mid game is gonna be booming because he's already got so much income. There's still 1-1 fired up. Keep in mind, he still doesn't have link speed, so I don't think he's gonna be getting it anymore at this point either. This was basically just Dark going straight to like 55 drones before he really made anything else.
Yep, he's up on 3 bases, absolutely flooded with work as 1-1's on the way. Roach speed does need to be remembered. There we go, starts up. He's gonna go for that rich gas 4th base. Now we know Dark likes to go straight Lurker from here. Good chance of him trying to do the old Roach Hydra Lurker Viper transition. The other way you can do it is you can go sideways into Zergling speed, melee upgrades after +1 range, try to swap back into a more traditional game at Hive Tech.
Or maybe just mass Roach Ravager from here. I wouldn't even mind that. Just hold down the Roach push and attack as soon as all 3 of those upgrades on the production tab finish up.
I love that style. I mean, I think it's not used enough. Do you think if he's brave enough to do it, I'd love to see it. I mean, Clem's got a lot of Marines on the other side of the map. He's looking for more pressure. He wants to snipe that 4th base if he can. Siege tanks are building behind it. Clem is aware of the dangers in this game. He's going to see if he can get some pickups.
Okay, well, he's still definitely in a good position, though, Clem, that is. He hasn't really done any damage, but he's also not really in any trouble here. His economy is still big, he's got solid upgrades coming as well, and he's now jumping on top of this army that is certainly not big enough. Finally, the additional Roaches show up, but without any of those speed upgrades, it just takes... Oh, sorry, Jimmy. Jimmy, no, don't do it. Jimmy!
Oh, ow, ow.
Okay, it's okay, it's okay, he runs. He's fine, don't worry about it.
All right, we're going to try and keep track of Jimmy for later in the game.
He's going to stand at the watchtower, I think.
We'll check up on him. He's going to get back to the medevacs. He'll get some healing. Second factory is on the way. Mass Roach still coming out. It's just 71 drone Mass Roach. It feels like with what Dark's committed to, he's going to have to commit to a massive attack. But if Clem's tanks are in a safe enough position, he'll be able to survive. He's got pretty good positioning, but he's got to be wary. There's a lot of Marines on the right side of the map. If Dark can shove right now, I think he's got a kill timing. Clem, though, very cleverly attacking the right side. He's kind of luring Dark away, trying to keep him occupied. If Clem can buy another 30 or 40 seconds, I think he's out of the woods. All of his upgrades are finishing. His tanks are getting set up. He just needs a few more seconds.
Yeah, you were talking about it, right? So Dark probably could step sideways into Lings, he could step sideways into a big attack, he could go into a Hive, but he's doing really none of that. I mean, he's going for a push right now, but I feel like this is a little late. That said, though, he is maxed out, and he does have a massive amounts of Roaches and Ravagers. Siege tanks need to be sieged up.
Yeah, Clem does intercept him far out of range of the tanks. One Siege tank gets biled on the left side. Nice angling for Dark, but he's taking massive damage to the Marines and the Siege tanks. Biles another Siege tank up the guts. The Marines come around, though. You can't afford to lose those Ravagers. He's got to get out of here. Clem's on top of him, though. Clem sees those exposed Ravagers. He wants to take him down.
Yeah, he may not have the supply, but he's got the correct units. In the meantime, a couple of Siege tanks are falling close to the natural expansion. Dark, by the way, just holding down the R button here. He's flooding the map with more Roaches.
Oh, Clem got overeager chasing that, losing those tanks. They were the anchor that were keeping him alive. Now he's just got overly stimmed bio. SCV's being pulled to the front line a little bit too late here. The 1-1 Roach Rally might just be able to do it. Dark here with the greediest opening we've seen in a while. Snipes the 4th command center, and he is overrunning Clem's position.
Yeah, as soon as the SCVs start falling, which has already sort of happened, there we see the pool. This is going to be very difficult for Clem to sustain. He needs to pull those units back immediately, but he's losing so much army. He needs those SCVs to tank a little bit. Don't lose that Siege tank, please! We do pick it up, and we do boost it away, but it might just be a little too late.
I like the tanks on the high ground, but the one in the natural gets taken out. The Roaches and Ravagers are just overwhelming right now, trying to make the Ling speed transition. Behind this is Dark. He's got 70 workers. He's already done great damage. I'm amazed that Clem is still hanging on as well as he is. I think any other Terran would have fallen down, but the way he keeps dodging the Biles, pulling out, trying to lure the Roaches into range of that Siege tank on the high ground. The problem is that command center is very exposed. 1 or 2 more volleys, a few Biles, that thing could fall.
This is one of the absolute oldest Zerg timing attacks in the book, but he decided to play it off of a very strange and uncommon early game. The 1-1 Roach speed, I think it's the build we saw back in 2010, right? Maybe we didn't have Ravagers back then, maybe the build is slightly different, but this is definitely not something that Clem doesn't have experience against. It's just that this is pivoted from a very different opener. And right now, Dark just has way too many units. He's starting to, well, finally break through this army here of the Terran player, and I don't really see a way out. GG is called, and Dark gets a win in game number 1. What a game. So he skipped the gases until like what, 55 drones?
Yeah, something. It was past 4 minutes. It was if you take gas at 3 minutes, it's considered late. Dark says past 4 minutes, so let's go. And you know what? I think it's a great way to play against Clem. He realized that Clem's been getting comfortable against him, kind of just saying, oh, Reaper will just look to deny creep, will be really casual. And he realized if he could just drone up, then he will be looking good. It's a little bit worrying, this visual. I'm not sure if his eyes are hurting him, if he's got something stuck in those eyes. Does seem to be wincing a little bit, but
that would not be great.
What a nice opening. And I like the decisiveness of the push. I actually thought it was a bit sloppy, the way he was split up. But notice how Clem's
these balls in the middle are awesome.
His bio always stimmed towards the Roach Ravager, and it left the tanks on the left exposed. Then he chased to the left, left the tanks on the right exposed, and the bio got overstimmed. And I think at the end of the day, all you need to do is not lose your tanks and your bio.
Yeah.
And the thing is, traditionally, the kind of theory is pull your SCVs early, because they don't do damage, but they're very good at getting in the way and slowing the Roaches down. By the time he realized he was in big trouble and he pulled those SCVs, it was much later.
Hey, you are definitely right, though. Dark trying to get something out of his eyes, it seems. That does not help him in these games where you do definitely have to be able to pay attention to your monitor. Maybe it's just the air that's a little bit different over here in Riyadh, because it's very dry around here. Very hot.
If you're not used to it, you need some eye drops. You know, I've been having to hit the chapstick quite hard because my lips are not handling it too well. That also comes with flying, you know, across the world to get here from Australia and a lot of air conditioning and that sort of thing. But
I wonder if Clem didn't quite realize what exactly it was he was playing against, because he knew it was a Roach Ravager-based army and he saw the early game, but he may have not realized exactly how greedy Dark actually was, because he sniped the tumor here, he got like a couple of Zerglings maybe, but he didn't really scout the main base that deep.
Yeah, I mean, the Reaper rotating through may have told him, but it's always hard to say. This man is a bit of an enigma, hard to read, unpredictable. Even when you're in the caster's chair, you see the whole map. It's hard to predict what he's going to do next. In the top left now, we've got Dark.
And his opponent here, down in the bottom right, it's Clem. Interesting how Dark decides to not veto both Gresvan as well as Neo-Humanity. I feel like most Zerg players aren't really a big fan of playing those two maps at this point in time. I mean, I know the vetoes always change, but these seem to be the two maps where we see a lot of split map scenarios, or at least, you know, comparatively many.
Yeah, Reyna's vetoes for sure. I think Reyna likes playing these maps. He doesn't like them.
He has that one game against Soul, I believe, where there's a Spirit. It's just insane.
Where Spirit stole his spirit and stole his soul a little bit, I think. No. I mean, you get stuck in those late games on these maps. It gets rough. I think Dark just has faith that he won't get stuck in the late game. He's like, yeah.
His late game is also phenomenal.
It is very, very good, and he showed some of that. You know, Maru a bit too much for him in the GSL finals recently, but still very interesting. And oh my, 3-Rax Reaper for Clem. Now, the low ground 2-Rax Reaper has been gaining popularity. The 3-Rax Reaper is incredibly committed. And normally not Clem's forte. I mean, we used to criticize Clem for not doing enough aggressive openings, proxies, and crazy attacks. This is a very committed one. We know we can trust Beyond to always do very well with this attack, but can Clem live up to those standards? Because Dark plays against Beyond doing this like 5 times a week in tournaments. Like, they're always playing weekly cups, small tournaments, practice runs, all sorts of different matches. Dark plays against this all day, every day, so he's going to be perfect at defending it.
Yeah, this particular variation with the 3rd barracks has kind of fallen out of favor a little bit over the last few months, it seems. I mean, we saw it quite a bit like 2 months ago. These days, it seems to be mostly the double Rex start. But you're definitely right. Dark knows what to do against this. It usually seems to involve link floods, so he just goes for a mass amount of links. But it all comes down to the micro against those Reapers. Clem has got some of the very best micro in the world, and Dark is going to have to figure it out. He did decide, by the way, to go for a 3rd hatchery. Some Zerg players against triple Rex starts like to delay that, at least for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, it's a free snipe if the Reapers choose to go for it, but that is a big if. Right now, they want damage. A drone goes down, a Zergling goes down, and the Reaper's doing very well. Keep in mind, Dark sent his Overlord through, so he saw no command center. He knows it's 3-Rax Reaper well ahead of time. He knows exactly what he's up against. He has not started Zergling speed. He's trying to just build Queens, slow Zerglings right now.
He needs it. He needs it really quickly, because unless Clem is going to give him Reapers here for free, he's not going to be able to get the wraparound.
Definitely not. Slow Zerglings are basically just to push the Reapers off creep, but they never kill the Reapers. They'll never catch them.
Okay, one of them running very low, apparently just, dancing on the edge of creep for a little bit too, and Dark does finish it up, but it may come at the cost of one of those queens. At the very least, a lot of energy is wasted. Nice dancing here by both of these players, though. But the queen on the left. Okay, it isn't going to end up going down.
A second Reaper went down already, though, so 1 queen for 2 Reapers is not bad for Dark. Clem dancing there with him. I mean, Dark was complaining about the youth, but let's not diddle-daddle. I mean, Dark is one of the best micro players in the world. He is so good in these situations, and these Reapers, notice he's always targeting the damaged Reapers whenever he can to try and get rid of them. Another one gets very low. Clem losing yet another Reaper.
Yeah, I think he must have lost like 4, maybe even 5 at this point, which is starting to be very, very costly. He did get a queen. Maybe if he had a second queen kill, this would be justified, but this is not quite the amount of damage here that Clem was hoping for. Now link speed is on the horizon, right? And that makes the defense here so much easier. One problem, or quote-unquote problem, with this particular opener is that it can only really lead towards that marine-based mid-game, so there's really not a whole lot of guessing here for Dark. He knows that once he shuts this down, until Stimpak is finished, he doesn't really have to worry about much of anything, so he can just drone up if he wants to.
That's why I love Gumiho's one from the finals back in Sweden, where he went 2-Rax Proxy Reaper into Battlecruiser.
Oh, Battlecruiser is what it was, yeah.
PC fall-off. It was like the sickest. It was so cool, man. Oh, the Reaper's backing away. They've got to jump down to the low ground. The Lings and the Queens do rotate here. Dark, he hasn't been able to drone much, so having even workers with Terran doesn't feel great. But he's got map dominance. He's got so many Zerglings. These Reapers have got to be careful. Good positioning.
Yeah, this is really lovely, though, here by Clem, making the best of it. Oh, even moving one of those Zerglings right there to the back, trying to get the high ground advantage, and he is getting a lot of value out of this relatively small army. His next attack is going to be when Stimpak and Medivacs are out, so you can see that on the production tab right there. Until that time comes, though, which is still about, well, maybe 45 seconds away, Dark gets to do whatever he pleases.
Yeah, the reaction there to losing that Reaper, that definitely something, you know, Clem wasn't wanting that. He was pushing for the damage, didn't find as much as he wanted. This is going to be Roach Tech yet again for Dark. We saw Dark try to play some Ling Bane versus Maru, often trying to sneak into Mutalisks in his recent GSL finals. Really cool ideas that he had, and Maru kept just taking him out with sharp timing attacks. And Dark basically said, well, okay, when I'm in trouble, I have faith in one unit. Above all else, I am the Roach boy. I am the king of the Roaches. And he loves it. He's so good at this style when everyone else, they all said Roaches are bad. They're terrible in the matchup. He was the one Zerg that kept playing it. And he's pretty much unkillable. When he gets a good pack of Roaches on the map, he's going to force you to the late game.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing about the Roach, right? Is the I don't want to die to anything silly unit.
Yeah.
And I mean, he can use it aggressively, as we saw in game number 1 on Neo Humanity. I don't think that's the flavor of Roach we're gonna get here. That being said, though, Clem has arrived right now. The Queens do have some energy saved up. He's mostly just trying to buy time for those Roaches to come up.
Yeah, without the Roaches, Dark's actually really weak right now.
Yeah.
Similar army supply, Queens are good, but that's a lot of Stim Marines with Medivacs. Reaper's there to grenade bounce as well. Roach is coming out now, though, and I think that's a wise pullback for Clem. No need to overextend there. If you lose these Marines, you're in big trouble. Your third command center is very late. What you got to do here as Clem is keep exerting pressure. You've got the ability to split your Reapers off on one pack. They can threaten the main. The Marines can rotate around the south and clear up the creep. But on the other side, it looks like Dark is going back to a very similar strategy from game 1. Just 1-1 Roach. He doesn't have a 4th base started, which means he's kind of forced to mass Roach Ravager here.
Yeah, lately he's been transitioning towards a lot of Lurkers very quickly from here, but this might just be another one of those games where he's looking at this match and he's like, you know what, Clem hasn't really done any damage. I can just go for the most basic of basic Zerg timing attacks, the 1-1 Roach speed. It's once again coming up right here on the horizon. Has Clem done enough damage to be able to survive against this Zerg attack? Because it is gonna hit like an absolute sledgehammer, right? Like this is it's gonna be a difficult one to hold. I mean, it should hit right around the time that the 3rd command center is secured on the low ground. So that one's gonna be flying down very soon. If Dark hits right after that, he should be in an amazing spot.
Clem getting a bit too fancy, does lose a Reaper there, trying to take on a pack of Roaches, which is very brave. The Reaper's usually not very good against them. Does lose a Marine for a Roach there. Good trade for Clem. So back on Clem's side, right? The trick is you can't build depots at your 3rd. You can't build your 2nd factory. You have to be ready to abandon the 3rd, which means don't move your tanks out. Put them back. Put it back on the cliff. Basically, if you get caught out here, you cannot lose these tanks. So you've got to be centered in this one position. The moment the Roaches come in, you have to pull the SCVs in front to tank before you lose your firepower, and you've got to try to stim forward and meet the Ravagers before they can buy all the tanks. They drop the biles on the tanks, it's basically lights out.
Exactly, and it seems like Clem does know what he's playing against right now, or at least he's got a good feeling about this particular match. The question is, though, does he have the unit count, right? So you may have all the strategies, you may have all the knowledge, but you also need the correct amount of units. And at Dark at this point, I mean, 121 army supply versus 75. Siege tanks are very efficient. Please, please re-siege those.
Oh, he's got to re-siege those right now.
Okay.
He's putting him in a more defensive position. I do like that, but I want to see the bios spread. Clem has a problem where he stims in a ball, and that exposes one flank wherever he stims. If he stims more north, he might be exposed on the left. Great positioning, though, for Clem, actually. That semi-wall on the left, keeping him safe. So far, so good, but he can't stray too far away from the siege tanks. He's got to pull back to the tank position.
Yeah, that's absolutely critical. He keeps these siege tanks alive, and so far he's doing that brilliantly. He does lose a bunch of SCVs, but it's not like the Dark economy is massive. He does decide to start chasing his army, much like we saw in Neo Humanity. This time around, though, Dark's actually droning behind this. So he did fire up 2-2. He does not close the distance to those siege tanks, so Clem does manage to hold this.
Absolutely zero fear for Clem. What a crazy move.
Yeah.
Moving out and letting his tanks get exposed is what cost him the last game. This game he says, no, I feel so confident here. I think I can do it. And he catches all the Ravagers.
That is a lot of units going down right there on the side of the Zerg, who just fired up a round of drones for this newly acquired 4th base. And you know what? Clem says, nice 4th base you got here. Be a shame if something were to happen to it. And he does end up shutting it down. What a risky engagement right there by our French player, but in the end, it looks brilliant.
You usually don't have time to go home and repair Medivacs because Terran vs. Zerg is so much about momentum. In this game, I'm totally behind it. 2 red hit point Medivacs, a lot of very damaged bio. I don't want to see Clem moving on to creep just yet. I'd like to see him heal up and back off because just 1 or 2 good queen hits, few biles, and those units will go down. It's going to be forced back, as we can see there. But, impressive hold for Clem, all things considered.
No, he's in a good spot now.
Yeah. The problem is, good spot, and Dark likes to turn that upside down. He's very good at flipping, right? He just reversals the position. He's going for his famous upgrade, Tunneling Claws. Dark and Bly, the 2 Zergs in the world, still going for that upgrade pretty much every other game, and he's so good at sneaking him in. I don't think there's many missile turrets out. One of them is building right now, and that might spot the Roaches coming in.
Yeah, actually absolutely critical here. If you don't have detection, suddenly those Roaches can be incredibly annoying, but Clem still keeping his head cool. Those are the small structures that you can very easily forget about. I mean, if this was Muta play, of course he'd have missile turrets, but in a game as chaotic as this one, that is the type of stuff you tend to forget. Pathogen Glance also coming up. I feel like that is another standard these days for Dark. Not a lot of Zerg players like to get that upgrade at this point in the game, but lately, Dark's been going upwards of like, I've seen games where he goes literally like 20-something infestors at any given moment. It's insane. If he can get there, he gets a lot of value out of it. It slows the game down a lot, though. And I don't know if he quite wants to do that here.
It's going to be hard. He is trying to drag it out. I think definitely we're going to see Lurk attack at Hive. We are going to see Dark just trying to hang on. And when behind Infestors, Pathogen Glands, Fungal, that's the way he does it. Roaches tunneling in, as you can see in the bottom right of the picture. The turret catches them. And nothing goes down for Clem, while also getting a few drones on the backstab. Clem has 100% control over this game, and Dark is basically just saying, please, Infestors, hurry up. I need your fungal growth. I need something to slow Clem down and make him afraid to keep shoving in, because these drops are picking away.
Oh. We're playing basketball now, apparently. Trying to catch the units with
That's a half-court
miles.
shot, man. That's like a three-quarter shot. If you get that from there, that's $1 million.
Imagine if he would have gotten the 2 medevacts though filled with units. That would have been a moral boost right there. Anyways, the Planetary Fortress at this point is set up in the middle base right here on Gressfin. I was almost going to say Neo-Humanity. That's not entirely correct. Roaches and Ravages once again coming from the side, but this is definitely not a fight that our Zerg player can take. Dark decides to jump on top of it. The fungal growth coming off of the left side. Anyways, we've got that Ghost transition coming up, right? Clem will be happy to trade out a couple of those units and replace them with better ones.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here for Dark. He got a good engagement, but he's got to stop those tanks getting in even any deeper into his territory. He's looking to catch Clem on the move. If he can catch him on siege, this will be good. Fungal does land on a tank and a few medevacs. 2 tanks go down. Very nice play there for Dark. He reclaims the cliff in the middle of the map. There is a drop on the north he's got to watch out for. Dark is trying to get to Lurkers and Vipers. The problem for him is Clem is already going up to 5 bases, up to 6 bases, massing ghosts. Ghosts and tanks counter this style of army, but Dark is going to try it anyway, and we know that even when he's behind, I mean, he can make 20 Lurkers. He'll dive in, get down on your production, shut down all of your bases, and turn a game around. Clem is still in the lead, but Dark is as ever dangerous.
Yeah, one cheeky little move that we see Terran players lose to all the time at this point in the game is a Nidus in the main base with like 10 or so Lurkers in there. Incredibly difficult for Terran players to clean that up. I'm sure that Clem has got a lot of experience against that, so he knows to shut it down, but there are still definitely ways to get back. And another one, of course, would be Neural Parasite on these Infestors. One move that's become popular over the last year is to Neural Parasite one of the ghosts, and then to, well, use EMP, which is a ghost skill, on the other ghosts as well to shut them down. And suddenly, that will make pushing forward a whole lot easier. Right now, though, he's only got Fungal Growth, but he hits a massive one. There's still that Infestor on the top right-hand corner of your screen as well.
The army is much more dense for Clem, much more firepower. Those Fungals are good, but he doesn't have a lot of meat to back it up. Without Lurkers here, it's not like, hey, that we... Oh, my lord! Another massive Fungal, but he's not able to connect the Biles. He doesn't have the units to finish, so he's wounding Clem. He's slowing him down.
Fungals.
He's not able to finish it off. Blinding Cloud lands, but only on one of the tanks. There we go.
Oh, here's that Infestor coming from the right side. Does he have enough units here? Dark, that is, to push through all of this. Reinforcing siege tanks, rolling across the map as well, and Clem does manage to hold, but this is very dicey.
Oh, that Burrowed Infestor almost getting caught. It does get taken down to the right side. One of the siege tanks gets taken down, but those ghosts are causing problems. The medevac does get taken out by Corrosive Bile. Another Fungal landing. Dark's Fungals are amazing, but he just doesn't have the units to back it up. Roach Ravager doesn't do enough damage at this stage of the game.
Yeah, keep in mind that those Infestors no longer root the units in place. They slow them down, so he can still micro his way just barely outside of the Corrosive Bile range right there. Eventually, though, the Zerg reinforcements are streaming across the map, but this is like an early game army, right? Do we really like this? I mean, he gets on top of his army. Okay, I thought for a second he was going to try and push through there.
You're absolutely right, Loco. It's an early game army. That's why Dark felt, okay, I've got to capitalize. I killed an army, let's push. But Clem saved enough. He guns down so many Roaches on the retreat. And Dark has been down on economy for a few minutes. I mean, the income, no doubt, I'm sure, has been ahead for Clem. And that is 5 minutes plus of
Look at that roller coaster.
significant income advantage. Wow.
Yeah, both of these guys going neck and neck here so far, trying their very best. This is the longest road to Lurker Viper play that I've seen in a very long time, and it looks like we're getting there.
Beggars can't be choosers, and right now Dark is indeed in a bit of a begging position money-wise. The problem for him that we were talking about earlier is that Mass Tank Ghost is amazing at dealing with Lurker Viper. Usually, the idea is you get your Lurkers, they've only got a few tanks, maybe a couple of Ghosts, and Lurkers and Vipers are amazing, right? But you want to get some good fights, maybe deny a base, and then swap into like either just Mass Lingbane Hydra Viper, something really mobile, or go for the Broodlord Infestor if they're very heavy on siege tanks, because Broodlords are very good at making the siege tanks friendly fire. He doesn't have the money to make those options. Dark is going to try and drone up and get the Baneling there so he can swap back into a mobile army, but he's definitely not rich in this game. and it feels like the Lurkers will keep him alive. I don't think he has any actual aggressive timings with them, though.
Yeah, he's going into melee research right now as well for the Zerglings, and most importantly, the Banelings as well. Ultimately, I guess what he's aiming for here is maybe Lurkers in the Nidus Worm and maybe for defending bases, and then mostly Hydraling Bane to try and push back this very Ghost-heavy army. That's one of the problems you can run into here as Terran. If you're too focused on the Ghost, yes, they're an amazing unit, but if you have too many of them, it's very difficult to defend against simply Lings and Banes. But the problem is, those upgrades right here for Dark are very far behind. He's been focused on Roaches and Ravagers and then into Hydras and Lurkers here. Ooh. Okay, well, not the end of the world right there for Clem. I mean, this is not a game where you can just walk those Lurkers towards the Planetary Fortress and burrow them next to it, right?
No.
What are you going to get with them? Nidus in the main, I guess, but...
The Lurkers are, yeah, they're the Nidus in the main, or they're the wait for Clem to get a bit over-eager and then flank him, right? You can't shove in and force things to happen as Dark. You kind of need to wait for Clem to make a few mistakes, but Clem so far is being very methodical. Look at the command centers in the production tab. He's going to build towards the Iron Bank, the famous point where you get 10 orbitals and it feels like the Terran has map hacks because they can scan everywhere on the map at all times. They can drop mules. You're like, oh, he just sees everything. This is fair. But that's something that happens if you let the Terran kind of get ahead and invest those many thousands of minerals into that infrastructure. Normally the Zerg, who has a more bare bones setup, hey, you just spread creep, build a hatchery at each base, that's it. You've got more money to swarm over them, but you've got to find an angle. And look at this, he keeps trying to sneak in the bottom. The Overseer gets by the turrets, but there's a siege tank waiting.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get that much done over here. That tank, yeah. I mean, Clem was paying attention, right? He manually targeted that one down, so he knows exactly what's happening. It's going to be difficult to get that Nidus in the main base. Alrighty, now, if this game ends up going the distance here, which seems to be the case, oftentimes the ways that Zerg players end up winning is by stealing one of the bases that ordinarily would be one of the Terrans. The thing is, on Gresvan, it's very difficult for Zergs to do so because those corner bases are relatively easy to defend, and that is why Clem here is sitting back as much as he is. He's happy to play the long game. He's happy to go into the Fusion Core right now, the additional starports. We'll see the Mass Liberator coming up very soon. He could even, if he feels really fancy, go into Battlecruisers here. The sky is the limit, and he's happy to just take every single base on his side of the map as he's already acquiring, well, one of the hardest ones, right? The one right over here on the high ground.
Lurker's getting sniped up here. Nice push for Clem, looking to deny one of these bases. This isn't even a middle base. That's one of Dark's bases, and yet it's being denied. Dark does go for a Lurker backstab. This is a great move. He'll get a bit of value, but he can't stay too long. Clem should be lifting those command centers. You do not want to be giving up command centers. Lifts at the last second. Nicely done. Dark, oh, he stays a little bit too long. Loses a Lurker, but could have been worse. Definitely still a good value attack for him. Keeps his hatchery alive in the north. He's going to try and come forward. That is not a good army. Roach Hydra failing, but he's got the numbers. Oh, the EMP taking out the energy on those Vipers, and the snipes taken out. This is a bunch of trash Zerg units that Dark kind of wants to get rid of, but he doesn't want to just throw them away for free, right? He wants to find a trade where they're at least getting some value. Clem is not giving him that opportunity. Clem has mass siege tank. And if you're not willing to go Broodlords, he's going to take advantage of you. Dark has not made a Spire or a Greater Spire. If you don't have that tech available, you simply cannot deal with a Terran that has 12, 13 siege tanks. That's the situation we're looking at. Clem is playing this very patiently. And Dark, if he can't get in with a Nidus Worm, which is being completely blocked, he's looking like he's out of strategic plays for this situation.
Yeah, he needs to almost get a little lucky, and this is definitely a start here, grabbing a bunch of those ghosts as they're trying to run away. Still though, the siege tank spread is amazing. There's another Nidus in the main base. I don't even think there's any units inside of it. Nah. He's mostly just forcing the Terran here to leave some units behind. Recently, I've even seen a Planetary Fortress in the main base for the Terran players just to shut down any sort of Nidus play. I love the transition right here towards Liberator Ghost. Liberator Ghost tank is an absolute banger against a unit composition like this. Like you said, there's no Brute Lords going up in this match, right? I mean, he could make the transition right now, but the upgrades would be so late. Nice little replay over here of that move we just saw. And that wasn't what Clem was hoping for. But honestly, the man's rich here. He can replace those units very easily. He does need to be careful, though. It's not like Dark cannot remax here in a heartbeat. And you know what? I didn't think we were going to see Brute Lords, but... well, we're going to see double Spire.
He'll do it, but it's too late. So this is the problem is, I was talking earlier about how the Lurkers kind of missed their timing in this game because he was behind to really do anything aggressive. Now we're going for the Broodlords. It's going to give a lot of time for Clem to start mixing in a few Thors. Now, if Clem gets caught with no Thors, no idea this is coming, definitely this could be a problem. I mean, I'd love to see the units tab in this game because I think it's like 15 siege tanks. Yeah, 14 is a crazy siege tank count. They're going to buy a lot of time. Broodlords will do well against them. Nice little pick-away move here for Dark. But Dark really needs to try to take this
bottom and top bases, and he needs to fill them with drones instantly. Those bases in the back are safe. You don't need to mine those out. You need to fully saturate the front bases. And that's like you were saying, if you can steal a base, the earlier you do it, the better. And this is something that's usually lacking in these games. The time when the Terran looks unstoppable, it's because the Zerg is like, okay, I've tried 6 different attacks. I can't get through. Beautiful. Now let's try to take those bases. And oh my lord, both Vipers get EMP'd and sniped.
Yeah, really lovely work right there by Mr. Clem. Yeah, Dark really needs to take one of the bases. So you see the bases that are building right now on the minimap, the ones in the top left and the one, I guess, in the bottom right. Those are critical. He needs to take, ideally, both of them, but it's going to be very difficult to pull that off. I mean, all of these fights are excellent right here for the French Terran player, and I mean, he's still trying his best. He's got tactical nukes available right now, too. He's replacing some of the lost units with Liberators. We've got high-sec auto-tracking and, what was it, building armor coming up. We've got basically everything that Clem has ever dreamed of.
I mean, Dark's getting rid of his really low-quality units, which is kind of good because he needs to do that so he can spend his bank and make a better army. He's still got a few roaches in the mix. He's going to make Massling Bane and Fester right now. Greatest Spire is on the way as well as those air upgrades. But Clem is mining more of the map than him. I mean, the units lost Sab is something we always look back to in this matchup. You can see there, 7,000 resource advantage for Clem. That's not crazy. That's a very standard sort of setup. But that's because the Zerg's meant to have more bases. Dark cannot get more bases now. And I'm telling you, it's all for him about just staying focused and trying to bait Clem into making a mistake. So far, Clem is playing very methodically. Remember, Dark's up 1-0 in this best of 3. And there have been times where he's looking dead and he finds a way when Clem pushes too deep on the map. If he sends too much army around the far top, maybe he can crack the bottom, take out Clem's production, force a bit of a weird base trade. You can make the game messy, and that's where your infestors are really going to find value. Yeah, exactly. It's very difficult for Zerg itself to make an army here that is efficient against the Terran, but of course, Neural Parasite is always an option. If you can take control of those ghosts here, if you can hit a fungal growth, if you can maybe neural some Thors that might be coming up as well, there's a lot of options for Dark still to get back, but I'm agreeing with you. I think most of it comes down to Terran making a mistake here, right? And Dark is trying to force it, but so far, Clem is looking excellent. +3 melee finally coming in. Dark here trying to defend this base. It's a scary area to engage, though. Those 3 tanks on the right are going to rain down death, as will the snipes from the ghosts on the banelings. A very scary situation right now. Nukes are producing. Vipers on the way as well as Neural Parasite. Dark's getting all of those fancy pieces he needs to try to make the comeback. And Clem, it's libs, it's tanks. He's got very little bio. Yeah. His army's like mass tank ghosts with libs.
We're eventually at Ghost Mech, I guess, right? It's just a very long way to get there. But yeah, we've arrived there here eventually. Now, Liberators cannot attack structures like they can in co-op, so you need to be a little bit careful here. That would be kind of insane in multiplayer. So that's why we see Clem dancing right here on the edge of the creep and mostly just using the libs for zoning. That being said, though, he's moving forward right now. Corrosive Bile trying to connect, but even if he snipes all of these ghosts, I mean, it does get a lot of them. Look at Clem instantly replacing them.
There's still a tank on the high ground as well. Clem realizes this base often gets kind of overrun a little bit, but as long as he's got something behind it to punish Dark for those moves, it's always going to be cost efficient for the Terran, not the Zerg. He's mining that top left base, which is one of Dark's own bases. He's going to deny this one, and that is such a big problem for Dark. Still got 14,000 resources in the bank, but Dark needs to find some sort of crazy good play to make something happen, and he's losing so much right now.
Yeah, so that base all the way up north for Terran, this one over here is absolutely critical for Dark to deny. If Clem gets to mine this one out, he has mined his half of the map, right? I mean, obviously it's a little difficult to assign bases in a game of StarCraft 2, especially for these outer ones, but generally this is considered to be one of the Zerg's bases. Either way, if Clem can mine out one of them, that would be amazing. Now, he's harassing his opponent here as well with tactical nukes. Love to see that. He actually canceled the nuke and decided to run away when he saw that army coming. Do we have an answer, though, against the Broodlords, right? Because there are definitely moments where Broodlord and Fester, even though it's not a very popular unit composition in 2023, it can still be incredibly dangerous.
It's a very close fight. If there's no Thors on the field, I would say Broodlord Infested beats Ghost Tank. Like, I honestly do feel this scenario, because there was no Thor preparation, Dark could have hit this Broodlord swap even harder and got the base to the right of this as well if he pushed through with 15 Broodlords. But because he's on the back foot, he kind of had to go with just 7 or 8 Broodlords. He'll get rid of a few command centers, but he's losing so much economy on the south. And on the back foot, the Broodlords really suffer because their mobility is very low. So he's got to defend the bottom right with a mobile army while the Broodlords continue to push the top.
Love this decision, though, from Clem. He realizes he can't really hold on to that expansion up north, so he decides to take one of the bases of Dark down south as he's starting to move forward. He's trying to get those brutes into an exposed location. Lost supply right now is being replaced with a couple of Thors here and there as well. Fungal Growths, though, to start off this engagement wonderfully right here for Dark.
Huge
and he does manage to follow it up as well.
Can he get on top? He gets a big parasitic bomb in the Medivacs. A few ghosts go down. That was really nice. I like the way Dark pre-spread his Infestors. That's what was so impressive. He came forward with 3 Infestors spread out, so the EMPs couldn't hit them all. 3 Infestors spread out behind it, and then the big pack of Infestors came in. Really nice spellcaster usage. And this is why I say, you know, Dark, when his backup is up against the wall, he actually becomes quite dangerous, and it's his spellcaster finesse. That's the reason. Now, Loco, that top left, you talked about Dark earlier.
Yep.
You said sometimes he likes to build 20 Infestors. I thought you might be joking, mate.
No. He's been doing this lately. I've been looking at a lot of Dark replays because the man's one of the most entertaining Zergs to watch, and he's been getting them even earlier than this. He's just throwing Fungals left, right, and center. And the thing about Infestors is that it's really difficult for Terran to actually push for the win, right? Like, if there's Infestors burrowed everywhere, they're split up. I know a lot of Zerg players don't split up their spellcasters, but it turns out you can actually put them in little packs. You don't get them all EMP'd at the same time. Those Infestors are very, very strong at just keeping the Terran player back. We're actually doing a little missile turret push over here at a newly acquired hatch. I don't think that one's going to happen right here, Mr. Dark.
No, hopefully it does cancel. Yep, gets a refund partially on that. Ling's taking out the mules on the bottom. Clem trying to get some resources stolen from there. Nice Fungal to catch these siege tanks.
He's so good at the spell casting, right? Like,
yeah,
microing all of these different units, obviously on both sides here, but I mostly play Zerg myself. It always feels like I need to grow a third arm to be able to micro this correctly. I can never get it done. Okay, well, Dark maybe making a small mistake there, but he does catch it in time, and he moves those Infestors back, just microing those spellcasters very cleanly.
The Thors are here now, though, Loco. This is the problem. Thors hard counter Broodlords. They outrange them, they gun them down, and this is where you look at the army composition for Dark. You see it as Clem, and you say, okay, how do I lose this game? Well, Neural Parasite. That's the only way you lose this game, is if you let him Neural Parasite your Thors. So Clem's entire game plan from here has to be just be very patient and careful, always scan, always make sure there's no sneaky Infestors behind me. Because if your opponent builds that many Infestors, it's like, you make sure you don't get Neural Parasited, you'll win the fight. If you get Neural Parasited and he can mind control your Thors, turn them against your army, you'll get absolutely one-sidedly destroyed. So everything hinges on Neural Parasite. Clem should be aware of this, and with the Liberators raining down from above, the EMPs, I don't think Dark's going to be able to land Neural.
I love the nukes here as well, though. The nukes are so helpful for just pushing the Zerg out of those positions, right? And that's exactly what he's using them for. I mean, he can try and neural all he wants here, but it's going to be difficult to close the distance if the Terran is just simply clearing out the creep and scanning ahead. Now, it is critical that he keeps scanning ahead, though. He's got a lot of orbital commands available, so he can see the Zerg army. But if he gets caught off guard, this is still definitely something that can turn easily in favor of Dark.
I don't know how you take this fight as either side. It's so scary.
Yeah.
I think Clem setting up a wall of Liberators and saying, come to me, is the right way to do it. He takes out a base and then just
love
chills.
these 2 siege tank run-bys. We've seen this like 3 times now in the last few minutes. Dark is just not getting that base, and he's running out of gas.
Those are some Hammer security siege tanks, man. Some siege breakers, right? Some beastly guys coming in there denying 3 hatcheries in a row. Another nuke going to push him back. Nuke's only 100 minerals and 100 gas, and it's going to give great positional advantage as well as picking off the creep and the spore crawlers.
Clem's got a bit of money in the bank here. He can make a few more nukes. He does need to be careful, though. He doesn't just get creep tumors with this, right? That's something we see sometimes where Terrans are getting a little carried away with their command center and nuke production. But yeah, just slow pushing with the tactical nukes. I think that's the way to go. Try to drive Dark into a corner, because at some point he won't be able to run anymore.
I do miss the days of innovation dropping.
Ooh, I thought for a second he was ready to nuke his own unit there, but he canceled it at the last second.
Got a Broodlord snipe. Of course, if you cancel the nuke, you can run forward while your opponent's still afraid to venture into that area. Gets another Broodlord, does lose a ghost that time around. Dark's pretty much out of mining at this point. He's very low on gas. Clem's going to have the chance to even mess up a fight and then remax and still potentially win. Oh, good Ling, Nidus in the bottom right. Dark still playing a scrappy game, but with no mining available.
What is he going to make after this army, right? So Clem can remax. Yeah, he's going to make Queens and Zerglings, I guess. That's really the only option here. Those Niduses are becoming pretty expensive.
Oh, uh-oh, Snipes landing on the Broodlords. Infestors trying to throw some Fungals out, but a lot of them are losing their energy. I feel like the EMP zoning is fantastic for Clem. Broodlords finally take out a ghost. Dark dancing back and forth.
I love the patience here, though, from Terran. It's so easy to get over eager and just step onto the creep, and then we see the neural parasites connecting, right? But Clem He's lost against that many times, I'm sure. He has learned from his mistakes, and he is playing this like an absolute champ. This is a brilliant game of StarCraft 2.
You know, games like this, Dark cannot be happy about the last patch, because he used to win these games just by attacking his own broodlings. He'd attack from 2 screens away, but because the broodlings don't last as long now, their timed life is only a few seconds. It used to be a few seconds extra. He can't siege from as far.
Needs to be careful, though. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That was like 4 or 5 ghosts maybe going down. Clem does have money to replace them, though. He's got, 4,000 gas. That's the main resource to look at right now. Dark essentially broke as far as the gas count goes, but he can always get queens, right? And queens are, well, some of the very best spellcasters in all of StarCraft 2. I would probably even call them the best.
Queens are actually a secret mechanic to translate minerals into gas in the late game as well, because they can heal all your gas-heavy units. So in this scenario where you've got no gas in the bank, it will be something where getting queens, healing those broodlords, is very cool. Very hard to do in an actual pitched battle, though. It works in small skirmishes. The moment everything's fighting, things go down too quickly to land the transfuses. It's very difficult to pull off in action.
All right, well, Clem, he tried to push through the center of the map, and it did not quite happen. Very impressive right there that Dark managed to hold on, but now the next fights are gonna be happening a little bit further up north at the final mining base of Dark. Clem can even start taking one of those minerals, or one of those bases with the mineral fields in the bottom left-hand corner, the one that we just had on camera, left to his, well, basically only mining base as well. Either way, though, I think this is probably where the game will be decided.
Nuking the Spore Crawlers there. Broodlords do take out a Ghost. Nice micro.
Oh, he's going to fly it forward to try and snipe the Ghost that has the nuke in it. He hasn't gotten it yet. This may be a problem. Okay, he backs off just barely in time.
Ooh, okay, Ling Run by in the south, taking out a bunch of SCVs as well. Dark, as Clem comes forward on the map, finally getting some decent trades here. Spore Crawlers move back. Infestor's still looking for the big fungals. Dark taking some fantastic engagements. I feel so excited seeing those fights, but I look back at his money situation and I realize I don't know if it's enough. Clem can take a lot more bad trades before this really starts to impact his chances in this game. I guess you could argue the gas bank is not that big for Clem though, right? 4,000 minerals? That being said, he can build Marines, which are going to do much better in this situation in the endgame than just Zerglings will.
Yeah, no. If we have to go all the way back down to Marines, I think Clem will be pretty happy, because that certainly means the Zerg will be out of gas as well. He has been using a lot of tactical nukes, though, and I really love how he's using them here. Okay, we have a Neural Parasite to cancel it. Fair enough. That's cute. We have an EMP as well. But, I mean, this is an uphill battle here for Dark, right? Like, he's been looking for a mistake, and Clem is just not really making any.
I love the Neural breaking the nuke and EMPing his own other...
He could have just fungled it, right? Like, that would have been the same result there, but it would have been a bit easier to pull off because it doesn't require as much range.
Well, fungal doesn't actually kill the ghost as well, right? So you would need to, like, triple fungal it to actually take it down. So Neural are kind of efficient there, funnily enough, even though it looked like a style play. The Broodlord's going to try and dance. Only 11 Broods left. The Banelings would love to hit those ghosts, but they're never going to get a chance to. I mean, Clem is playing so careful, and how he's evolved. Remember when we used to just look at Clem and go, oh, how would you describe Clem? He attacks, and then what does he do? He attacks more, and then he attacks more. Can he defend? No, he likes to attack. He just attacks. Nowadays, he can play such a slow, methodical game. And while he's still dictating the pace, it's his ability to slow things down and really make sure he doesn't make any big mistakes that is such a stark difference to his early days.
This is difficult, though, for the Terran player to deal with, right? Those Zerglings are fully upgraded, they have adrenal glands, and even though it's only a couple here and there, they can really start biting their way through a lot of those structures, and it puts a lot of pressure on the Terran to try and move forward here. Sometimes with those Ling Run buys, exactly, those fungal growths can start landing because Clem is looking at his main base instead. He needs to be incredibly careful because those Zerglings, they don't mess around. Massive fungal growths.
It's a distraction, those Zerglings. A distraction is all you need in this scenario to maybe catch him not looking at the front. Looks like a Cloaked Ghost will finally clean up all those Zerglings behind this. That's a massive tank line. So many siege tanks still alive in this game. It really shows you that Clem's never had his army reset. He hasn't made a siege tank in like 20 minutes.
He's still at 14.
They're still there from the early game. Like, he just has never been in a big amount of trouble in this game. He's just kind of like, nah, more libs, more ghosts, more Thors, all good. I like the parasitic bomb, the Spore Crawlers damaging these Liberators. Dark is getting sick value.
Yeah.
It's just, he's so far behind in the income. Oh, nice fungal bomb combo. Does wound them, but only takes out 1 or 2 ghosts. Not actually striking down that many of the Terran units.
Yeah, Dark is still showing us that he feels comfortable playing the late game, right? Like this now very much so becomes a game of stamina as well, where if you make a mistake, the game can be over in about 30 seconds from now. If one mistake is made on either side, the game can be over. And in my mind, Dark is the type of guy who will never really mess up the late game micro here. And there's definitely still a chance that Clem gets a little over-eager, maybe overstays his welcome a bit, and that he, well, does, for example, get his entire ghost ball fuckled. We've been so close to that so many times, but so far he hasn't made that slip up. Once again, the Zerglings get in, and these Lings are so powerful.
Yes, they are, and he's been mining this base, getting away with this because Clem's so distracted on the top. I mean, Dark is actually getting a fair bit of mining in here. And not only that, you got to remember that Dark is untiltable. He can be in the worst position on Earth, and he just kind of chuckles to himself and says, oh, it'll be cool if I win from here, won't it? Like, he just doesn't care if you put him in a bad spot. A player like Clem is a little bit more volatile on the emotional side of things, where if things start to get pulled away from him, he might start to doubt himself and make some mistakes. Dark is just kind of here smiling to himself, going, I know I'm in a bad spot, but I'm still going to play my A game, and I actually feel like he almost plays better when he's behind.
Oh yeah, he seems to power up. He's like one of those Super Saiyans, you know? He's been shouting for 3 episodes, quite literally 2 episodes at this point in the in-game timer, and he has been summoning the power of the universe. Clem needs to be careful here for sure, but if everything goes according to well, I think he should be good.
Oh, Fungal's going to land all over those ghosts and libs. Doesn't do a lot of damage on its own. The Broodlords are getting taken down. A few transfuses do land, but a lot of Infestors and Broodlords bleeding out. There's only 8 Broodlords left. What else does he have that fights? Nothing to deal with those Thors. Banelings can deal with the ghosts, but they cannot deal with those Thors. And Broodlords also don't really deal with the Thors. You've got to land Neural to take him out. There's just no way, because Clem has a crazy amount of scans and snipes coming in galore. Overseers, Morphing Broodlords and Corruptors getting taken out. There is an endless bank of ghost energy, and Clem here is just looking to march forward. He's maintaining a 7,000 resource lost advantage, so he's been 7,000 resources more efficient. He's still mining out an equal part of the map compared to Dark. Dark's here looking for that one big Massling Bane Broodlord Infestor fight. Clem's just not giving him the opportunity.
Yeah, one bit of criticism right here for Clem is that that base in the bottom left, that one's been mining for a long while. And that's the only reason why Dark still has money here to actually replenish some of those lost Broodlords. They're mining side by side at the bottom of the map. Both players could probably be harassing, but I think Dark is saying, yo, if I'm not going to bother with your base, there's a good chance you'll forget about mine as well. So I'll just keep sending it to the natural. I think Clem really should have sent a Liberator or 2. Now he finally sends it in that direction a while ago. Big Fungal once again, at least attempted.
Oh, snipes are going to start landing. A few of the Broodlords do go down. 1 or 2 ghosts fall. This dance is non-stop. Both players trying to let the other player overextend so they can punish. Neither player making a big mistake just yet. Fascinatingly, Clem doesn't have many Hellbats. It's just so weird.
Oh, here we go. He's sending it. Dark decides to move forward here. The Banelings are hunting down all of those ghosts, but they are already so far gone.
Oh, man. The Thors are so beautifully spread. Neuroparasite getting instantly broken by the Liberators as soon as it goes down. And Ling Bane is just not enough at that stage of the game. Clem breathing a sigh of relief. He had to work for it. He was ahead from start to finish. But man, Dark just does not give up easily.
Yeah, brilliant game, honestly. The entire match was really well played there by Terran. I'm trying to think back, how did the game start again? It was that triple Barracks Reaper beginning, right?
Yeah.
But he actually wasn't in that good of a position after the particular early game. Felt like an uphill battle there for a while, but he managed to secure that middle base with the Planetary Fortress, and from there we saw him taking that right side of the map, slowly make that transition towards the Ghosts. Yeah, I don't think the Reaper advantage here in the early game was there, right? Like normally we see guys like, for example, Beyond get so much value out of this, but this defense over here was amazing.
I mean, there's something looked just wrong with that attack. That first attack, it felt like half of Dark's supply got left at home. Because he just didn't, he was max, he was on 190 supply, but he didn't have that much Roach Ravager. So it's something which might need to be analyzed in post-game later on the desk. But it felt like Clem shut the first Roach Ravager attack. Maybe his positioning was just too good. A lot of the Roaches were still rallying across the map. Once he defended that, I feel like Clem was ahead from there for the rest of the game. At no point did it really look like Dark was in the lead. Dark kept having like a cool skirmish, a cool trade.
Yeah.
But it was after Clem was on 20 command centers. When Terran's on 20 command centers, it's a little bit too late to win the game with 1 or 2 small skirmishes.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Clem was aiming for as well, right? Playing that map to his advantage, trying his very best to just push the game for as long as possible. There are other maps in the map pool that would not make that style from Terran as easy to pull off. I mean, I say easy, but it's obviously incredibly difficult to manage that properly as a Terran player. I don't know what game number 3 is going to be, but I'm very excited for it. You can see that these two are very evenly matched.
Indeed. It really is cool, especially with the way that Roach attack caught Clem off guard in game 1. The super greed coming out there. Clem tried to check it in game 2. 3 racks Reaper. If you go gasless, you're going to be struggling. You're going to be trapped on 2 base for a very long time. But I wonder if now in game 3, Dark feels confident going back to another gasless opening, something very greedy. Get himself the kickstart into the mid game. If you can be very greedy, the 1-1 Roach timing looks very attractive.
Yeah, I'm very interested to find out how Dark is now going to approach this, because he's not really somebody who gets rattled after losing a game like that, but it's very clear that the late game, yeah, it's just simply Clem who seems a bit better there, right? So you always have that comfort zone if you're really good in the late game, like for example Dark, to just simply sit back and play a little bit more laid back and to try and, yeah, just force the game to go longer. And against 99.9% of the Terran players out there, that's an excellent strategy. But it turns out there's a handful of them, and Clem is one of them, where that is not necessarily the go-to strat. Either way, our final game for this particular best of 3 series is gonna take place on the map Royal Blood, and spawning right here in the top right-hand corner, he is Dark.
Down here in the bottom left side of the map, representing France and Team Liquid, it's Clem.
Alrighty.
A 7-win streak is pretty big, Loco.
Yeah.
I think looking at recent form, it's hard to say that Dark should be taking Clem down, but you got to say, big stage and upsets basically a Dark's bread and butter. You know, Dark is the master of just making the game sloppy and scrappy, and so I wouldn't mind him do like a really fast Zergling speed, you know, where he does his little like 8 Zerglings run into your natural just before Hellions are out, kill 4 SCVs, ruin your entire build order.
Yep.
You know, like all the weird little just tiny details that Dark does to throw his opponent off. I'd love to see them come out.
I think in chaotic games, he is probably the very best player in the world, right? Like if you compare it to the other Zerg players, like for example Serral, it almost feels like Serral approaches the game like it's an Excel spreadsheet, right? And Dark is like, you know what, I'm playing Microsoft Paint, I'm just drawing colors, I'm just making circles, I'm filling in the pieces here and there. It's a very different approach. And
yeah, Dark's he's filling out a spreadsheet in Microsoft Paint. Like he's drawing.
He's drawing the tables in. He's like, yeah, this is how everybody does it, right? It's like, no, Dark. But there's software for that. It makes it much easier. But he's so good in those scrappy games. So forcing the game to be scrappy would be really, really nice. And maybe that's why he's been playing so Infestor heavy. Because most Terrans are going to be like, what? How many Infestors do you really have? Are you really telling me you have about a dozen of them already at this point in the game? Well, Clem definitely not flustered in game number 2. Maybe game number 1 though. He was thrown off a little bit, right? Because that was so many Roaches and Ravagers. Way more than he expected.
First Reaper's going to come across Royal Blood looking for the Reaper tax. The Reaper tax is something no Zerg wants to play. They say, I didn't vote for the Reaper tax, I don't believe in the Reaper tax, but the Reaper's going to come anyway, and he is very difficult to deny. Did he only build 4 Zerglings this time? That's a bit different. Dark normally tries to be very safe with 6 Lings, but you know what? Yeah, gets an extra drone out. It shows his mindset. He just wants to be pushing the greed a little bit more. Even though he's going to have Ling speed this game, it's going to be a somewhat delayed Ling speed. And, ooh, he looks for the ambush, but Clem is watching and does not lose that Reaper.
This seems to, by the way, be the build here from Terran that you expected in game number 1, right? So no super quick 3rd command center. It's going to be a classical 1-1-1. Not really the build we really see that often anymore these days. So this was the go-to standard for many, many years. Reaper actually found a little bit of an opening when he decides to go around. Anyway, this is going to be a 1-1-1 with Hellions and Banshees. This shows that Clem is feeling comfortable playing the normal game, playing the standard game. He's not really too concerned right here for what Mr. Dark has got prepared for him, and he'll be happy to just harass in the early game, and then I'm assuming transition towards bio here in a little bit.
Solid game plan. He's going to go for the dive. Nice little run by. There are 5 Zerglings available. Already good blocking and focus fire with the Queens there. The Hellions going to try and dance around, but it looks like the damage has mostly been denied. Great drone pulls. 2 drone kills for 2 Hellions and a Reaper. Oh, great denial by Dark. Shuts it down, and he's going to be comfortable as long as there's no follow-up damage.
Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, that would be a mistake. Okay, at the very least he can get the creep tumor here. I think he could have had it, but he decides not to. Yeah, so the reason why this particular push with the first 2 Hellions and the Reaper worked out is because of the quick triple hatch opener. Zerg players delayed their link speed for just a little bit. They would have link speed ready for, well, about 4 Hellions. Actually, it's a little bit late for that as well, I just noticed. But normally you finish it up right around that time.
Absolutely, and that's why, you know, the modern delayed link speed does give you that window
And it does seem like Dark's worker count is not very high, right?
No.
So like he had to build a lot of Zerglings in the follow-up for that. If these Hellions dive, they're going to find out that he's very well prepared. But so far, there we go. Gets a creep tumor, pulls back. Dark puts it back down. Yeah, I thought Dark would be a little further ahead after, you know, not really losing many workers, but it's still healthy. 44 drones to 35 SCVs. Banshee comes in the left. Very early Spore Crawlers keeping him safe, so fantastic read of the play by Dark. Getting those Spore Crawlers so fast, very non-traditional, but it's going to block Clem. Clem has no momentum. Like, he's poking around, he's looking for aggression, he's not finding any real serious damage. And the moment you shuttle this down, Clem's like, okay, third command center, second and third barracks. We'll play the macro game. But Dark's going to be much quicker down that route. He's going to go 10 drones, Lair, Baneling Nest, second and third gas. He's going to explode into double upgrades in a moment. I really like Dark's setup.
Yeah, so Dark this time around making the straight transition towards the Banelings, right? So no Roach play this time around. He's just going to go into a very conventional mid-game as well. This is the most normal one. So normally what Zerg players aim for is that Baneling speed essentially as quickly as is reasonable, right? You want to focus on the economy, but Baneling speed is the most important upgrade. And usually we see the Evo chamber upgrades on the back of that as well. Now Dark, he's been playing this a little bit differently so far in the series, where he gets the Roaches going first and he does a timing attack with them. This is probably the most conventional game we've had so far.
Dark did hit a slight supply block on 90. His Lair's done. I'm wondering if he wants to try and squeeze that Spire in that he was looking for in the GSL finals recently and didn't get a chance to pull off. I mean, he's already got a macro hatchery down super fast.
He should get Baneling speed here, though.
Yeah,
okay,
definitely.
there he goes.
Baneling speed is so important. You were saying, you know, you got to get it as soon as it's reasonably possible. It's like, yeah, any time before the big push comes, you want to have that done. Fighting without it is very difficult. This fourth base being a little delayed there for Dark.
We have a macro hatchery before the fourth. I mean, this is Dark, though. You can look at a dozen Dark games and they'll all be slightly different, even when he's playing the same strategy. But now these Banshees can just swoop in and get the kill.
Jackson Pollock of StarCraft for sure. He kind of slaps paint across the map sometimes.
He's just dribbling creep around the map.
He's like, no, it's impressionist. It's an impressionist CVT build order. We do that. And the thing is, that's his art. Like, look at this.
He's an abstract painter. Yeah. Cyril may be an accountant. This is a little bit different.
Well, look, he's got an infestation pit almost done at 7 minutes. Like, is he going to go the fastest hive and ultras of all time? I think so. Maybe he gets a few infestors out. Either way, it's a very cool way of playing. The problem is he's weak on army right now. He's got to be really careful. This is where he ran into trouble against Maru. This sort of timed push kept taking him out over and over again. And Clem's hitting it right here. You're way up on workers, but if you lose that fourth base again, you're in huge trouble.
Yeah, and that's exactly where there is a little bit of weakness, right? When you don't play StarCraft 2 like it's a spreadsheet, you may fall off guard against a very, very standard push right here from Clem. Siege Tank is in a tricky position, but this is not a very fast-moving Terran army, right? Like, this is an army where Zerg can actually prepare. He's got Baneling speed at this point done, and he is ready for the wraparound. There's two Siege Tanks, very exposed. Oh, we do have the Hellions over there.
Those Hellions! Oh, this is a terrible fight for Dark. He gets rid of one Siege Tank. And that's it. For an entire Ling Bane army, he gets one Siege Tank, Loco?
Yeah, I actually did not quite see those Hellions there. Chilling off screen is going to be Clem, who wins 2-1 over Dark. And game number 2 and game number 3 looked absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, same issues, unfortunately, that Dark was running into in the grand finals. Clem with a super sharp timing. Tank positioning perfect, the Marines come in. And after weathering such a scary game 2, and of course a very rough game 1, Clem manages to stabilize and fight off the Zerg. A decisive way to finish off an otherwise very difficult series.
Yeah. Couple of small things right there for Dark, right? He ended up hitting a small supply block. He was a bit late on the Baneling speed. His Evo chamber upgrades were not as smooth as they could have been. All of the little things, they add up, and against a stock standard style right here from Terran, you end up falling behind.
That is the potential weakness there, I guess, of Dark right now. It's the very standard, straightforward game where a guy like Clem is razor sharp. But, of course, a fantastic victory for the Terran. We're going to be heading over to the stage for the interview.
Well, that was it, Clem. That was number 7 in a row over Dark. How does that feel?
Oh, that feels great. Winning my first match, I feel like it really boosts my confidence as well. That feels very good. زي ما تشوفون كليم بعد ما فاز الجيم الاول الان يقدر يقول انه هو فاز على دارك 7 مرات على التوالي. سالناه وش شعورك تجاه الشيء هذا، يقول انه شيء شعور جدا جميل صراحه، وانا مبسوط مره اني فزت اول جيم لان هذا يعطيني ثقه جدا كبيره.
Now, Clem, tell me a little bit about your journey through this match. Game 1 seemed a little bit tough. Game 2, a long drawn out battle where you got stronger and stronger, and then Game 3, very nice.
Yeah, well, game one, I didn't think I would quite die to his push. I was a bit surprised he managed to kill me there. But I knew that I made a couple of mistakes, and I felt like I wasn't playing too uncomfortably. Like sometimes when I'm on stage, I tend to feel a little bit uncomfortable. But there I actually felt pretty good. Game two, I got ahead very quickly in the game, I think. But then it took 38 minutes to finish it, so that was a bit rough. But yeah, game three was just a lot of small victories. Like getting some 2 more denies, the benches got a few kills, the Hellions is pretty good as well, and then the big push ended it. Yeah, that was tiring. سألنا كلمة السؤال الثاني في المقابلة نتكلم عن وش اللي صار في الجيم الأول خصوصا الخسارة اللي واجهها قدام دارك. كان قاعد يقول إنه الخسارة هذه كان بسببها إنه ما توقعت أبدا إنه بيسوي البوش عليه بهالسرعة، خصوصا إنه يوم التانكس حقاته ما كانت تتواجد في المكان الصحيح. بعد ما سوى له رش قدر إنه ياخذ الفوز، لكن بعدها يقول في الجيم الثاني أخذ مني 38 دقيقة، كان شوي متعب، لكن بنفس الوقت الجيم الثالث قدرت إني أفوز بسرعة، وكان الفوز حقي في الجيم الثالث كلها فوزات صغيرة حول الجيم، لما بالأخير قدرت إني أخذ الفوز الكبير. لكن كلها حالتين يقول هو إنه أنا جدا أتوتر يعني إذا صرت في المسرح، لكن بالعادة يعني ما أقدر أدي أداء كويس، لكن المرة هذه بالعكس أنا أحس الثقة عندي جدا عالية.
Clem, Darka, an incredibly tough opponent, but you've got lots more of those still ahead in this tournament. Anyone you're particularly worried about?
Anyone I'm worried about? Mostly Maru, I think, and Sarol as well. But I mean, everyone is very good. It's gonna be tough no matter what. But yeah, I think Maru and Sarol are the toughest for me. السؤال الثاني سألناه أو السؤال الثالث سألناه كلام عندنا في المقابلة، تكلم عن مين اللي خايف منه يواجهه أكثر شيء في هذه البطولة. يقول إنه دائما مارو وسيرال هم أكثر اثنين ممكن إني أعاني منهم، بس كل اللي موجودين كويسين، بس الاثنين هذول هم أكثر ناس مركزين عليهم.
Thanks so much for your insights. Let's send it back now to the desk. Take another look at that matchup.
يعطيكم العافية أعزائي المشاهدين، نروح على طول للاستوديو ونتكلم عن الماتش اللي شاهدناه قبل قليل.
Welcome back to the desk. It's a big win for Clem here, as he said it himself, a confidence booster coming into Gamers8 against one of the most fearsome Zergs on the planet in Dark. Wardy, that was a great victory here by Clem.
Yeah, really, really awesome stuff. Game one, we were a little bit worried. It's like the Roach Ravager in this moment right now as well, when he comes chasing down these Ravagers. It's like, it's a win in the worst possible way, because he's losing everywhere else, especially because he's chasing this down, so it feels like such a win, and then you lose your tanks and you can't win the game without them. But yeah, recovering from a game like this where Dark kind of does his thing, right? He plays the roaches and he's aggressive and he gets himself in a good position, just puts himself in a good spot. I always feel as though then it's like, you know, as Clem, you're like, oh man, what am I going to do in this game too? Like, is he going to do something tricky again? Ooh. So I feel like Clem being able to reset from this and getting some offline confidence is really nice for him.
Yeah, definitely. You move into game two and obviously you get into that very drawn-out, long game as Clem is just going for that battle of attrition as, fading between the two bases. Spooky. But when you get into that situation against Clem, and Clem has suddenly got himself, by the end, I think he had 14,000 minerals in the bank, ZG. Clem just looks fantastic in game number two with that battle of attrition going his way.
Yeah, I think the caster actually mentioned it, that Clem's playing better in the late game.
Yeah.
And I was thinking again specifically of something that Dark said, which is that he actually tries very hard not to get into these situations. I found it funny, not because of the quality of his games in the late game, but just because, well, no, I guess that is true, because I actually feel like he's very good in the late game, that he has these comebacks definitely possible with the Infestors, but I guess the extreme late game, which is what we saw here on Gressfawn, that's where things are different, and that's where Clem definitely looked a lot better.
Yeah, no, this was really good. It was just solid stuff. He really kept his cool. There was a couple small fights that he lost, but he just got over those, right? He kept on going, he kept on doing the right thing, and he was in control of the game pretty much the entire way through. But you can never take it for granted in this sort of situation. So really cool to see him just keeping his cool again and being able to take this game too. Really kind of just play it out late game and be very comfortable there.
Yeah, definitely. Very impressive stuff then, as Clem obviously gets himself the victory here in this. And ZG, I mentioned it actually at the start of this section, but I'll come back to you with it. The fact that it is a confidence boost for Clem, and I'm, you know, no memes aside, in an offline scenario as big as this, the confidence boost must help a lot in a field as strong as this.
Yeah, I hope that is true, you know, like I hope that is the confidence booster that he needs. I mean, there's a equal chance that if he's looking at it negatively, he could be like, oh, but I was stomping him online, you know, and it was a little bit more difficult here. But I think definitely it's the time to choose to be positives, right? It's a great first opponent to defeat and then get you boosted into the next round of the Swiss format.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. It is time to go to a break. When we return, we have got more from Gamers8, so see you soon.
Yeah, I want to avoid Hero and Mario.
Hey guys, I'm here at Gamers8 and I'm standing here with Spirit, who's coming in off of his Games versus Cure. Tell us a little bit about the games for those who maybe didn't get to actually see a whole lot of them.
Well, they didn't went too well for me. I think I lost the build order wars as well. And I make a mistake because I played the build orders that I didn't have enough practice with. I just took a couple of ladder games against good terrains with it, but it had a lot of weaknesses, so I think it was just my mistake for picking that build. And then I also didn't expect him to play very greedy himself with like Reaper Expound, no Scout. So yeah, I think I just missed a couple of build orders, like even Proxy Reapers, because they feel too they feel too free against me.
Yeah, that's totally fair. TVT is a tough matchup, and Cure, I think, is really good with it. Are there any kind of matchups that you're feeling really confident in right now? Because, I mean, this is the nice thing about the format, is you actually have, like, multiple different rounds you're going to get to play.
I feel confident in every matchup. I just was unlucky. It's, like, only best of 3 after all. So, like, the 2 maps doesn't mean anything, to be honest. Maybe I would take him down now if I play him again. Because I felt like I respond way better in the normal game, which I played from behind, but
yeah, totally fair. Is there anyone that you're hoping you get as like a next round opponent? Obviously, I think you'll be playing someone who lost their first round also, but anyone you're hoping for?
I want to play, I think, Laser, Showtime, Creator, Classic. That's what I hope for. I don't want to play versus Oliveira or Dark. And who is that there? Solar play against who? Dark? No.
Solar, I think, is Solar playing a Laser, I think, maybe?
No, Beyond play a Laser.
Oh no, you're, yeah.
Okay, so Solar as well. I don't want to play him.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you so much. And do you have any kind of final shout outs or anything you want to do?
No, let's wait for my winnings first.
Okay, wins coming up, a second round, guys. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر أنا جيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
Some banger matches already here for Gamers8, and there are surely going to be more coming here with more StarCraft on the way. Joining me here to my left-hand side, hi, it's me again. Joining me to my left-hand side, we have ZG, as well as Rotterdam. He's actually here. I didn't think he was here. Where have you been all day?
They locked me up, man. I was slamming on the door. Let me out, let me out, let me cast some StarCraft, but I'm finally here. It's good.
Good. We've got another great game coming up here. Your boy, Little Rainer, is going to be going up against Classic. I suppose I'll come to you straight away, Roddy. What are you thinking for this matchup?
He's not just my boy. He's kind of everyone's boy. Come on. He's been a bit of a darling of the StarCraft 2 scene for a long time. We were all excited when he was finally old enough to compete. That's a long time ago. Rainer is, without a doubt, one of the biggest names in the world. He's a world champion of Katowice 2022, and he's fresh off a Home Story Cup victory. That was kind of unexpected. He didn't really enter that as a favorite, but he's got a tough opening match here. Classic actually had his number just last week in a big tournament, and the two previous occasions as well. So Classic is on a 3-0 streak versus Rainer.
It's big.
Yet, I am feeling Rainer. Am I weird? Stomach rub?
You might, I mean, no,
Yeah,
I'm supposed to say
weird.
yes. I'm supposed to say yes, I feel like, because that's what we were leading into. But I was like, no, I'd be with you, right? Because Rainer does also have a little bit of that offline performance. I mean, he definitely gets more invigorated when he gets to offline events.
Sure.
So, and he always feels like, even after some of his wins, like Home Story Cup, it always feels like he's still trying to prove something, just because there have been so many, like, controversies is very quote-unquote, right? Like GSL loss, and then the fact that he's confident, people like mistake that as like something negative, and it's just, I feel like he's always coming in and being like, no, like I'm gonna prove that I deserve to be at the World Championship back to back to back to back. Like he has to prove that.
Yeah.
Of course he doesn't, but I think he's talked about how much that actually kind of affected him, some of the community. So I think he's always invigorated coming in here. But it is an interesting matchup because Classic does seem to have his number recently.
Yeah.
But then I looked at his versus Zerg in general, and it's like, it is just a Rainer thing. Like, like Classic actually doesn't do particularly well against some of like the Korean Zergs that he faces. So, I mean, stylistic differences, sure, but it's just a bit surprising.
It's been a bit of a roller coaster as Classic's PVZ, because if I think back to some of the games, like if I think back to Games Without Borders, it's like, oh, it kind of looks good, but he's not able to quite get the series win, you know? So but he's still a great player. And I mean, now on Twisted Minds, now he's here representing, so he's got a team behind him, and he's looking to go further.
Now, it's a really cool opportunity for Classic to once more remind us why he's not just one of the best Protoss players in the world, but one of the best of all time, period.
Technically,
He's been doing this for such a long time. There were definitely moments where we all looked at him as the very best Protoss in the world. Katowice, we kind of thought he's all right. And it kind of surpassed our expectations, besides Artosis, of course. Artosis saw it coming from miles away. He was on the Classic hype train. Oh yeah, it's a big moment for Classic. It's an interesting series because of the history that these two seem to have with one another. I'm looking forward to it. I really think this can be like a surprisingly awesome series.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. I mean, after the last couple that we've had here, ZG, I wouldn't be surprised at all, as Roddy says. If I think about Classic, technically he's a champion from prior military experience, you know, during all of that. I think he won Intel Extreme Masters and was able to win a few other tournaments along the way here, so he's definitely no slouch.
No, he's not, and it is important to remind everyone, like I have to remind myself actually, that he is like one of the best of all time throughout of StarCraft 2, because he was at, I guess, like a peak before he left the military, especially with a very famous game that he did with the DT snipes. So when he comes back, obviously there's a lot of burden on his shoulders, which happened to every pro gamer who came back from Korea, and he had a slow burn, which wasn't uncommon, but then we were talking about Hero, I think is like what overshadowed for a long time. And then Classic has been like waiting in like the dark. He's a Dark Templar, oh my god.
There you
I
go.
definitely was going for that. And now he's like, it's my time, because Hero's kind of wobbly and I'm looking stronger, and now I get to face, you know, this world champion, and he can definitely take him down.
You sparked a checkpoint in my head when you said the Dark Templars. It was a BlizzCon, right?
Yes, yeah.
Crazy stuff to kind of relive that, I suppose. There's been so many weird, surreal moments here. I was talking to these guys in the pre-show about the legends that are here, Roddy, of course, is you've got this weird moment where you're sat at breakfast and all of a sudden it's MC and MVP and MMA, and it's like, where are we? What's happening?
Ran into J-Dong this morning. First time in probably 7 or 8 years that I saw J-Dong, and that's obviously a really cool moment, even for us, right? When it's our job and we've been doing it for so long, it's like, Oh, that's so nice. I haven't seen Jaedong in so long, and he's handsome as ever. He's cool as ever. It's really fun to see these guys walk around. And we've also been having a good time just discussing among, like, who do we think is the best among the legends, right? At first, a lot of Icebro and Stefano, but we'll talk more about those legends later. That's not important. Let's talk about Reynor and Classic. One thing we didn't mention yet, before I guess we are almost good to up into the series, is that obviously we know Reynor, he is a big game player. He really looks forward to these tournaments. He takes breaks in between. This one was on his calendar for a long time. He marked it. And Coach Lambo is absolutely back in the mix. Like, they've been working together. They've been talking about it on Twitch as well. Like, Lambo really has been in his corner like he was back then at the Katowice that Reynor won. They've been working on build orders together. They've been analyzing opponents together. I think that's a cool little extra touch to this tournament.
And that is actually an interesting, I guess, difference between the two then, that you brought that up. And obviously, Reynor's been on a team, a very established team for a very long time. But then Classic, even though he's on a team for this event, he's actually kind of been like a loner. Like, I'm sure he has, you know, a lot of friends and he talks to the other pro gamers, but we don't see him quite like in the same way that we saw like Ryung helping out a lot of their Terrans, you know, like Maru, right? So Classic, you know, was teamless going into this and now is on a brand new team. So we're going to have a little bit of that preparation and help from someone else of the same race, and then kind of a question mark for Classic coming into this.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. I mean, even when I see all the Koreans, I was in the gym and then all of a sudden, like, you have like 6 of the Koreans. I'm doing all right.
Oh, I see it, Claras, I see it.
You have like 6 of the Koreans coming in and they're all like laughing at each other and stuff like that. As you say, Classic's just kind of keeping to himself in some situations as well. And I mean, he's clearly working on his own stuff. I mean, it's kind of obvious by the fact that you have the results that you're talking about, like online, for example, Roddy, of being able to defeat someone like Reynor and just getting on with it.
You completely lost me with that gym flex. I was like, I was in the pool with the other pro gamers.
You were in the pool with the other pro gamers.
While I was working on my perfect butterfly, which I absolutely nailed, by the way. I was talking a little bit PvZ with Reynor, and he's feeling it.
I saw this butterfly. You didn't exactly nail it.
Okay, fair enough.
But we're just waiting a moment before we get into this. Of course, here between Reynor and Classic. I guess before we actually do go, any predictions as to how you think it might go? I'll start with you, Roddy.
Yeah, I'm expecting S plus Reynor over here, like as sharp as Reynor has ever been. So I think Reynor wins. I think he's going to snap that 3-series loss streak he currently has against his opponent. I think he comes out guns blazing 2-0 even.
ZG?
Yeah, I have a really tough time. Like, usually I think I'd be in agreement with Roddy. Obviously, I talked about it. But
smart guy.
I do really feel like it is kind of the explosive nature of Reynor and his emergence into these tournaments, right, that he's so excited about, versus, again, kind of like waiting in the shadows Classic, who just is really solid. And in some ways is even leading some of the Protoss in their current struggle. And he's going to have the chance to pop off, but not quite in the same way we would expect Reynor to pop off.
Well, before we actually do go over to this series here, as we're just getting everything ready on the stage, let's hear from Clem coming in to Gamers8.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am standing here with Clement, who is doing quite well for himself here at Gamers8. But we're not here to talk about your games. We're here to talk about the game. And by the game, I mean balanced suggestions from you, the community. And Clem's going to give his honest opinion. Are you ready for this?
Oh, yeah, I am. I'm sure some of them are more reasonable than the others, but I'm very excited to see what people have in mind.
Okay, I won't ask you to name any names on who might be less reasonable, but okay. So we have our first suggestion, which is from a BattleNet forum post from Leronk Onyx. Says Queen should be able to inject and produce 1 additional larva than they do right now. How do you feel about that?
Wasn't actually the case before. Like before, they could actually spawn 1 more larva, but I don't know. I feel like there's no really need for that because it does feel like if the Zerg macro properly, they always have like enough larva, at least for the most part of the game. I wouldn't really see the use of it, except maybe against Terran, you could go for like more Link style without needing a macro hash, but I don't know. I feel like it's not a change the Zerg players would push for themselves. I don't think it would be that great of a change, honestly.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I appreciate the honesty. So here's another one that actually comes in, I believe, from, where is it? Ray of the Sun says, units that die inside a medevac should not die if the medevac dies, if you research an upgrade called parachutes.
So when the medevac dies, you need to just drop below them. I mean, that's a cool idea. That's a fun idea. Now, would it impact the balance or anything? Probably not. But maybe a tiny bit. Probably not. But that's a fun idea. That would be a fun. That would be a fun idea. I'm not sure if people would be down for it, but it would definitely be fun.
Now, do you think any of the other races might complain about that change?
I don't think so. I think maybe it would only be bad for TVT because you could like Doom drop and then the medivacs instantly and then the bio just drops. But otherwise, I feel like against Zerg and Protoss, I mean, it would help. But if you had to search an upgrade for it, maybe people just wouldn't do it. Then it depends. But that could definitely be fun.
No, I enjoy this. I appreciate the copium on this. Okay, and we have our final suggestion, which comes in from user Zombie Grub, which is Marauders should shoot up.
That is very true. No, but on a more serious note, that would be super imbalanced. I think you could kill like carriers so fast, you know, because they deal like more damage to armor. So it would be insane actually against like Broodlord, carrier. They would be so good. I mean, I feel like Terrans would be in a lot more games that was the case.
That's entirely fair, and I appreciate the drawing a line in the sand that maybe Terran shouldn't get too overpowered.
A little bit, but not too much.
All right, well, thank you so much, Clem, for standing here with me, and of course, thank you to the community for submitting these suggestions. We'll see you guys in the next one.
Yes, thank you very much, Fear Dragon and Clem, and I like the fact that, Clem really entertained a lot of those ideas, apart from Zombie Grub's idea. He just shut that down straight away.
I got shut down. Like 50 units surviving after 5 medivacs died, that's fine. But Marauders shooting up to help handle Corruptors, that's absurd.
Yeah, that was fine. Interesting. Clem had a lot of energy in that one as well, Roddy.
This parachute idea, the first thing that I think of is like one of the best feelings as a Protoss player is if you have like a Phoenix, right? Chasing down a medevac with units inside of it, then it dies. You know how much it would suck if you have to use all your graviton energy to then kill those units? And I was like, I think it would only impact TVT. I'm like, Clem, I would never win a game again, man. Like, that would be really rough.
It definitely would be. I mean, even if it's the Phoenix and then suddenly it drops 8 Marines and the Phoenix all just get shot down as well. It's like, what are we supposed to do? Anyway, ridiculous. Good
fun
job
idea, though. Fun idea.
It is a fun idea. I feel like that would exist in other RTS, you know?
Yeah.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Like it must already.
No, in Warcraft 3, whenever you lose the Zeppelin, like units just drop on the ground, they're a bit dizzy, but they live.
Oh yeah, good point.
Only if you lose the Zeppelin above trees or water, then it's GG.
All right, well.
I don't know what those things are, Roddy. They exist in StarCraft? I don't think so.
There you go. I have another interview as well, because we're just waiting a little bit more time here before we get into this game. So let's hear from good old Rainer, because let's get all the foreigners on. Let's go.
Hello, everyone. I am here with Rainer, and we're here to solve a very important question, and that's to answer your guys' questions about potential balance changes and suggestions from the community. I have scoured Battle.net, and I brought here Rainer to react and give his thoughts on some of these suggestions. How you doing, Rainer?
I'm doing good. I'm not excited at all for this. I already know I'm gonna mold, but other than that, yeah, it's fine.
All right, let's get started. So I have Ray of the Sun from Battle.net forums. It says sensor towers should require energy to operate. How do you feel about that?
Well, that's a good suggestion. I like it. 1 point for me.
Okay. That's a pretty good suggestion. Another suggestion from the same person from Battle.net forums is units inside a medevac that die should not also die if you research a new upgrade called parachutes.
That's a little bit of copium, I think. Yeah, no bueno. You already have the boost. Medivac should never die anyways.
Okay, and we'll do one more suggestion from the same guy, Ray of the Sun. Great suggestion so far. Ultralisk should be able to teleport while burrowed, much like a battle cruiser does.
I actually agree with that. I think it would be a very good change for the game overall. I think very healthy. But yes, please make it happen.
All right, well, thank you guys so much. And thank you for your balance suggestions. We'll catch you guys in the next one.
Wow, thanks, Rainer, for clarifying all of those points. He's a good kid, is Rainer. And, of course, he is going up against Classic. So, I mean, Roddy, let's talk about how this could potentially play out here. Because, of course, we know Rainer as the whiz kid, the wild, fast guy, going up against someone like Classic. What are you anticipating in a game like this from him going up against Classic?
Maybe it's not too different to what we saw earlier today, what we started to show off with, Creator versus Serral. That was a fun series where we did see Creator obviously have a very cheeky build in Game 3, where he got awfully close to getting the job done. Classic does not shy away from using those builds once in a while if he believes in it, but I think we're going to see a lot of double robo. I think it's a lot of double robo into one ultra powerful attack. I think Reynor is anticipating that kind of stuff as well. And then I'm curious to see if Reynor is going to go with the Cero approach, where it's like, all right, let's get quick Hive, quick Viper, and just make sure we have Vipers ready for that first big attack of a couple of Colossus, Disruptors, or a mix of that. Or if Reynor does it the slightly more complicated way, where it's like, no, we're going to smash this over and over again with lair attack units, and then once I feel ultra safe, that's when we'll sneak out the Hive. Like, that's what I'm looking forward to in this series.
Fair. ZG and thoughts?
I was thinking about what I guess would be kind of like a weakness of Reynor's, because it does kind of matter on his form sometimes, what tournament he's playing in. But I've had to think about ways that Classic has interrupted Reynor. It is in those early games, and that's actually what happened with Serral as well. So bring it back to the earlier best of three, which is that occasionally the Protosses do just the right things to really break the Zerg flow in the first 5 minutes, basically, and then that really jumpstarts them into such things as Roddy was talking about. So I think that's going to be, we're going to get, like, I think a very clear image in the first 5 minutes of game one of this best of three as to who is feeling it more, or you know, a confirmation that Classic really does just have Reynor's number, or Reynor's actually doing going to be fine in offline tournaments. I think it'll actually be within the first 5 minutes that we're going to know the rest of the series.
That's spot on. We often look at high-level PvZ and it's like the first 5 minutes, same song and dance, couple of adapts roam around the map, an Oracle, second Oracle, and then it's like, is it going to make a third one or a fourth one, or going to transition? But the first 5 minutes are so ultra important in high-level PvZ, because we saw that in that second game. Creator found way more damage than I've seen anyone found against Serral for a long time, and that's just clever adapt movement that's willing to commit when you kind of like, you can't always be 100% certain in StarCraft, right? It's a game of incomplete information, but if you see just enough that you know this is the right moment to let the Shade finish up, you grab 4 drones, that opens the door for the Oracle to be more successful, and it makes a night and day difference in the Zerg economy if they lose 8 drones or 1 drone. Like, if Classic kills the 0 workers in the first 6 minutes, I have a very hard time believing that he wins any game against Reynor. If he gets 10 plus, I have a hard time believing that Reynor can withstand the next push or the next push of Classic.
Yeah, because he's not the kind of guy that's going to allow it to, if he gets that early damage, he's not going to allow it to go all the distance. He knows that that's a decent advantage for him to then continue on with a game plan like that. That being said, though, for me, so far throughout the day, I don't think there's been huge question marks about who's the favorite too much in the previous games and stuff like that. But I do have a few question marks around how this game could go because of that kind of those recent games online ZG, but also because it's now in an offline setting where, you know, as you say, Reynor comes alive, and Classic could quite easily do something a little bit tricky. So what do you think?
I guess it's kind of like one of the harder matches to call.
I think so.
We're kind of getting at. Yeah. And I think that is true. There were favorites, especially when you looked at, for instance, Clem Dark and their history in the last 3 months. Like, unless we saw, if we didn't see that, then I would have been a lot more like guesswork. But this one, it's like Classic the last 3 series, not the same as Clem the last 7 series. So that's not really like, you know, proving that he has something against Reynor, and then the offline performance really does change things up. So yeah, it's definitely the most question mark of the series so far. We are going to find out what's going to happen in the next 4 series.
True.
After this one's done.
True. Well, guys, I'm getting word that we actually do need a little bit more time before we actually go on to this series here. So we're going to go to a short break. Sorry for that, guys, but when we return, we are going to be getting more here from Gamers8 very, very soon. See you in a bit.
Wow, our first round of the group stage is almost about to conclude, Fancy, with this match coming up next.
الراوند الأول من الجروب ستيج على وشك إنه يوصل إلى النهاية مع كل النتائج الغير متوقعة اللي شاهدناها حتى الآن في هذا المسرح.
And I know every match has been awesome, but this one looks particularly awesome. Raynor, one of my favorite players, classic, a player since the very beginning that has an incredible resume.
One of the people that everyone says that he's the greatest of all time. فخلونا نشوف أعزائنا المشاهدين إذا فعلا المباراة هذه اللي راح نشهدها هي بتكون على نفس جودة اللاعبين اللي احنا راح نشوفهم الآن. زي ما احنا عارفين رينر كلاسيك كلهم من الأفضل في العالم في تاريخ ستار كرافت، والآن جاهزين أن نقدمهم لكم على المسرح.
And I do want to give a quick shout out to Ravi, who's been doing those interviews. I saw him catch up with Raynor, get some thoughts on balance changes. Fortunately, we've got the good old-fashioned regular StarCraft happening here.
أعزائنا المشاهدين زي ما تشوفون الآن بيكون عندنا فرصة أننا نشهد مباراة حرفيا شاهدينها قبل أسابيع قليلة جدا وكلنا عارفين وش نتيجتها، بس خلونا نتكلم عن وش اللي صار في المباراة أصلا مع اللاعبين مع المسرح.
All right, for our final match of round 1 of the group stage, let's invite our first player out. From Basilisk, Raynor! In Katowice 2022, he claims second place. And now he's hot off a victory from Home Story Cup just last month. Let's see if he can pick up another win this week.
رينر من فريق باسلكس ظهر معنا في المسرح، هو حرفيا تو طالع من فوز من احد اكبر المياجر الهوم ستوري، ماخذ الفوز في المركز الاول، زياده على كده هو الفاينلست في اي ام كاتوفيتسا في 2022، وزياده على كده هو ايضا فاينلست في الوول تيم ليج. فحدثني ولا حرج عن هذا اللاعب، فعلا الهيستوري حقه جدا جدا عظيم، لكن اللاعب اللي ضده لاعب جدا مميز في هذه البطوله، خصوصا التيم اللي هو يمثله، بس خلونا نرحب فيه اول. من فريق تويستد مايند كلاسيك. من احد افضل لاعبين البروتوس من انحاء العالم، الشخص اللي دائما يقولون عنه من افضل اللاعبين في عالم ستار كرافت في تاريخها. زاد على كذا في 2022 شاهدناه يفوز في المركز الاول في الكاستر سيفل وور، والان ظاهر معنا في المسرح ممثل لفريق سعودي الوحيد معنا في البطوله.
If you hear a little extra love from the crowd, that's because Twisted Mind is a local team. He's also our classic winner of the 2022 Caster Civil War, and just 2 weeks ago took a match off Raynor, so see how this turns out.
That's exactly what happened. أعزائنا المشاهدين اللي ما يدري، كلاسيك ورينر واجهوا بعض قبل أسابيع قليلة جدا في المباراة هذه. كلاسيك استطاع الفوز 2-1 واستطاع إنه يورينا جيم جدا جدا رهيب وكان للتاريخ صراحة، لكن الآن راح نشهده مرة ثانية في جيمرز 8 في ستار كرافت. توفيق لهم إن شاء الله.
Gentlemen, please join us in the center of the stage to shake hands.
والآن جاء الوقت أن نشهد هذه المباراة معنا في الرياض. زي ما احنا عارفين كلاسيك ممكن عنده الأبر هاند في أغلب المرات اللي تواجهوا فيها، بس المرة هذه في أول مرحلة في الجروب ستيج بيكون موجودين في نفس المباراة، بالتوفيق لهم. وعلى طول نروح مع المعلقين نتكلم أكثر.
All right, if our players are all ready, then we can send it on over to the casters to start this match.
What is up, everybody? This is Tasteless and Artosis back together once more to cast you a truly epic match here at Gamers8 in Riyadh.
Yes, indeed. Tasteless, I'm so excited about this match. We're going to have a Raynor, just such a strong Zerg, one of the best Zergs in the world for a very long time now, going up against a returned classic. He has done his military duty, and he's getting into better shape every single day.
He certainly has been improving. It's important to remember that Raynor was really the player after Cyril to prove that an entire region could actually start to compete with the Koreans. Originally it was Cyril that came out on top and became the first non-Korean world champion. But after that, it was Raynor who said, okay, this is now a thing. Europe is a real threat, and Classic's here to try to take that throne back.
Yes, indeed. And we're going to see if he is actually able to do so. You know, I think it is a little bit Raynor favored, but Classic should not be underestimated. He is very, very strong, but is he going to be able to deliver in a best of 3 against one of the best, most aggressive Zerg versus Protoss players in the world?
It's a tough call. Looks like we're ready to go into our first map here. This is a best of 3. This tournament is using the Swiss system. So very quickly here over the next 2 days, we're going to start moving forward here and eliminating players. Over here in the upper right, in the red, he is Classic. And his opponent down here in the bottom right in the blue. It is Raynor.
All right, we're on Dragon Scales here for game number 1. We have that probe coming out for the ever-popular hatchery block. And Raynor, let's see if he's going to get down there. No, of course he is going to have to go around to that third base location to make his first hatchery. Pretty standard opener here.
Yeah, this is very typical to basically nudge the drone into expanding into another area. In this case, it's a location that's going to be more accessible for the Protoss if there's any kind of pressure early on. And of course, it takes a lot longer to get the creep connected between the 2 bases.
Yeah, it's really annoying to have to deal with Adept Oracle pressure as well, which is the best opener in this matchup. You know, like just getting a few Adepts out, getting those Oracles, putting on a little bit of harassment. It's like the safest thing to do, it's the best scouting to do, and it's the best harassment to do. You know, it's almost very predictable at this point.
Yeah, it's predictable, but I think in a lot of ways it allows you to create opportunities to come in and try to hit specific locations, to try to do some damage, to try to come out ahead. And then from there, the Protoss has to figure out, you know, is there a more standard way to play the game? And do I want to go down that avenue, or do I want to do one of these unusual surprise timing attacks? And one feature of Protoss is they do seem to have a very wide range of tech and a lot of options at their disposal. But when going up against a player like Raynor, one of his core features is that he's extremely good at dealing with any kind of attack that's going to come his way.
Yeah, he certainly is. And don't forget, he's great at things like counterattacks. I really do enjoy Raynor's style. It's very different, for instance, from Serral's style, which does make this a different type of matchup. I think he is a little bit more vulnerable than some of the more straight-laced macro Zergs, but there's also that volatility when he does start getting his lings out on the map.
Well, he's very able to create chaos and very good at making any Protoss player feel uncomfortable leaving the map. And, you know, and a lot of the big attacks that Protoss try to do that are not in the very late game, they're not with full complete tech where you're on 4 or even 5 bases. If you're punished when leaving your base, a lot of times the wind is taken out of your sails. You're not able to make that time and attack. So Raynor hinging a lot of his positional play off the opportunities that can be created with counterattacks is key.
Very, very true about that. Now, he does get a couple of Zerglings in here and just confirms exactly what's going on. Oh, a little bit of a misplay there from Classic. Throws out that shade and actually does not turn it off. So the Ling gets around, doesn't really see too much, but it does get to verify that, in fact, a Void Ray is on the way. Not the most common opener here.
And the Void Ray was not canceled. It would be a little bit late to cancel it anyways, but it is going to go ahead and finish. And you're right, Artosis, the Void Ray, it's not an Oracle that can come across the map and try to snipe workers or tag units later on. It's not a unit like the Phoenix is that you're going to accumulate a bunch and maybe try to create opportunities later on there, although that's pretty rare in this matchup, especially nowadays. The Void Ray basically can sweep the map and kill Zerglings, kill Overlords, and ultimately, oftentimes protect that third nexus that's going to be made very quickly here, of course, accompanied with an Adept, usually with a pylon there to wedge the Adept in between the nexus and the pylon and set up a nice defense.
You know, this is kind of funny because like opening with a Void Ray in Protoss vs. Zerg, maybe 2-3 years ago, it was relatively popular. And of course, Classic was around and very, very good at that time. But he's going for Void Ray, 1 Oracle, 3rd Nexus into a Fleet Beacon. Like, I think he's going to be using one of these very old Skytoss builds that open up with Mass Void Ray.
In Korea, we haven't been able to see as many PVZs since Terran have been so dominant. By the way, nicely done getting 4 drones. You know, with Terran winning so much in the Korean scene, in the Korean meta, this is a matchup that's really a novelty at times. But it does seem like we've had the beginnings of this becoming a more typical approach to the matchup. Now, typical doesn't always mean it's going to work, and that's really what we're going to find out in the next couple of minutes here. But I do think this is a good way to play the game versus somebody like Raynor, who, like we were saying earlier, likes to rely on counterattacks, likes to punish a timing attack-based Protoss. Instead, this is a very passive way to play here from Classic, kind of almost like you're playing the single player a little bit here, especially as we see the carrier tech.
Okay, this is kind of crazy to go 2 carriers right off the bat. Like, no one goes for super fast 2-port carrier. Like, I'm a little bit confused about this, but you see the follow-up here of a Twilight and a Forge, and this is suddenly reminding me of some of SOS's old builds.
Oh, that's a good point. I hadn't really thought of that, but that's right. This is what we might call a tech leap. A lot of times you're supposed to tech into one thing so that you can safely tech into the next thing, and maybe, you know, something bigger even after that, because there's going to be periods of the game you're not exactly safe, but instead we've gone right to the end game units. We're only about 6 minutes into this, and already I see not only carriers made, but carriers moving across the map.
Absolutely, and in fact, that's all he's going to make for now. This is like an adjustment to an old SOS build where he would rush a couple carriers send them across the map, and you don't have that much anti-air. The Queens don't actually deal with the carriers that well, so you start picking some of that off, and you follow it up with a massive gateway attack. And it is crazy to see this right now.
He's not making more carriers, at least in my mind, and I'm sure for some of the people watching, when I see carriers start, you kind of think, okay, how you're going to keep going, right? We've seen this with battle cruisers used versus Zerg. I was certainly taking from those ideas as I was trying to cast the strategy out here, but instead, it's like a stick shift in a car. He's completely shifted gears, and now he's going to go into a gateway timing attack. Look, a +1 attack, Stalker, Blink, that's normal. But not after you make 2 carriers and harass on the map.
Absolutely. This is some crazy play that we see here. Now, the Queens are here. There are spores being made, and he is going to have to pull back. He's taken a fair amount of damage on these carriers. He has lost some of the interceptors. Going to have to let some of those rebuild as well. And Raynor, here's the thing. I think that Raynor is reacting to this rather well. Like, he's getting the Spire, but he's mostly droning up. He knows he's not going to die to these carriers.
You know, it is very much like that battle cruiser attack in the TVZ, right? You come out, you try to harass. Ideally, you don't lose one like you're going to see right here. But the damage that can be done, and it can be quite a bit, really does begin to accumulate. But the follow-up with the Stalkers, the question is going to be, is this too far out of range? By the way, in some ways, this also seems to look a little bit like the way that Hero plays. Expanding at times nearly ahead of the Zerg. We have 4 base to 4 base. I thought this was going to be carriers into that timing attack. Obviously, eventually those Stalkers will move out and hit, but a 4th base with that.
Yeah, the 4th base, plus he made a couple more Void Rays. This is really a Classic special right now, using a little bit of everything. Now, let's see, can these Blink Stalkers get some significant damage? Not a lot of ground units here. You know, we do have some Ravagers coming up to join those Roaches, but Classic's Blink Micro is going to make this probably a pretty decent trade.
Yeah, a pretty nice looking arc, but it does seem like Raynor has enough to spread them on either side. We've got Lings and Ravagers now in pursuit of those Stalkers, which are going to flee back to that 4th base. Positional bases like this, obviously it's good to get the extra resources, but they also make a good launching pad for attacks onto the Zerg, since it's one of the bases that's basically closest to the Zerg from the Protoss' perspective. We've got Storm coming. We have another attack upgrade about to finish. It does seem that although Classic's build is really different, very cool, at the same time, it doesn't seem like it's really slowing Raynor down.
No, it doesn't seem like that, right? Like, Raynor did do a very good job of continuing to drone like we were talking about. He did have enough units to stop the initial Blink Stalkers coming in. But Classic is all over the place. He is on 4 bases. He's got a very healthy 78 workers. And now back into carriers?
Yeah, how funny is that? Carriers into a hard shift of Stalkers, then maybe back into a couple of carriers. He did have, 2 earlier. It looks like he's going to go up to 3. again, this is a bit more of an exploratory cast as we're dealing with a build that we haven't quite worked out in the meta itself. But I guess the real question I'm asking myself is, what is the right number of carriers?
Who knows? It's really hard to say, but anytime your opponent is sitting there making ground units, carriers will be good if you have them out. If you have the interceptors, the damage output from carriers is extremely high. So maybe this is going to add just enough that he holds on against any incoming Rainer attacks. And we know Rainer's going to attack soon because he is maxed out.
Yeah, he needs to get rid of that supply. And then remake it to only attack. And again, it looks like these Lings are going to be just out of range of this trap setup over here. And there's also an attack that's set up to hit the 4th base, although I don't know if it's going to get in there just yet. But you can see Rainer is trying to do a little bit of positional play. A very patient Classic is able to respond and kind of nudge this back without really suffering too many losses.
Yeah, 16 probes fall, maybe a couple cannons that were warping in. But at 62 probes, he is going to be able to refill his worker count to exactly where he wants it. Still some more counterattacking coming in here from Rainer, and it seems like he's getting ready to try to maybe attack that 4th base, but I don't think it's really attackable right now.
Yeah, we have Corruptors being made too with that freed up supply. Some extra Lings are going to hatch here, and more upgrades are going to continue to finish. And now we've got the 8 Broodlords, and so it's going to be one of these slow roaming carrier fleets versus a slow roaming set of Broodlords. And I don't know if this is going to clash head to head. You know, when you have 2 slow moving air groups, it's hard to really outmaneuver each other, right? I mean, eventually one's going to be stronger and they're going to be able to take the other on.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about the Broodlords, really. Like, what does he even have that shoots up? It's like 12 queens? Well, I think the Broodlords are not going to be able to really push that well. You're definitely going to have the creep way up there with the queens supporting them against these carriers. But as you can see, between Storm, Blink, and carriers, the Ravager's getting absolutely decimated.
Yeah, Rainer not going to really have to worry too much about the push over there. I do like the attack over onto the drones here now. What do we actually have underneath these Broodlords? It does seem like at least 2 or 3 were sniped. And again, the push itself from Classic, really not able to get much done. He's going to have to go back and remake the interceptors, but at the same time, it doesn't really seem like Rainer able to generate a counter push either.
Yeah, he's kind of just sitting there with like a weird unit composition, still getting some upgrades and everything. And making those Corruptors, I wonder if he's going to keep them in that Corruptor mode. I think so, because he does need a little bit more anti-air than what he has right now to fight off a carrier fleet.
The Lings get the cancel there on the Nexus. A little victory in what's really been a game where neither side is able to make that much of an impact. And a lot of times when games like this tend to slow down, you want to watch the resource accumulation over in the bottom tab of the screen. But the truth is, Rainer's got more, but not that much more.
No, not too much. Like, his creep spread is not super fantastic either. He's done a little bit of economic damage, but I feel like Classic is in a position that any Protoss wouldn't really mind. He's getting additional upgrades, he's getting additional Stargates, 5th Nexus on the way, and honestly, this roaming army is pretty darn strong.
Certainly is. We have this Baneling set that's going to come through here. He's going to try to just find any value he can and commit instead over to those probes. Meanwhile, we have the roaming army from Classic. It doesn't seem like it's quite able to get that much done. I think he can basically deny this hatchery and maybe even recall out if he needed to.
And a little bit of harassment going down on the sides here. Some Zealots charging in, but the Ling Bane will be able to deal with that. Few probes going down as well as some Baneling counterattacks come up from Rainer. But it seems like Classic, you know, he's not taking too much damage right now, and I gotta say, I really like what he's doing with his Stargates now. Adding those Tempests, adding an Oracle, that's really going to allow him to snipe down Broodlords very efficiently.
We got to go big picture for a second here. The one base in the top right hasn't been taken. The 2 bases on the left have not been taken either. Zerg is trying to expand over here into the 3 o'clock spot, but both of these unit sets are very slow moving. So if you're able to outmaneuver the other, which is occasionally happening here, it's very difficult to recover the position. In this case, it does seem like there are some options available for Zerg to try to out-expand and kind of sidestep the carrier fleet, but at the same time, there's really not that many more resource locations left on the map, right?
No, not too many. And honestly, the way that this is gearing up, like you see all the upgrades starting to be gotten by both sides here, right? Like plasma shields are coming, another Stargate. We're even getting Ultralisk tech, a second Spire. Like the timing to actually kill one of these players is almost gone. Like you see the clock says 15 minutes, 90% chance this is going to 30.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, it seems like there's no way for either side to finish the other one off. And the whole map layout with unit compositions like this, I think, only makes this more interesting. By the way, in the production tab, Protoss doubling down on air units. Yeah. We're going to see more Tempests, more carriers, maybe Void Rays, I don't know. We're going to have to see what kind of direction this game goes. And will Zerg, in fact, try to rely on Broodlords? It does seem like there is a sweet spot for how many Broodlords you want before it's diminishing returns.
Sure.
Mothership Core coming into play here as well. And again, not that many more expansions left on the map. And the placement of those set expansions, it's sort of weird. The bottom left and top right. This is I don't want to say stalemate-ish, but it does seem like there's a real odd no man's land that's been created here.
Yeah, it does look that way at the moment. You know, I do appreciate, by the way, that we still have Classic working hard with these Stalkers on the side. Like, he's still trying to carve out a little bit of damage before those do get fully traded out for a more powerful air fleet. A second Robo's coming up, and some Immortals are being made, probably to help deal with these Ultralisks. But you can see that both players are kind of going towards that complete endgame army. So we're going to get a little bit more turtled up, a little bit more stalematey for a bit while they get into the compositions that they think can win them the game.
It looks like we are going to have tension continue to build, and a slight positional advantage here for Raynor, at least for now. Raynor expanding into 3 o'clock. Now, there's been a couple cancellations here, but he's getting both that and this base here in the bottom left. And this means that Protoss has to make a move. And he may, in fact, just try to push in, or actually he might just try to shave off some creep tumors here or there. It's very hard to say. But if Classic can't deny both the 3 o'clock and the bottom left base, there's going to be problems here economically for Classic.
Well, yeah, Classic eventually is going to have to take that base over to the left. He actually gets his mothership out just in the nick of time and cloaks everything. That is not minus 400 right there.
Yeah, there's literally no way to commit down onto that Nexus if you can't see it. And the hatchery has been picked off as well. And I was actually trying to figure where that hatchery was. That was actually at 6 o'clock. And so he's taken that out. Obviously, you can retake that, but this is the one that's probably more important. The locations that are more fresh with resources are going to be more essential. The Zerg needs to keep that. And Protoss also is in a phase where they're going to start to sacrifice units. So they're going to try to commit down to locations. And I got to say, Classic is really playing a pretty masterful game of chess here, kind of moving his pieces across the board, taking what he can, making the sacrifices he needs to make so that he can set up and try to come in once more.
No, his multi-pronged play here is unbelievable. The fact that he has picked off multiple hatcheries with these Blink Stalkers that eventually you just want to trade out anyways, while running around with his main army killing bases and grinding down units. I have to be honest, like, I don't think that Raynor is playing poorly, but I do think that Classic so far this game strategically and just overall is outplaying him.
Yeah, he did a pretty brilliant play, taking out 3 hatcheries and causing a dramatic hiccup into the income. Normally we talk about Zergs knowing when to attack in with their units, sacrifice what needs to be sacrificed efficiently, and then remake another army to then do the same thing maybe 1 or 2 more times to win the game. This time we have it from the reverse perspective where it's actually Classic doing that. Protoss have a little bit of a harder time reconfiguring their army again and getting that complexity there because all these different units come out of different structures. But so far he's done it very well. Raynor's going to try to find an opening. It does seem like there's enough cannons here to basically sandbag the real threat, which would be the destruction of the Nexus. And so once more, Classic is going to be able to drive this attack away.
Yeah, his heavy static D there doing an absolutely fantastic job for him. Again, his harassment has been insane. He's killed 6 hatcheries. You know, the Greater Spire is just now being rebuilt as well for Raynor. Raynor going to have to back up from here, and now we see that ultimate Sky Toss army being made. Look at this. He's got a Mothership. He's got 7 Archons, 6 High Templars. He's even got that single Sentry in there, not being lazy at all. 6 Carriers. Are you kidding me? This is almost a perfect army.
It really is. Only one location on the map has not been claimed, and it's going to be this spot over at 9 o'clock. By the way, he is going to get the Mothership. Now, you would think that's a really big deal. It's not exactly. That's going to be remade, but the Mothership does force a Zerg to have to tactically engage it and allows the Protoss to gain more time and basically remake that Mothership now. We've got a push coming up over here into the top right. I don't know if Protoss has a recall available right now, but if he does, it would be great to try to use that. But you know, with so many cannons, you can really see how much more time can be bought. And by the way, Protoss is going to sack this, and instead, Classic's going to move down here into the south. Oh, never mind. He's going to do 2 things at once. Both cover this base with part of his army, at the same time smash the base in the bottom left.
Dude, saves that Nexus, brings his Archon High Templar to pick off the hatchery, and as long as he can get those Archons and High Templars out of there, he's going to be very happy with this trade.
Okay, and so we've got the Sty Storms coming down here. I think at this point in time, with the number of Stargates you have, you're probably willing, as Classic, to give up these air units to remake them again. And, you know, it's not the easiest game to call. I gotta say, Classic's playing very well. Raynor is not in the most ideal spot, but at the same time, Classic isn't winning this just yet either.
Yeah, like, I like where Classic is going. I like how he's played the game. But Raynor still has a lot of play left here. Like, he's keeping some damage on the right-hand side. Look at this, the big Broodlord push coming in that definitely needs to be dealt with. The Sky Toss army, he's having a little bit of a hard time splitting it correctly. So the top right Nexus finally will be picked off while he tries to save this 4th base.
Now, it does seem like the walls are closing in here for Classic. Raynor has more minerals and gas banked up, and although we've seen these great plays from Classic, Raynor is basically able to recover and then fight back, and Raynor still has a considerable amount more of the map.
Raynor has a lot of the map. You're definitely right about that. He has lost several of these hatcheries, but as you rebuild them and remine those minerals, you know, the damage that you took earlier on, it's not actually going to matter as much because you're still going to end up mining those mineral patches, right? It's not like it's denied necessarily forever in a game like this.
That's right. We've got the pylon being made over here. Even little moves like this to basically curb progress and make it a Nexus over here are very smart from Raynor, I'm sorry, from Classic, who's actually, okay, I was going to say, why is he not killing that Overlord? He does take that out, or at least push it away. And the funds are really starting to build here for Raynor.
He's certainly starting to get a little bit of a bank, about 3K to 3K in each. Classic, though, as he maxes out, he'll start to build that bank as well. And notice the back and forth that we're seeing here, right? Some more Immortals and Ultras have been built on both sides. So they're both kind of like countering and recountering these smaller bits of the army.
Well, here comes another attack down here in the bottom left. This is apparently where Classic sees Raynor's big weak spot, is to come in here and basically smash this location. That being said, you saw some of those mineral patches. There isn't that much left over there. And if Raynor could just keep retaking that and soaking up the resources, he's going to be in good shape. The newest base here for Classic is going to be at 9 o'clock. And I do want to see, you know, if he's going to take that base, how is he going to stop Raynor from then expanding into the top right corner of the map over here?
That's true. If the top right is a base that Raynor can get, that would be gigantic. Now, this attack in, he actually takes on the pylons super quickly right there, so a little bit hard to defend. Calls in 2 Immortals, but the Ultras got out in time. So he will save the Nexus, but he's going to have to reset up all this defense.
That's right. There's also problems that Raynor could encounter here with just not actually having many more resources left at the bases that he actually had. In fact, I think the only really resource-rich location was 9 o'clock. There's only 4 patches left over at some of these bases. Others are going to be mined out in a matter of maybe 1 to 2 minutes.
You know, I gotta say, you know, we get a fair amount of Sky Toss versus like these Corruptor-based compositions from Zerg games in this matchup. But this is one of the most active ones that I've ever seen. Like, both players really doing their best with smaller groups of units to harass each other and get that extra damage.
Yeah. Classic, again, with his side of the map, you know, both top right and the 9 o'clock spot, I mean, I think there may be a little bit more resources at his disposal. This is, interestingly enough, it may end the way that many Terran versus Zerg, Terran victory endgame games go. Where
you can creep tumors?
Where basically the Terran is letting the Zerg exhaust their side of the map, and the Protoss trading more efficiently may be able to overcome that by securing the last 1 to 2 bases on their side of the map. Again, it's not typical at all for Protoss, for Zerg games to end like this, but here we are.
Well, once again, another attack here from Raynor, really utilizing the speed of these units to get in there and deal some damage. Gets rid of like an Archon, some static D, 10 probes, and then backs up immediately. One funny thing about this game that normally in this matchup you'll have like 80 workers versus 80 workers at this point. They've both been below 60 for a very long time now.
It's a good point.
So they're not actually getting like the 10K banks that we're used to.
That's right. Yeah, they've had to spend the money as it's come in. Classic, by the way, you know, it's almost like a StarCraft 1 PvZ here. I've seen how many cannons are being made at each of these bases, but it does allow you to really buy some actual time here as the game goes on. Now, you see an army like this over here on the right. I guess the question I ask myself from Raynor's perspective is, when are you going to start to hit that left side?
Yeah, he is going to have to go back over there, especially as you see these units over to the right-hand side, right? Like, when an army is in one location, you generally want to hit the others with this type of style. But look at that! Oh my god, that is a lot of cannons in there, isn't it?
Yeah, the 2 Immortals are very deliberate as well. If you try to come in there with Ultralisks, they're going to pick that off too. It's kind of a cool setup that he has over here. We've got a War Prism. I wonder what's in that. 2 Templars, so he wants to try to Psystorm drop, I would imagine, this base in the bottom left, although I don't think it's actually done yet, so he's not going to find anything.
Yeah, maybe he goes somewhere else where the drones are extra stacked or something like that. Not entirely sure. But, you know, trying to still get some of that harassment done. Honestly, drone kills right now are not like a terrible idea in a lot of ways, because we have been so low for so long. It is going to be a little bit harder to refill them. Although, looking at the minerals for Raynor, he is actually starting to make a pretty big bank.
Yeah, I think it is probably the slowest part of this actual game, right? And it's going to become very critical how the next few engagements go, because all StarCraft maps, there's only a limited amount of those resources. As you don't have that many more nodes to collect the resources from, the last few fights really matter, because eventually one side dries up or almost dries up. By the way, huge play there on those Immortals with the Infestors. The Immortals were there to kill the Ultralisks, so suddenly Raynor able to pierce the defenses over here and actually break this position.
That's kind of crazy. If he had not done that, then that's an easy hold for Protoss. Instead, he takes out a lot and continues to work on this base. Definitely something Classic's going to have to think about. He's going to end up losing his 3rd base location here, but it is almost mined out. So not necessarily the end of the world to lose that finally after defending it for a good 25 minutes.
Some really smart attacks here from Raynor in what looked to be a neck-and-neck game. Suddenly, at least as far as what's in the bank right now, Raynor is massively ahead. I mean, you look at the situation, he was able to hit all 3 locations. He wasn't able to take out that Nexus at the bottom left, but he is about to kill this Nexus over here. And I think Raynor's maybe 1 or 2 big strategic moves in here from taking this huge Psystorm drop. But again, is it actually too late? There's so many resources banked here for Raynor. I think he can easily remake those drones and even easily sacrifice this hatchery.
Well, he is going to have to sacrifice some here. The Ling Ultra still running around trying to get some additional kills. Prism into the main base as he makes an Archon, warps in a few Zealots. Maybe he can get a bit of harassment or at least get Raynor off of his back for a moment here. Classic does have a couple pretty well mining bases, so I think he's still fine, but those are very split. So I feel like that's where Raynor can really put the nails to Classic.
How many minerals are actually left at that center right base? I really do wonder. Okay, so there's enough along with what he's got banked up. The issue right now for Raynor is that there's a push inbound here, and the Protoss has expanded into 2 extremely different locations. With the number of spores available here, you can't penetrate that area with the interceptors from the carriers. So it looks like he's going to be driven away there. By the way, these small Ling counterattacks become huge because now the Protoss has been forced into recalling to protect his infrastructure, which should allow Raynor to set up an attack either at the top right or the center left.
There's two things I want to see here from Classic Tasteless. Number one is a Dark Shrine. DTs can really help you clean up something like that without having to send your whole army. The second is putting your mothership on one side of the map and utilizing that recall. He's losing it in battles very quickly. I don't feel like it's adding to his army anymore, but utilizing it to save a base like this with a secondary recall, that would be a huge moment.
Okay, so the Broodlords take this out. Of course, Protoss doesn't want to commit into this area just now, but right now for Classic, I think if he moves out, he has to really figure out how to do damage. It's probably going to have to be at the 3 o'clock position up here. He will be able to push through these spores. Everything is becoming limited right now. The spores that are picked off can't be remade later on. Again, we're running out of resources on this map. This has been one insane hell of a game. We never really cast PvZs quite like this one, but here we are.
Well, another attack coming in from this Ultraling, even a couple Roaches joining them as well, showing just how strong those Ultras are against buildings. And another Yoink there. I tell you, the Mothership was great the first time he made it. The second and third time, very, very weak. I would have really loved to see that just utilized for recall. Instead, he's losing it. He's starting to lose more bases, and it does feel like Raynor at this point is outplaying Classic.
Yeah, that base over that we were looking at earlier, and not this one, the one at the top right, probably going to have their long distance mine there. There's no point in having probes there. There's not that many more locations to take here. The center left seems to be probably the most desirable base to try to take here on both sides. The upper right seems like Raynor decided to give up on that, at least for now, but it is very resource rich, and as long as Classic has something like that to try to mine from, he can recover.
Well, another couple Yoinks going in, 2 Tempests going to go down. Some good spells being cast, dealing damage, but not really gaining that value. More Tempests, another Mothership on the way, as Raynor just builds his economy back up from a very low 27 workers.
Yeah, when you get this late in the game, having a lot of workers doesn't really help. There's not that many resources on the map, but at the same time, you need to use most of that supply to make these massive death ball armies. Raynor is now taking back the few minerals remaining over here in the center right. The bottom left, it seems like Classic has decided to abandon that attack in there, at least for now. It seems like Classic is fearful if he moves down to the bottom left, a big counterattack from Raynor into the upper right would make him broke.
He has to keep top right. If he loses top right, the game is just over at that point. He is leaving like some decent defense. His recall is certainly back, so at least he has that. Now, adding in Void Rays and getting Void Ray speed, what do you think about that, Taste? Is that going to be a good add to his army here?
I'm not sure. You know, the Void Ray can play some interesting roles in some of these fights where you can really commit down to certain areas. There's obviously going to have to be a moment where the Protoss has to not just try to play, you know, a game of cat and mouse with the air fleet, but actually try to overpower the Zerg.
Yeah.
And, you know, this game, it seems like Raynor's been slightly ahead the whole time, but Classic is able to hang with him.
He has been, yeah. He's doing a rather good job. Now, is he going to be able to actually move up and, like, take over a new location? Are we going to be able to see Classic get another mining base? Because one mining base, like, if he loses this army, Tasteless, it's over. He just can't refill it.
Okay, this attack is coming in now. Let's see if he can try to kidnap the Mothership once more and get that kill. The Oracles are basically used to tag the army to monitor the movements so that the Protoss can always be ready. I love this counterattack. It's just enough to force the recall, and now it could be Raynor's move next.
Well, you utilize that recall there, so suddenly you do have some danger where, for instance, a large attack on the top right, if your army's on the left side of the map, may end up killing your last mining base. It is hard to move around correctly with this carrier fleet. Now, he's setting up for another base on the left, but we saw what happened last time he split his mining bases so far apart. Raynor really abused it.
I think that the next move might be the most important here for Raynor. He's going to move all of his Spore Crawlers up and hyper commit to this area just where the Broodlords are pushing in. And I think if Raynor could take this base, I think it is physically impossible for Classic to recover from it.
I would agree with that. Couple of Yoinks trying to come in here, picks off a Tempest, but you know what? He's starting to lose some of those Corruptors. Some good Psy Storms going off, some good damage there from Classic's army. Kills off some of these overlords and overseers that are in the way as he rotates down. Definitely needs to hold on to that area. That base at 9 o'clock is probably the most important spot on the map right now.
Another counterattack over here to try to draw this army away. By the way, Classic, huge play by denying the acquisition of the base that we were looking at earlier. And also the Immortals just enough in numbers to actually drive those Ultralisks away earlier. Meanwhile, Classic, with these Tempests, he can continue to shell these Spore Crawlers and slowly push to the south.
I love that little army that Classic had up there. Very, very important that he doesn't keep sending his entire air army back for small counterattacks. Just a couple of Mortals, a few Psy Storms in there, and that seems to be enough against the types of counterattacks Raynor has planned.
And so Classic's still in this. It seems like he's basically been able to always deal with these counters. Remember that Classic right now maxed out, can't warp in units to protect against this either. You can't get, the 5 or 6 Zealots that would basically help out. Immortals will beat Zerglings in small numbers, but it does take time. Meanwhile, some very good snags over here from Raynor, getting a few carriers and anything else he can get.
Well, he cleans up those Lings for the most part in his main base. Losing some of his very important units. Raynor, of course, losing some units in here as well. He is going to have to respend and get that supply back up. Some Infestors coming up with some very nice Fungals. Psystorm's trying to hit these Broodlords, but a little bit hard with those Broodlings zoning everything back.
This is a really impressive move here from Classic. And notice that Raynor's supply has dropped. He hasn't started to really refill that just yet. But I don't know if he has any more resources to mine from right now. I think that 3 o'clock.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, 3 o'clock's almost dried up.
Very close.
And now Raynor, he just spent all his money. He's dropped to 300 minerals. He's getting Corruptors, Ultras, Broodlords, and remaking that hatchery. They're both very low in minerals, by the way. There is an insane amount of gas. That may play a role later. It's insignificant right now. Also, at the top right for the Protoss, I don't think there's that much left. No. You see an expansion being taken here, but the other base, yeah, that's going to mine out. There's, I think, a more reasonable amount over there. So the next chess move is going to be the push from Raynor to advance on to the 9 o'clock position.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right about that. This is becoming a game that is going to revolve around just the left-hand side of the map. Because that top right is almost mined out and has a lot of static D at it, I don't think that's a location Raynor can hit anymore. Raynor, by the way, his army supply out of control. 188 army supply. That's only 12 drones remaining. Right. He's going for his ultimate composition to try to win this game.
And with only 12 drones, I mean, he can't get that many more minerals, but again, there's not that much left on the map. The Nexus over here at the 9 o'clock base, it's almost done. So we don't have workers sent there yet. Sometimes, strategically, it's better to let them finish the Nexus and then immediately kill it, because that way they can't cancel it and get the money back. And I think that's what Raynor's setting up to do right now.
Dude, look at the amount of Ultras that he actually added into this army. That is a lot of Ultras. Is that going to be counterattack based, or is he going to try to utilize that to clear Archons and High Templars so that his Corruptors can actually win this battle?
I don't know. I mean, I could see it being sent to the top right. And trying to draw that group of units away. That's so many cannons that with batteries. Yeah, I don't think you actually break that. It's just enough.
You're going to be cost inefficient most likely if you do, right? You're going to lose a lot of very important units. Maybe you use that to try to clear the path for your Corruptors, right? That's why Dark originally kind of invented the Ultralisks with this army against Skytoss. We're going to see what Raynor's choice is, but he cannot let Classic just mine from this 9 o'clock for free, because it really feels like Classic will take the game if that's the case.
Yeah, the 9 o'clock base is the most important part on the map. It is under the control of Classic. Tactically, oh, hold on, he's just going to attack right in here.
Oh, man.
He tries to get that mothership. He does eventually take it out, and so the real fight can actually begin now.
You know, he has a lot of Void Rays in here, which definitely can help out a lot against those Corruptors and everything. The Carriers dealing a ton of damage as well. The Broodlords with nothing left to shoot at are being pushed back. Everything trying to get back to his spores.
Okay, he's being driven back, but there are 10 more Corruptors being made. And only a Void Ray being made here for Classic. Again, it seems like maybe Classic has the upper hand for now, but We have to see how the next minute or two do play out. He's going to flee back over here. He's using those batteries. He's recharging. The Ultras haven't been sacrificed yet. He may try to come up and once again push into the infrastructure. Oh, hold on. Instead, Classic's going to try to counter push here. This may be a bold move.
Oh, man. Look at this. The 3 Immortals helping to chunk these down so quickly. And that army that we're looking at for Raynor just doesn't look that strong. It's so Corruptor-based. And even if he kills off the carriers and the Tempest, I mean, the ground army that we have, the Void Rays in there that'll help finish everything else off, that is a hard one for Raynor to engage.
I think that Raynor is out of range of victory now. I think the Classic, I mean, it's a scrappy game at this point in time, but those 4 resource nodes that we had on screen earlier, that's the only thing that's being mined from. These long-distance mining opportunities are basically insignificant. I think Classic is basically won, but Classic wants to finish this game. He has to push through these spores here. Can he actually do that?
Well, he's pushing as quickly as he possibly can, even letting the Void Rays take a bunch of damage from these spores, trying to just power everything down, losing some interceptors as well, but he is mining a lot compared to Raynor here. The Zealot counterattack on the right-hand side, clearing buildings that Raynor doesn't truly need, right? There's almost nothing left on that side of the map. And I think you're right, Tasteless. I think that Raynor is just out of options.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to actually recuperate. And remember the Classic, I mean, these are a lot of mineral nodes that he's mining from, a lot of gas nodes that he could take from. Look at Raynor's minerals. It's 40, 45, 50, 55, 60.
He can make lings with that.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not a lot that you can get. He's got a lot of gas. But you know, it doesn't really matter. You need a lot more minerals before you can really capitalize on that gas in a game of StarCraft 2, especially in this matchup. And so Classic, I mean, he's looking for extra damage, but he kind of knows that right now the burden is on Raynor to try to figure something out. And Classic knows that, you know, although Raynor is still mining a little bit, the reality is that Classic is mining a little bit more, a little bit faster, and can reset and make a better army. And so, you know, again, Raynor in one of the more difficult spots to imagine him recovering from.
You know, maybe if he waits for Classic to attack in, and he hits with his 11 Infestors, 11 amazing neural parasites, I could see that turn in the battle, right?
Sure.
Like if you're targeting everything down really quickly, you know, maybe you grab the Disruptor, blow up the High Templars, that type of thing. I mean, it's going to take just about a miracle, but Raynor has pulled them off before.
Yeah, and you can see steadily Raynor is beginning to vacuum up those extra resources a little bit more quickly. More mineral nodes to mine from, you know, more fruit to take from the tree, you know what I mean, there from a Classic. And Raynor, he's still below. He's below in every conceivable metric. And I also think that this Protoss army specifically, it's just harder to kill off.
Yes.
Each unit has a way to eke out damage that's a little bit better. And Raynor, if he's going to engage this, he has to hyper commit.
Yeah, he gets one more shot.
Yeah. And he's not in a position, well, no, I take it back. I was going to say he can't harpoon any units and try to pick them off. I guess he could, but you could see what the Templars are doing here. Feedback and eliminate that as an option. And this is a very surgical victory here from Classic.
Yeah.
I do think we are far into the twilight of this game. It's basically over, and we are seeing Raynor in his death throes. He's trying to see if he can maybe bait out an overextension here. Honestly, I had no idea this was going to be a game that was this dramatic when we got into this Sartosis.
Well, with 15 Infestors and 2 Vipers at his disposal, we do have one more chance here for Raynor. But, I mean, Classic has really shown in this first game that he is very powerful at the moment. Utilizing a strategy that we have never really seen, a lot of tech switching, just beautifully done to get himself into this late game. And honestly, in the late game, it's been kind of back and forth. But right now, with that final mining base, Classic he's just pulling ahead.
Okay, you could see the push come down once more. And is this going to be the moment we have the actual commitment here? Again, you can see the Psystorms come down. He does manage to neural those Immortals here. He's going to keep advancing forward here, but here come those Void Rays charged up and ready to commit to a fight. And I think that's exactly why we saw that be the unit of endgame choice tech here, Artosis.
And he had such a good spread on them as well. Fungal Growth and Parasitic Bomb, the counters to the Void Ray, neither of them being utilized as efficiently as Raynor needed. And now he's trying to micro his Corruptors to get damage, but GG is called, and Classic takes a game number one, an epic game number one. What was that, 45 minutes long?
I think, yeah, almost 50 minutes long.
Almost an hour long.
It was insane, and we're just getting started, everybody. This is a best of three, but I think what many would call at least the beginnings of an upset here. Classic is now up 1-0.
Well, I tell you, maybe in this day and age, you would think that, like, oh yeah, that's an upset. Raynor's been doing so well, but don't forget the Classic, for many years in his career, has been considered the greatest Protoss player in the world. So the fact that he is continuing to improve, continuing to show us that he still has it in him, it doesn't surprise me in the least.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we are, you know, if he can keep this up, entering a new era of Classic domination. I think one of the most complex middle periods of that game, we would call that normally late game, but it went for so long. A much more grindy end game than the TVZs even that we see that have a lot of the same ideas, where the Terran basically wants to do the what we call exhaust play on the Zerg, where the Zerg runs out of stuff on their side, and the Terran and now in this case the Protoss quietly take the final base on the map, and it's checkmate.
Well, Raynor's going to have a lot to think about after that loss, right? That's kind of a tough one, because I'm sure there were points in that game where he's like, I've got this, you know? He gets in these positions that he's very used to winning, and then Classic still claws it back from him. Also, he's going to have to keep an eye out for the early game, because Classic has always been one of the most strategically diverse Protoss players. He has more build orders, more strategies than probably any other Protoss in the history of the game, and he showed a brand new one here against Raynor.
Yeah, that's right. You know, one thing to remember about StarCraft is that this is a game where every game is going to look differently here. And the reality is that maybe Raynor goes for a quick game, maybe he goes for a short game here.
Yeah, it's very hard to say. Like, I think after you play a big macro game like that, you may have the idea that you want to play a more aggressive game, play a faster pace game. Do you really want to go into multiple 30-minute games, right? Because anytime it actually ends up with SkyToss compositions, it takes about 32 minutes in a normal game to get down to the last mining base. Obviously, this one took a bit longer because they were counterattacking so much, but that makes for a very long series.
Stamina is, at times, one of the most important things to have in a game of StarCraft, in a tournament with a format like we have here at Gamers8. But, you know, we're very early on in this, and that had to be an extremely tiring game on both sides. It looks like we're going to give these players a little bit of time to do a reset, but shortly here, we're going to be moving on into Game 2.
Yeah, they're just kind of taking a drink, collecting their thoughts, trying to think about, okay, well, that was different. That wasn't what either of them were probably expecting for that game to look like. And now they have to prepare themselves, right? For Raynor, being in this first round and having such a difficult match against Classic, if you start off with a loss in this triple elimination format, I mean, that is not where you want to be as a former world champion.
And is Classic going to go for that opening? I mean, the ending of the game, I think, is what really stuck with everybody, but we have to remember how it started. I mean, every StarCraft game, it's a few decisions early on, and that ripples into the future of the game, and you end up in these positions that would be completely different had you not made those calls. And in that last game, we had Void Ray into carriers immediately.
Yeah. Such a strange one.
All right, going back now into Game 2 in the upper left in the red. Up 1-0, he is Classic. And in the bottom right in the blue, our Zerg player, he is Raynor. You even see the quick wrist stretch there. I can't imagine how tight my wrist would feel after that game these guys played.
Yeah, that is for sure. These guys played at an astounding speed, and especially a game like that, you're more likely to kind of tense up and be like, oh, you know, just highly stressed trying to take down such a bizarre game.
Yeah, no, games that are that long, that are that close, you can finish it and suddenly realize that your neck and shoulders have turned into cement.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, taking a look at game number 2 here, Tasteless, we're on Gressvon, and just generally speaking, this does give us pretty big macro games. I feel like it's kind of the best map in the pool overall for that type of game. We see a lot of back and forth tugs through the center. So honestly, like if you had just shown me the map pool before the game, and I guess they did, but I wasn't paying attention, but I would probably say, oh, if there's going to be a 45-minute game, I'm going to guess Gressvon for that one.
Yeah, sure.
So I could definitely see this game going long if no one takes a really dedicated all-in approach.
It does seem to me like Classic would not be the guy that would just go for the sort of, you know, the standard build, like this is how I see the matchup every game.
Yeah.
It seems like lately we don't have many players that have that approach. Protoss has always leaned a little bit towards like chaotic good or chaotic evil in that.
Normally chaotic evil, yeah.
And we have a lot of these games where you know, you have a couple core plays, a couple solid fast expands into third base, into macro style, but usually you mix into the best of 3 some kind of timing attack, or maybe you can set a build up that looks pretty standard and it's really a disguise. It's masked very well. And you're going to try to hit them with some kind of timing. And of course, from Rainer's perspective as well, I mean, you know, there's nothing in the rule book that says he has to turtle and go for a macro game.
Sure. It's a good point. Now, that being said, sometimes I feel like in a best of 3, Protosses will too obviously do that, right? Like they'll play the big macro game and then they'll just be like, hey, it's a Glaives all in. But honestly, like Zerg players are so good at defending those types of builds at this point. Those have been around forever. Like we already saw that today, right? Creator totally undetected with a charge all in, and Serral with 1 Roach and 1 Queen able to hold off like 12 charge shots.
Oh my God, he blocked it again. I can't believe it. This is a really delayed third hatchery Artosis.
Yes, Tasteless. I can't believe that.
The Adept Shade did a skateboard trick through the building animation of the hatchery.
Oh, man.
Classic is on top of the early game. This is sick.
I quickly glanced down at Rainer there. If that was Creator, he would have smashed his keyboard for sure.
That was a wild start. And, you know,
that's a good start for Classic.
Well, you know, to delay the third base basically twice, which a lot of the early game openings from Zerg are always engineered so that that never happens.
Yeah.
And there we saw him pull that off pretty perfectly here. I feel like Rainer's in a little bit of trouble here.
Well, an Oracle flies over. He's going to end up losing this Overlord. It looks like a pretty standard opener from Classic. Getting the double Oracle here. We're just going to have to see if the Oracles actually can do any damage. I feel like this is the moment for Rainer where he has to tighten up a little bit, right? Because already it feels like Classic has outdone him slightly. It's not like game ending or anything, but if these Oracles fly across the map and get 6-7 drone kills right off the bat, that's the writing's on the wall at that point.
Normally the Oracles and their move outs are the first dramatic interruption. Where the Protoss can try to find opportunities to get ahead. Already with that third hatchery delayed slightly, I would say this is a very good start here. So now we wait, we see from Classic's perspective, can he get the damage in? The 3 Queens are absolutely set up to deny this. And another 3 over here. We do see at least 1 drone. He's going to get a second. He does.
Okay, pretty good pull there from Rainer, honestly. He did a lot of damage to one of the Oracles as well. Classic doing his best to move around and dodge these Queen hits. And only gets 3 drones so far. So that's like kind of the middle ground, kind of expected. Zerg's not too sad, and Protoss is not crying either.
Okay, 4 drones. You know, I think this is okay for Rainer. 4 more gateways are going to come down. I want to make this absolutely clear, by the way. This will not be the same kind of mid-game that we had in Game 1. Completely different tech choice. This is what, you know, if you were going to learn the game and try to ladder, you would try this style of play here from Classic. And so Classic is going for a pretty solid standard push. He's going to try to create pressure. It doesn't necessarily mean he's going to hyper commit to any one location, but he will be looking to take a fight as we get further along here into mid game.
Certainly, as Blink and +1 finish up, you want to put that pressure on. I'd imagine that Classic is also going to take a fourth Nexus, right? You really do want to continue to work on that economy with this type of style. The Adepts come in, and they don't scale that well, so you do want to try to trade them out. I think he does like okay once again. 4 kills, now 5 with the Oracles flying back in. We'll see if they can get any more than that, but I feel like the harassment phase is very close to over at this point.
Yeah, not losing Oracles so far is pretty big. Oracles have a lot of value further along into the late game. Especially for monitoring, where the Zerg's core army is and how they're going to behave on the map. That's really kind of the Zerg's way to try to engage and get intel. As the Zerg spreads creep, it has overlords across the map. The Protoss has to try to track those large groups of units and be ready to deal with whatever's going to come their way. And a quick fourth base here from Classic, reminding me very much of what we've seen here from Hero in the past.
Yes, indeed. This is certainly Hero-inspired, what we're seeing from Classic. We'll see how he follows it up. He's actually going for Size Storm right now, which I have seen a little bit of lately, but it does feel like if you really do commit into like a Roach Ravager type of push, it can be a little bit hard trying to grind that down right away with Size Storm, but it doesn't seem like that's the path for Raynor. He is more of a Ling type of guy.
Okay, it looks like he's actually not going to get the kill over there on that Overlord. He is beginning to roam here with these Stalkers. Blink is a few seconds out, and once Blink is done, you can roam the map, much more comfortably. And Raynor's going to have to expand again. I mean, already you can see that Classic is putting the pressure on. The Lings are not quite able to get up. If they do commit down, then you trigger the Oracles, and you're always going to win that fight.
A little bit of scouting going on here from Raynor, just checking to make sure. We can see Raynor there in the shape of a trophy, trying to figure out what he's...
What does the trophy think of this
Look
play?
at that trophy-shaped face Raynor is making as he scouts normal tech. He's truly shocked.
So 4 bases versus 4 bases, that always makes the Zerg a little bit uncomfortable. The Zerg wants to be ahead. They need to be growing. They need to be trying to take another location here. And so we're going to see where Raynor expands and then how Classic wants to set up to fight that. It looks like Raynor is not necessarily set up to have a full-on attack, but instead a counterattack if we see a push here from Classic.
Well, right now with this many Banelings being made, how many Size Storms will you have in Archon coming up here as well? Some like reasonable Sim cities exist here for Classic. They don't look invincible, but pretty good. I love when you have the gateway kind of blocking the path into those probes because you really do have to be careful, right? When +2 finishes, those Banelings are one-shot in probes for the rest of the game.
Okay, we see actually, as more and more Banelings are being made, I stand corrected. This is going to be a committed attack into here. And it looks like we're going to see this group of units gather up over here. There's nothing he can do about these Oracles, though, so they can just snipe the Banelings. Beautifully done. Is Classic overextending?
Man, I tell you, I like that he's trying to get the Storms out here before those Overlords can really get the creep down on the ground. That's kind of a new tactic we've been seeing a lot. Mass Overlord coming up for creep drops for some of these attacks. And to go out there and kind of punish, trying to grind down Banelings so there's not quite as large a mass, I really appreciate the way that Classic is playing this game.
Yeah, he is hungry to try to do another big attack. This is a big gas dump, by the way, here for Raynor. Raynor very much interested in trying to take this head on. He's taken his own expansion, but he's dumped a lot of gas over into these Banes. And once more, we have the Oracles coming through here, targeting and killing these Banes. Raynor is getting no value.
Yeah.
Anytime you see a Baneling killed and it doesn't even connect to a target, it is lost value.
Absolutely massive stasis ward there as well. Oh man, just no way for Raynor to get in and get the damage done. Storms going down relentlessly upon these Banelings rolling in. I mean, obviously Classic is losing a few units here and there, taking some damage on his Stalkers, but there's no way you don't look at this and smile at how well Classic is playing.
Yeah, well, Classic here with the better arc, and the Stalkers just able to try to get value over and over again here. Raynor, again, I mean, it's a back and forth fight here, but he's not getting the kind of fights that he wants to have.
Well, right now the Roach Bane rolling in once again. A lot of Immortals coming up. All the High Templars pulled back. so that they cannot be sniped down. And Raynor has to retreat. He does have a healthy drone count. He's just now starting his hive, though. This doesn't look very good for him.
This really goes to show you what you can get done with Stalkers with Blake. They're so good after you've won a fight at chasing everything down and getting additional kills. And look, man, Raynor has like 100 gas, okay? He spent all of his gas to set up for a fight that he never really even got to take over the Nexus. It was basically Classic taking a position that was superior with a better arc and kind of fighting, storming, blinking away, targeting. And it's going to be tough for Raynor to get anything done unless he can get his opponent out of position. Meanwhile, we've got Stargate Tech into play.
It looks like Classic is getting ready for that next phase. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he can win the game before he really gets into carriers, but I think it's a good thing to prepare. It's 5 base versus 5 base. He's been quite efficient so far. He's got some pretty high quality upgrades and a really good, strong standing army at the moment. So I definitely don't want to see him just straight go into carriers. Get the upgrades ready, get the buildings ready, but get across that map and see if you can finish Raynor right now.
It's a Zerg idea, but with a Protoss playing it here. He's going to try to trade out some of that army to then open up the supply and then get that Stargate Tech up here. And Raynor has some Banes, not a lot. And if the Protoss can take a fight and maybe even kill off a hatchery, I don't know that there's going to be any way to recover. Really good blinks.
All right, some good storms going down there. That Stasis Ward actually doing a great job of funneling all the Banelings up the right-hand side, making the side storms even better against them. Stasis Ward's so ridiculous. Look at this, twice the cost efficiency for Classic when he's on the same number of bases. How do you even deal with that as Zerg?
And the Protoss is so well positioned over here. You could basically deny the minerals from being mined over here. You could technically, if you have an opportunity to do so, blink up into that location and even take the hatchery out. But he's going to continue to move in here. By the way, no Stargate Tech being made. Classic realizes he has such an advantage, he might as well abandon, fully committing to the Stargate. Just one carrier being made, instead 2 more Immortals and an Archon about to mix with the group.
Yeah, he's just making as much as he can right now, pushing forward, a blink forward there as well, and Raynor's got nothing left over. I think we're going to be seeing a GG pretty quickly here, Tasteless.
Yeah, I think that Raynor is cooked. GG! Classic wins with a 2-0. Protoss with style over here, Artosis. 2 extremely different games. And Raynor, who I think many people thought was an obvious favorite, is in a little bit of trouble here in our Swiss system here in Gamers8.
Classic has to be very happy with this opening series to take down a former world champion 2-0. You know, Protosses have had a little bit of a harder time against Zergs lately, but Classic showing just another level. And I tell you what, I hope that this is his formal return to his prime form, because if it is, we may have a Protoss champion on our hands here at Gamers8.
You could have said it better myself, Artosis. What do you call his formal return to his Protoss form?
No, nothing even close to that, Taste. This is good to know that you really listen to me when I cast with you.
Well, I got to say, this is a pleasant surprise here for our first cast at Gamers8. Classic did it to Raynor, and if you can beat Raynor, I mean, it seems like you should be able to beat anybody here. I guess the question is going to be, you know, how far can he actually go? We're going to go now to an interview with Classic on the stage and get his thoughts and feelings as he is now 2-0'd Raynor in what I would consider a pretty big upset.
An impressive series, an incredible first game, and a very clean second game, Classic. Congratulations. I'm curious about that first game, though. Almost 50 minutes long. Did it play out as you expected with the strategy you started with?
첫 번째 게임은 아주 길었는데 본인이 세운 전략대로 잘 되셨나요?
첫 번째 경기는 제가 전략을 준비해 왔었는데 조금 더 쉽게 이길 줄 알았는데 생각보다 상대 선수가 대처를 잘해가지고 준비한 거에 비해서는 1세트를 굉장히 힘들게 이겼던 것 같습니다.
So I prepared for I did well on I prepared for the building to be more faster, but the opponent was very smart and had a great defense, and that's why I thought I was gonna win it easily, but it didn't.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائنا المشاهدين كلاسيك معنا بعد الفوز في المباراه. سالناه السؤال الاول كيف قدرت انك تفوز الجيم الاول والثاني، خصوصا الثاني ما كان له 15 دقيقه وخلصتوه بسرعه، فكان الاستراتيجيه اللي انت جاهز لها للجيم، هل كان الشيء هذا مخطط له انك تخلص الجيم بسرعه ولا لا؟ يقول صراحه حتى الجيم الاول انا مفروض اني كنت بخلص الجيم بسرعه، لكن ما حصل لي الفرصه اني اسوي الشيء هذا، فاضطريت اني اطول الجيم شوي، بالاخير قدر يخلصه، لكن في الجيم الثاني مشت على الخطه اللي هو مخطط لها اصلا.
My next question, Classic. It seemed that it was such a different build. Were you focused on beating Raynor with this build, or is this just another build for you?
Raynor 플레이어랑 이길 작정이셨나요?
굉장히 힘든 이제 되게 잘하는 선수긴 하지만 제가 준비를 잘해왔기 때문에 충분히 이길 자신이 있었습니다.
He's a great player, but I was planning to win the game.
Well, it is very...
نو وريز. سو زي ما جبنا اعزائنا المشاهدين، احنا السؤال الثاني سالنا اللاعب انه هل بيكون في امكانيه انك تقدر تخلص الجيم بسرعه؟ الاستراتيجيه اللي انت جيت فيها هذا الجيم هل انت كنت مخطط لها اصلا ولا لا؟ قالوا انه لا، فعلا رينر هو لاعب عظيم جدا، لكن بنفس الوقت انا كنت جاي عشان افوز الجيم.
Well, very exciting matches, Classic. Can't wait to see more from you as the tournament continues. And I know you've got your team here cheering for you. We can hear them all the way in the back. So congratulations as you move on.
يعطيكم العافيه اعزائنا المشاهدين. جاء الوقت فيه ان نروح للاستوديو نتكلم عن ال 2-0 العظيمه اللي شفناها من كلاسيك، شيء ما كان متوقع، فخلونا نتكلم عنه اكثر مع الاستوديو.
Back to y'all in the studio.
It's a big win and a big start for Classic here in our Swiss format as he takes out Raynor on his way, on his path, on his campaign here through Gamers8. It feels like we were here a while ago since that first game went on quite a while, but ZG, Roddy, joining me for this one. We had some question marks maybe on who was going to take this one, Roddy, but seems like Classic dispelled those.
Yeah, I mean, we went over it. Classic was on a 3-series win streak, and we're like, that's impressive. Some of it is online, big tournament. We still kind of lean towards the player that made it to 3 World Championship finals in a row, and the man that normally shows up in a big way in tournaments like this. And obviously for Raynor, there is still plenty of room to improve his play throughout the tournament. And it's not even that Raynor looked bad or off. I'm just blown away by how good Classic was, man. It felt that almost everything he touched turned into gold. Like, at first I was like, okay, game one was starting a bit weird. He's trying to confuse Raynor. I think it kind of worked, right? Raynor made a few roaches that he didn't have to make. Dropped the Spire early. It's like, should he make Corrupted, yes or no? But the way that Classic just transitioned throughout the game, the way he split up his army to pick off hatcheries left and right, and especially the absolute final fight of the game, that Void Ray Concave, my goodness, man. Like, that's not even supposed to happen in pro level. That was picture perfect.
These highlights brought to you by STC for the analysis as well, and ZG looking at how this went down. Obviously, yeah, it was a long process for this first game, but Classic played it great.
Yes, he did. I will say that I did think that Raynor was a little shaky towards the beginning, like he was warming up a little bit, but then it seemed like he was doing maybe better in some of the mid-game parts, or mid-late game, or whatever you call it. It was 40 minutes.
He looked better later, for sure, yeah.
And then Classic was able to bring it back again. But then the second game was really well done by Classic and really highlighted his understanding of the pace of the matchup. But for this first game in particular, I did want to talk about the build a little bit, because I know it's seemed like a bit of surprise. I have seen some Protosses try this opener. We certainly saw Hero try something similar in GSL as well. But the whole like adding on ground versus air and then kind of doing both at certain moments and the I suppose the choices that you can make, I feel like would really confuse a Zerg. It could backfire extraordinarily. I think we're going to see this happen later on in the tournament. It's going to look really, really bad. But for this particular game, it worked out, I think, really well to really offset Raynor.
Roddy, thoughts?
I mean, we're still looking at some of these highlights in game one. We had some crazy fights. There were a couple moments where you thought that it did seem that Raynor had the game in the back, because Raynor had phenomenal traits. But Classic just made it so hard for Raynor to figure out exactly how much he needs of each certain unit. Should the main focus be on the ground army? Should the main focus be on anti-air? And it's a very fine line to tread. I loved it. And okay, you're in a rush. Fine, James, go ahead.
Gotta get stuff done. Let's take a look at the standings here so far as well, because we're getting ready for our next matches as well. And updating you guys on the standings is very important here when it comes to this Swiss format that we have so far. So, as it stands, here we have a lot of 1-0s technically going on for 8 players and a lot of 0-1s for 8 players here, as we have. What was interesting about the first round here, it really was non-Koreans versus Koreans, and it seemed like it went, I think, 6-2 in favor of Korea.
That is correct, yeah. There's a minor error in this graphic, because obviously Clem should be 1-0, and Classic is listed there twice, but
True.
Classic and Sero are the only two non-Koreans that won their opening match. Other than that, so far the Koreans looking strong. One last thing then, James, because I know you're in a rush, but that second game, what Classic did, what really impressed me, is the way that he controlled two Blink Stalker armies, and one of them had High Templars inside of it, and he just kept running back and forth, never allowing the Balings to touch those HCs. That is so much more difficult than it looks, and that was incredibly impressive control.
And we have group results as well, even though I assumed that those were just the results as a whole, as we take a look as well and see what's going on. Okay, so it's effectively what is coming up next as well. So in terms of the scheduled matches that are to hit, Serral versus Hero, Cure versus Maru. Oh my days, Solar versus Clem, Classic Beyond.
Every one of them, you're just like, whoa,
yeah.
whoa.
I love this. This is
oh
brilliant.
my, match 7 as well. Oh my goodness.
Reina versus Oliveira.
Wow.
And both of them
and
all
a
in
laser
one.
versus dark at the end? Like, these are all like...
Classics.
Hello?
Like,
They are
these are all
absolute
classics.
yeah.
Is this rigged?
Yeah.
This is amazing.
This is
All right.
almost perfect.
Yeah, well, what a great second round we have coming. Of course, we're going to be watching quite a lot of this second round here on this stream, but there is also the B stream. So make sure you've got both open and watching all of these matches. ZG, this is amazing.
It really is like perfect. There's only like one, maybe two matches there where I'm like, oh, I don't know if there's that much history, but I'm pretty sure that even has history. Like Here Marine Creator, I think, was one of them, and I was like, oh, is there history there? But I think there actually is. Of course, I'm going to look into it more, but every single one of them is just... yeah, there's lots to work with.
Well, I think that's our next match coming up here on the main stage. So thank you very much, guys. It is time for a break. When we return, we are back with more excellent StarCraft. Did you see that lineup? Join us after this. Welcome back to Gamers8, ladies and gentlemen. As if round 1 wasn't good enough, round 2 looks like an absolute belter. We're back at the desk here to talk about our next matches coming up. And just across the board, I was surprised that all of these matches looked fantastic. Serral, Hero, Cure, Maru, Solar, Clem, Classic Beyond. The list goes on here. Joined by Artosis and Tasteless to start talking about our next match. And man, some great StarCraft already.
Some crazy great games here. I mean, we just got done with that Wild series back there. It's very cool to see that the Classic is showing a real range of play. And yeah, I think it's going to be a very fierce and tough tournament.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe with Protoss doing all right.
Maybe.
For once. We'll see how it goes. It's been a bit of a harder time, I suppose, Artosis. But let's talk about the match that is coming up here, of course. We've got Hero Marine going up against Creator. Both 0-1 at the moment when it comes to the tournament as a whole. You don't want to be going down 0-2. That's pretty obvious, Artosis. But it's a good matchup regardless.
Yeah, I actually think that this is a pretty even matchup, to be honest. You know, I was talking to Roddy, and of course he took the side of Hero Marine being advantaged here, but Creator is playing very well today. He should have had Serral in that match, and I think that he can look at that and hopefully not get too emotional. It's been long enough. Maybe he's been able to cool down. We know Creator is a highly emotional player, so I think as long as he's cool, calm, and collected going into this, I think he has a reasonable shot of taking down Hero Marine.
Yeah, I think it's not unreasonable, to be perfectly honest. I mean, Nick, to justify exactly what Artosis just said, as he says, Serral looked extremely vulnerable against Creator. It's a very different matchup, of course, but we see that, you know, Hero Marine has obviously come off the back of a loss against Hero, 2-1 in the previous round.
Yeah, the two heroes fought, and the Marine ended up losing back there. Both these guys are in definitely a tough position. You know, with Hero, the player himself, he's had a little bit of a rough whole year here. I think a lot of people in 2023 kind of expected him to do very well. So the fact that we've got these two players, Hero Marine and Creator, going up against each other, there's certainly a lot at stake.
Yeah, definitely so, definitely. Artosis, when you look at this and how it's working out, we do have our map vetoes as well. As I take a look, it's going to be Dragonstale, Grassfan, and Ancient Cistern if we need it. Any thoughts?
No, not specifically on these. Like, that's kind of how you would expect it to end up going.
Sure.
You know, I like having Grassfan as the second map, to be perfectly honest. I think that's the perfect place for it to kind of make sure that we get one really cool macro game going on. But yeah, I think as long as it comes down to the mentality of Creator more than anything else in this situation, like I was talking about before, right?
Yeah.
I feel like Hero Marine is just as steady as you can get. He's always going to put out that very high quality game. But for Creator, with that emotional up and down, maybe he's going to play great, and maybe he's going to fall flat in his face.
Maybe. I mean, Hero Marine, of course, has risen to great heights. We saw him go far in things like an Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. A little bit ago, of course, but he's always kind of in that mix when it comes to some of the best Europeans.
I do think that Hero Marine's always had a good mentality. He's had a very good head on his shoulders. He's steadily improving. He does seem to enjoy himself at these events, even when he's in a pretty bad position. And to what you were saying, Artosis, I couldn't agree more. I mean, as a guy we've casted so many times in the GSL, sometimes Creator looks phenomenal, and he plays in ways that we haven't seen the other players play. He also shows a really huge range of different styles. You can tell he's really put the work in. But he does have these psychological blocks. He has these moments where if he feels like he should have won a game, and you know, we talked about the game with Serral, it did look like he might have been able to take Serral out, which would have been the big blow-up upset of the entire start of the tournament, right? So the question is going to be, is he going to be tilted? Can he take this kind of negative energy and use it to help him? I don't know. He's a player that tilts very easily. If he's able to, you know, win the first couple games, he can usually streak it together. But I think game one's going to be very telling for exactly where Creator's at.
Yeah, I think considering his previous series, considering how far he took Serral to the brink, I think as much as it's a loss, it probably still gives him confidence here, Dan.
I would definitely agree, because there's no way that you can look at that series and think that, oh, Serral always wins that. Absolutely not. Like, Creator, he should have won it, in my opinion. Like, he was definitely ahead in game 3, had the right build, had the right situation. It didn't work out. Okay, let's go ahead. That's generally considered the best player in the world. So, okay, let's chill. We almost just beat the best player in the world, 2-1. Go into this next match, keep yourself calm. I think it's going to be a great match, though.
I really like the level that we're seeing so far here for Gamers8. You can see that everybody's bringing their A game to the table. It is now time to go over to the stage. Both of these players 0-1 right now. You do not want to be going down 0-2.
We're heading into round 2 of the group stage, and there is a lot on the line here, Fancy.
في أشياء كثيرة الآن صارت on the line أعزائنا المشاهدين، لأنه وصلنا للمرحلة الثانية من الجروب ستيج. بعد نهاية المرحلة الأولى واضح أن المرحلة الثانية بتكون أفضل وأفضل.
And we're starting with our players who are down a match, but these players are still so close to victory. You can't count anyone out yet.
Keep one thing in mind as well. Hero Marine didn't play on stage in the first stage, so things might be a little bit different in this one. ما ندري ايش اللي ممكن يصير اعزائنا المشاهدين. هيرو مارين اول مره يشارك معنا في المسرح. كريتر شفناه ضد سيرل والنتيجه ما كانت من صالحه ابدا. So let's see what's going to happen for this one.
Absolutely. I think our players are ready. So we can bring our first one to the stage. Creator for Team Abydos. He's joined us on stage 01, but that loss was to Cyril, one of the best players in the world, and he managed to pick up a map from him.
ثاني ظهور له الكرياتر في المسرح. زي ما احنا عارفين في المباراة الأولى واجه سيرل الشخص المرشح بالفوز بالبطولة بالكامل، ومع كذا كاد انه يفوز عليه في المباراة، فإذا قدر يسويها ضد الأفضل في العالم ممكن يقدر يسويها ضد خصمه اللي راح نتعرف عليه الآن. خلونا نرحب فيه. من فريق ماوس هيرو مارين. هيرو مارين أول ظهور له في المسرح، لكن زي ما احنا عارفين في المرحلة الأولى من الجروب ستيج معنا في هذه البطولة بداية اليوم خسر مباراته في الباك ستيج، لكن كلهم خسرانين وكلهم طالعين من الخسارة، فجايين يعوضون لنا في المسرح على مباراتهم هذه.
Hero Marine making his stage debut after a tough loss to Hero. He's come out to prove something to the crowd. Can't wait to see what this match holds.
المباراة هذه بتكون مختلفة أعزائنا المشاهدين، لا ننسى كلهم كانوا أبطال عالم فترة جدا طويلة وكلهم أسماء جدا كبيرة، فخلونا نشوف شو ممكن يقدمونه، خصوصا إنه في آخر مرة شاهدنا هيرو مارين معنا كان أداؤه جدا رهيب في الآيام كرافيتسا وكان في المركز الثالث. أكيد إنه راح يودينا شيء مرة كويس.
Gentlemen, join us at center stage to please shake hands.
بالتوفيق كل اللاعبين في هذه المباراة. أعزائنا المشاهدين الآن راح نرجع لكم على طول للاستوديو نتكلم أكثر وش اللي ممكن يصير في هذه المباراة، لأنه دخلنا في المرحلة الثانية من الجروب ستيج وأي شيء ممكن يحدث.
Bit of a throwback, yeah, to DreamHack Valencia, but let's send it off to the casters to see how this match goes down.
It is time for an awesome TVP between Mouse Sports, Hero Marine, and this man from Team NV Creator. I'm Roddy, with me is Benjamin, and we have the pleasure of bringing you guys this best of 3, a little bit of Big Gabriel TVP magic. It fell short in that opening series against Hero, but that was a very close, very competitive series. A lot of talk about how well Creator did against Cyril, and he absolutely did, but Big Gabe played an awfully close series to Hero, versus Hero, and I mean, was 1 or 2 fights away from actually getting a W there.
Yeah, actually a bit of a shame for both these players. They both went up against very, very respectable foes, right? Creator narrowly lost to Cyril. Actually kind of should have won that third game, but Cyril somehow pulled it out of the bag. Maybe you could say Creator kind of danced around a little bit too much. And Hero Marine, yeah, 1-2 to Hero. That's once upon a time, he was absolutely the best pro wrestler in the world. So these two duking it out here, life's on the line, round 2 of the Swiss stage. And yeah, they're going to be looking at the other guy as if he's a doable opponent, but you have to realize that the other guy is very damn good on the other side of that stage.
I think they know it. They've run into each other as well earlier this year. Back then, Big Gabriel did get the best of Creator in an offline event, but I do feel that, especially when it comes down to these world-class Protoss players, players that Creator absolutely belongs to, the more they play against a guy like Hero Marine, the more they will get familiar with his style, and perhaps the more that should help them. But this is a very big moment. Both players are 0-1, and the Swiss format is very simple. With 3 wins, you make it into the playoffs. With 3 losses, you are eliminated. Both players 0-1 right now. Let's see who goes 1-1, and let's see who drops to 0-2. In the bottom right side of Dragon Skills, that's going to be our opening map for this best of 3. We are looking at the main base of our German Terran player, the one and only Mouse Sports Hero Marine.
And spawning over in the top left, as our blue Protoss, representing Abydos, it is Creator. Always a pleasure, but I like what you say, because when you do look at Hero Marine's style, especially with how much he gets to play TvP, you do get to kind of pick it apart a little bit, realizing that, hey, he really loves a medevac going around this side of the map at this particular time, and, you know, became very popular for it. Every Terran in Europe, honestly, should have been looking at Hero Marine's play in this match and being like, well, how does he do it? Like, that's the player that I have to watch, because he's not necessarily out macroing, out skilling people here, there, and everywhere. He's just damn good at knowing the formula and how to really take on the match. But Creator, he's a smart cookie, Kev. He can absolutely look at that and be like, okay, these are the things I need to look out for.
I mean, Hero Marine, or Big Gabriel as we like to call him in the StarCraft 2 scene, is just very deadly in this matchup. Big Gabe is the absolute king of very little happening, getting one little victory, whether that's a couple of workers or catching one of the Stargate units if the Protoss opens up with a Stargate, and he follows it up with a sort of 2-base push, and the game just ends. He's the very best at that. And I think sometimes it's very difficult when you hop into a series. It's like, we favor this guy or that guy. I think in this series, even though these two are going to be incredibly evenly matched, I think any game that ends under minute 12, that's probably very good for Gabe. Any game that goes past the 15-minute mark, that's probably going to be very good for Creator. I think Hero Marine knows it. He can absolutely get the best of his Protoss opponent here, but he's going to have to do it somewhat early, either in the mid-game or in the very early stages of the late game. But I don't think Gabe ever wants to find himself in a 5-base versus 5-base scenario with DTs blinking all over the place, because that's where Creator is absolutely going to shine. Like Big Gabe, I think the earlier the pushes happen, the better it will be. And we can actually talk a little bit about these openings, because I am a tiny bit surprised to see that Hero Marine open up with the double refinery just to get into that factory as quickly as possible. So we're opening up with some sort of a Reaper Hellion opening, and we'll take it from here. This is obviously not ultra committed, but you do want to get a little something for this as the Terran player.
You might want to, but one build that you can absolutely hope for damage being done is against a Stalker Sentry opening. This is not entirely normal. Creator obviously wants to utilize that hallucination later on from that Sentry, but will he get to do it? Because immediately Hero Marine is going to be coming in here, and this, it's a very safe opening, so I like the fact he started off with it, but here he's at the front door, and maybe he should have just run over to the probes here, but he's going to choose to fight this Stalker head on, and so far, I think Creator's handling this about as good as he can.
Well, we're not done yet, right? Because the Stalker is very low in HP. That Stalker should fall. There is a hallucinated Phoenix. The Stalker falls. I feel like the Sentry should at the bare minimum go down as well. The Reaper is trying to get a few more shots up. Big Gabe. Honestly, it almost felt that he was a bit indecisive there, and that's not really the Gabe that we know. I think it would have been a lot easier to just completely ignore that Stalker. You can go for the Sentry if you'd like that, and then you go for some probes. And I think at the bare minimum, you're going to get the Sentry and 4 probes, which would have been a little bit better than how it currently went. But it almost felt that for Hero Marine, this was one of these scenarios where, like, this is too good to be true. It cannot only be this. I want to make sure I don't lose all my units, because I want to make sure I maintain a tiny bit of map presence.
You're totally right, though. Going for that Sentry could have been an absolute play, and it felt like Creator was worried about that too. Popped that hallucination as soon as he hit 75 energy there, so he was worried about that Sentry dying for no use whatsoever, but actually managed to get the scout off afterwards as well. So far, you could give Creator a slight little edge here, because he didn't take any economic damage whatsoever.
No, losing a single Stalker for all of that and knowing that your opponent has expanded later is completely fine. This follow-up, I also don't think is going to be all that successful. Maybe a cancel on the Nexus. I think that's about as much as Hero Marine can hope for, but we are on the clock here. What is very important to keep in mind is that the moment Blink is done in the top left side on a production tab, we can see that it's closing in on finishing up. This medevac could be in a bit of a pickle. Hero Marine does not feel like he can get a Nexus. He needs to get out of there ASAP, because the moment Blink is done, a few Marines, a Cyclone and a medevac, they don't stand a chance.
What Hero Marine's doing back at home, though, is very nice, right? Like, it's a Raven opening, which Ravens are always useful. They can harass the mineral lines, they can drop some auto turrets in the fight. Hey, they can even really make short work of a Colossus, but the way that Creator's doing this is so safe, so clean as well. He's not skipping tech anywhere, shape and form, but the tank push that's going to come out, because this isn't waiting for like 2 medevacs and stuff. This is a lot of units very quickly.
The one thing that was a bit less clean after that pylon got cancelled is that Creator was supply blocked for a decent amount of time at 62 out of 62, so he wasn't able to improve his army. And I'm actually kind of shocked to not see Charge or a Robo Bay. It feels that one of these two things should have been absolutely mandatory as soon as Blink is done. Creator waited a long time, so maybe he just wants to get a couple of extra units. We are even rallying the Immortal to the other side of the map, which I find is very confusing, but maybe Creator thinks he can just... This is such a bizarre attack, but he's gonna go for it. He's gonna try to absorb some of the tank shots. He's gonna blink in. He will snipe one of the tanks. This attack is so wild and crazy that Hero Marine clearly did not expect it either. But in the end, I don't think that was that bad for Gabe. Sure, he lost the tank, but 4 Stalkers. That's it. Well, 3 Stalkers, right? But that's still a decent amount of Stalkers.
Honestly, that's a trade I'd take any day of the week. And you know Creator, like, he was really hoping for a lot more than that, but he went in so damn blind. Like, that's the kind of play that Bunny would be making if he played Protoss, you know, the no scan running kind of thing. But yeah, he definitely hoped for more than that. And if Hero Marine was doing something where he's continually making tanks, you could be like, okay, it's nice to make short work of that, keep the count low, but he's not doing that at all. He's totally transitioned into 3 barracks, getting the Widow Mines out, getting all those nice juicy upgrades with the Stim, Combat Shield +1 as well. Creator's just made his life a little bit tougher.
And then the tank is not all that important anymore, right? Tanks are amazing against Colossus play, but it's not that important against a lot of Zealots, and that's clearly what Creator is heading into. Creator is going to try to shave off a few more units at the bottom side of the map, but at the same time he needs to defend this, and he can thank the Lord that he built a battery here earlier, because honestly that would have been a very awkward defense. Otherwise, we are going to activate battery overcharge, and now Hero Marine needs to make sure that he can get these units out of here. It seems like he's going to lose all of them. So he is making it to the other side of the map, but this means that this army in the center of Hero Marine really needs to get some work done. Creator still has units at the bottom side of the map. This is just chaos. It's absolute chaos between these two. Hero Marine looks at an army, he sizes it up, and he says, I'm a whole lot bigger than that army. And with a typical big game Stim just straight into the natural, he's going for the kill here, man.
He really is, and look at that pylon, Kev. That is so damn juicy there. Depowering 2 gateways. That Robo is very, very vulnerable there. They're both killing each other from the inside out, but the army that Hero Marine's going to have left over here is definitely a good one, but these Widow Mines, will they get juicy shot? Lovely dodge there. Every unit matters in a game like this.
Yep, they say never base trade in Terran, but maybe placing a Protoss with battery overcharge recall is also not all that wise anymore in this day and age. Creator tried to save a couple of these production facilities or that natural nexus. That's not going to work, but Hero Marine is completely running out of SCVs. It doesn't seem that he's ever going to be able to clean up all the Zealots and all the Stalkers inside of his main. So that army that Big Gabe has on the other side of the map, that's the army that needs him to win the game. That Widow Mine has potential here. By the way, battery overcharge would be massive. He is going to battery overcharge, and Hero Marine is not targeting the battery, and that's good enough for Creator to pick up the 1-0 lead here. Keeping those Stalkers at the bottom side of the map while a Big Game is stimming towards your half of the map. A crazy wild judgment call to make, but the right one in the end.
Yeah, like normally, you know, that army that first moved out across the map with the Immortal and the Stalkers, I was like, okay, that's surely just to slow down a push, right? And then he moved up the ramp and did what he did, but then keeping him on that side of the map, just doing the little shaving off of the army that he did, very smart play. And then just be like, okay, that army moved out, maybe I can hold it, but I can at least really gut you from the inside. Very cool play by Creator, not your normal TVP. And
chaos, man, that felt like chaos.
Pure chaos, and that was a game that was under 10 minutes, and you saw Hero Marine's plan, but Creator just played very well against it.
I bet Big Gabe is definitely regretting losing that one medevac in the main base, because a few extra units there, it really could have made the difference. And maybe like in a crazy hectic scenario like that, a better play, as we're going to take another look at that crazy first weird attack by Creator at minute 6, just rallies an Immortal to the other side of the map, links in there. Didn't necessarily get the best trade, but what he did accomplish with that is that Hero Marine stayed at home a little bit longer, and he could enjoy that 3-base economy on his side of the map.
Yeah, even at this point, like the minerals started stacking up a lot for Creator, and Hero Marine has literally nothing mine at this point. I see some like Desperation Mules drop at this moment, but that was just really good. And Hero Marine, this Immortal over here, look, just focus firing these Marauders as well. Very nice play out of Creator, and honestly, yeah, a little bit of a smile there, like, yeah, you had me that game, you played well, mate. I like the respect being shown there.
Perhaps the pickup and flying into the third base, not necessarily the best call there. Would have maybe been better to just go straight for the main, because that's obviously where all the pylons are that are powering the last bit of Protoss production. Like, if Creator is clearly not defending at home, and he really wasn't, right? He had a couple units there, but they stood no match against that big army of Big Game. Maybe as soon as you're in the natural, you unpower some stuff there, you go into the main base, because if you unpower a few more gates there, all those warpins in your main don't happen, and maybe that could have been the key to victory for Gabe.
Yeah, really, because it really comes down to just a few units at that point, right? Like, neither one of you are really able to produce how you want to, but we're going to get on to the second map here. It is going to be Gressfan, and spawning over in the top left as the Red Terran, it is Hero Marine.
In the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of our Korean Protoss, who's honestly just playing some damn sexy StarCraft today. A nail-biting series against Terror and a 1-0 lead after a short but very chaotic game versus the German Terran. It's Abydos, Creator.
Nice to see him, like, still putting up a really good fight, right? Like, because a loss against Serral, you can't let that bring you down, but we do know that Creator is very emotional and such, but he's just showcasing some very good play today. Like, I do know Creator is a very good standard Protoss player, but all it takes is like a few extra percentage points here, there, and everywhere just to round it all up, and so far it's absolutely paying off in dividends for him.
Yeah, and it does feel that even though Hero Marine is still an expert in this matchup, it's a little bit less deadly than it was, give or take, a year ago. A few more losses are starting to sneak in there. A couple of the European Protosses seem to get a better idea of how Hero Marine likes to approach this matchup as well. And I don't think that Hero Marine has obvious weaknesses in this matchup, but obviously the more you play against him, the more you get to see of it, the more that Protoss players can find a way to deal with some of those deadly timings that he found so much success with in the past. And Creator obviously is not just a StarCraft 2 player, he's a StarCraft 2 fan as well, and he's gonna do his homework coming into a tournament like this, and it won't take you very long to look up a couple of recent TVPs of Gabe, right? You will find plenty of Hero Marine versus Max Rax, Hero Marine versus Showtime, and those are all games that Creator can learn a lot from. Well, I think for Hero Marine, it's gonna be a little bit more difficult to find the same amount of material of Creator. Obviously, you're gonna find some Creator PvT replays, but nowhere near the same amount as Big Gabe his TVP.
Yeah, this game's a little bit unusual here. Neither player is actually directly scouted across the map. And you see both of them just being like, all right, what's going up here? Scouting around the base just to make sure no proxy shenanigans are going on. So already, they're both playing a different style here and both being a bit like, well, what's actually going on? So both as blind as you can be. Hero Marine is going for that 2 Reaper single Hellion again. The double gas build just became so standard in this matchup. It was when all the crazy proxy gateways were coming out from Protoss, and this really put a spanner in the works for them. It's a very safe opening.
It is very safe, and it's always going to give you a bit of a scout as a Terran, but the one thing I'm a bit concerned of for Big Gabe is that I feel like in the last game there was some untapped potential with that opening. He went for the Stalker, in the end he got the Stalker, but getting the Sentry and a few probes would have just been a lot more impactful than a single Stalker. Creator probably knows as well that he dodged the tiny bullet there, so he's actually going to take this a lot more serious here in the second game, and I highly doubt that Hero Marine is going to find the same amount of success or any success at all, and that could be a bit problematic for the German.
I mean, it's incredibly hard to jump up into the main, isn't it, on this map, or get much scouting information, and with the shield battery already up, yeah, this isn't going to get done what he hoped for, but those units still on the map. You can see when a third comes down, you can maybe snipe the probe as it is to happen. 2 extra gateways on the way here. Creator's going for that very solid, almost bulletproof opening, you could call it. Like, there's no way to really shut down a Protoss doing this, but it's about what he chooses to do afterwards. He can do a third base, or he can be very aggressive with this.
Once more, a bit concerned about that medevac that's going to head out. Obviously, Hero Marine knows that as soon as Blink is done, it's going to be very tricky as a Terran to keep these units safe. Is there potential for the German Terran to find something here? Well, maybe you can get a cancel, maybe you'll find a stray probe or a single Stalker that's a bit too far off. That's excellent movement on the Hellion there, but it feels that he missed it. He definitely caught a glimpse of it, but perhaps not paying attention. Is going going to go forward. The lock-on should guarantee Hero Marine one Stalker kill here. The second Stalker is going to take a lot of damage as well. One more Stalker is actually alienated from the natural. If Creator loses 2 Stalkers early on, then this opening is going to turn into a success after all. But every second that goes by right now without a unit falling is definitely going to favor Creator.
Popping the shield battery overcharge, that means less chrono boost to get the build going. And remember, no third Nexus on the way right now. Like, this is not the game that Creator want to be playing. And that Stalker, I feel that Stalker's super lucky here, Kev, because I think Hero Marine maybe could have just hunted that bad boy down with that Cyclone.
Yeah. I think he wanted one of the other Stalkers in the natural, but the save and micro was just good on Creator side, right? Sometimes you go for something as a StarCraft 2 player and not necessarily the right or wrong call. It's just a Creator handled that pressure well, microed the units back towards the battery. But Hero Marine also did a great job in sticking around for about as long as he could stay around until Blink would kick in, and then you just go home again, because losing a medevac that early is just a bit too much in this matchup.
It's too much, yeah. And like having those extra units alive, like obviously he sacrificed the Reaper and the Heli in the last game, having that little bit of extra fodder really allowed him to fight with that Cyclone and Marine, which he wasn't able to do the previous game. Creator's setup here is very safe, by the way. Shield battery in main, shield battery in natural. Like the shield battery in the main, I'm not even sure if that was necessary, but would be good against the drops and what have you.
I think he was worried about the Reaper Heli and drive-by, perhaps. And don't forget, last game, that shield battery in his main base did absolutely save him. Otherwise, those Marines and the Cyclone would have been able to find a lot more damage. That would have been a lot harder to clean up, and then maybe something else would have gone wrong elsewhere on the map. So that battery in the main was a low-key MVP in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long-term investment, isn't it, against Gabe? Like, honestly, the amount of drop damage that he's done against Protosses in the past has been absolutely huge, and it's really one of his go-tos is just to send one medevac around the map into the main or natural, and here he's getting a nice little bit of cheeky scout going on. Blink is not done right. In fact, no, it must be done at this point.
Hey, open up with
Mate,
Blink.
I'm having a mare over here, all right? But, okay, so Blink is obviously done. Charge on the way. 5 more gateways as well.
It's a little bit of a similar setup for Creator in that previous game, and it's not necessarily, in theory, the best way to play Protoss here, because your army is not supposed to scale very well. But what it does do is that it thrives in chaos. The Zealots are probably the best unit in the game if you don't look at them, but you know they're battling and they're not fighting in the worst choke point ever. The Zealots are amazing. And if Creator just knows that Hero Marine likes to be hyper-aggressive in the first 10 minutes of a TVP and will always move out with pretty much every single unit, yeah, a Warp Prism early on with a couple Zealots and a Warp into the main base has a lot of potential, because that's going to pretty much put Hero Marine all in, and then that's going to force him to fight in range of batteries. That 4th Nexus, though, I think that's a bit too much.
Kevin, this Warp Prism flying into a turret and Cyclone, if that gets shut down right here, Creator has to be so damn fast. But okay, he was fast enough to get away. And that is huge. If that died, this push from Hero Marine is just go, go, go all the way. So that is a big deal.
We're warping in 5 Zealots somewhere on the side of Creator. I'd really love to see where that is. Okay, all the way in the top left side, it feels that Creator says, I cannot use these units right now in his main base. As Hero Marine makes it up this ramp, sees there is no Nexus here, might be thinking of going into the main base. I find it crazy that Creator is already going up to 4 bases before Hero Marine even went up to 3. As we do have the tanks, he's temporarily getting picked up, but he unloads them. Cybernetics score is in a bit of a pickle, will most likely fall. That gateway is going to fall. I don't think Creator really needs to fight here, right? This is uncomfortable, unpleasant, but you kind of just have to accept the fact that those buildings are going to fall, and you don't want to take a bad fight running into tanks and Widow Mines.
No, you don't. And look at that blue flock on the map. And Hero Marine, he wanted to get on out of there, realizing, like, have I outstayed my welcome here? And maybe he has. That is a lot of Hero Marine here. Big blink onto the tanks, takes out those. The Raven energy all utilized. And honestly, Creator, he's on 4 base behind this, Kev. Like, this isn't bad. Like, he just needed to survive. He has taken damage, make no mistake about that, but he's alive.
Definitely was not bad, but could have maybe been a bit better, right? It felt that the Zealots were a little ahead of the rest of the party, but in the end, he just had an overwhelming amount of units. That, however, wasn't the entire army of Gabe. Gabe now has rallied the additional reinforcements to the other side of the map, and this is where Protoss sometimes is vulnerable. They don't have all the upgrades yet. They're working on that second robotics facility and the Robo Bay. The army of Creator is all over the place, and it's super Zealot heavy, which is not going to have a great time against Widow Mines.
No, it isn't. I mean, a little flank here, but it's not enough. And oh my goodness, these Widow Mine shots are absolutely humongous. The Raven does eventually fall, but it's done its job in this game. Shield battery overcharge used very early as well. And Hero Marine, he's just dancing on the edge, takes out the Warp Prism as well. Beautiful micro on both sides, but Hero Marine feels like he's getting a good edge in this fight.
The kiting is good, but Gabe does need a bit more, right? because he knows that Trader is on 4 bases and he knows that the 3rd base is late. Trader's army right now, it's a lot of units, but not the best units, not units that have a whole lot of micro potential. If Hero Marine slows down for a minute, this Protoss army is going to be a lot more tacked up, well-dispersed, and it's just going to trade a whole lot better, especially against the Widow Mines. Creator is incredibly Zealot heavy, so it really feels that it all comes down to a couple of well-placed Widow Mines, and we cannot forget there is just way more bio, way more firepower on the side of Gabe, but those Colossus are on the clock, and it won't take a whole lot longer before they're out.
Oh, these Widow Mines are separating the army here. The Stalkers are on the backside, but they're finding it's pure Marauder here, and remember, this is very good upgraded bio. He's even getting +2 behind this. Look at this army, this positioning as well. He has to be careful about the friendly fire, and it's kind of juicy, but honestly, these Widow Mines have done a good job, and GG tied up in this series. That was a much different game from the German.
Just great micro on the side of Hero Marine. Excellent job at guiding. Great Widow Mine connections as well, and Gabe would be the very first to tell us that that was manual targeting, by the way. Like, I was like, I know it, Gabe. We all know it. We looked at that fight, right, where Hero Marine sieged up the tanks, he took out the Cybercore and the Gateway. We saw Creator clean that up, and we kind of looked at each other and like, well, he gets the job done. It wasn't the prettiest cleanup. I actually think that really hurt Creator, because he just lost a few more units there than he was supposed to. I think Hero Marine did a 10 out of 10 job in realizing when it was time to get out of there, did not lose a single one of those full medevacs, and that army that was already out on the map, it synced up with all the reinforcements that were waiting at home, ready to receive a Zealot run by or a War Prison play, right, that would have gone into the main base, and all of a sudden you're looking at 80-90 supply of bio, and pure gateway units without any armor upgrades are just going to have a very, very difficult time finding excellent trades there.
Yeah, it felt like Creator thought, okay, I'm taking my 4th base very, very quickly here against like a 2 base coming up to 3 base Terran. But I think that might have been like a bit overzealous by him, right? Like if he just held that fight, but also just put a few more minerals in units instead early on, maybe it would have worked out far better against the build of Hero Marine, because here, that 4th base already being done while this push was happening. That's crazy, but yeah, you're right. These Zealots ran in way too early.
Yep, and they ate some very big shots. The other turret placement, by the way, excellent. And I was worried that one medevac was going to get picked up on the side of Gabe, but that did not happen, because the army supplies were somewhat close before that fight. It was like 80 against 70, but after that it was all said and done, and these armies synced up again. We're looking at 90+ supply of Gabe, and on Creative side, it just takes a little while before that double Robo and the Robo Bay and that 4th base is truly paying off. And the last thing you want to do on the Protoss is make more and more and more Zealots, because you feel like you need them to survive, but ideally you want to make a few different units.
Yeah, there was one thing you said as well, it's like if Hero Marine gives him like a minute, this Protoss army would be scary, and Creator needed time so badly, but Hero Marine, the one thing he didn't want to give him was time. Like, he was just in his face, and he microed really damn good, Kev. Like, if he was manually targeting with those Widow Mines, which he would absolutely tell us that he was, they were very good shots in his army. Honestly, I was very scared for taking too much friendly fire, but he was very good about just moving around and stuff. And normally, you know, Hero Marine is somebody that does have it all, but he microed very well that game.
For the second time today, this man finds himself all tied up with a Korean Protoss. Will he be able to get the W? In the top right side of Ancient, we are looking at the main base of our German Terran representing Mouse Sports over here at Gamers8. This is Hero Marine.
And spawning over in the bottom left-hand side, the blue Protoss, it is Abydos' Creator.
I was a bit surprised that after that first attempt of the War Prism trying to sneak into the main base, Creator just gave up on it altogether. That, like, of course there was a missile turret and there was a Cyclone on patrol, but that has never stopped Protoss players before from going for a Zealot drop into the main base or just sieging up at the 3rd base and then dropping those Zealots, swapping in a few more, clicking those into the natural, because the Zealots, they will always shine as long as they have some surface area to fight. But if Gabe is out with an army on the map, it's so much harder for the Terran to micro properly at home against Zealots and micro your army offensively properly on the other side of the map. So just to see Creator try one time, and he's like, oh, missile turret Cyclone, never mind, I'm going to bring everything back, was a bit surprising to me, and I think Gabe absolutely loved that.
I think so. Like, when I saw that warping of Zealots was at the top, and then he ran them home, like even running them to the natural just to be like, okay, what's here? Stopping the reinforcements on the map kind of thing. Like,
I felt there was maybe a little bit of panic or impatience, but a totally different mindset from Creator that game, because the game before, he was like,
he was
hey,
crazy.
Stalkers on the other side of the map, let's freaking go. This game is like, ho, I better be a bit careful. So if he can take anything and going into game 3, it's like crazy Creator. That's the one that worked out.
3 games in a row, Hero Marine will go for the Reaper into the double refinery and quick factory as an opening here, which is, for me, a little bit noteworthy. Like, we know the Terran players love it, and it's not like the least economic opening of all time, but I'm surprised to not see him try a single Reaper expand or even a Marine expand with a quick bunker, but yeah, this must be what Big Gabe's plan is for maybe all the TVPs he's going to play throughout this event, which has definitely not always been the case. We've seen him have a long phase of just Reaper expand, sometimes even being a greedy boy and go from 1 Marine into a reactor, maybe a 3 Rex, right? He's not the biggest fan of 3 barracks as an opening against Protoss, but we've seen him do that as well. But this kind of seems to be his new bread and butter.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good build for a while, and while you are not as economic as you could be, maybe it just pays off by getting to slow down the Protoss a little bit with just putting a little bit of fear, and then the scouting's obviously really, really good as well. In this game, we see a very different opening from Creator. It's a Stargate.
It's very early battery in the main, eh? That's actually
super early, yeah.
Is he just rallying the first adapt to the other side of the map? Because I don't really understand why you would double that. Creator is going for the Zest approach over here, where he's like, all right, if I know my expand is quicker than yours and you kind of need to kill a couple workers, I'm going to make sure it's very difficult for you to kill a few workers, and I'm just going to go for double battery. That first adapt should absolutely, like, there's one more unit in the natural. 1 probe is going to take a bit of damage, but a single probe for a Reaper and a Hellion, I mean, that's a trade that Creator will take any day of the week. Maybe could have sent those probes back to mine a little bit quicker, but he gets all 3 units for a single probe. I mean, Creator is absolutely flying.
Absolutely. Like, the one saving grace for Hero Marine is he got to see the Stargate, right? So he knows he's up against air units, but that was a very good defense, because those adepts, even though the shades are really annoying and really quite quick, the adepts themselves aren't. So being able to shut that down as well as he did, very nicely done.
Actually, it would be very annoying for Hero Marine right now if Creator decides to attack him with 3 adepts and a Phoenix, because what does Gabe really have? He had 2 Marines there. There is a Widowmine on the left side in the main. That medevac is not going to do a whole lot. So if these 3 adepts would just go for it and try to one-shot, but Creator is showing a lot of respect into Hero Marine. I really do think that was an opening there to be a bit aggressive, but it's almost, it feels very counter, against everything that you believe in, when it's like, I just made 2 batteries at home, and am I really going to attack the Terran right now in his natural? Like, that doesn't make any sense in your brain. But actually, that would have been, I think, a great trade for Creator to go for.
It would, but look at these Phoenix. Like, they're diving across the map here. Will they see? No, it looks like they're just missing this army here, which is a little bit unfortunate for these Phoenix. They might get to pick up these 2 Marines here, but now he knows. He's got to know something's out on the map with the way those Marines were moving. So
and also the fact that there are no other units, right?
Yeah.
Now, if this Widowmine burrows in a scary spot, this could be very annoying. Creator wipes in the Nexus, had no idea about these units of Hero Marine being here. But now it's also going to be maybe a bit awkward for Hero Marine to eventually get these units home, because Phoenixes are very good in forcing units to stick around and fight a little bit longer than they would like to. It's not the most impressive Terran army ever. The Widowmine has potential, but I feel like the longer Gabe's going to stick around, the worse it will get for him, though.
Absolutely. The first Phoenix shot pretty decent on those units, and the Phoenix, the focus fire is very good from Gabe, but this Terran army does not stand a chance against this, and he tried to get the pick up there, but maybe the Cyclone gets something done here. Taking out these Phoenix. This is actually, wow, nice crisis management by Hero Marine.
Yeah, making the best of a very dire situation, but he's not done yet, right? There is just a bigger and scarier Protoss army chasing the forces of Hero Marine at the moment, and these Vikings are in a bit of trouble. That Cyclone gets lifted. Okay, maybe that lift was a little bit overly ambitious, as the Stalkers had a hard time catching up with the rest of the army, but Creator is still chasing this army down. Can he get a dual shot? He gets the medevac with some precious cargo inside of it as well. And now there is a high HP Immortal here that kind of wants to have a bit of fun, but obviously these Cyclones can utilize that lock-on ability. Some great lock-ons there. Creator should probably just be very happy with what he got. Go home, rebuild some of these Phoenixes. He's always building crazy war prisons, by the way. Creator is so hyper-aggressive. I find that Raven, by the way, also a crazy decision by Hero Marine.
I think it is as well, and I mean, with the way that this series has been going, you have to always be worried about your opponent attacking you, and I mean, he hasn't showcased that he's willing to go into DTs or any crazy play like that, but Raven's just a nice choice, I feel, most of the time, but this isn't a normal game. Like, this has been fighting right from the get-go. And
Gloves are off and we're just swinging. Like, that's kind of what it is. Creator just wants to attack right now with a bunch of unupgraded gateway units. He does have Phoenixes. He could lift that tank. He can also send... This is a lot of slow zealots. You just don't normally see this in high-level StarCraft, but Creator feels that his army of Gabe is too small. That Raven is going to be the first target and it falls. The tank gets lifted, the tank gets repaired, but in the end Creator gets the kill. There's a decent amount of firepower though in those Cyclones, and that tank on the high ground, a decent amount of SCVs are going down, but Creator needs more than just 5 SCVs, and I'm sure he knows that, because this is a pretty big investment on the side of the Protoss.
It certainly is. I mean, this Warp Prism will work wonders against these Cyclones right now, and 9 SCVs for your trouble, but also taking out that Raven. You said it was a bit of a ballsy choice, a questionable choice, and you were right. Against Phoenix, that's pretty much one of the last units you want to make, and maybe Hero Marine went a bit into autopilot there, but oh, he does have a third base at least.
These attacks are wild. We just don't normally see this. More unupgraded Gamer units, no blink on the Stalkers, no charge on the Zealots, but Creator feels that he can still get favorable trades here while transitioning into Colossus on the other side of the map, but we don't have the extended thermal lens upgrade yet. The Forge is a little bit late. It seems that Creator in the end says, all right, this is about as much as I can get done. He goes home. Now he's still kind of stuck though with a lot of units. They will not scale very well.
A lot of units that suck right now for quite a while. Like, there's no Twilight Council on the map, right?
No.
No, so like, he can't upgrade these Zealots. He's got a lot of Zealots in his army. Once Stim is online and +1 and Combat Shield, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. He's got to rely so much on his Robo.
But one thing that's very important to keep in mind is that we are looking at this game from the observer point of view. We see everything. If you're a Hero Marine, this is an ultra confusing game to read, right? Where at one point you just don't know, am I doing all right or am I actually in trouble? Like, I think that first wave really scared him. The second wave, perhaps he started feeling a bit better about it, because you can look at your workers in the game. You're like, oh, I still have over 50 SCVs. At this point, he's got 62. I guess I'm all right, but it's very hard for Hero Marine to feel exactly how far along the tech of Creator is on the other side of the map. We know that only now the Twilight goes down, only now that 4th Nexus has been planted, and +1 is the first upgrade on the side of the Korean Protoss. That's halfway done, but it's impossible for Hero Marine to know all these things.
Yeah, you can guarantee that he thinks Blink is maybe done or on the way along with Charge, and like, this is a total role reversal. Like, now it's the blue Protoss sharking around the map, trying to contain the Terran, and Hero Marine, like, this map is starting to feel extremely claustrophobic. He has to sit back, like, the medevacs are obviously very late with the Viking production into the Raven, and look, Creator, he's a crazy boy.
It's a wild moment to attack. It's before +1, it's before extended thermal lens. Sure, you've got 2 Colossi there, Creator, but that's an anti-timing if I've ever seen one. As he loses a few more of these expensive Phoenixes, he's still rebuilding Phoenix as well. I'd love to see how many Phoenix Creator has lost in this 10 minute
7 or so it has to be. Yeah, 7 Phoenix. And I mean, he's still going, Kevin. I mean, that +1, it's still not online just yet. There's a few tanks slightly out of position, but honestly, Hero Marine, is he going to win this fight? I think he is, Kev. It's chaos on both sides. Look where that Warp Prism is. Yeah. It is so deep behind enemy lines. These Colossus, though, they haven't been touched at all. Where is Hero Marine's supply? He's got a double drop on the other side of the map, but if he holds this, he's going to be great. He's trying to recall base. He's going to keep the Colossus alive. No! Where did he recall to? To the 3rd base. The other Colossus just stays alive with the shield barrier.
Oh my goodness. The overcharge that saves Creator. In the end, the Colossus does fall, but if that overcharge didn't keep that bad boy alive for as long as it did, and Gabe right now in a bit of panic. Where are the SCVs going? Where are the boys? The boys need to stay home. This has to be one of the wildest best of 3s that these two have played. We are making the craziest attacks, the weirdest timings. We're watching bizarre fights. That Warp Prism went so deep because it warped in a few Zealots on tanks that were a bit exposed. So that worked out well, but it was just chaos. It is once more absolute chaos. Creator is just non-stop attack. He's got 1 speed, 1 gear, and that's go. And Gabe is probably very confused. He's like, I'm the one who's supposed to be attacking you. That's the way we play this matchup. But Creator says, not today, my friend.
Not today at all. And these Phoenix, I mean, they are expensive and they can't really get too much done, but what he's getting done so far, as long as he can keep getting some SCV kills, some scouting, knowing where his opponent is, Hero Marine does get to scout that there is a 4th base without the gases up and running. So that can definitely make you feel like, okay, I need to do something kind of soon here. Ghosts are on the go. The armory is late, but that's kind of purposeful. Getting the ghosts out with all that gas early is kind of the way you want to go. And Hero Marine's going into the Viking kind of combo here, and +1 air weapons. I mean, that's kind of cool with the Phoenix, honestly.
Yes. It's a shame that he lost so many so far, but I don't hate it, right? If you are rich, and Creator at this point is becoming kind of rich. He's on 75 workers, he's on 4 bases, got a Dark Shrine finishing up as well. Hero Marine on his side, the Armory finished up, so he is allowed to start +2, and that's what he's going to do immediately. I don't know if Gabe's going to embrace the all-out macro, though. I have a feeling that Gabe, his plan is probably get a bunch of Vikings, get a bunch of tanks, a few ghosts, wait for that +2 to finish up for the infantry units, and then try to end it, right, with a monstrous Terran army of 135 supply. While I think Creator is already slowly but steady dreaming about the 5-6 base scenario, I don't think that's what Hero Marine is aiming for.
I'll be honest, these Phoenix have a lot of work cut out for them because the ground army alone, like Big Gabe's army, ghosts, 5 tanks, a lot of Marauders. These Colossus feel so damn exposed right now against this army.
Yeah, but the Viking count is incredibly low, though. And if it's 2-3 Vikings at a time, it's the tanks. But we all know that tanks can be very vulnerable. Creator is probably already thinking of a way to flank these tanks down the road. We have a lot of gateways. The Zealot count is already at 10. Attacking into shield batteries is always going to be hard. This is just a madness. Best of 3. Gabriel should not fight in range of an overcharged battery. That's where it can go wrong. Creator's activating a very weird Guardian shield in the bottom right side. Thinks about going for this army, runs into this monstrous Terran force. Hero Marine's units are just running all over the place, trying to protect the tanks.
Oh my goodness, a Disruptor trying to get a good shot off in the midst of everything. The Marauders trying to focus down this Colossus. Creators having to run back home, but look at these Phoenix, Kev.
No end here.
Yeah, nothing shoots up anymore, really. There's a couple of ghosts with a lot of work cut out for them, but oh my goodness, these ghosts are really putting it out. Look at the supplies as well. They're pretty close here, but...
That's great for Creator, though. If he warps in a few more Zealots, he should be able to get on top of this, because there was just not a whole lot of anti-air left. But in the end, the Phoenixes fly into the only units that can shoot up, and he actually lost a bunch of them, so Hero Marine once more takes a minus supply lead. But we cannot ignore the fact that Hero Marine is very, very committed. Has never built a Fort CC, hasn't built an SCV in days. This is the army that needs to win the game for our German Terran.
That is the last shield battery at this base where Hero Marine is sieging up from the low ground here, so that definitely spells a little bit of trouble. If I'm Creator, I'll start blowing down some shield batteries, but a few DTs being warped in here, maybe for an Archon. I mean, an Archon would definitely tank well against this, despite the EMPs.
I mean, there is a world where Creator can give up on this base, though. He could transfer these probes towards the top left. I don't think he needs to run into all the tanks that are sieged up, but he wants to go for it one more time. There are DTs in the mix as well. The Zealots are making their way through this bio army. It's going to be a close fight. Immortals now actually getting in range of the tanks, though, and that is massive for Creator as the Colossus stands strong. The Immortal Stalkers and DTs and Zealots are good enough to break through the lines of this Terran army. Hero Marine has dropped another starport at home, but it's going to take a little while before that comes into play. That was the victory that Creator was looking for, and he keeps the 4th base alive. And you look at the production tab, you look at those upgrades that are on the way. I mean, from here on out, it should only get better for Creator.
They are big upgrades. +2 armor, very soon to finish. +3 attack on the way. Hero Marine's in a position where he's having to fly over his natural orbital command to a 4th base here. And if we look at his main base as well, I dare say that's going to be very close to being mined out at this point in time as well. It is mined out. He is really, really clinging on here. And look, you said it, that production tab, a 5th Nexus. Creator's just absolutely feeling it right now.
A great hold. Couple great fights. This madness in this game. I cannot believe some of these earlier attacks we saw with the slow Zealots, slow Stalkers, couple of Phoenixes. But in the end, what Creator did manage to do is keep Hero Marine at home. And that's not where Gabe ever wants to be. In the end, Gabe did move out, but he just found a few more Protoss units that he would like to. This is definitely turning into something, though, for Gabe. Creator does not seem to be too bothered by it, and he wants to deal more damage on the other side of the map. Got the best of Hero Marine in game 1 while he was attacking him. Gabe was attacking on his side of the map, and this time around, this Protoss army, these 4 Colossus, the Immortal, unless we somehow run out of anti-air, this should never go wrong, and it won't go wrong. Creator gets the dub. He improves to 1-1 here in the Swiss format, as our German Terran Hero Marine drops to 0-2, and is now 1 best of 3 away from being eliminated of this tournament.
It was not easy for Creator whatsoever. That was a real slugfest between them, and it felt like they were just both realizing how big this series is, right? They both came off a tough loss against very, very strong opponents, and honestly, the way that both of them playing, just very solid play.
This is one of these series where you want to go over it one more time. You're like, where do I start exactly? There were so many wild attacks. You think of game 1 as well, the 6-stalker, 1 Immortal attack. Like, we're not familiar with that. This is like, it's almost like that meme, you know? It's like, I'm sorry, Korean, I have to apologize. I was not familiar with your game. Like, he showed us Protoss attacks that we haven't seen in a long time. But what I do think it really accomplished is that it disturbed the rhythm and the flow of the TVPs that the German Terran loves to play. And if that was the main goal, well, Creator absolutely smashed that one.
Absolutely, and I mean the whole series is about a story, isn't it? Anyhow, we get to hear from the winner himself over on stage.
What a back and forth there for Creator and Hero Marine. Very impressive victory in the end, though, Creator. It was a thrilling match to watch. What was it like to play?
대단한 경기였습니다. 어떤 소감을 세 번째 게임은 어떤 소감을 한마디 해주세요.
네. 일단 히어로 마린 선수가 워낙 잘하는 선수여서 좀 걱정을 많이 했는데 그래도 생각보다 제 손이 좀 잘 움직여서 좀 운 좋게 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
The player was a great player, but my hands was moving as fast as I wanted, so I won the game.
زي ما شفنا اعزائنا المشاهدين معنا كرييتر بعد فوزه في مباراه كانت باك اند فورث بينه وبين هيرو مارين. السؤال الاول سالناه انه الجيم كان جدا حماسي اننا نتابع، بس كيف كان اللعب في هذا الجيم؟ كان الجواب على السؤال يقول انه صراحه كان اللاعب جدا جدا رهيب. هيرو مارين طبعا معروف عالميا، زياده على كذا يقول انا كنت احرك يدي باسرع شيء اقدر عليه عشان اقدر افوز في المباراه، وبالاخير قدرت افوز 2-1.
Now, Creator, can you share with us what happened in Game 2 that cost you that victory?
게임 2에서 어떤 일이 있었는지 한번 말씀해 주실 수 있을까요?
일단 첫 번째로 제가 첫 번째 세트와 같은 빌드를 했는데 그 히어로 마린 선수가 제 첫 번째 했던 그거를 좀 역으로 해서 좀 천천히 움직였기 때문에 제가 좀 말렸고 상대방이 좀 잘했다고 말하고 싶어요. 네.
So I did the build as I did the second build as the first build, but while I was doing that, the other player came and destroyed the first build. So I just wanted to say that the second player played a good game.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائنا المشاهدين سالنا اللاعب السؤال الثاني يتكلم عن المباراه الثانيه، كيف انت خسرت المباراه اصلا مع انه كان جدا فرصه انه هو يفوز جدا عاليه. يقول ان الاستراتيجيه حقتي كنت انا بقدر اسوي البيس حقي بشكل طبيعي، بعدين رحت البيس الثاني لكن فجاه اكتشفت انه هو قاعد يسوي رش علي على البيس الاول، وبالاخير بسبب الشيء هذا انا خسرت المباراه.
Well, Creator, you still have a long way to go till the end of the tournament, but your hands are moving the way you like, you said. So how do you feel about your odds?
이긴 황열 소감 부탁드립니다.
일단 이렇게 사우디까지 와서 이렇게 경기할 수 있는 게 굉장히 저한테는 영광이고 되게 뜻깊고 기쁜 일이거든요. 그래서 지금 굉장히 만족하고 있고 그리고 앞으로 남은 경기 좀 집중해서 꼭 그 토너먼트까지 갈 수 있도록 좀 최선을 다하겠습니다.
I'm proud to be here in Saudi Arabia. I'm actually very proud of myself to be here. I will try my best to achieve the tournament and win.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائي المشاهدين السؤال الثالث توجهناه للاعب انه تونا احنا في بدايه البطوله، عندك مشوار طويل لما توصل النهايه، فكيف تتوقع احتمالياتك انك تفوز البطوله بالكامل؟ يقول صراحه انا فخور جدا بتواجدي في السعوديه واني اشارك في هذه البطوله، وبحاول افضل ما عندي اني اقدر اخلصها لصالحي.
That's wonderful, and we look forward to your games, and we look forward to more from Hero Marine as well. An exciting match and thrilling games. Let's take a closer look from the analyst desk.
خلونا على طول اعزائي المشاهدين نروح للاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم اكثر عن هذه المباراه، كيف كانت مره كلوز وهيرو مارين كاد انه ياخذها لصالحه، لكن باخر لحظه كريتر كان هو الافضل، فعلى طول على الاستوديو نتكلم عن الموضوع.
That's right, Creator with a great win here against Hero Marine is able to keep himself going when it comes to the Swiss format. Joining me, I've got Tasteless as well as Artosis to talk about this one. And I mean, actually this was quite back and forth here, Nick.
It was a great series.
Yeah.
A lot of very explosive games. I really liked game one. That was a real nail biter. We talked about the fact that Creator needed to be in a good mental state. Would he be shaken? Would he be a little bit rocky after his loss versus Cyril? Artosis mentioning that, you know, he should have maybe been able to beat Cyril. He was able to hang with him.
And here we are. It was an excellent victory there from him.
Yeah, we take a look at the highlights here by STC, and we've got ourselves, again, kind of these base trade scenarios going down Artosis with Creator being victorious.
Yeah, that happens a lot of the time in games like these, right? Like you just start killing the SCVs off, and then you have that recall that kind of saves your base. What are you really going to end up doing? But, you know, here Marine came back very strong in that game number 2. We saw some very good kiting going on, like these very charge lot heavy armies not quite able to break through. So, you know, after that game, though, I felt like it didn't feel like Creator played like particularly poorly.
Yeah.
So I knew game 3 was going to be a pretty strong one, and we definitely saw that, like Creator keeping his cool in that 3rd game.
Yeah.
Even though there were a couple attacks he did that were a little bit of an overextension.
Yeah, of course, the recall straight into some of the units here, and Supercharge trying to save a Colossus here at the very end, but it's not to be the case. I mean, the thing is that, I mean, Artosis gave rise to the idea that this was going to be an even series, and this last game really exemplified that, Nick, considering all these fights so back and forth, so close, so scrappy towards the end.
Yeah, there was a period where it looked like Creator was going to close it out, then he recalls back. It looks like he might actually, in fact, lose the game. Hero Marine seems to be a bit too committed to trying to end the game a couple minutes after that.
Yeah.
And through the virtues of patience, which is exactly what we needed to see here from, Creator, and keeping his cool, he comes back, he pushes through, and he's victorious, and therefore is still very much viable in this tournament.
Here are the results so far from round 2, as we do have an update on those results with Showtime 2-0 against Spirit here, Dan. That means now Spirit, unfortunately for him, 0-2, really on his last legs here in the tournament.
Yeah, that's a tough one for him. I mean, he is one of the underdogs coming in as well. I think he's a great player, but hasn't really delivered on this level of a stage yet, so honestly, I'm not super surprised at it, despite the fact that I love his Terran play.
Absolutely. I mean, it's definitely clear that Spirit has leveled up throughout, you know, the past couple of years. We see him do, you know, have decent runs when it comes to Intel Extreme Masters and things like that, but on this stage, maybe Prep's getting the better of him compared to these guys that are more well-tuned on a stage like this.
Yeah, we're really getting to that phase of the tournament where we're going to start to cut out the weaker players.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's going to be an uphill fight for sure. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of room left, right? So if you're going to pull it together, now's the time.
He's got to do something special. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to go to a break. When we return, we have more StarCraft on the way from Gamers8. Stay tuned.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All right, welcome back here. We have got our next series on the way, and it's going to be a slobber knocker. We have got Reina going up against Oliveira here in a match to decide who does all right. We'll see how it goes.
Oh yeah,
Epic.
so
Well
epic.
explained. Thank you.
I love when the players play to see who does all right. That's so much on the line.
That's the goal for this event, right?
Thank you. Yes, yes.
Who does the
absolutely.
all rightest?
No. Let's talk about it. I've got Loco as well as Wadi here to talk about this one. But it's an exciting one, actually, genuinely, because this is technically a rematch, of course, from Katowice and how everything went down here. And it's two of the absolute pristine names when it comes to the foreign scene.
Yeah, Oliveira, of course, had that miracle run at IEM Katowice. I mean, we discuss it all the time whenever we're at the StarCraft tournament, but it really was a beautiful event. He ended up playing against a lot of the good players, right? So first off, he faced against Hero Marine, and we're like, yeah, Hero Marine's probably the favorite going into that match. Then he faced against Reynor. That's the match you're obviously referencing. He ended up taking down Reynor. Then he won against Hero, and then he won against Maru in the grand finals. Just a run that I think we'll probably talk about for as long as StarCraft 2 is going to be around for, because that was amazing.
Yeah, it's not only the dream run, it's probably the dream run of all time in StarCraft 2 when you look at the kind of history and how things have gone down, Wardy. But these two going up against one another, I think despite Oliveira being the world champion, I think people would still put stock behind Reina here in terms of a head-to-head.
He's a previous world champion too, and
Exactly.
yeah, he lost Oliveira in Katowice. The thing is, after Katowice, right, Oliveira's not kept to the level, right? He's been good and he's had some good results, but consistency has definitely been a thing. So I think that's one thing we have to think about straight away. Oliveira did go 1-2 against Solo earlier, but that was still a loss. And if you tell me the world champion's taking on Solo, I'd probably favor the world champion if I didn't know who the world champion was.
Right, yeah.
But it was Oliveira this time. He lost to Solo. I think that might be a little sign of things to come, because I think Reino, yeah, he lost 0-2 to Classic, but I think his ZVT has been looking so good recently. We know he delivers at these big events. It would be a shock to see Reino at 0-2 in this group stage.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, it may be a shock to see the reigning world champ 0-2 as well, but
in theory,
again, that's kind of part of the story, the kind of the dreamlike run that he had. It was a bit dreamlike, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oliveira, if we can forget about Katowice, Oliveira, I expect him to do okay in this event, but I don't think he makes playoffs if we forget Katowice. But Katowice puts the expectations on him, so yeah, a lot of interesting things to think about, I guess. Excited to see what goes down, because it could be wild. I'm excited to see what Oliveira brings, especially.
Yeah, for me, I think I've got to try and sum up what you're saying. I always get, at present, mixed signals from what we can expect from Oliveira. I mean, like, obviously we didn't see him in Yonchaping, unfortunately, but then now we get to see him offline once again. Maybe it is a completely different story, because Games Without Borders didn't fill us with much confidence, Loco. It was only that very last qualification match that was able to push him here to the forefront to Gamers8.
Yeah, so at IEM Katowice, it seemed like he was just playing at a few hundred MMR higher than he had been playing before, you know? Like, some players just have those moments where at an offline event, they suddenly seem to be better than ever before. I always kind of feel like that's the case with Cyril, where he just plays better at offline events than most of the other pro gamers, even many that have a lot of experience over the years. And it seemed for at least, you know, IEM Katowice, the World Championships, that Oliveira had a very similar situation too, where suddenly he just powered up and he seemed better than ever before. So yeah, maybe once again, right? It's a big tournament here, Gamers8.
Yeah.
Maybe once again we'll be able to find some success here.
And by the same token, on the other side, Reina, as you mentioned, Wardy, it would be a surprise to see someone like Reina down 0-2. And in the matchup in ZVT, you know, he's no slouch, no slouch.
He is absolutely no slouch. He's really, really good, man. He is.
Yeah.
He's been popping off a little bit lately. I know he took a little bit of chill time, and if you look at his online results, you might not be super impressed, but when you realize he's been traveling a whole bunch, he had to go back to Italy to do some exams, for example, and like when you consider that, it's like, okay, you know, maybe he didn't look perfect online, but the fact that he's knuckled down and gotten ready for this event gets you excited, right? And again, it wasn't the start we wanted, but he clearly has a thing about Classic, because Classic's won like 3 in a row against him, right? So going into ZVT, I would be shocked if Reino doesn't put up, at the very least, a very good fight, but honestly, I feel like he might come in and steamroll, because I feel like he gets fired up off that loss earlier as well, you know?
And the Homestar Cup isn't exactly, you know, on the scale of what we see here at Gamers8, but it's still an extremely high-level tournament. And obviously, it just comes off the back of being the champion there, Loco. You were there watching how that all played out. So, Reina, there looked great.
Yeah. He definitely looked really solid at that tournament, and I think when he went into that particular event, which really wasn't that long ago, it's just a couple weeks, I guess, at this point, right?
Exactly.
I don't think he necessarily expected that he would win the whole thing, because he was doing a lot of traveling and he was going around making sure that he had all kinds of stuff that he needed to take care of, like passport things and all kinds of stuff. So he had a lot of things going on at the time. He was practicing a bit here and there, and then he ended up, well, winning the whole event, right? So
recently, over the last couple of weeks, I think he's had a bit more time to chill and really focus on this event as well. So, I would be very surprised if he ends up going 0-2.
My favorite thing about Home Story Cup was the run back against Serral. I know it's a different matchup, but bear with me a second here, because Reina said as soon as he lost to Serral in Jönköping, Audi, that he knew exactly what he was going to do the next time around. So, like, seeing that kind of mental game from someone like Reina shows just how smart he is and being able to adapt against the very best players in the world, and that's what makes Reina stand out.
That's very true, but actually, if I had one comment about Reynolds, it might be his mental game, because sometimes in that series against Oliveira and Katowice, he kind of like loses a game. He's like, man, Terran can be kind of dumb. You know, I was doing well in this game, and Terran gets back in it. And he might not fully believe it, but sometimes I feel like you can kind of see it, and like sometimes then it kind of gets a little bit on tilt. I do think that is something which maybe comes into play. So don't lose game one, Reno.
There you go. It's world champ versus world champ here in a current 0-1 situation for both of them. Let's head on over to the stage to figure it out.
Fancy, we've got an incredible match coming up. It is the run back, we'll call it, of IEM Katowice Grand Finals.
That's exactly what we have. أعزائنا المشاهدين، المباراة هذه شاهدناها في نهائي IEM Katowice في هذه السنة. كلنا عرفنا وش صار في هذه المباراة لأنها حرفيا كانت مباراة تاريخية، لكن اليوم راح نشاهدها مرة ثانية في Gamers8.
Two incredible players here. Reiner, of course, a crowd favorite, playing for Italy, and Oliveira coming from China, the youngest player ever to make Grandmaster on the Chinese server.
That's something that everyone needs to know. أعزائنا المشاهدين اللي ما يدري، رينر هو يعتبر أصغر اللاعبين اللي قدر إنه يجيب الجراند ماستر في سيرفر كوريا، وقت ما كانت أصلاً جداً صعب إنك تحصل على الرانك هذا أصلاً في كوريا، فمع كذا قدر إنه يسويها. لكن اليوم جاي يثبت لنا بعد ما خسر مباراته في IEM Katowice، الآن راح يعيدها مرة ثانية لأنه له فترة طويلة ما لعب ضده في لان.
Yeah, we got a special little taste of this at Gamers Without Borders as well, so another run back from that matchup. Can't wait to see which of them comes out on top this time.
It was crazy. Oliveira lost that match 3-0, so Reiner has the upper hand so far in the latest matches, but is it going to be another one from IEM Katowice or not? We're going to find out. أعزائنا المشاهدين، في آخر مباريات واجه فيها IEM Katowice، بعدها شفناهم يتواجهون في Gamers Without Borders وأيضا في الأفريكا TV Champions. دائما رينر يكون هو الفائز. So we're about to find out.
Yeah, I think our two players are ready to show us another fantastic match. So without a doubt, let's meet player one. Representing DKZ Gaming, it's Oliveira! First at the ESL SC2 Masters Summer Asia in May 2023. First at IEM Katowice in 2023. And the list goes on. I can do it now though. There's first at DreamHack StarCraft 2 Masters 2022 Atlanta, China. Amazing player.
أوليفيرا زي ما احنا عارفين هو بطل العالم حاليا في ستاركرافت 2، خصوصا انه حتى قبل فتره جدا قصيره قدر انه يفوز الستاركرافت سمر، حتى الماسترز قدر انه ياخذ المركز الاول. ف يعني حدث ولا حرج ان هذا اللاعب هو اللي جاي يثبت نفسه في هذه البطوله ايضا، بعد ما شاهدنا وش اللي ممكن يسويه في بقيه البطولات. لكن خصمه شاهدناه على المسرح قبل قليل، نحن بنرجع مره ثانيه نرحب فيه، خلونا على طول نعرف منه. ممثل بفريق بازيلسك رينر. رينر ممكن بدأ رحلته في هذه البطولة بداية سيئة قليلا بعد هزيمته قدام كلاسيك، لكن جاي الآن قدام بطل العالم يبي ياخذ منه اللقب، خصوصا انه هو اللي واجه بطل العالم وخلاه يروح على الماب الخامس عشان يقدر يوصل للفوز. فالمباراة هذه ابدا ما هي غريبة على المسارح العالمية وجاي نشاهدها اليوم في الرياض.
Now, the winner of last month's Home Story Cup, he did fall to Oliveira in the finals of Katowice, but picked up a 3-0 victory in the Gamers Without Borders qualifying match, so it's hard to say who will come out on top here.
زي ما احنا عارفين مجرد ما انه خسر المباراة بعدها شفنا المستوى ثاني مختلف من رينر، فاز على أوليفيرا في المباراة في الأفريكا TV Champions، وقدر أيضا انه يفوز عليه في Gamers Without Borders للبطولة اللي تأهل للبطولة هذه، قدر انه يفوز عليه 3-0. فله فترة طويلة ما أخذ عليه ولا ماب، فخلينا نشوف إذا يقدر يسويها الآن ولا لا.
Gentlemen, please join us at the center stage to shake hands.
بالتوفيق كل اللاعبين أعزائنا المشاهدين، مباراة حرفيا عالمية وريماتش جدا عظيم راح نشهده اليوم في الرياض، فخلونا على طول نروح مع المعلقين نتكلم عن الموضوع.
Let's not stand in the way of this game any longer. Let's send it back to the casters to start this match.
Zerg vs Terran match for the ages, Italy against China, and it is of course a rematch of their famed match back at the World Championship. But of course we've seen the Italian stallion come back in fine form recently. That win in Home Story Cup, he looked absolutely unstoppable.
He looked very good then. He certainly made up for his loss on the big stage, the Global Championships, by then taking down Oliveira the next 2 times that they met, Gamers Without Borders, of course, leading into this event, as well as the Champions Cup in the group stage. So Rainer has definitely enacted his revenge. He's looking to do so, I suppose, yet again to give him the win in this Swiss format, which, I mean, that would be very, very disturbing if he actually went down again.
Yeah.
But I guess this is where Oliveira perhaps might still shine, is in the offline tournaments, which we haven't seen him again since that Katowice, but then also, I suppose, putting Rainer on the ropes.
Definitely coming in as the underdog, the player on the left there, playing Terran, looking fantastic when he can switch it on. But of course, the Zerg is famous for this matchup specifically. And this map here, Babylon, a very special place to start this series, because this is where Oliveira made that amazing reversal happen. But in the top left side, he seems to be reborn recently. A fantastic Zerg player for Basilisk. It is Rainer.
And in the bottom right, as the blue Terran, we have DKZ's Oliveira.
Oliveira's looking very focused. His initial flight here did actually get overbooked and he got booted off and had to come a day late. So he'd had to do his meteor a day later than everyone else, but he's been down there in the gym exercising. He's been talking about his strategies and kind of preparing, getting his mindset in the right place. Of course, he had a pretty close series with Solar to start off today, 2-1. And Rainer falling to Classic in the first round. When you're down 0-1, you can only lose 3. Of course, it goes without saying that, you know, you really do need to win this match, but it's just so unlike any other tournament. When you've got such high caliber opponents, it's like, if these two are playing in the losers match, the 0-1 match, there's no easy matches. Even in the next one, if you go down 0-2, they're still all absolute killers waiting for you.
Yeah, usually between these two, they're such high quality players that if they were to lose, they would have a very strong chance then and come back in the rest of the Swiss group stages. And instead, we are where we are, which is like everyone they're going to meet from here on out has a chance to actually take them out, even if perhaps historically that wasn't the case. We've seen a couple of upsets, a couple of surprises, and we could see one again here from Oliveira, who is coming in as the underdog.
Complete. And you can see they're just scouting here, Oliveira playing nice and safe on Babylon. This is his map, his favorite map. It's a map where he made the reversal complete against Rainer in the World Championship, but in general, it's just a good Terran versus Zerg map because of the lack of space. Rainer is a guy who loves to backstab. He likes to flank around, use his mobility as much as he can. And on a small map like this, with a lot of ledges, a lot of cliffs, the siege tank pushes are very hard to deal with. Oliveira is fantastic at using that momentum to slowly deny areas of the map and start to shut down your space.
Yeah, this was the conclusion to their best of 5 in Katowice, and everyone remembers the games. Many of you might not have actually picked up on Oliveira's explanation of what happened in those games, which was really quite fascinating. The community helped translate his words on it, and it was by that point, as the Reaper almost dies, it was by that point that he picked up on the many mistakes that Rainer was making that entire game from start to finish. So clearly there was something wrong happening towards the game 5, but now that we're a fresh slate, and Rainer has defeated him the last 2 times that they have played, I expect this to be a lot cleaner and really go according to plan for Rainer. Oliveira can throw in a couple of tricky builds, like slight alterations to typical builds that throw off a Zerg player, but I don't think that's actually where we saw his success at that Katowice. That was a dream run, yes, but it was also him showcasing his very good macro and micro.
I like this sneaky creep spread for Raynor. He actually snuck a creep tumor up to the right, pretending he wanted to get it on the bottom left. So that's actually going to spread the creep very early. It's these little details that start to add up. Raynor is a master of Zerg versus Terran. He is famous for basically being the first pro player to popularize practicing against multiple opponents at once and really say, look, you know, if you're playing the best guy in the world, someone like Maru, who's in your face, someone like Oliveira, they are so fast, it's hard to get practice against this caliber of opponent. So, hey, let's 1v2, let's 1v3. And suddenly, I need to be absolutely perfect. You know, he basically was the first Zerg to start putting his defensive queens in separate groups, guarding multiple entrances. He'll be spreading creep everywhere at once, even in the middle of battles. And it's his speed which gives him the advantage in this matchup especially, because it is all about the tempo in Zerg versus Terran.
That's certainly true. I remember a few years ago, there was also a concern about just basically not being able to find those Korean Terrans, which that phrase is very special. And then that Archon mode helped kind of replace that to a degree. And Oliveira, if you didn't know, is very much like a Korean Terran. Certainly practices on the Korean server a whole lot. So it might have been a problem in the past, but again, it seems to be figured out by Raynor at this point. And we've seen a very typical game so far. Actually, a Hellion Banshee opener from Oliveira. It is also rather safe, could find some damage, but if Raynor really is playing with that clean, fresh slate, he's also ready to get, you know, the ball rolling on the victories, then I expect 0 damage from the Hellions and the Banshees.
And the creep is already so far out. Down here in the bottom, the middle, and the top. And the thing with creep is the further it gets on the map, the more paths you have to cover with the Hellions, and it becomes more and more difficult because there's always downtime when you're rotating from one side to another, and Raynor will not have a lot of downtime on that. So Oliveira's got his work cut out for him, keeping this in control, and Raynor just pulls back from breaking the rocks. Hellions have to back away. Oliveira's got a 3rd command center landed. He's done a very nice economic build himself. And his first 2 Cloaked Banshees heading down to try and deny that 4th base in the corner.
Yeah, which they might have been able to do if Raynor wasn't already on top of it. When it is such a fresh base, those 2 Banshees can actually kind of catch the Zerg off guard. They didn't send their queens quite fast enough where they were distracted by something else happening. And then it can be a fresh, very clean kill, or cancel, I suppose. But not only is the hatchery a little farther gone, but the queens are there, and the Overseer. However, the Hellions coming as well was the surprise. Raynor a little late with the backup queens, but ultimately does save that hatchery.
2 queens for a Banshee. Not too bad for Oliveira, but you definitely wanted to try and get a little bit more. He was not expecting that Overseer to be so quick down there. And this Banshee does get pushed back as well. The map is slowly turning purple as the creep spread gets out there. And Oliveira going into Marine Tank. Tanks fantastic with their positioning on this map, but Raynor's already up at that 74, now 75 workers. He is known for, if he gets a little bit of an advantage, he is the master of pushing that greed right to the absolute limits of what's safe.
I'm definitely getting the same feeling that we saw from Gamers Without Borders, which is that, of course, we were very excited to see the rematch, the first rematch since Katowice at that time. But then we did see Raynor just in his element, fixing all the mistakes and letting his mentality get to him. And it was a very clean sweep over Oliveira. That's the feeling I'm getting here. Raynor's definitely in his element. He's actually going to go up to the high very quickly, as Oliveira will also add on a 4th CC very quickly as well. So a very solid macro game here to start us off on Babylon.
No second factory just yet for Oliveira. Going into the armory, single tank production for it now. 4th command center will give some nice progression. Starting to see these Marines group up in the south. Going to look for a poke forward. Doesn't want to get surrounded. It looks like the Hellion's going to protect that siege tank in the rear. Oh, he loves this position. Raynor's immediately setting up a flank, though. He wants to shut this down straight away.
Now, the Hellions are guarding the tanks to make it a little more difficult for those Lings to actually take care of things. 1-1 also completes for the Terran, whereas Raynor is still waiting a good 25 seconds on that one. So it's going to be there for a little while, but the really important thing on this map is that the tank doesn't actually reach the hatchery. Then it would be maybe a little bit broken. So this is actually not affecting Raynor directly, but the hope is that indirectly it will affect Raynor. And perhaps even if this continued to stay present, then Oliveira could even back this up. That's probably unlikely. I feel like it is only a matter of time for Raynor. Goes ahead and just, comes around here and takes care of this. He is still setting up that surround, looking at the Queens, tanks some of the initial shots, and there we go. The rest of the Zerg Swarm will be coming in here. Grenade actually pops a couple of those Lings and Banelings around, and the tanks are firing away. The Singular tank is firing away. A couple of good shots from those Banelings, but it was just too much Swarm, and Oliveira is forced back.
Rain is up on 85 workers. Remember, his hive is now finishing. He is absolutely roaring economically. He did forget his +2 melee because he didn't have the gas earlier, having to morph so many Banelings. A big Ling backstab comes in on the natural of Oliveira right now. Does find a siege tank, but a quick reaction saves it. Hot pickup for Oliveira, doing well. He's got a 4th command center landed and morphed into a planetary, I believe. So he's got a good economy, but he's still lacking a little bit of that follow through on the infrastructure. Remember, he's got the 8 racks, but no second factory. So no Widow Mines or Hellbats. It's just Marauders coming in, Marines. This is still all about the momentum. Oliveira needs to push in, probably before things like Vipers get on the field in any serious numbers.
Definitely something we've been seeing more of, I would say, in the last, especially 6 months, actually. And Byun is particularly good with this style of play, the factory light style, but you do need to kind of get a strangle on the Zerg going, which so far, Oliveira doesn't really have. He's trying to make some headway to the middle of the map, but Raynor is pretty much ready to at least stall him. He may have to give some ground as far as that creep spread, but with everything he has going on behind this, all the bases, all the drones, 90 of them, as well as that hive technology. I mean, Raynor, with a little bit of supply block, one of the maybe big mistakes so far, it's really set up quite well for the late game. And Oliveira, trying to find a new path to the bottom left, is still trying to get some of that momentum.
It's a small map. There's always the opportunity for these pushes to come across quite fast. Banshee's still alive from the early game, harassing the 6th base in the top. The bio, got to be careful about going too deep on creep here. Oliveira showing some respect, retreats that tank to the high ground. He's going to try and take up that same position from his earlier push. I'd love to see Raynor just backstab, give this base up, and move to the top, because this is a scary spot. If there's anywhere Oliveira's going to take a game-winning fight, it is right here around this ledge.
Yeah, then it's just a little bit of a hop right to that other base, and then suddenly Raynor is once again choked into his natural. So it kind of starts here. If you make the mistake of taking the engagement, and it is a mistake, then evacuation afterward is going to be much more problematic. It's better to just go ahead and cut your losses and say this is too problematic and move away if that is what you have to do. Some Liberator harassment is taken down rather quickly. Raynor still mainly focused on dealing with this push. The tanks have a depth to them. They're lined up behind this bio. I'm noticing a lack of energy on those medevacs, though, and such a bio-centric play. That medevac count is very important.
Yeah, his medevac count is way lower than you normally expect. Normally, Terrans have problems with building too many medevacs. They end up with 14. Only 6, though. A little bit dry on the healing juice. 2 Vipers are getting ready to Blinding Cloud. Raynor's going to go for the backstab, but it's a little bit delayed. It does look like these Marauders and Marines are just getting amazing trades in the bottom. Big backstab comes in. Oliveira is in position. If he can defend the mineral line, he'll be okay, but that's a lot of Banelings.
That is a lot of Banelings. So far, though, it looks like they're not really finding those big connections they're hoping for. The Marauders really helping the tank quite a bit on both the left and right side. And while SCVs did go down, Oliveira is not just on his 4 bases of planetary, he also built those extra bases that will eventually become his 5th and 6th, but also his extra orbitals. So that is something that Oliveira absolutely can replace. He already is. And soon enough, he will be adding in more factory units, just barely not letting that Ling run by go.
Very nice holds by Raynor so far. The backstab getting in, killing another 7 SCVs. He's now up 30 workers, which, as amazing as it is, there is a massive Terran army advantage. The Banelings will do something about it if they can find the center of mass, but Oliveira is doing a good job of staying spread out so far.
You can replace those SCVs, but losing a command center like that is going to be harsh, especially if you can't make any more headway on this frontal push. Raynor still has that creep spread advantage. He has used it wonderfully. The Ling Baneling came in with some of the Hydras backing it up. However, he is running a little low. The Hydras are going to be attacking by themselves. The Queens come in with the transfuses to help out, and some focus fire on the medevacs as well. Means that Oliveira has to be wary, has to back away to his tank line. The supply is still looking dominant for Raynor, as he also now has that army supply lead.
Yeah, this is what Raynor does. If he gets up that early bit of momentum, spreads the creep. Look at this. I mean, Oliveira's been trying to attack all game. There's still massive creep spread all over the map. And Raynor's sitting at above 90 workers all game. His remax was endless. It's not a super gas-heavy style either. Like, he only slowly worked his way up to 8 gases. It was mostly minerals, so he just had an endless swarm of Ling Bane. Very well played by Raynor, and it seems like now the numbers are too far in his favor. Oliveira will no doubt try a push with his 3-3 upgrades, trying to mix in a couple of Widow Mines, but being down 40 workers, Raynor is now re-maxed up in the army supply for one of the first times in this game, and that's going to be brutal for the Terran.
quite a bit up in army supply at this point as well. Oliveira really not able to find another foothold at this point in time. Raynor playing, I mean, probably basically safe, as he doesn't want to overexert himself, and then it's a very small map, especially as they continue to expand outwards. You don't want to let that momentum slip and then suddenly you lose 2 hatcheries. But really, Raynor is in a dominant position. Oliveira is the one that kind of has to puff up his feathers and be like, I'm scary, I swear, while he actually recovers from all that just happened in the last minute.
Watching Raynor's hands is mesmerizing. I tell you, it is insane. The speed that he plays at is just absolutely wild, and that's why I love watching the younger generation that's come up in the last 5 years of StarCraft. What they do with their hands, it's next level. Dark has been talking about that a lot. Now he, wants to be a little bit younger. But Oliveira and Raynor, very, very quick right now. Oliveira's getting a Remax. He will be able to get a big army. The problem I see here is the Banelings. They are so supply efficient, combined with the usage of the Vipers to shut down the tanks. It's a hard fight for Oliveira, trying to hold on.
He does have an upgrade advantage, and it's a very spread out Terran army, all off of creep as well. A decent Wood of Mine shots, but also some Blinding Clouds helping there. It is just a matter of supply, it feels like, as Raynor is forced to back away. His Remax potential is insane. Oliveira basically needs to take this opportunity to get some revenge, but that one hatchery is not going to be enough. To get that, plus the drones, plus the army, then perhaps we have a stew going, and it is going to be the hatchery before Oliveira has to back away. Hopefully he got something repairing that top right command center as well. I believe he did.
It's still not. It's on 50 hit points.
Oh
on the
my
right.
gosh, it is. There we go, there we go, there we go.
Shout out to the observers leaving that selected so we could track the hit points in the bottom right. Absolutely fantastic job in the observing room. Very hard position to be in here for Oliveira. There is always the hope on Babylon, a small map that, you know what, just turtle up, hang on. There's not that many resources for Raynor to suck up if I could drag this out for another 15 minutes. But this time, right now, down 20 army supply. It's all about just having the best possible engagements. Holding on, you got to think of that campaign mission. This is the last mission at Wings of Liberty. There's endless swarms. You have to be crazy efficient.
This is the point in time where the Terran really feels like they don't have all the fingers, on the ledge, right? They're still barely hanging on, but Raynor's basically stomping on his last, pinky finger to try and get him to let go. And if Oliveira can actually get both hands on the ledge, then he has a chance, but Raynor just keeps on stopping it. Now just leading that planetary in the top right, finally, as well as the SCVs. Oliveira, once again, forced to really pressure and hope that something comes out of his army being so offensive.
Oliveira is ahead in the army supply slightly. Banelings, though, really give you a false idea of their strength. Only half an army supply each. Their power, though, is much higher than that. Oh, Great Link Backstab finds a siege tank and a pack of SCVs. Small trades like this are going to be amazing for Raynor. He doesn't really want to fight head-on because his worker count is so high that his army's a little bit smaller. So, he's just like, oh, look for small fights, look for the efficient fights. Widow Mines there do go off, but none of those absolutely massive good spreadies from Raynor just to mitigate the damage. And we haven't found a single Widow Mine really hitting that big 20 Baneling hit that Oliveira is digging for right now.
Yeah, there's basically one decent hit, I feel like, in this game. And otherwise, not so much. And that also goes back to a relatively low Widow Mine count, starting off on one factory for so long, and then as he was starting to add on the factory units, that was when the momentum really shifted, and Raynor got all that damage done. And Oliveira has been recovering ever since, so far only able to grab that hatchery that he once again grabs, but Raynor's going to take the opportunity again off of creep. He doesn't care. He's got the supply. He's got the trades, more importantly, so that even if this does not do it, the next one will. In this case, this battle will do it. Raynor grabs that 1-0 lead.
Might have been a slower start to the day than Raynor had wanted, but he does get vibe in there. You can see very happy with that performance. A tsunami of Banelings to finish it off. Always something you like to see as a Zerg player. Oliveira played very well, but that Ling backstab on the base, I think, did force him to maybe push in a little bit harder than he wanted to. He was going up to 5 bases in that game. He had a pretty good position on the map, but Raynor started to just out-position him, took out the mineral line on the third once or twice. The command center burned down, and from there, Oliveira tried to force the issue, but Raynor had such a big bank, he was able to remax a lot better than Oliveira, and that ended up favoring him in the long run, whereas Oliveira needed to slow things down and kind of just let the position be perfect for the engagements. Don't give Raynor anything close to an even fight or he'll run away with the game.
It did feel like Oliveira was really hoping something would unsettle Raynor a little bit more. So basically this was the closest he got to unsettling Raynor. grabbing these queens. The Hellions kind of came in for the surprise, but with Reynor able to keep up not just 4 base mining, but also getting his 5th at this point in time while taking out that 1 tank push, it really just felt like Reynor, as I had said, was in his element. So even if things got a little weird afterward, it would still be okay. And it never really got weird. Reynor was in mostly control of the game, willing to sacrifice that top base, no problem, for the greater good. That was his late game ZVT. Oliveira not really able to show a lot of that tempo that you're talking about. So he tried, he definitely made some of the right maneuvers, but didn't really have a lot of the right substance to it.
Yeah, I've just been thinking, like, what else could Oliveira have done that game? And looking at that first push in the bottom left, I do think if the Marines just went straight in and started attacking the hatchery, it could have forced Reynor to engage a little bit more haphazardly, or at least given the base up. Got a bit more value out of that first push, because it felt like he was kind of expecting Reynor to get impatient and jump on it. He didn't. Reynor took his time, set up the perfect fight, and so that is what led to him getting control of the match. Great game 1. One more game to close out the series and get himself to a 1-1 scoreline in this format. Down in the bottom right side, representing Basilisk, it's Reynor.
In the top left is the blue Terran. Now down a game, he is DKZ's Oliveira.
Dragon Scales is a map which is going to be very interesting. It has some good tank positions, some really nice multi-drop angles as well if Oliveira wants to go down that path. And Reynor, of course, going for the classic hatchery first opening. I really feel that, yeah, definitely you've got to be a little cavalier sometimes against Reynor, because he is always towing that line of greed. That's part of Reynor's style. I will be so greedy, you feel like you have to stop me being greedy, and then I can just focus on, you know, shutting down that one big attack, and then I'm away. I'm head and shoulders ahead in the race, you know?
Yeah.
It's not the slow, calculated play of someone like Cyril, where he's kind of playing a safe work account. Reynor's like, no, I've got safe workers plus 10. And if you don't do anything about it right now, like, you know, you're the one who's feeling the pressure to come and stop me, because I'm going to run away with the game, which is what he did in the last one. 90 workers way too early, and felt like unlimited Zerg units.
Yeah, a lot of what happened in their best of 5, a great upset, was that Oliveira was able to unsettle him for the overall best of 5, and then find a lot of things that unsettled Reynor in the games that he ended up winning, so the last 3. So that means that basically that Reynor kept doing something similar to all the ZVTs he had played previously, and Oliveira was, as I said on stream, talking about it and saying like, oh, well, like we had talked about this on my other Terran friends, and I picked up on this, and I picked up on that, so I've let the tank home that I know his run by would be ineffective. Yeah. You know, it was very smart, and it really worked out when it needed to work out on that, you know, the last life that he had to bring it back. But then, as you were just pointing out, Reynor maybe has learned to kind of shake up the decision making a little bit, so he doesn't just pull the trigger, he waits and says, you know what, I don't have to take this on. Which perhaps if he had, then Oliveira's like, I got you again. But Reynor's, you know, maybe just mixing up the way that he uses the units, the way that he engages, and it's Oliveira who unfortunately is coming out on the losses recently against Reynor. We'll see if things can change on Dragon Scales.
Yeah, Reynor's been, you know, he's learned a lot from those big losses as well. Going back and, you know, he's been putting out videos on his YouTube doing analysis of those big games and losses, and always giving props to his opponents, but undoubtedly does slip in a little bit of analysis of his own mistakes. And, you know, for him, the big takeaway in that big series was there was a lot of fights he took that he did not need to take. You know, he was saying like, oh, I really messed up this and this, but even then, I didn't need to fight, and if I just gave up this base, like, I'd still be in it with a good chance, but he kind of kept getting baited into fighting. And I almost feel like that's just Zerg versus Terran in general at high level. As Terran pushes, they set up an amazing position on a ledge with tanks and Marine spread, and they poke some units forward, and they say, please come and attack into this terrible position. And it's kind of on the Zerg to find a way around giving them what they want.
Yeah, I feel like we saw that with Reynor versus Here Marine in the round of 4 of the previous Katowice. Yes. There was a couple of those. And we saw it at Youngspan, actually, when he kind of let that game go against Björn as well.
Yeah.
Like, he does have to relearn the lesson every so often. But when he does, you know, he keeps it in his head for however many months, and then it's a matter of who he faces in those months and how big of a tournament. But today it does seem like it's, you know, it's going very well for Reynor, as he once again gets as comfy as Zerg can, as Oliveira goes for the same exact build, I believe, as last game.
Yeah, does look very, very similar. We'll see. He does sometimes like to skip Cloak, and so far that hasn't started up, so it might be just a safety Banshee. or even 2, and then just kind of getting a little bit faster stim, a bit extra minerals into that next step, speeds up when you're going to be hitting those marine tank attacks. Ooh, nice snipes on the creep streamers, bouncing those queens so they can't do too much. The Overlord does go down, though it did scout in, I believe, and see the starport.
I was going to say, it would have been really close. They didn't actually see it, so a little bit more ambiguous. And then the follow-up as well is going to be a Raven, not that second Banshee. So I was going to bring up how perhaps it's going to go into maybe slightly faster tank production and have maybe 2 faster than expected, so on and so forth. But no, not the case. It's actually going to be a Raven, which is still very, like, it's a different approach to things. Still have a better job of cleaning up that creep spread, maybe a little bit more harassment around the natural, I guess, as a bit of a ledge you can abuse if you wanted to. But a little bit more of sticking to the map control and less about, you know, potentially diving, which is what he ended up doing in the last game.
Yeah, I feel like there's a real problem. I was talking about how if the creep gets past a certain point, it like doubles the number of lanes that it's on basically, and you just can't slow it down with Hellions. Even with 2 squads of Marines, you're using scan after scan, and that hurts as a Terran because every scan, you could use that energy instead for a mule, gets you 225 minerals. Ooh, does poke forward at the front. You don't want to take too many hits like that. Oliveira's got to be tight on that control. But 3 drones with a Banshee is a nice pickup.
Actually, yes, I would say so, because of course that Banshee, if it survives later on, can scout for run-bys or, you know, help against them, obviously. Oh, Raynor gonna really change things up, going for that missile, going into... Does he actually have the Roach Warren right now?
Oh,
no, he doesn't.
What?
So I was do it, but then I kind of had to hold back, and I still assume it's going to be roaches, but...
Oh, he's forgotten it, though.
It does kind of feel that way. It's a little awkward. Well, he was defending against everything on the front lines, as well as the Banshee, and sizing up for a run-by, which was only so successful. Okay, well, this one's going to be pretty good. Couple of mules, couple of SCVs left alone at that 3rd base.
2 fresh mules, 5 SCVs. That's pretty big, Zombie Grub. He does remember the Roach Horn now. But look how greedy he's been. He's got a 4th base almost finished. He's going up to 70+ workers. As long as he can get those roaches and roach speed on time, I mean, he's going to have an absolutely amazing potential to swarm. And remember, Oliveira has seen Zerglings, lots of them. Lots of queens, lots of Zerglings, lots of drones. This all makes you think Ling Bane, Ling Bane, Ling Bane. Roaches are the last thing on your radar. Rogue used to be a master at doing this. He'd always pretend he was playing Ling Bane, surprise you with 30 roaches and just win the game.
It is a little of an awkward build, though, from Raynor. Not only does he have so much supply, which is going to go into roaches eventually, of course, but also banking quite a bit.
Yeah.
As you said, like the Roachborn coming down was, you know, the worry was that, well, it wouldn't be ready for this push, of course, but I was also thinking roach speed, but now we're going to talk about this push and not having the army that you were supposed to be building this entire time. Oliveira finding almost a freebie. He might not be really believing it, but he still goes for it, finds a hatchery by the looks of things, all before 21, 24 roaches pop out to handle it.
Honestly, this is best case scenario for Raynor. Losing a hatchery is not that important. He does get a few SCVs with the Ling backstab. The queens don't need to be fighting here, but if he can overwhelm the tank, that'd be great. Raynor does not need to fight here. He's already lost the hatchery. He wanted to protect those roaches as he popped out, and he escorts them away from the base, using the queen energy to keep that alive. Beautiful play by Raynor. This was obviously a massive mistake on his build, forgetting the Roach Warren, but losing a hatchery doesn't really matter. You've got mass roach.
Oh, no.
You didn't lose your drones. You're catching the army, including a tank on the way home. Oliveira is massively outnumbered now.
This is like the off timing, you know? You mess up your DT build because it's 60 seconds late. The other guy's like, what? I don't understand. Like, this is definitely surprised Oliveira. Things have quickly taken a turn for the worse as he also runs his medevacs into the awaiting arms of the queens. Both of them go down, and Raynor is just getting ready to go onto Oliveira's 3rd base with all of the roaches he was finally able to build with all of their upgrades. It's only a matter of time, and Oliveira is woefully low on that bio count.
You can see Oliveira was not happy with the way that one unfolded. Does finally remember his +2 attack upgrade. It's mass 1-1 Roach Ravager Queens coming across the map. Raynor at double the army supply. That is going to be a problem. The Marines will get in and do a lot of damage behind it, but at home, Oliveira is absolutely overrun. That is way too much Roach Ravager.
The anti-armor missile will be very effective against this composition, but only if you had more units. That is the problem. The The two tanks get taken down. The bio gets back into the main base, but when I say the bio, I meant 4 units in the medevac. Not very impressive. Raynor finally deals with the drops on this side of the map, and he still has this huge Roach Ravager army on the doorstep of Oliveira. Oliveira gonna try to hold that high ground, but with what exactly? Just a few bio reinforcements.
Yeah, I mean, you could pull the Drilly Boys in an emergency. Normally, in this case, almost all the Drilly Boys are gone. 40 of them have gone down. No siege tanks out. A handful of Marines unloading, trying to make a valiant defense, but he is forced out. Raynor with a crazy Roach build catches him off guard and closes out the series.
Yeah, unfortunately, Oliveira, there might have been, I really would have loved to have been able to hear his thought process for those exact 10 seconds where he's like, wait, there's something here. Oh, okay, I can get a hatchery. Wait, no, there is stuff here. Oh, no, that's not a Roaches. You know, I would have loved to have been able to hear it, but of course, he is unfortunately at a loss here now on 0-2, now going into his last life in the Swiss format.
No doubt a lot of confused grunts and question marks is how, if I was in Oliveira's shoes, because you're like, where's the army at? And then suddenly, you know, so many Roaches just erupt onto the map. Catches him off guard though, and I always love that style traditionally. I really feel like Road did it so many times on the big stage in years past, and Raynor's been a master of it in the last few years. Just, it looks so much like a Ling Bane build. A lot of players might even get tricked into going Widow Mines, which you do not want against Roach Ravager. You need those siege tanks. And in general, if you get caught being overly aggressive, Roaches are so good at swarming over that, and then they explode across with the counterattack. Exactly what we saw in that game.
At the end of the day, it really does revolve around that successful hiding of the Roach Warren and then being able to actually collect them all together to get the counterattack in. But now, let's go ahead and get to the interview.
We're here with our winner, Raynor, and I have to ask, with such a storied history between you two, coming to this match, did you prepare a lot for Oliveira in particular? Are you playing the odds or playing the man?
I actually played a lot against Oliveira in practice, so it was a little bit unfortunate I found him. And yeah, he's a very good player. He relies a lot on speed and mechanics, so I thought as long as I'm faster than him and I play cleaner, I should win. But it's not easy, you know?
زي ما تشوفون اعزائي المشاهدين، رينر كان معنا في المقابله بعد ما فاز 2-0 على اوليفيرا. سالنا السؤال الاول، كيف قدرت انك تجهز المباراه هذه خصوصا بالهيستوري اللي موجود بينكم؟ يقول لا صراحه انا في التدريبات للبطوله هذه انا لعبت ضد اوليفيرا مره كثير، وكانت انا عارف شيء واحد فقط، اني لازم اني العب اسرع منه وانظف منه وبقدر اني افوز في المباراه، وهذا اللي صار فعلا.
Now, practicing against Oliveira, can you give us a little more insight into kind of what involved in that? And did you guys practice specifically for this event? That's sort of a general thing?
Yeah, we played quite a bit for this event, actually. Honestly, he was playing on the European server, so he had around 120 ping. So the matches were not really fair, but we also played in the hotel rooms here, so we actually played quite a bit. But yeah, specifically for this event.
سألنا أيضا رينر السؤال الثاني في المقابلة، نتكلم عن التدريبات اللي هو سواها مع أوليفيرا، هل كانت مخصصة للبطولة هذه فقط ولا بس بشكل عام جالسين يتدربون؟ كان يقول إنه لا إحنا فعلا تدربنا عشان البطولة هذه فقط، لكن يوم كنت ألعب ضده كان البنك حقه جدا عالي لأنه هو يلعب في السيرفر الأوروبي بنقه 120، فيوم جينا هنا برضو لعبنا مع بعض في الفندق وقدرنا أننا نتدرب ونجهز للبطولة هذه زي ما إحنا شفنا.
Well, I have to ask if you're feeling a bit more yourself now that you got a win under your belt heading into the rest of the groups?
Oh, definitely. I actually put my heart and soul into this event, so I thought starting with a loss was not the best, but I actually recovered myself. I think I played a lot smoother, but also the losses against Classic were just unfortunate. I think he obviously played very well, but game one, I think I was ahead most of the game, and then I messed up with one fight, and game two, I did not prepare for that. You know, I didn't prepare for me to do that. You know, I went outside the script. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. I don't know. But yeah, so unfortunate loss. He obviously played well, but still.
زي ما تشوفون سؤالنا الثالث في المقابله كنا نتكلم عن تجهيزاته للبطوله هذه بشكل عام، وهو بنفسه هل يشوف انه في فرصه انه يفوز البطوله؟ يقول صراحه انا يعني ما ادري شلون انا بديت البطوله اصلا بخساره، وانا فعلا حطيت كل شيء عندي عشان اقدر افوز في هذه البطوله وادي اداء كويس، فضاق صدري صراحه اني فزت او خسرت الجيم الاول معليش، وبالاخير قدرت اني اعوض بفوزي على اوليفيرا في المباراه هذه، لكن انا جاهز جدا للبطوله.
Well, the will of the groups is the will of the groups. Unfortunately, you did end up against Oliveira here, someone you practiced a lot with. Anyone else that you did a lot of practice with that you would not be interested in meeting later on?
Well, I mostly practiced against people that were not in this event, such as Harstem, Lambo, and many others. But obviously, I don't want to play Serral yet, because he's my teammate, and we know each other quite well, even though we don't play much. Also, let me think. I don't think there's anyone else really. That doesn't come to mind. Yeah, not really, but yeah, I just don't want to play Serral yet.
زي ما شفنا أعزائنا المشاهدين سألنا السؤال الأخير في المقابلة عن مين اللاعبين اللي هو يحاول إنه يتجنب إنه يواجههم، لأنه أوليفيرا هو يقول بما إني أتدرب ضده كثير أنا ما أبغى إني أواجهه، لكن واجهته بالأخير. لكن سألنا مين في أحد ثاني غيره، لكن كان الجواب إنه صراحة ما أشوف إنه في أحد ممكن إني ما أحب ألعب ضده إلا سيرال، لأنه هو التيميت حقي، وصحيح إن ما نلعب ضد بعض كثير إلا إنه أنا ما أحب إنه يعني نلعب ضد بعض، إنه نعرف بعض بشكل جدا كويس. بس غير سيرال ما أنا دائما أتدرب عند أو مع أشخاص هم أصلا ما هم موجودين في البطولة.
Well, shout out to everyone that you did practice with, and I'm all for saving the Serral match for much later too. That's a nice dessert to have at the end.
Yeah, it really is. يعطيكم العافية أعزائنا المشاهدين، جاء الوقت إن نروح في الاستوديو نتكلم أكثر على الشيء اللي ممكن يصير في البطولة، ونشوف كيف قدر رينر إنه يفوز 2-0 ضد أوليفيرا.
And there we go. It's a stone cold stunner coming out from Reina as he's able to take out Oliveira, the current world champion, in a 2-0. Joining me, Loco, as well as Wardy, to talk about this one. Loco, this was pretty much very clean here from Reina going up against Oliveira, I would say.
Yeah, you make a couple mistakes here and there. I mean, losing the Metavex is not really a small mistake, I suppose, right? But yeah, you make mistakes, so you get punished for it right away. This was, in general, I guess, sort of the series we expected, right? I mean, that run at Katowice was absolutely amazing, but overall, Reina does strike me as the better player.
You know what it is? Oliveira has to go down 0-2 against Reina before he wins. Messed
so
over by the format, yes. Nah, I said I preferred Reina coming in, and there was a couple moments, maybe game 2, definitely felt like Oliveira had some good momentum, but he made the mistakes, man, and that's just what, you know, that's what Reina's not going to do in this series, right? That's the big difference.
I mean, that's the funny thing about game 2. I mean, obviously we're watching game 1 here, but we're looking at game 2 before the Roach War and before the Roaches and everything like that. I feel that there's this moment where Oliveira is paying a lot of respect to Reina, without like pushing very aggressively into like 3 queens up a ramp, where he has loads of units where he probably could have done something, but he just respects the idea that he should have had more units behind it, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, you saw the moment right there where the Metavex ended up getting sniped by the queens. He just simply didn't expect him in that moment.
Yeah.
I think Reina could have played very aggressively if he wanted to, but honestly, this was mostly just him reacting, right? He's like, hey, my opponent just gave me about 20 supply worth of units, and if that's the case, I'll go ahead and punish him for it. Yeah, it doesn't take much at this level of play.
No, like nice and cleaned up here, looking good as Reina. As we said at the very beginning of this, it would have been very surprising if Reina, of all people, would have gone down 0-2 in this kind of format. He said, even in that interview as well, Wardy, that he's put his heart and soul into this tournament. It means a lot to these players, considering the grand nature of the stage that we're on here for Gamers8.
I completely believe it too, man. He's been very serious. You log on to StarCraft, and if he's on your friend list, you see him in custom games, right? He's been grinding for this event, so yeah, no shocker there. He gets the job done. I'm excited to see who he pairs up against, because everyone in this, like, you know, yet to play still, that's currently 1-0.
Yes.
They're all really good players, but some of them have to drop down to play somebody like Reina, which is wild.
And of course, other results that were coming in, Elazer versus Dark was on the B stream as well. Dark 2-1 against Elazer. Elazer always able to take a good scrap in ZVZ, but Dark prevails.
Yeah, he always plays a bit of a funny style in Zerg versus Zerg too, right? Delaying his evolution chambers and just playing it a little bit differently. So I don't think it's too surprising to see him taking a map there, but I do believe that Dark was the favorite going into that one.
Yeah, looking all right is Dark here, and again, I think it'd be weird if we saw Dark, I suppose, go down 0-2 in a tournament like this.
Yeah, of course it would be, man. Dark's pretty good. Once upon a time, Benjamin Baker told me there was an up-and-comer to watch out for.
Yeah.
When was this?
About 2020, 2021.
And then every time,
like after he won the World Championships?
He had a few results under his belt, but he let me know there was this up-and-comer to watch out for. Dark. And because of that, I would never have expected Dark to be 0-2.
Yeah. Who would have guessed here in Riyadh? Anyway, no, I'm not going to continue this on. All right, we're going to a break, guys. When we return, we have got more on the way. Stay tuned for awesome StarCraft here at Gamers8. All right, welcome back to Gamers8 here, and we just go from great match to great match to great match because now I get word that it's Cure versus Maru. And I'm very excited because I watched that series over in GSL. I love watching Cure. I tweeted out after 2-0. Damn, Cure's so entertaining to watch. He's so much fun to watch throughout this year. And then he loses 3-2. So I didn't do him many favors. Joining me at the desk here, though, of course, we have Demo as well as Pig to talk about this one. And it's going to be a good old time. What's with all the eyebrows? What's happening here?
I don't know. I just saw the camera go on me. I wasn't saying anything. So I was like, oh, I'm going to give him some eyebrows. But no, you're absolutely right. Like, Cure versus Maru, this is like El Clasico for like Korean terror.
Yes.
Because, I mean, honestly, Maru has been highly regarded as the greatest Terran of all time and like the greatest TVT player of all time. And Cure, he's one of the only players on the planet that's been able to push him continuously throughout the years. I mean, there have been players that have actually penetrated that exterior of Maru in TVT, but Cure's the guy that Maru does worry about going up against. And I think that's just super cool.
And looking at actually the most recent match, of course, here, Pig, which was in such a high-profile situation, semi-finals, GSL, Cure takes an early lead. Some great harassment coming out from him in those first games, but then you can't keep Maru down. He will come back. He will reverse sweep you in series like this. So Cure's got to be careful.
Oh, he's so difficult. I mean, Cure does beat Maru every now and then, but it's almost always in best of threes. You know, it's a 2-1. So luckily for him, this is a best of 3 format. It's the best of 5s, the best of 7s, where even if he gets Maru on the ropes, Maru kind of bounces back and gets back in the fight. It's been like 3.5 years since he beat him in a best of 5. Best of 3s, though, very doable for Cure. You go up 2-0 like he did in that last match. Guess what? The match finishes. No chance for the comeback.
No, that's true. That is technically true here. We'll see if that kind of comes to fruition, of course. I'm not going to make light of the situation, but when we watched him in Jönköping, of course, he had his arm in a cast. That is no longer the case here, Ben. He's looking all right. He showed me the scar on his arm. It is massive, but, you know, I think he's going to be in better form, one would say, considering that he's, you know, been able to shrug off the cast.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, like, when we saw him in Jönköping and he was still playing as well as he did, that, like, kind of surprised us all.
Yeah.
Right? It was like, he went up against Gumaho and he kind of dealt with him, even though Gumaho was in really good shape then. Then he went up against Clem and knocked Clem out, kind of thing. So, yeah, I mean, even with the kind of difficulties gone up with, he's been playing really damn solid. So the fact that he comes off like a little bit of a GSL defeat to Maru, when I say a little bit, top 4, but it's still very, very good.
Sure.
But yeah, I think Cure is honestly one of those players that I watch and I'm like, he just feels like a big Gabe. Within regards to being like 9s across the board, but I feel Cure is like 9.5s across the board, you know? He's just so good, solid and standard in every way, shape and form. That's just like, he's so nice to watch, to learn from.
But who's 10s across the board? Is it Maru?
I mean, Maru definitely has like defense 10, right? Like, and just crisis management being 10. He's just so good at turtling and knowing how to get himself weasel his way out of situations.
Weasel? I would go further. I would say not the weasel part, but I would say his defense is 11 out of 10. Because when you think about like how resilient he is, he just doesn't die in these games and then just will come back slowly. But Pig, stylistically, when you look at these two, what are you thinking?
I mean, to kind of build upon what Ben's saying there, it's absolutely, Cure can get ahead. He can get in good positions. He can be aggressive. I think he's actually best at playing the late game as his specialty in TVT. Problem is, Maru's the best at that. So his specialty kind of gets countered by Maru, which is why you see him gain leads and be unable to capitalize and actually finish the series off sometimes. I look at it beyond and I think, man, get the map control, start doing your mass marine drop style. That's how you beat Maru. For Cure, on the other hand, it's difficult to find where that win condition lies. I often feel it's usually between the like 8 to 12 minute mark, because later than that, I think Maru's just a little bit better in the late game. And it's difficult to find the win condition, but I feel like if you go to late game, history shows that usually Maru does get the better of him there.
And Cure looked great against Spirit in his first match. It was on the B stream, admittedly, but I think if I recall correctly, a lot of Vikings landing against things like Mech. Surprisingly, that actually shreds up Mech pretty well, because Vikings are kind of cool, Ben. So Cure already comes in with a little bit of TVT warm up against Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, like, there is one nice thing in Cure's corner here. It's that TVT doesn't necessarily come down to who's got the best micro. Just Maru is so good at micro. Like, it's a lot about, all right, can I attack you now? No, I can't. You've got, like, tanks there. Oh, it's this going on here. He's very good strategically. So even though Maru can slow down a game, it's not as if that's out of Cure's comfort zone.
Yeah.
Like you said, he's good at late game. Not necessarily better than Maru, but
Right. So my final question, I suppose, to you is, who survives, Maru or Cure? Ben?
Well, Maru's got to please survive, you know. Like, I mean, honestly, they're both like 1-0 here, right? Like, it's not as if everything's on the line right now, but obviously Maru will be looking at this and being like, I've got to do well on a foreign tournament at some point. Like, obviously, he got to the finals of Katowice. We all thought that was going to be it, where it's like, he's finally going to clinch it out, but... Whew.
All right, let's do it. It is a rematch of the semi-finals from GSL. It's an exciting one. Cure goes up against Maru.
It's time for our first TVT on stage here, and I couldn't think of two more evenly matched players from GSL to conduct it.
على طول نكمل مسيرتنا في السكند فيز من الجروب ستيج اعزائنا المشاهدين. المباراة راح تكون جدا ممتعة ما بين كيور وما بين مارو، اثنينهم من كوريا، تكون من اجمل المباريات اللي شاهدناها على المسرح.
Two very impressive players, and as we said, both of them have been playing in the GSL. The StarCraft 2 League in Korea is where some of the best have honed their skills over these many years of StarCraft.
في آخر مواجهات شفنا هذا اللاعبين يتواجهون فيها كانت في الجلوبال ستاركرافت ليج، دائما نشوفهم هيد تو هيد ضد بعض وبينهم تاريخ جدا عريق، لكن في آخر مرتين تواجهوا فيها كان كيور هو اللي قدر يفوز فيها، فخلينا نشوف إذا الشيء هذا بيتكرر معنا في هذه البطولة.
And both players coming to the stage hot off victories as well, so we'll see who can ride that hot streak one game further.
It's going to be hard to keep up that win streak, but it's not going to be easy for either of them. أعزائنا المشاهدين الآن راح نتوجه على طول إن نرحب بكل اللاعبين في الفريق، وأول واحد كلكم تعرفونه لأنه كان في المسرح في بداية اليوم.
I do believe our players are ready. Maru from Onside Gaming. A decorated champion, Maru plays second at IEM Katowice 2022 and is the winner of the last two head-to-head matches at GSL between Maru and Cure.
في آخر مرة شاهدنا فيها مارو على المسرح كان تو طالع من الفوز، زيادة على كذا زي ما أنتم شايفين في كتفه، زي ما أنتم شايفين كل البنز اللي عليه، هو حرفياً شامبيون السبع بطولات صارت في كوريا، واليوم جاي يكمل مسيرة الفوزات حقاته هنا على المسرح، خصوصاً بعد أدائه العظيم في الجيم الأول. جاء الوقت الآن أعزائنا المشاهدين نرحب في خصمه، كلنا نعرف بيكون منه بيكون، خلونا نرحب فيه. من فريق أبيدوس كيور. كيور جدا متحمس لهذه المباراة، لأن المباراة الأولى اللي هو فاز فيها في الجروب ستيج في الفيز الأول كانت في الستريم اللي ما كان في المسرح الأساسي، لكن الآن بيكون عنده ضغط المسرح لما يشوف إذا هو بيأثر على أدائه في الجيم ولا لا، خصوصا إنه زي ما احنا عارفين خسران آخر مباراتين واجه فيها مارو في الجي سي ال مرة ثانية.
Absolutely. Joining us after a 2-0 victory over Spirit off stage. This is his first game on stage here, but he is no stranger to playing in front of an audience after 2 seasons of GSL. Third, fourth in the last one, second in the one before that, and also first in the Wardy TV Winter Championships. Very nice.
دائما يكون متواجد في التوب فور اللاعب كيور حتى في الجي اس ال بالذات، لكن خلونا نشوف شو ممكن يسوونه في هذه المباراة، لأن جاء الوقت انهم يسلمون على بعض ونبدأ على طول الجيم.
Gentlemen, if you join us in the center stage for a handshake.
بالتوفيق المارو وكيور أعزائنا المشاهدين، نرجع على طول عند المعلقين نتكلم أكثر عن شو ممكن يحدث في هذه المباراة، فيها تاريخ عريق جدا راح يحدثونكم عنها المعلقين، نروح لهم على طول.
Let's see some TVT, casters.
It is time for another amazing match of StarCraft 2 here at Gamers8. My name is Loco, I'm joined here by Wardy, the man behind the Wardy Championships. You almost forgot he had won the thing?
I didn't forget, you know, Maru might have won 7 GSLs, but can I tell you how many Wardy TV tournaments Cure has won? It's a lot. It might rival 7 GSLs at this stage.
So these two, of course, recently faced off against each other in a very important match of Terran versus Terran at the GSL Code S. And at the time, it was Maru who came out ahead, but only just barely. Cure has been on an absolute tear over the last couple of months. According to a Liga Lec right now, Maru is the number 2 in the world overall, and Cure currently the number 3. In case you're wondering, I know some of you are wondering, Serral is currently number 1, but it does show that Maru and Cure are currently in tip-top shape.
You know, I feel like Maru used to be obviously king of TVT, right? Like, nobody beat him. And it's just not the case anymore because Cure is really, along with other players, Cure has been one of these challengers that has taken this TVT. He's able to take it to Maru. He might not win every time, but he did beat him in the GSL group stages in May. And yes, he ended up losing in the finals, but like, this is what I mean. Like, he has the potential to take a series, especially a best of 3. So a very big match, a chance to go 2-0. This is our first time today we're going to see a player going 2-0. That means they're then 1 series away from the playoffs already. That's a big prize money jump and 1 massive step closer to that trophy.
Cure so far in this particular tournament has won against Spirit. Maru has won against Showtime, both of them going 2-0. There's all of the pins from the GSL. I actually really like that he travels with them as well, just making sure. Do you think he gets duplicates? Like, what if he loses them?
Bro, he wears them for like everything as well now. Like when he's online, like he's going on camera,
goes to the grocery store?
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting my GSL pins on, boy. Like, he ain't messing around. You know how many other players won GSL? Well, quite a few, including Cure. You see him with the GSL pin? Maru wears them loud and proud. He wants to make sure everyone knows he's won 7 of these things. And now he's looking to win Gamers8.
I always feel like Terran versus Terran has been Maru's specialty, although of course his Terran versus Zerg is amazing. His Terran versus Protoss is really, really good as well. But Terran versus Terran historically has always been one of his very best matchups. That being said though, you already brought it up, Cure has been really good in this one, even beating, for example, Maru previously, not really that long ago, so this should be a really close match.
Well, let's get on into it. We're going to start off in the top right-hand corner with our blue Terran player, the GSL 7-time champion from Onside Gaming. It's Maru.
And his opponent down here in the bottom left with the red Terran pieces, likewise also from Korea, it's Cure.
If Maru gets 1 more GSL pin, man, he can challenge the Elite Four.
I did not consider that. Yeah, he's getting very, very close. You think his Pokemon are going to be Terran units? Siege Tank, I choose you. It's very effective.
Marines, use Stim Pack. Oh, you won. Good job, guys. Okay, this TVT. Really, honestly, TVT is so... I know a lot of people like, is TVT boring, you know, Resident Sleeper or whatever, but like, honestly, TVT is a very fun matchup, especially early game, because a lot of different things can happen. So very intrigued as to what kind of builds we see. We're already seeing double gas on both sides on a big map like Ancient Cistern, where you don't have to go double gas. You can maybe sneak in a 1 gas expand on a map like this. Both are opting for that more aggressive approach, slightly later CC. This ain't going to be a 1 base all in. This is just, you know, get set up, no, take a factory before you expand, but then take that expansion pulling out of gas. That is 99% of the time the way this goes.
Yeah, I think historically speaking, the mirror matchups in StarCraft 2 have always had a bit of a bad rep, because there definitely were moments in StarCraft 2's history where they weren't that great. But honestly, these days, Protoss versus Protoss, Zerg versus Zerg, and Terran versus Terran are all amazing. This particular matchup really has it all. I think the most interesting part about TVT is that you can quite literally get every Terran unit out that you would like by like minute 5 if you're really trying. Now, obviously, there is a so-called standard, but once we get past the early game, the sky really is the limit. Late game TVT is amazing as well. This is honestly one of my personal favorite matchups, assuming it does go the distance though, because a lot of these games, they do get decided with the couple, well, units in the early game meeting each other somewhere in the middle of the map. One player may end up getting the kills, and at that point it's going to be very difficult to expand and difficult to really stabilize. But very often, especially at this level of play, we do see the games going longer.
Well, you know what it is, like, you think back to like Katowice, Maru Oliveira on this map for the World Championship was such a sick game, right?
Yes.
Like, those are the kind of games which I'm like, you know, this is where TVT can be absolutely, like you say, sky is the limit. So let's hope we get to see something like that. We're already seeing differences. Cure opting for an extra Reaper and Hellion, whereas, of course, Maru goes into that reactor nice and quickly, which is just a little bit greedier, but it's going to pay off for him here because there's no real way for Cure to punish it. So he just now gets access to 2 Reapers at a time. So overall, he's going to end up ahead in production. He should be pretty happy about that. There's a bit of a starport timing difference as well. Maru is way behind on a starport, so that is just him choosing to play this very differently to how Cure is.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to that very first time that these units will meet in the middle of the map. Both Hellions as well as Reapers, not really units that you necessarily want to keep around for that much longer. That mule right there ends up being timed out, but that is of course by design, because the one right here inside of Maru's base, you may have seen it fading away right there. It actually died with a bunch of its resources in its mouth, and they disappear.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, where did they go?
On the
Do
ground.
the Cthulhu tax authorities? No?
Look, we don't pick stuff up off the ground in StarCraft.
Yeah,
if we
that's
did
true.
that, we could go salvage units and all sorts, you know.
You could just salvage everything?
Yeah, I guess so. So you suddenly look in the middle of the map and some Terran players just stole half of it.
Look now, I'm running out of minerals. Let me just salvage my planetary fortress.
Medevac on the way from Kyo. He's actually going to opt to be pretty aggressive here with the Marine tank drop. So he's going to really try and be the aggressor initially. I like where Maru is at defensively, though. Getting a Cyclone is very good. If you can lock onto the tank and then just back away, you can stay locked on. It forces the tank to unsiege and back it up. So in general, I think Maru, as long as he doesn't get caught too off guard, because you can be out of position, the tank gets siege in a good spot, but these are the sort of things where I feel like Maru, the way he's set up, shouldn't be too punishable. He's getting into a tech lab on that barracks in the corner as well. It's just going to get that rolling in the next few moments as well. It's going to be a way faster stim pack from Maru. He was still playing without a starport, right?
Yeah, he still does not have a
Double
starport here.
racks.
So he'll probably be adding that on right about right now. There we go. He does plant it down. He's going to be going for the reactor as well on that factory, so he can do the switcheroo in just a moment. But yeah, he's definitely going to get that stim pack finished up far before Cure will, and that's actually a big deal. It allows him to harass a whole lot more. Also, of course, if Cure has decided to, well, get a little bit adventurous out on the map, it's going to be much easier to hold. But it is a relatively, short upgrade. So, or sorry, a relatively long upgrade. It's going to be a while here before Maru is actually going to finish it up. And Cure may very well be hitting him in the face before that upgrade is finished.
He's absolutely going to attack him before then. It's going to be a bit rough for Maru because it's not a tech-heavy opening. It's Marine-focused. You're looking for, a 16 Marine drop. It's going to be a bit rough because you're not going to have a tank defensively. There's 2 tanks coming across the map at you. And if Cure gets set up in position, these Marines are going to have a really tough time breaking through that position. So Maru might be in a little bit of trouble here trying to play this bio-heavy style. That second rack super early. Not the typical kind of norm for TVT. And here we go. We're going to dive to the main base because the Marines are all on the low ground. So we drop on top of these units. We can get tanks to cover the ramp. How are the Marines meant to come up here? There's going to be choke points to work against. SCV's already pulling in. Maru needs to turn these tanks onto the Marines. He didn't siege the second tank. That one volley, though, is massive. So much damage done. But honestly, overall, Maru kind of just gets, the pushback. He loses 7 SCVs. He is down on workers, but that went better for him than I expected.
I think he actually could have fired a second shot right there with that siege tank, right? Like, he definitely could have tried to target that pack of Marines a little bit quicker. Now, for the next wave, you can see it right there on the right side of your screen. Stim pack is going to be done, and that just makes these cleanups so much easier. So much so, apparently, that Maru's even feeling confident to go across the map here. There's still a siege tank and a small group of units to deal with this, or to deal with, rather, but he's going to be able to deal with that with his reinforcements. And this Marine drop right now that's going across the map from Maru is completely unscouted. Cure doesn't know about it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Cure really has back at home. We need to check. He's got 1 tank, but that's not necessarily the biggest of deals if these Marines do just get to go in. He sees the 1 tank. He's going to decide to come back out.
Yeah.
Maybe go at the front. I actually really felt like Maru had a time in there. I feel like he had an opportunity with stim pack done, but no,
he could have tried to
feel
drop
it.
behind the mineral line here. He could have even dropped the siege tank.
I think
if he really
he just
wanted
boosted through and dropped onto the siege tank, and then there's not really anything else there. He's going to go for it at the front, but the tank there is in range. He's going to lift up, and I really feel like Maru missed an opportunity because he needed a bit of damage to make up for the workers that he lost. He's still down by 7, and it feels like that was the moment to maybe get it, and he doesn't get it.
All right. When it's all said and done, though, both players have taken a little bit of damage. Both players have dealt a little bit of damage, and now we're going to be transitioning towards that Marine tank mid-game. Main key here with TVT. Oh, we're going to be able to grab that medevac. That would be huge, and he does get it indeed. And that's actually really sloppy right here for Cure. He should not be losing those structures, or sorry, those units here for free. Either way, the siege tanks, of course, they can shoot away a little bit further than they can actually see, so having that vision in front of them is absolutely critical, which is usually where the Marines come in.
Yeah, the Marines just pulling back was kind of wild because usually those Marine drops stay on the map to try and keep on pressure and keep map control, but Maru clearly didn't care. He wanted to go clean up that drop so he can fully focus on a big push of his own. He still has the army supply edge, and as he takes his 3rd CC in location, that might be the advantage he gets if he can break the forward position of Cure and punish him right now. Those GSL pins are shining. Let's see if his chances in this game are going to look a bit better after this upcoming fight.
Pushing into a sieged-up location like this, though, is very tricky, especially when you don't have any Ravens of your own. He's going to scan right now, or at least check right now with that medevac. Make sure he sees what's happening here, but there's already a whole lot of tanks. And how in the world do you push into that, Wardy?
You don't. No, not without Ravens. And that's one of the big downsides of Maru's build order. Because you go double racks, you don't, and you obviously then get the react on the starport to get medevacs, you just never go Ravens. And so it's so weird to play TVT without Ravens, and that's why a lot of players don't do this kind of style. This is why it's popular to play 1-1-1 builds. He's gonna go! Gets the Raven!
That Raven was way too far forward right there for Cure. I actually thought he did that on purpose to almost like bait his opponent into the range right there, and then he just walked forward and got the Raven for free. That's one of the most important units here. Its main ability is to shut down those siege tanks temporarily, which is incredibly helpful. In the end right here, it's not going to matter too much when it comes to this defense, but when Cure wants to go across the map, he certainly wishes he still had that unit.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. Now 3 tank siege up. This is where Raven can get a double Matrix off and try and do some saving. It's going to be 1-for-1 in the end. Losing the Sensor Tower a second time, though, those things cost some gas, man. So that is adding up a little bit as Maru just maintaining map control. And as long as Cure has no counterattack on the map, this is quite nice. You just kind of get pickoffs, taking the fights you want to take here. It's still going to be 1 tank for 1 tank, but I think Maru's kind of okay because he's slowly breaking down the defense. And the less tanks defensively, the more easy it is for him to perhaps find a good position. But Cure is going to jump on the opportunity of the tanks and siege. Reinforcements not here, and he is going to get the better fight to kickstart this.
Yeah, he's going to try and see if he can push through this choke point as well. He does decide to overstay his welcome a little bit, though. Not really enjoying some of these moves right here from Cure, but at the very least, he caught his opponent right as he was unsieged. Losing that Raven, though, losing the medevac, not what we're hoping for.
No, that wasn't really it, was it? As both sides have had these little moments where it's like, you know, you get a grab here, you get a grab there. There's 2 SCVs stuck. This happens to me every time I build engineering base.
I think that actually could go around apparently, but anyways.
You think?
Yeah, I think one of them managed to... Oh, no.
No way.
Okay, there's a little bit.
They're full on stuck. You know what? The mega players here is lifting me out with the medevac.
Yeah, that's the play.
You know how long I killed my own SCVs for until I realized that?
Really, Warrior?
It took a little while.
Fair enough. At the very least, you're not going to get the idle button anymore on the right side of the screen. You're like, oh no, the workers, I'll just let them fight each other. Could put them on hold position.
You don't get them on idle because they're trying to get back to minerals.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it's a thing. Anyways, more importantly, we do have Cure making moves, trying to get to the top. There's depot spotting. Obviously, this is where TVT gets very interesting because there's so much map vision available. So it's kind of about denying your opponent's map vision to get better positions yourself and to be able to launch attacks yourself from those sort of setups. So trying to see what we get done as CC still building over on that right-hand side. We have the medevac coming back across, and still those 2T upgrades just ticking along, about halfway done. But Marus are ahead by a little bit. Maru also has a few extra workers. I mean, it's a little bit of a give here and a take there. This game is very even, just like I say, slight advantage here or there on either side. Libra is already on the way from Maru, which kind of indicates he wants to go pushing forward. He wants to, you know, force some tank lines to unsiege and to relocate. And he's adding another 2 extra starports a little bit sooner than Cure will be, so that little step towards that later game comes in more quickly here for Maru, who's also faster to base number 4.
Yeah, because of the strength of those siege tanks, it's very difficult to close out a game of Terran versus Terran, because even when you do get ahead, I mean, you can make moves like this, the one that Cure is going for right now, but it's very dangerous and honestly unnecessary in this game. Ends up losing another medevac in much of the same location where that first one ended up going down as well. Not quite what he's looking for here. Yeah, trying to get a little bit lucky, right? But when you're seeing, I think he must have spotted those Vikings, right? I mean, they were patrolling there for quite a while. Maybe he was just barely outside of vision range there. Anyways, closing out a game here is difficult just because those siege tanks are so powerful when it comes to, well, defending those choke points.
Upgrade lead for Maru at the start of this fight. It was +2-1 against 1-1. A +2 attack just finished a moment late for Cure, so he takes a little edge there as well. As we do have Cure, though, making a big play up the right-hand side. Let's see if there's a position he can break into. Obviously, Maru will see it coming with the Sensor Towers. He's rotating the rest of his army back down to the south. Liberators are just huge, man. They are able to just zone out these siege tanks, putting some damage onto those straight away. Bang, bang, and 2 are dead. Marines going down as they run in as well. Maru didn't even need his units from the upper left. Great defense, great pushback, and Maru looking pretty darn good with that fight.
Yeah, definitely making the best of this situation here. Whenever his opponent seems to be getting aggressive, he falls a little bit behind. Marines over here right now for Maru pushing forward as well. There are a couple tanks right here at the bottom of your screen, so Maru is going to have to back off, but, well, getting once again a pretty decent trade.
Yep, and a pretty decent trade. A couple of Ravens continue out from Maru again, heading into that later game. I think the later we get into in this game, right, is really good right now for Maru because the more Sky Terran he gets, the better position he's in. So he's very happy because he's making the move into the next layer of this game, and Q is just not. Maru already has, you know, air control as well with the Vikings, so that is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, those Liberators are amazing at forcing your opponent's siege tanks to at the very least make a move. Now Cure does catch a bunch of those Marines over here and forces the Council on, what, 3 of those command centers. Maru immediately restarts them as well, just a little bit further away. Not entirely sure if these are going to stick around for much longer, but I guess he's going to be okay now with the Liberator showing up as well and those defensive siege tanks closer to that command center.
The thing is, you just can't push in as Q because there's now Ravens as well. Like, there's 2 Ravens out, 2 more on the way. The air control is powerful. The Liberator siege ups are very good. To get rid of the Libs right now, Q has to stim in with the Marines, but if Maru positions the Libs correctly, they're always going to be covered by tanks, so that Marines can't jump on them. So then it's just very difficult to break it without making one very desperate surge in, which generally is not the way to go about things in TVT, but Cure is going to say, let's do this a little bit. He's going to dive forward. Here the Marines coming in, but there's 3 siege tanks firing on these Marines. For 2 Liberators, we lost about half the Marine count. That is absolutely huge, and I don't think that was the play from Cure at all.
No, that definitely felt like a bit of a desperate move there, right? He's looking at this game and he sees where it's going. He realizes that his opponent has got much better tech. So he wants to get this done right here, right now, because there's going to be Ravens, there's going to be Liberators. Maru is prepared to play a late-game TVT, whereas Cure is stuck on these mid-game units.
But Cure is moving around the map nicely. You know, jumping on this base, for example. This is what he needs to do. Just catch Maru a little bit out of position. That's what his army is good at, being mobile, repositioning. The SCV is doing their best to keep this base alive. It's going to stay alive for a moment longer. Now it goes down, but the extra expense of that for Cure means he's going to lose absolutely everything in this army. So it became more expensive because that CC survived that little bit extra.
I don't think that was too bad right there for Maru in the end, especially since he's been making additional command centers for a little while already. Cure now in the meantime doing the same thing. If you look on the bottom left corner of your screen, you can see that he's got a whole lot of additional command centers already ready to mine. That's going to be nice, but he's not making that transition. When do you put down additional starports right now? Do you do it at all?
It's rough, right? Because A, you have to have the money, and it's a very trade-and-heavy game. And it also probably feels like as Q, if you slow down a little bit, a couple tanks going down, if you slow down a little bit, and then Maru takes base, and then he's already ahead on the Sky Terran, right? So it probably feels like Q needs a little bit more before he makes that transition himself, which he's getting there, because he has a lot of bases set up that Maru does not. He just needs a few moments longer, maybe like if the game continues for a couple of minutes from now and Cure doesn't lose a base or so, he's going to have very good economy, get some good gas. Maybe then you can make that transition even while being behind.
And just bumping out more Marines, siege tanks, and medevacs. That's what Cure is aiming for right now, as Maru is going for a more late-game composition. Siege tanks once again in favor right here of the player in blue, but does he have the numbers? No Marines to be seen. Some of that Viking clump is coming closer right now, but this is a good trade right here. This is what Cure is looking for, and he's going to be able to get his command center as well on his way out.
I'm not going to lie, I'm super impressed. Cure is genuinely breaking Maru down as he just stims in here. Tanks, Liberators, I don't care. Thank you very much for all of that, as Maru once again just dropping a lot of expensive units. And like I say, Cure is really impressing me, man. He's playing what I feel like is the inferior style, the more difficult to play style in this position, and he is making it look darn good.
Yeah, it's almost like a Zergy approach, right? Just trying to get the economical advantage and then just throwing a lot of units at the opponent. Maru right here trying to get that higher tech going, but he's losing a little bit too much. He's forced to split up his army in more locations than his opponent, and because of that, yeah, he just has a slower moving force too. He can't really cover all of his bases as easily.
Which is wild because he was only on 4 bases. If he was on like 5 or 6, I could understand the struggle, but he's never even been there, and I guess Cure really, as he does get Matrix here, I think one of the big things is that Cure really started attacking at the right time. Like, he started these attacks when there was only 2 Ravens, so he's been forcing the Raven energy to never really bank up. And maybe that's part of why he's seen success, because if he waited a bit longer and Maru gets more set up, it's going to be tougher to make these things work. But he really started to work on this at the right kind of time, so I think that helps a lot. There's a whole bunch more Marines coming out. Cure maxed, and Maru is not at the moment.
Cure not making that transition though, yeah, just sticking around on the same unit composition that he's been playing the entire time. And now these Ravens are getting a lot of value. Every single time you see an interference matrix going down like that, it's another tank that goes down in favor of Maru.
Yeah, Maru's going to need a lot of those to bring himself back in. Marines are going to come through. He's going to go in, get in the Sensor Tower, looking for this orbital as well, taking the tank down as he goes. So all of this will be dropping as we do see these SCVs still being chased, and there's just going to be Maru setting 40 supply behind, base not being able to be taken, so he's not even on 4 bases at this point. He's just sitting on 3, which obviously is really not pretty.
Trying to move forward here as well. Cure just continuously almost containing his opponent, right? Trying to shut down as many of these bases as possible. Maru needs to grab another expansion here very soon, but that's exactly what Cure is trying to prevent. He does get once more a whole lot of these interference matrices off, and that's going to be another group of siege tanks going down, but Cure is once again on the right side. And I think that's going to be 2 command centers at the very least.
This is what Cure needs to do though, right? Because Maru, if he sits and continues to trade defensively, eventually he might get a 5th base, and then Cure is like, oh goodness, how is this happening, right? TVT is a very frustrating matchup to actually put an end on, so you need to keep the pressure up, you need to keep this momentum, and eventually you will be able to push through. If you give Maru a little bit of sit back and relax time, it might just become that little bit tougher. I mean, Kyo has so much of the map, right? We've not really looked on his side because all of the action is on Maru's side, but he has base after base after base, new bases building on location. That's how comfortable he feels with the position in this game. But like I said, TVT, tough matchup to end, and that's why it's important for Kyo.
Yeah, 3 additional starports coming up. So Kure is looking at this game right now. He's like, okay, he must be running very low on cash for nearly 20 minutes in. And, well, Maru is still stuck in his little quadrant of the map. He's getting a good rate once again. So Kure is going to end up losing those Marines as well as those siege tanks. But now Kure is ready to start the transition towards some higher tech units as well. And compared to his opponent, at this point his economy is booming.
Yes, no, it really is, as we see. Again, there's just been so many bases. There is this drop coming in. He's going to get into the main. That's so annoying. Maru, another location now. He has to pull back and defend. He'll lose some of his reinforcements here as well. Maybe even a factory, which would be really expensive. And he started talking down the orbital there. I feel like that's very hopeful. It has the most HP out of everything. But
he needs to be careful, though.
Well, he's going to lose the right side base, right? This is what Kyo's aiming for. It's not about what you do in the main. It's about you just not being over here. So this is the base going down. Maru's once again back on 3 locations, and that is going to be rough.
Yeah, Maru now with only a very small amount of income with the main and the natural pretty much dried up as well. This is really his lifeline over here. It's these few skinny mineral fields. And yeah, he's trading relatively efficiently with those interference matrices. And yeah, he still has a decent army, but he can't just keep up with the production right here that Kure has.
Nope, he really cannot. And even when he gets these cleanups, it's just, there's a price to have paid for it, right? You know, this army might be like, oh, he just lost, you know, Kyo just lost a lot for nothing, but that army's already achieved something before that point, and it's then setting up the other army to achieve elsewhere as well, and that's what's so cool about this play, and that's why it's so tough to pull off. Because if you have a sequence of events where your couple of armies don't synchronize for each other, suddenly your army is very weak, and Maru is just doom pushing through the map right now. He has even army supply.
It's his only choice.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to go, and honestly, he still has a very good army. This could still be scary.
Tanks. Yeah, 13 siege tanks together with 9 Ravens is not to be underestimated here. Kure decides to just, straight up send all of his units across the map. This is a slow-moving army here from Maru, and I guess he's going to take his time.
The problem is, though, he can't take time because Maru has so much less kind of real estate on the map than Kure does, right? So that's the biggest issue, is that Kure just has bases everywhere, and that's going to make it very, very difficult. So he's going to be seeing our units here from Maru going to continue to try and advance forward. Kure is already in the main base of Maru as well. Kure has a bit of a bank to spend, Maru does not. And well, yeah, I just don't see how Maru... I like the idea of this big push, but Kure responds perfectly. Don't fight the army that in theory is stronger heads up and then lose your chance to reproduce. Just go around. You have such a big advantage going into a base trade. Yes, base trades are scary, but in this case, it's the completely right call.
Yeah, the supply count right now is not deceiving us. Kure just simply has way more stuff, right? In a lot of games with StarCraft 2, it's the guy with more units that ends up winning, but Maru is not going to go down without a fight. He's doing his very best, so the win condition in a game of StarCraft 2 is to destroy all of your opponent's structures. Oftentimes we don't get there, but Kure is trying to force the issue right now. Reinforcing as much as he can at home, trying to just use those units that are popping out of production structures right now to fight his opponent's army. Now, obviously, these trades are incredibly cost inefficient for Kure, but he has shut down Maru completely on the other side of the map.
Kure's army supply has dipped below Maru's for the first time in a little bit. His reproduction getting shut off. However, he might be able to jump on some of the units of Maru. Those few tanks in the back are very, very alone. So, some possibilities here for Kure to get a couple of cleanups. Yeah, he does need to be careful because right now he's just wandering into those tanks. He can really just go and get them if he just lifts sub-drops on top, but he's bleeding out more units, man. Maru has like 1 CC, a couple of structures in the main, 1 floating on the top side. He doesn't have a lot.
Yeah, he can't reach them. At this point, Kure technically has the army to kill all of his opponent's structures, but he doesn't have the units to properly reach all of those structures that are flying around the map. Yeah. Maru's got units just in the dead space between all of the different bases, and it's difficult for Kure to get close to him. So he's forced to retreat back home. He's going to have to address his army, it seems, but does he really have the options to go ahead and do so? He's remaking his production all the way in the top left-hand corner, but we're a while away from that actually coming into effect.
No, I think Kure's playing this wrong, man. He absolutely had no need to come home. Like, he could have finished up the bases, kept track of the buildings. He does have a Viking alive. I don't think he had to come home. I feel like he felt threatened to have to do that. Those two SCVs finally going to get freed from earlier in the game as Kua is reproducing structures. He's getting reactors up. He'll have production again shortly. He's got 3,000 minerals, and it's right in the top left, so Maru is still slowly getting there. Yeah, but is it going to be in time? I just don't think so. He's also building factories on the bottom, so Maru's just going in one direction at once. Kua does find one of the CCs still alive on the top side. If the bottom right base is where Maru does have a location that Kua doesn't know about, that's the one spot that Kua could really do with figuring out, as he is working on all the other bits and pieces.
SCVs putting fire right there to one of those command centers. It's not something we see all too often, but this production structure over here, or this production situation over here in the top left for Cure is not going to happen. Emule has been dropped to try and repair that command center back up. Cure doesn't know about this one, right?
Yeah.
Now, he does have a couple of factories, I believe, in the bottom
south
section.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's maybe going to give him a bit more. Decides to go for Thors. I guess they stay alive for a long time, especially with repair, but I don't know.
I kind of get it if he feels like he needs to fight the air units a little bit, but I feel like Kua just really...
He didn't need to do this.
The thing is, he stopped base trading to come home and do nothing, right? Like, he hasn't achieved anything by stopping. Like, Maru continued to just kill base by base.
Yeah.
Sure, he only had one Viking, but like he had the units tracked down, he had the structures tracked down, and the Viking got out. Yeah, obviously the Vikings and Maru could have come back, and it is risky, but he also could have just built 2 starports top left way sooner or bottom right way sooner, and built more Vikings, right?
As
now Matrix is for days.
Coming down. Maru's shutting down basically the entire army of Cure.
Maru's army is just straight up better, so if it comes down to an actual fight, Maru will win. I feel like Kua gave up his advantage, which was the ability to go around. He stopped doing that, and now he's in some trouble. Marines don't realize how close they are to the gold mine of siege tanks there. Now these tanks are going to get sieged up as Kua tries to come in. The Marines will split. Can they get enough of these tanks quickly enough? The anti-arm missiles pretty late. Auto turrets from Maru as Kua's supply is just getting decimated. Maru is going to come back in this game. He had one final push through the map. He never saw 5 bases. Kua was on 7 at one point, but Maru had one mega army, and with that, he was able to turn it all around. Maru gets game number 1 in a ridiculous turnaround. Just can't get over that Kua, I think, misplayed that base trade a little bit. I think the base trade was a great choice. I think it was all set up well.
I don't know exactly how many Vikings he had when he first started the base trade. Maybe he thought he had a couple more there initially, and then he panicked a little when he saw that a few of them went down. Either way, it felt to me like Cure was winning like 95% of that game, but it turns out the only percentages that matter are the last few. Maru just simply had a much better army there. I mean, he was up with his back against the wall for the majority of this game, but he was building up that superior force. He had like 13-something siege tanks, a whole lot of Ravens up in the air. Honestly, yeah, I don't think Maru is going to be too happy with that mid-game there, but he ends up winning it.
It's so interesting, right? Because yeah, Maru's army was always better, and it always was better as well, because he made that tech up to the air units and everything, so we knew Maru's army was better. The thing is, Maru's army should never get a chance to fight. And it didn't, and that's exactly why Kua goes around the other side, but then, like I say, he just pulled back at such a weird moment. I understand he maybe didn't have many Vikings, but he had all the time in the world. He could have built starports top left, build some Vikings, if that's your concern, right?
Yeah.
And it just felt like he really fumbled the game in that moment, because he was like, I gotta come back and defend, but then he didn't do anything to defend. Like, you look at this game right now, Kua has more army.
How did he win here? How did he win a few minutes later?
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I just think Kua is way too late to respond top left and bottom right. I feel like he never thought it would come down to saving his structures or replacing his structures. But it did, and by the time he started doing that, it was just way too late.
This is that final stand right here from Cure. Definitely a bit of a misread right there by our Red Terran player. He is not going to be happy with that particular game. I think he was in a fantastic spot for the majority of it, but in the end, well, it was Maru with the much better army, and Cure with the wrong decision.
I do wonder if Kua could have transitioned sooner. I know you said finally when the starports came up and it was something that never came into play.
No.
I feel like he got a lot of bases to the point where maybe he could have made that transition sooner.
He never took a lot of gas either, right? So he never really had that transition ready to go.
It's rough because you are making the conscious choice to say, hey, I'm sticking on this army that can run around. I can stick on this army that can keep trading in. It's fine if I keep my bases up. And then, obviously, it slipped away when Maru moved across the map. In the bottom left of Altitude, massive map for game number 2, the biggest we've got. It is Onside Gaming's Maru.
And his opponent, all the way in the top right-hand corner of Altitude, with the red pieces, we have Cure. Playing a very aggressive game number 1 there. I wonder if he's going to do the same style once again. I mean, honestly, it was going really well for him.
On a map like this, I could see it, right? Like, it's a big map, there's a lot of open space, so you can get like better spreads against tank lines. Your opponent's army is going to be pretty spread out if they start taking those extra bases. I can imagine it.
Alrighty. Double gas start right there for Maru, whereas we only have a single gas right here for Cure. Little bit of a deviation that allows you that quicker factory, but of course with this particular opener, Cure is going to be able to expand a little bit easier as well. Both of the options are viable, especially on a map this large, but it does allow Maru to be the aggressor here in the earlier stages of this game.
That's very true. He will be the aggressor. Typically, Cure will be a couple of SCVs ahead, 1-2, but it's a little advantage, right? And he'll just be that little bit later to the tech. Again, size of the map maybe suggests Maru will not be able to do too much aggressively. There is a ramp up in the natural as well, so a very defendable position to take the expansion on. Obviously, Maru SCV scout will tell him that this is going to be an expansion pretty soon, although SCV, I like this. I like this a lot because now, obviously, Maru's shown he wants to know what's going on early. So Kyo's like, if you see me expanding, might do something to punish it. So let's just drop the depot, expand high ground. And now, not only do I feel a little bit safer, you also don't know what I'm doing. So I'm still playing that kind of idea of you don't know what's up, and that puts you in a more uncomfortable position as well.
Maru dropping down that factory here as well. We'll have to see exactly what sort of units he wants to produce to be aggressive with. He's scouting around, though. You're definitely right here. He's a little bit concerned about what Cure could be bringing out here in game number 2. Not really minding that much gas, though. Just mostly getting enough gas to get that factory going here nice and early.
Yep, factory going to be finishing up. There is the CC from Maru. It's not like he was ever going to commit to one base or anything. It's just not how TVT works. That is not the build orders we put to use in this. So CC on the way up. Obviously, it's much later than Q's. We'll see what he can do with what will be a little bit of extra Reaper Hellion initially. Very fast reactor from Q. Usually when you do this as the Terran with an expansion, you actually go Hellions, like reactoring Hellions.
Yeah.
Just because Hellions are very good defensively early on, they're just very powerful, so this should be the swapperoo. A couple of Hellions will come out here from Cure. And it's actually very good because it does generally take away all of the Reaper Hellion aggression just because you get that splash damage count up soon enough.
Yeah, exactly. Amaro for now is going to be staying at home, just producing a bunch of units here as well, but his expansion is going to be a little bit later here compared to Cure's. Because of that, he's not going to have access to those mules quite as early. It's all relatively insignificant, but it's the little things that do tend to add up in a course of a game of StarCraft 2. So we do have that starport right now finishing as well for Mr. Cure.
Starport done in a couple moments, couple Hellions on the way out, as we mentioned. I'm just going to be seeing Banshee and Cloak on the way from Maru. It's not often you see Cloak Banshee openings because Ravens are so popular here in the world of TVT. So yeah, going Cloak Banshee, something a little bit different, something a little bit funky. And
that's such a cool shot, by
there's
the way.
a Raven
I think
already.
this looks amazing. A really cool picture-in-picture right there as we have a little bit of vision of both players basically doing the exact same thing. All the roads do eventually lead towards a similar position. Usually it's a marine tank-based army, but yeah, there's a lot of different roads to getting there. The Raven, of course, is very helpful, not just for all of the spells we've seen it use in the previous game, but it's also a detector, which is one of the reasons why we don't really see that much of that Cloak Banshee play, especially with a Cyclone not being an uncommon unit here at all. I mean, Cure doesn't have one, but it's still very nice to have it around.
How many Hellions has Cure got now? 4 going into 6, was that? 6 going into 8.
Okay.
Wow. That's really quite a lot of Hellions early game. Very mineral heavy as well, so it slows down a 3rd CC, for example, because you're building so much mineral heavy units. It slows down extra barracks if you're going to play bio after this too, so the more Hellions you build, the more those other things slow down, as that's bad if that Raven's going to move away, because that could be the opening for the Banshees to get in and start dealing some damage.
Where's the Banshee right now at this point? Is it still...
Just chilling. Oh, Hyperfly Rose too, so we're going to see a little bit of what did happen, I believe, in GSL, which is that kind of like, he kind of played this Banshee mech style. So kind of fun here from Mara, something a little different. Let's see how it goes for him. The Hyperfly Row is on the way up, and Cure just going to take his 3rd CC out in position. He feels so good about this right now.
Hyperflight Rotor is one of the least used upgrades in StarCraft 2. It's the Banshee speed improvement, and it actually makes them very quick. Difficult to stay on top of them, especially when your main detector right now is flying around on the other side of the map. Getting it back home in time is going to be absolutely critical. That being said, though, it's a while until all of those upgrades are actually done. And, well, Maru is already sending them across. At the same time, though, Cure is marching. Is he going to send them? Okay, he's going to send the Hellions back right now.
Yeah, this is just rough for Cure because now he's just coming all the way back home. The Banshees show up, and he will get some SCV kills already, so this is already a little bit annoying. 4 workers, 5 workers. Does Cure have a scan on the natural, by the way? He does have the Raven coming across. Just maybe would have been nice if the Raven didn't have to come all the way over. As the Banshee is going to try and get away. Cyclone lock on is not good for the kill. We Matrix the other Banshee. That's 8 workers already going down. Both Banshees out alive. Maru's got to be loving this with that Hyperflight rotors around the corner.
Yeah, and this is usually where the Banshee harassment sort of stops, right? We see 1 to maybe 2 Banshees from time to time, but more Banshees from here is very odd. And now Maru is, of course, also going to repair them back up to full HP, so they're going to be coming in for more. Cure at this point doesn't quite realize exactly what it is he's playing against. I mean, this is obviously a little bit odd in the first place anyways. And when more of those speedy Banshees show up, I mean, if you're not in the right place, they will absolutely tear apart your mineral line.
Absolutely they will. Cure will get rid of the map control of Maru, just knocking down those Reapers. As we'll see where the Banshees will strike next. More and more factories coming up. Maru continuing to play into the mech here. As we do have a third CC moving across, and he's also going to build a CC in the corner. Maru is going to get a little cheeky.
A little bit cheeky. 4th command center coming up, and we have a transition towards full-on mech here from Maru. Those speedy Banshees, I think they're going across the map right now.
Yeah, in the main.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to deal a lot of damage. Look how fast they are. I mean, this is one of those upgrades that has been improved steadily but surely over time, and it's absolutely awesome in the right position. They can just start investing these units pretty easily. There's very little available right now for Maru to actually,
two Vikings
for Cure, sorry, to deal with this.
2 Vikings just popped, but I mean, he's going to lose so many SCVs by the time these Banshees are dead. We just killed, we killed the Cyclone, we also killed an auto turret with these Banshees, and the reactor just died on the starport, which is also a pretty big deal. Cure has a massive standing army though, so he might just be able to push in this natural. Does
he didn't
Maru
kill the
have
command
much?
center, did he?
On the 3rd?
Yeah. Where's
no,
Maru?
it's in the main base.
Okay,
It's on the top side of the main, I think.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, okay, I was going to say, that would be absolutely ridiculous if Maru ended up losing a CC right there in the end. Luckily, he did manage to keep that one alive there, and honestly, so far, he's lost very little.
Maru, this is funny because Cure has a good army, and if Maru was on 3 bases, Cure would fight. Because Maru's on 2, Cure's like, oh no,
Yeah,
I'm
what are you
good.
going to do? Are you going to push up that ramp in the natural?
Yeah, right? But then Maru has the hidden base in the bottom right, so Cure's like, oh yeah, great position, I've got him contained, I'm in control. Maru's not mining off it yet, but it means he's got access to a 3rd much earlier than what Cure will think he has, and that's going to be actually a pretty big deal. There's no reason at this point in time for Cure to come scout here. Maybe 2 minutes down the line, you're like, I'm just going to check just in case, right? Because this is starting to be too good to be true. But yeah, until then, I don't think Cure's going to do anything about it, so...
The Banshees, by the way, once again sneaking away. They're going to the left side of the map. 3 of them are around. Apparently, they get a bit of a bodyguard this time around too. So they're being followed by those Vikings. He's just sending everything he's got across the map, man. This is going to trigger an all-in from Cure.
Well, Cure's just like, well, there's no way I'm pushing up into the natural, right? Maru's just like, cool, let's go. And the thing is, if Cure does push in, Maru might just be like, base trade, because he's got bases going everywhere. That might be a little bit crazy, but I mean, his defense is still looking good as well.
He'll be happy to push in here.
This is actually rough for Cure, man. Like, Maru's just going to come drop on top. He's going to get a great position. What do you do? This is so frustrating for Cure.
Yeah, what does Cure do right now with his army? I think he's probably going to go in. He pretty much has no other choice, right? He could be driving all the way back home, but he's going to be so far behind. The problem is, at this point, yeah, there's a lot of defensive turrets set up. There are interference matrices, so that's good, I suppose, but all he really needs to do is buy some time.
Yeah, the Vikings land, which help out a lot. Maru will start to lose a lot of SCVs. Again, across the map, he's putting some serious damage out. Can he hold on to any sort of extent back at home? The tanks are going to continue to push in. The army supplies are dead even, but of course, this just turns into this base trade. As you do see those Vikings landed, are going to try and pick up as much as possible. Oh, they actually lift up to get the Viking. That means a few more units might pop out. I guess not going to matter too much.
Yeah, that hidden base in the bottom right may actually be absolutely massive here. Cure at this point still does not know about that particular base, so he could be having a massive misread as he's trading the bases once again with his opponent. Didn't work out so well for him in the previous game, and now, well, Maru is also inside of his main base.
Yep, it's absolutely wild. Missile turret lines going up to protect against the air units as well on Cure and Maru's side. Originally Maru's side, but now in Cure's main base, it just got wiped out as well. Maru's supply is dipping. He's a few workers behind, a little bit of armor behind. Obviously, Cure does have a Raven still up and running as well. These tanks are putting in work, but eventually, if this does come into moving around the map, then this is a weird position where obviously Maru's army is a little bit worse, I think, at just moving around and going to different places.
Maru, just to confirm, has not seen that base in the bottom right?
What if he forces the orbital to lift, though? I guess there's still one Raven for vision.
Yeah.
If he can get rid of the Raven and he can force the orbital to lift and there's no scans available, then the Banshees just clean up as well. So there's actually a lot to be very careful about here right now. As Cure, the Banshee's already heading back down the bottom left, by the way.
Yeah, so just to clarify, you cannot use a scan with the orbital command while it's flying up in the air.
what have the Banshees found? I think it's just some SCVs at Q, never mind.
71 SCVs, by the way, on the left side of the screen. That's not a number we normally see. They've been added up slowly over time as Maru is just spreading himself all around the map. Cure is basically contained here in the top right-hand corner. He's trying his very best to break through these units as well. Vikings decide to land on the floor, and I do believe there's going to be enough right here for Maru.
One tank left over for Maru.
Where's the Banshees? Okay, he does still have the Raven. That Raven actually may be absolutely critical.
But all the Vikings have to do is come kill the Raven. If the Raven dies, and you force the CCs of Q to lift up, then the Banshees can just clean out on the ground, I think, right? So the Vikings have one job, target down that Raven, and the rest of this game is maybe not free or anything, but like, then it should get into a very good spot. Kill this orbital is obviously, like I say, huge because any lack of scans is going to be critical. There's one orbital right here, and right now these Banshees are going to come and get rid of that as well.
I don't know if they should be using their cloak up right now. They probably want to be preserving as much of that energy as possible.
He has one SCV. Exactly. He finds the base, but if this SCV dies, it's his only SCV of the game. Maru, fight back! Get it!
Get it!
Get it! Maru!
No, he's mining resources. He's got no time for this.
It's probably the correct call, but like, it would actually be incredible if he killed it because that is the last SCV, so getting rid of that would have been pretty huge. There's a Viking spawning out of this. What if this Viking spawns and kills the Raven?
It is going to be popping out here very soon.
Don't. No. If this actually shoots the Raven down, no, he's targeted on it. He's targeted on it. He's going for it. He's going. He doesn't get it. He does get it. The Raven dies. Q has no detection. Banshees can come across the map, cloak up with
They
this
have
game.
no energy though.
Not
I
yet.
think they just used up all of their energy, but
Not
it
yet.
does mean that in like
Soon.
a minute or two from now, he can clear out all of those ground units for free. He decides to come in right now. I think that's a mistake, but he's got to figure out.
He's got the Vikings. Yeah, he just saw what there was as well with that entire base, so he's going to clean out Q's forces. The Banshees are going to go chasing, and Maru has Q checkmated. That's going to be GG. Maru with an incredible strategy here in game number 2.
Amazing series of Terran versus Terran right here. I mean, if you weren't convinced already that this matchup is excellent, I think that these strategies we've seen here in this short series, they will probably change your mind. Very well done right here by Maru, getting the 2-0 win over Kjern.
Absolutely epic series. Maru was so dead in that first game.
Yes.
And then game number 2 was, I loved his moves. I loved his confidence to just say, oh, I'm going across the map. I'm going to take everything. And yeah, Q was able to attack him, but he controlled the base trade this time around, right? And he really had the ways out. He had the answers.
That hidden base was actually brilliant, right? Like, you could wonder if he like had this prepared in advance, like 6 minutes before it actually happened. He definitely knew that it was an option. He knew that his opponent was likely going to push across the map at some point. So he figured, I want to make another base. I may as well make it a little bit further away so he's not going to get scouted.
No, absolutely. As Q, I feel a bit rough about that, but hey, he's still 1-1. Plenty of time for him to continue his run tomorrow through these group stages. And then, of course, we're going to have Maru 2-0. Maru is now just one single map away from the playoffs here at Gamers8.
Yeah, he's going to have to win another match, but so far the man is looking on absolute fire.
Yep, absolutely. Maru, the legend, has done it again. We're going to go to the stage and hear from Rachel and co.
Maru, 2 very impressive games there to take you one step further in this tournament. That second game, very clean, but I've got a question about the first game. In that come from behind in supply, great army though, did you ever lose confidence that you might have the victory?
첫 번째 게임에서 그 공급을 좀 떨어졌는데 잘 이겨서 이겼잖아요. 그 우승에 대해서 자신감은 흔들렸나요?
솔직히 불리하긴 했는데 도욱이 형이 이제 공중을 늦게 넘어가가지고 한 타이밍이 생겨가지고 이긴 것 같아요.
So it was unfortunate at the beginning, but when as it goes, I got some chance to attack, and that's why I think I won.
زي ما تشوفون معنا مارو بعد ما فاز مرة ثانية 2-0 معنا في المسرح. كان السؤال الأول نتكلم عن وش اللي ممكن يصير في المباراة اللي ممكن يخليك تخسر ثقتك، وهل أنت خسرت ثقتك أصلا في المباراة طولها ولا لا؟ لكن قال الجيم الأول صراحة كان يعني كنت أنتظر الفرصة اللي أقدر أسوي فيها هجوم على الخصم أكثر من إني أحاول أسوي خطتي، لكن لقيت الفرصة هذه بالأخير قدرت أجيب الفوز.
An incredible player to be able to see his opportunity in the midst of that free-for-all. Maru, tell me about Cure as an opponent. You faced him a lot.
Cure 상대편한테 좀 얘기해 줄 수 있나요? 관계에 대해서.
제가 좀 운 좋게 변수 둬가지고 이긴 것 같아가지고 그냥 다음에 만나면 좀 힘들 것 같아요.
So I think this time luck was on my side. I think when next time I go against him, it's going to be a bit harder.
سألنا كيور السؤال الثاني في المقابلة، نتكلم عن الخصم اللي هو كيور، هل هو من الخصوم اللي ممكن انه يواجه صعوبات ضده او الى اخره، لكن كان الجواب يقول انه صراحة المرة هذه احس انه كان الحظ محالفني كثير، وهذا اللي خلاني اقدر افوز في هذه المباراة.
Well, Mario, you've given us such exciting games here, and you're such an exciting opponent to watch. As your fans continue to follow you throughout this tournament, is there anything you'd like to say to them?
팬분들한테 한마디 부탁드립니다.
솔직히 첫날에 자신이 별로 없었는데 많은 분들이 응원해 주셔가지고 잘 풀린 것 같아서 항상 감사하고 앞으로도 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다.
So as the first day, I think it wasn't going well, but for the encouragement that the fans gave me, I'm always thankful, and I hope that you keep on encouraging me.
السؤال الثالث في المقابلة، سألنا مارو أعطيناه الفرصة إذا حاب يقول شيء لكل الفانز اللي قاعدين يتابعونه في البطولة، لكن كان الجواب يقول إنه بصراحة اليوم الأول ما كان يوم مرة كويس بالنسبة لي، لكن أنا أشكر كل الفانز اللي قاعدين يدعموني، هم السبب اللي يخلوني أقدر أدي أداء كويس في كل المباريات.
Well, thank you so much, Maru. An incredible opponent, someone to watch out for absolutely in any StarCraft tournament, but now he's on fire here at this stage. Let's send it back to the desk to take a closer look at his matches.
جاء الوقت أعزائنا المشاهدين نرجع للاستديو نتكلم أكثر عن هذه المباراة. مارو مرتين جاء على المسرح ومرتين فاز في كل المباريات، والآن هو من الأقرب إنه يتأهل على طول إلى مرحلة ثانية من البطولة، فخلونا نروح للاستديو نتكلم أكثر عن إيش صار في المباراة.
Thank you over at the stage. What on earth was this series here? Maru 2-0 against Cure. And in that first game, I'm thinking to myself, Cure's got this. Cure's looking cool. He's looking great. He's looking grand. And apparently, as usual, Maru doesn't die and then just brings it on back here, Pig. That was insane.
I've already submitted a complaint with the referees. Basically, I don't have actual evidence he cheated, but I feel he must have from what happened in that first game. I don't otherwise have an explanation. Just,
what was it?
The man's inhuman.
Yeah, we've seen so many good Maru comebacks. But again, to make it happen against someone like Kyo, as we take a look at the highlights here by STC, I don't know how you do it, Ben. It's ridiculous.
It's actually amazing what he can do. And I mean, Cure really was got him up against the ropes, right? Like, this is a true rope from Maru. Like, I don't know how many CCs he lost this game or had them cancelled, but Cure definitely had him boxed in. He had better upgrades for a bit too, had the +2 on the tanks earlier, so his tanks were better. And then at one point, Maru's just like, you know what? Screw this. Just goes across the map. He's got 100 supply against 180 at one point. Like, you literally look at that. Todd's at home being like, of course that game's over, looking at the supply. But then it's like, hold on a minute. And like back in the green room, it's like, I think Tasteless said something that I thought was really dumb at the time. It's like, Maru's got this. And then it's like, oh my God, Maru did actually have this. But yeah, look, as if you come back from this kind of situation.
I mean, of course, yeah, a lot of it's in workers and things like that. But I mean, with the armies as even as they are, okay, I guess you get on the production there, Pig, and then that kind of evens things out a little bit. But the fact that he's just able to make it occur in these situations is insane.
Yeah, I mean, it was magical. Such a good comeback for him. Slowly getting boxed in, his limbs were getting chopped off. But in this one, the knight guarding the crossing, you know, spurting blood says, "'Tis but a flesh wound," and he fights back. Maru's a beast. Honestly, the second game, we haven't seen it yet, but the Viking popping out of the starport as well. It's those little details in the chaos where you're like, this man is literally never thrown off his game.
And he starts with Banshees again, of all things. He loves Banshees on international stages here, Ben, and he makes it work to start things off in this game.
This is one of those things where I get very jealous, like very openly jealous from, like, Maru can do something like this and style against a player as good as Cure. Like, the first game comeback, the win, in the way that he did it is amazing. Then this game opening up Banshees and then getting speed on them, then just doing, like, mech against Cure, who is arguably, like, the second best TVT player on the planet. But if there's one thing that Maru just kind of confirmed today, it is Maru is the best at TVT on the planet. Like, like, even though he gets behind in these games, the way that he knows how to come back and win in them, it's just, it's phenomenal.
It's absolutely insane. What a treat we just witnessed here, as Maru didn't just survive, he thrived here, Pig, and looking great doing it. So now he moves on into that next stage, of course, after looking great against Showtime, now looking great against Cure. He's 2-0 right now, so almost assuredly, look, with this kind of form, going through to that final bracket. But, you know, there's one more to go for him.
I mean, it's not over till it's over. I just can't help but think how ecstatic my response would be if I were to win a meaningless ladder game, like one of those games, the way he did it in game one especially. Yeah, and my eyes were glued to the camera the whole time, and he did not blink twice. He didn't crack his arm. You know what he did to celebrate? He cleaned his mouse pad.
At one point, though, to be fair, he did like kind of cover his mouth a little bit, and I think that had to be like some smiles and laughter going on there. But yeah, like Cure, he's like his former teammate from the Janair Green Wings days. Like, you know, they've been friends for a long time. To do that to the man. Yeah, that is brutal.
Brutal. All right, well, thank you very much, guys. Time to go to a break here. Next up, we've got another banger of a match, to be perfectly honest with you, after this one. Serral against Hero here will be coming up at Gamers8, so don't go anywhere.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up in. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Leave them with nothing.
All right, just a few more series here for day number 1 of Gamers8, the extravaganza that we are being treated to here for StarCraft 2. And we have got Serral versus Hero coming up. Oh yes, it doesn't get any better. We've got great series across the board here, joined by Roddy and the Ben here to get things going. Ben, Serral versus Hero. I don't even need to ask you a straight question. It's just, wow, cool.
I mean, if you had these names going up against each other like a year ago, I'd have been like, okay, that is the creme de la creme of Zerg against, like, you know, the new Protoss back on the block sort of thing from military service. But Hero has been looking a bit shaky as of late, right? Like, unmistakable. I hope that he gets back to form, because he's done it once before where, you know, he was really good in the CG Enter stays, went to the military afterwards, and then he came back and he's like, oh my god, he's the best person in the world again. So he's been able to get up to the big heights, come down a little bit, and then get back up again, which is very important, and he's going to need to against a guy as good as Serral.
Yeah, definitely. Roddy, your thoughts?
Yeah, exactly. Like, on one hand, we were a bit disappointed with Hero, because obviously we saw him win the DreamHack Masters Atlanta last year, and we're like, okay, can we continue this? Do we have a Protoss who can win these big tournaments? And especially over the last 2 months, we mostly think of that GSL performance. We're like, whoa, that really wasn't quite it. But if you just look at the pure results, it's actually not that bad on Hero's side. Maybe we just put a whole lot of expectations on his shoulder, and he's like, guys, I'm only a human. I cannot play my A+ game every single day.
Sure.
It wasn't always impressive, but he still takes out guys like Solar on a pretty regular basis, and obviously Solar is an animal in ZVP, so it's not that bad. It always feels that someone needs to be the best he's ever been if we expect him to beat Serral.
Right. Yeah, I do feel like there was a moment where, as we take a look at the map vetoes as well, that there was a period where Hero almost reinvented this matchup and was kind of ahead of the meta for a little bit. There you go. And then everyone slowly started figuring out, and it slightly plateaued in terms of, like, I'm ahead of the meta, right? So there is that situation where people kind of caught up a little bit. He still looks excellent, Roddy, but not as excellent as another reinvention could have made him look.
No, it's probably, it only lasts for so long that you can pick world-class Zerg players apart with Zealots and Stalkers, right? Like, eventually you're like, all right, Zealots and Stalkers are very good, but we should be able to figure this out, and the Zergs did start to figure it out. And then at one point the community got a bit carried away, because then every single Oracle opening was Hero style. Whether it was 2 gases or 9 gases, we're like, it's Hero style. It's like, no, not everything can be Hero style. And it felt after that phase, he kind of went into the just 3 base all-ins double robo, right? Where he would stop at 66 probes, do a little bit of damage early on, just try to end it with a couple of Colossus. He's very good at it, but obviously Yona already had a read on that. They played against each other at IM Katowice not too long ago. Very big match back then as well. It was close. Serral won 2-0, but there were some moments where I was like, ooh, if Hero was here like 5 seconds earlier, Serral would have been in serious trouble. And there's a very good chance that that's just going to happen today again. And imagine if he does sharpen up those timings just a little bit.
And there was a world even today where Serral was in some serious trouble going up against Creator at the beginning of the day, Ben. I mean, yes, okay, he may have got caught a bit off guard in that last game, but he's shown vulnerability, even though we know Serral to be phenomenal in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, like, not to discredit Creator at all, because I think he's actually played really well today. Like, he honestly should have beat Serral. Like, talking back in the room, or where we're eating, the cafe, and Serral, we asked him, like, oh, how did you feel? He's like, yeah, he kind of threw that one, didn't he? I got a bit lucky. And then he gave us a bit of a rundown about what Creator should have done against him, and then he would have been really screwed. Right. More polite words, obviously.
Sure.
But yeah, so, like, and if I compare Creator to the likes of Hero, and, like, the heights that Hero has gone to, Hero is absolutely one of the most skilled Protoss players out there. Like, the way that he moves his units and just really, he's a wild cowboy as well. Like, he'll just throw everything at you. So if he can really bring it today, yeah, he's one that any player on the planet will worry about.
And overall, the Korean Protosses, man, they've looked damn good today so far.
Yeah,
Classic was absolutely amazing against Reynor. Like, the way that he controlled his units in that second game, fantastic. The way that he battled his way through the sort of late game of Reynor in game 1, stunning. And let's not ignore those PvTs we've seen also from Hero that we're about to watch. Hero had a great series against Hero Marine on the B stream, and we all know that it's not easy to take out Big Gabe in that matchup. So he looked good. Creator looked damn good in that PvT, even though that one was very chaotic. And then obviously Classic looked amazing. Those 3 have absolutely shown up so far.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'm getting word that we just need a few more moments before we actually get to this game. So whilst we're waiting, we're going to head over to Fear Dragon, who's got the map pool ready to go.
In many cases, having a good knowledge of the battlefield can change the course of battle, even in the most dire circumstances, and StarCraft is no different. So let's shed some light on the maps the players will be fighting on here at Gamers8. Altitude is the largest map in the StarCraft 2 map pool. It's a macro map made by character with a twist, as it features 2 rich bases in the center. The 8 golden mineral fields are blocked by a destructible Xel'Naga watchtower. The bases are in an exposed location, but allow the player to get a significant economy boost if they manage to control that part of the map. Ancient Cistern is a standard macro map made by Sky Piranha 1, with a rush distance of 36 seconds from the main ramp to the main ramp. Players have flexibility on this map, as there are various ways to take future expansions. Babylon is a fairly small map made by Shah that has 4 different cliff levels. Despite the relatively short rush distance of 34 seconds, it's a map that usually creates solid macro games. Taking down the rocks at key moments is critical on this map to open up or close off attack paths. Dragon Skills is a map made by May on Fire. It features a forward high ground outpost that plays a major part in defensive but also offensive play. The linear third is open and easy to access, whereas the triangle third base is easier to protect but closer to the opponent. Gresvan is a large macro map made by Legon and seems to be the map where we see most of our long, drawn-out macro games currently. It has a total of 16 bases for players to take, and we regularly see split map scenarios, where half of the map is mined by one player and the other half by the other. Neo-Humanity is a map made by Omni Skeptic. While it has a relatively short rush distance, there is a slow zone in the middle of the map to delay any sort of aggression. Collapsible towers and strategically placed golden mineral fields, as well as a rich Vespian geyser, create a lot of varied games. Royal Blood is another map made by May on Fire. This map features expansions that allow you to expand away from the main attack path. While the first few expansions are relatively easy to defend, the longer the game goes on, the more exposed future expansions will be. And there you have it. All maps our players will be testing their skills on. The stages are set, so now it's time to see what our actors are capable of doing on them.
Damn, Rappy's really been working on his Dutch accent. I heard it's like on the top spawn. It's very impressive stuff.
And the bottom.
The bottom. You don't have that right though, so it's very clean. It's very cool. It's very cool. But actually, looking at that as a whole, I mean, when we think about like these maps and stuff like that, do you have a particular favorite? For me, Royal Blood always stands out, but actually, we're not seeing it that much at the moment.
To watch or to play?
To watch.
To watch. I think Dragon Skills provides a lot of great games.
Yeah. How about you, Ben? Anything?
I always like Ancient Cistern.
I knew you were going to pick it. I don't know why.
You did?
Yeah, that was weird.
That was weird. I mean, like, I also like Neo-Humanity for, like, my inner, like, masochist, you know? You get some nice, long games, like, you know, Spirit versus Reina. It's like, oh, yeah, that was a good cracker.
Okay.
Yeah.
To be fair, even though Babylon, obviously, we all agree that it's pretty Terran's favorite, it's not an impossible map to play whether you're Protoss or Zerg. And some Protoss players, they even like playing it against Terran. I think Babylon creates a lot of absolutely epic games as well.
Yeah, I would say this map pool has grown on me as time's gone on. I mean, you know, maybe pros and some don't like some maps or some others. I think that's why we have a veto system, cool stuff and things like that. But it's been an entertaining season, I would say, when it comes to this map pool as a whole. But beyond that, we are just waiting a few more moments before we actually get into this. Any other thoughts before we get into our Serral versus Hero matchup, everybody?
No, not so much about the map, but obviously a whole lot of thoughts about Serral and Hero. It's a big match for both of them. Maybe it's important to mention, obviously, both players are 1-0. They only played a single series so far. If any of them wins 3 best-of-3s, they make it into the playoffs. So today is a potential massive step into getting pretty much the job done. Nobody's going to actually make it today. They're going to have to show up again tomorrow. But obviously, going out of the first day 2-0, knowing you just need to win a single series tomorrow is big. Serral looked good, as we already said, but he didn't look untouchable. Like, over the last few months, at one point, Serral was just on an unreal streak where every single game that we loaded in, we watched Serral like, yeah, it's going to be very fun, but he's going to win. Today, he looked, I wouldn't say shaky, but that was definitely like a lot closer than a lot of people predicted it to be. And now I'm just curious, are we going to look at another very close series? Can Hero even get the job done? Because that would definitely be an upset. And let's be honest, we've had upsets today.
Yeah, we definitely have. I mean, you get into wild situations as well, where you have then in your next round, you're going up against guaranteed 2-0 players on the opposite sides, and that's really the big heavy hitters. Already, we have Maru there, of course. So that's a potential opponent for one of these guys if it's going up against. And if you think about Serral, Hero, Maru, I'm like, oh, basically the 3 best in every race. So, you know, it's like, it creates some dream matchups already for this scenario, Ben.
It absolutely does, but like Kevin is right. Like Serral has gone through moments in his career where it's just like, he's unstoppable, you know, like absolutely bulletproof. And, you know, I don't think any of these players have really played here in this region ever, kind of thing. So this is new. Serral, he had to play like one of the first series of the day. We all know he likes to go to bed early. Now he's playing quite late into the evening. And he already looked a little bit shaky against a player that most would say isn't as good as the player that he's going up against. So yeah, if there was ever a time for Hero to really do it and make it shine, now is the time.
Final thought, Roddy?
Just an exciting series, and I'm wondering if we're going to see some of that old school hero PvZ magic. Is it going to go wild, or is the probe count going to go all the way up into the high 90s, or is it going to be a little more deadly? One attack, let's get the job done, hero.
Well, let's do it then. It's the Finnish Phenom versus the Smiling Assassin here. A best of 3 to see who goes 2-0 up in this Swiss format.
Now, Hero, I've heard lauded as one of the best Protoss to play the game. But I'm checking the stats here, Fancy, and it looks like Serral has faced 7 Premier Finals against a Protoss and has a 6-1 record beating them.
He is not very stranger to going against Protoss, and honestly your stats check out. I just checked them as well. أعزائنا المشاهدين جاء الوقت اللي نشوف المباراة الثانية اللي راح نشهد فيها هيرو ضد سيرال. سيرال كان موجود معنا في أول مباراة عندنا على المسرح، وانتهى فيها المطاف إنه يأخذ الفوز بسرعة كبيرة، فممكن يكررها ضد هيرو متعود ضد البروتوس، ممكن يقدر يسويها.
This matchup, it's been played before, and I love to watch it be played again here. Both players, long storied histories in the game, exceptional execution. It's going to be a good one.
It's going to be a good one indeed. أعزائنا المشاهدين، زي ما احنا عارفين في ال WTL تواجهوا هاللاعبين هذول مع بعض، وكلنا نعرف ايش صار في النتيجة. إذا ما تعرف خلونا نسولف عنهم وهم يدخلون المسرح لأنهم جاهزين الآن إنهم يطلعون لكم.
Well, we've teed it up. Let's see who hits it out of the park. Our first player is ready. Representing Basilisk, it's Serral. Serral picked up the first win on our stage today, and now he's back to potentially claim another. But he did fall to DKZ Gaming, the team of Hero and Dark, in the World Team League recently, so not all is guaranteed.
ما هو دائما بيكون افضل لاعب في العالم حاليا. سيرال قد صار افضل لاعب واخذ اللقب هذا، لكن المره هذه الشيء مختلف تماما، لان زي ما احنا عارفين اول البدايه الجروب ستيج قدر انه يفوز الجيم الاول، لكن يوم رجعنا الحين بنشوف اللي ضده خصم قد واجهه في الدبليو تي ال واخذ ضده المركز الثاني، فهل بيقدر انه يسويها اليوم ويخليه يكون هو المركز الاول؟ هذا الشيء اللي راح نعرفه الان، بس قبل كذا لازم نرحب بخصمه في اول ظهور له على المسرح. خلينا نشوف مين يكون. من فريق DKZ Gaming هيرو. الشخص اللي كان يقال عنه احد افضل لاعبين بروتوس في العالم، قدر انه يكون في المركز الاول في الوارد تي في، وايضا حتى في كوريا في نفس البطوله اخذ المركز الاول على التوالي، وايضا اخذ المركز الاول في الدبليو تي ال، فانت حدث ولا حرج عن هذا اللاعب. في اول ظهور له على المسرح لازم انه يثبت نفسه، ومين بيكون خصمه ضد الشخص اللي الكل جاي عشان يهزمه.
A lot of accolades under his belt, as you said, but once again, we welcome a Wardy TV Major champ to the stage, picking up the Wardy TV Korean Royale Championship, as well as first in Wardy's TL Map Contest Tournament.
He is not very stranger to big titles, let me tell you that. أعزائنا المشاهدين، هذه المباراة زي ما احنا عارفين في آخر مرة شاهدناها في بطولة كبيرة جدا ميجر كانت 2 ضد 2، لكن اليوم راح نشوف ايش اللي ممكن يسويه قدام بعض كسولو بلايرز، بالتوفيق لهم إن شاء الله.
Let's welcome our competitors to center stage to shake hands.
سيرال وهيرو يتقابلون لأول مرة في جيمرز 8 في ستار كرافت. أعزائنا المشاهدين على طول نروح لمن المعلقين نتكلم أكثر عن هذه المباراة، لأن راح نشوفه بيكون شيء أسطوري.
An exciting match coming up. Let's throw it to the casters and get it started.
What is up, everybody? This is Tasteless, and with me is Artosis, and I cannot tell you how excited I am to get into this match.
Oh man, this is going to be a good one. One of the absolute best Protoss players in the world going up against Serral, of course, nominee for the title of GOAT, just looking so strong.
Now, Cyril and Hero, of course, you know, they're both 1-0 right now. Hero, though, I gotta say, it should be a very, very tough match for him. I mean, you know, Cyril, a guy who needs very little introduction, he very well may be the favorite to take this entire thing.
Yeah.
And although Hero has played extremely well, especially in the past year, right now, it does not seem like his strategies, his ideas are really gelling. They're not bringing about the kind of victories that we saw him pull off in the past.
Yeah, last year was certainly better for him than this year. He has not really performed to the level that we were all kind of hoping. You know, a Protoss going around and actually winning a bunch of tournaments. He hasn't been able to do that, but I feel like Creator already showed some chinks in Cyril's armor, so maybe Hero can capitalize upon that and pick this series up.
Introducing our players in the upper right, in the red from Korea, he is Hero. And his opponent in the bottom left in the blue from Finland, our Zerg, he is Cyril.
All right. Looks like we are going to have that little block coming down. Well, actually, Cyril going once again for the very quick hatchery. So Hero not going to be able to block that. And, you know, it's a nice move from Protoss. We've seen it so much recently. It's almost become completely standard to try to block your opponent's hatchery.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well, right? And as you come in there and get that block, you're also confirming that there's not any kind of crazy shenanigans Zerg might be trying. Not that that's generally too effective, but it is kind of nice to at least know and then get the kind of game that you want to play, you know, get the ball rolling, I guess you could say, with that. Now, to talk about Cyril a little bit and the styles that he brought out over the last 2 years, this is a guy who, after his military service, you know, or I should say any pro's military service, a lot of times we do expect them to fall off a little bit and not have as strong of a return. You know, StarCraft, it really is like trying to build up muscle or build up a good form. You have to really work out and put those reps in before you can have the kind of body of play that a lot of the very best players in the world have. But Hero returned. Looked to be an incredible form and was completely revamping the way that we understood the matchup. He had a very unique, aggressive style. He had oracles, which he'd then pair with stalkers and try to match the Zerg's pace of expanding, and then just trade very efficiently and ultimately come out on top.
Yeah, and in fact, that Hero style, we still see the reflections of that all the time in Protoss vs. Zerg. Everyone has learned things from him, especially from his play last year and the year before. So, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing, is he going to have something kind of remastered with that? Like, is he going to have maybe a new tech branch coming off of one of those builds that he really did invent that people are still using?
And, you know, with those big ideas, brought him a lot of success, a lot of notoriety, and it did change the entire meta to what you were saying, Artosis. The issue is he's not having that success nowadays. In fact, now he's really been underperforming compared to those results he had in the past.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's someone, once you win GSL, like over Maru, you're expected to win multiple tournaments. And it just hasn't quite been the case. I don't know. There's something about his play where he's falling short. And honestly, like, I don't even know if he is the best Protoss anymore, right? You got to mention some of these other guys that are doing well. Classic, Creator, they're both looking very strong as well.
That and that a lot of the success that he had, it was very Korea-based, right? And the Europeans, they do have a slightly different approach to the game, a different view on how it should be played. And Cyril, of course, is the very, very best European that we basically have most of the time out here. To get into the beginnings of this game, a very good maneuver here by Hero. He comes in, he trades out a lot of it, kills on Zerglings, generates some threats, and doesn't lose a single Adept, only losing half HP on both.
In fact, he is going to go ahead and finish that Shade. He's going to get multiple drones. This has actually turned out to be very, very good. Wow, look at this. He's going to get one more as well. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, that is way more damage than I thought you'd get, Tasteless.
I thought we were done, but then here comes the Oracle getting the drone kill count up into 7. And, you know, in a moment where normally the Adept pressure and the Oracle play, it's pretty vanilla very often. We do expect some kills, but not very much. Hero managed to get quite a bit. The question, though, is, is there enough on these Oracles to defend this Nexus? And it looks like, in fact, there is.
Yeah, it looks like Serral there really trying to bait out him turning on that Oracle. He uses so much energy just to turn on. But right now, he is getting into the third Oracle. We have that Twilight and Forge, probably Blink and +1 going to be coming up. And Serral continuing to try to harass here a little bit.
Yeah, the third Oracle definitely makes it very, very difficult for any damage to be done. The positioning here of the Adepts is very perfect as well, kind of putting them in the little wedges in between the minerals, so the Lings can't really get much done. We've got more Lings and we've got 7 Roaches being made. Over on the Protoss side of things, we have a Gateways and a Forge. This is an all-in timing coming from Serral. Serral's decided he's lost enough, and he might as well try to end this game right here, right now. But the Forge, not very promising unless we start to see cannons come up here to defend.
Well, that's for sure. You definitely don't need +1 in a game like this. Those Queens making the march across the map to try to keep the pressure of the Oracles off of his Roach Ling. Now, the Oracles are going to scout that, and now he knows Serral pretty darn all in with this. We're going to have Hero pull back. He has a lot of energy on these 3 Oracles, and of course, we're going to see a lot of shield batteries go down now.
Yeah, I am very worried here that, the fact that he spotted this so late, even though it is a bit predictable when you get this many kills on drones early on, it's very tempting for the Zerg to try to all in. And now we've got the Corrosive Biles coming down here. The Cybernetics Core is going to fall, and that means there's not going to be very much protection here for these Stalkers.
Yeah, looks like he is going to charge in. The 3 Oracles have been turned on, so we do have a ton of damage coming out of those right now. Definitely very, very helpful indeed. 4 Oracles fighting against the Roach Ravager, and this is a lot of damage that he's dealing to Serral's army.
It just feels like it's too much here. We've got the Lings getting close to actually surrounding these Stalkers. The probes have not been used to attack in here. Every inch that these Queens are able to cover is going to force down these Oracles. I think we might be over to the end here.
Oh my gosh, he actually loses that one Queen that had a lot of energy left on it, maybe some missed transfusions. The probe's fighting now as well. He loses quite a few, but still pretty high compared to Serral's count here. And is this almost done? I think so. There's a few more Lings being made, but mostly Serral is going back into drones.
Well, Hero was able to target down each of those Queens to the point where, as the last Queen falls, there's no way to deal with any more of the Oracles. The rest of the Stalkers came in. Serral perhaps overextended slightly as he came in over there. And now the worker counts are fairly even, and the third Nexus is still around.
Yeah.
When you all in like that, it's always better to go towards the natural. There's some infrastructure there, and if you can break through that, the main is free, the third is irrelevant.
Yeah.
But when the Protoss holds, the nature of the recovery for the Protoss is one where now you're exactly back to going on the 3 bases, and you can get that engine going a lot quicker.
That was a great hold from here, and we see a little bit of a replay there. But yeah, right now just kind of macroing up. He is going to start putting on pressure with his Stalkers. And this is a game that it's hard for me to see the way back here for Serral, right? Hero has some of the best Stalker control that we have ever seen in StarCraft 2. Back in the day and even now. Look at this, adding 4 more gateways, getting a prism. He's working on +2 attack. What does Serral really have going on for himself? Not a lot.
And it seems like a counterpunch is getting set up here very quickly. 4 more gateways are going to finish, and warp gates are soon going to be, in higher numbers. And we have a Warp Prism that's coming out. Now, I do believe the Lings actually saw the Warp Prism, although I don't know if that really matters. I think that this is, not the most surprising move. And it's going to be tough here for Serral. He's taking a 4th base, which may just very well be canceled. It will be probably Hero just kind of bobbing and weaving his army over to that area and then trying to put the pressure on the 3rd base. But this is going to be tough because there's a lot of momentum here from Hero.
Hero coming up right now. Bile does go down, trying to zone him out. A couple more there as well. Serral's trying to buy himself time right now while more Roaches are being made. His army is just so small comparatively, though. Look at this micro as well. Just going forward, trying to break down every single unit, and this is looking real good for Hero.
I actually really respect the fact that he didn't go for that 4th base right away. I realized that it's better to put damage on there and do that a little bit faster. he has not actually scouted that it's over there, so the pressure is going to continue to build up. As more and more Ravagers come into play here, it's going to be a little bit tougher to try to move up and down this ramp, but if he can just get a little bit more damage in there, he can actually push in and get a bigger, wider, fanned-out position with these Stalkers.
Well, every time he goes up, he's picking off at least 1 or 2 units, and he's not really losing anything here. Eats a bile right there because he does need to keep putting the pressure on. More units being warped in, even some Zealots there, which are going to help out immensely with the tanking. And now that he sees creep coming down the other side, he does know about that base.
Yeah, but he's decided it's going to be more important to try to come over here and do instead a little bit more pressure. The Warp Prism, by the way, headed southbound over here into the main. He could do a big warp in over here. This could draw a lot of the Zerglings back and maybe even set up for a better Stalker pressure coming up here over towards the third.
Yeah, how are you going to defend both of these? Lings going into the main base, as you can see in that picture-in-picture. It looks like the Zealots will get picked off by these Queens, but the Stalkers kept some pressure on, although now they seem to be rotating around the map.
Yeah, and you know, when you make that really big decision to move the Oracle, you are giving up on having the same kind of generative push that you have before. If the Warp Prism is back there, you never miss a warp-in round. You know, the Warp Prism's fast, but it's not going to be that fast getting back out of the main, so now he's kind of forced to leverage this position, and I don't know if it's necessarily one that is going to work out for him.
Well, right now he does get a lot of Zealots in the main. They get kind of stuck. This big group of Stalkers deciding he has critical mass. Still going to be microed heavily, and that is very hard for Serral to really stop. He's going to be able to take down this hatchery. I mean, that was kind of a greedy one over on the side. So a good pick off there by Hero. But one thing to mention, like, I got to tell you, I'm impressed with Serral still being alive at this point.
I really thought he was probably dead as we saw that attack coming up there. And, you know, with the Warp Prism being gone, these Stalkers staying out on the map, I think it's undeniable that Serral is going to keep his 4th base and probably remake the 5th pretty easily.
Well, we'll see if Hero's able to put any more of that pressure on. A Prism coming out to help join him. We have Disruptors on the way. Of course, Disruptors going to be a terrible unit for Serral to deal with here. Ravagers just cannot dodge those Biles.
That's right. Big cancel there. Very big cancel over there. Basically getting rid of that for free. And now the pressure's going to mount over here. If Hero could take this base out, it's still, I think, a very doable position, but it does seem like Serral should just barely have enough to drive this away.
Well, we'll see. He is blinking back. Kind of a big blink as opposed to several smaller blinks. A lot more Lings on the way. Baneling Nest coming up as well as these Charge Lots try to harass. The 4th base gets taken down. And Hero just continues to pile up the damage, but Serral is still here.
Yeah. You know, he lost the base at the bottom. He lost the one at the center left, and now I would imagine that Hero just continues to roam around here and try to look for another fight. We do have Banelings coming in. You know, they are not always effective when you get enough Stalkers at play. You kind of have these endless blink backs that you can do. Disruptors being factored in here may be the right addition of muscle to basically overpower Serral here.
Yeah, he's going to start losing quite a few Ravagers probably to these 2 Disruptors. But right now that is so many Lings that Hero has to take it very seriously. A couple blinks back, and look at that. Comes in and gets some huge hits on those Disruptors.
That was sick. The Link count's been thinned out. The Stalkers are going to try to come back in. A few Corrosive Biles by the Zerg, a little bit of time, but the Warping rounds are getting scarier. The Disruptors are going to have 2 more shots, and if they can make 2 more like the last, Serral is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he will be just about done in this game if that occurs, but so far, Serral's doing just an amazing job on trying to defend this. Does go ahead and dodge that 1 Disruptor shot. And you know what? A little counterattack going on. Let's not forget, this is not a standard Hero game. Normally, he'll have 4 or 5 bases by now.
And let's not forget the way this game panned out. Really good harass here by Hero that basically forced Serral into an all-in, only for Hero to barely survive. And here we are. It does look like Hero is beginning to truly overpower Serral and is very likely to close this game out 1-0.
Oh, ends up missing that 1 Disruptor shot, but GG is called. And Hero will end up taking that game, but honestly, it felt like he was very far ahead for a while, and Serral held on miraculously. It really shows you how sturdy a Zerg Serral is.
It really does, and I gotta say, that was a fun first game. You know, every moment there played into the next. We saw those drones get picked off, and I think Serral made a really smart call, saying, okay, why would I try to play a long game? He did that all in. Hero narrowly survived. He actually spotted the Queens right before they got to that natural base. And then it was all down to Hero with the roaming, with maneuvering around the map. It seemed for a while like Serral was probably going to survive this and outlast him, but he had a couple really big moments back there. Here's the initial moment that we saw that first attack coming and do so much.
Yeah, those adepts did a lot, which I think you're right, probably triggered this attack from Serral, which, like, it was a good, solid hold there from Hero. And then he kept that pressure on. I really thought he was going to end the game a lot earlier, but Serral's micro, his control there was next level.
Yeah, and I think those 2 disruptor shots there really sold the push. You know, he comes through there. He has so much being done. You can see as the Lings thin out, there just aren't that many Ravagers. There's nothing that the Zerg has that can really allow them to sustain, that can allow them to hold their ground, and eventually the Stalkers, they can be juggled back over and over. You know, some of the shields are going to be lost, but oftentimes there's just too much HP as well. And so here we are now in a best of 3 where Hero is 1-0 versus Serral. Crazy.
Yeah, I tell you. Serral's not having as easy a go as I thought a lot of people would predict for him in this tournament.
In the upper left, in the red, our Korean Protoss, he is Hero. And in the bottom right, in the blue, from Finland, our Zerg player, Serral.
So it's true, he is from Finland, not Texas?
No, I'm sorry, I was spreading fake news. He is from Texas, actually.
Oh, okay.
He is an American.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah,
yeah.
His skill levels seems to be a little bit too high not to be.
So, this game, we've got Hero with the pylon on the low ground. I should point out that the last game, Hero did win in a very Hero-esque fashion from when he was on top, although I think that the way that we ended up with that win was a very different one, where basically Hero survived that all in. But, you know, it seems like when it comes to Stalker Micro, using, you know, as much opportunities to eke out as much damage as possible, Hero really is the guy for that versus Zerg.
Yeah, and especially if he gets that early damage, it's going to have to be something that Serral does a better job of blocking this time. Those initial adepts to kill 6 Lings, get out, shade back in and kill 4 drones. Like, that's already a lot, and then you add on top of that Oracle pressure, and Hero just really kind of ran away with the early game. I feel like normally Serral's defense is a little bit better than that, and it's going to need to be if he wants to come back and win this series.
Yeah, I mean, when you do an all-in like that, setting the Queens across the map and hyper-committing and completely flatlining any growth back at home, it is tough for any Zerg to recover, but, you know, of all the Zergs in the world, it would seem like Serral would be the strongest at that, and the truth is it looked like for a couple minutes there, he probably was going to hang on.
Yeah, well, he did hang on for a lot longer than anticipated. Now we have the Cybernetics Core finishing up here for Hero, so we can finally see exactly what his plan is going to be. There it is, the Stargate starting instantaneously. Serral, of course, keeping track of the fact that no Warp Gate has started, so going to assume that Oracles will be on the way.
And from here we wait. We see exactly how this game's going to develop. We will have Serral be taking his 3rd hatchery shortly here. And we should mention, you know, Hero has been so strong, but has really sort of been in a slump, at least for, you know, a guy who beats Maru in a GSL finals. He hasn't really been able to find that spark again. But I'll tell you what, if you're able to beat Serral in a best of 3 here at Gamers8, that would be, I think, the right medicine the doctor ordered to get you on the road to a real recovery.
Yeah. I mean, if you end up like going through and maybe like 3-0 in this stage, you're going to be feeling great going into that next bracket, especially if you're beating someone who many would consider the favorite of this tournament in Serral.
Here come those 2 adepts. It seems like Serral is going to be absolutely sure to not let these adepts get any ground. If Serral can basically protect almost all his drones, obviously we're going to go into a pretty standard high-tier, mid-game here. Back at home, we've got the first Oracle out. The second Oracle is being produced. We've got that probe over here to get the third up, and Adept will be over there shortly to protect.
Yeah, a couple of them going to shade home here. And of course, so far, not like a whole lot going on. We'll see what this Oracle can do as it flies in, kind of just checking the Queen, already knowing where that Oracle's going to pop in its head. Is there to kind of zone it back, start putting some damage on it. Second Queen coming up as well. So Hero just has to turn around.
And so, a very standard play here. Both sides showing a lot of respect, pretty conservative openers as we're in the phase of development here. This Oracle's going to come through. Looks like he's going to be able to get, at least 3 or 4 drones down here before he's driven out. But a bit of an overextension there, a little greedy from Hero. And so instead of getting that advantage and escaping, it turns out to be a bit of a trade.
Well, this other Oracle that was hiding behind the main base is going to try to get some damage as well. Unfortunately, not going to work out. Loses most of its health. For Adept shading in, this is just about the end of Hero trying to get damage. And it doesn't seem like he's going to get enough for what he's spent, honestly.
Yeah, and he may be almost overextending over here with this other Oracle. It is going to get a few more kills, but 2 red Oracles, it's pretty hard to dive deep in at all in moments like that. Luckily, he didn't lose that one. I think if you lose, an extra Oracle or 2, suddenly you can just end up losing your Nexus later on to some kind of pressure builds. And so he's going to send the 4 Adepts in over here once more. Now, notice where Serral's expanding. He's not going to the bottom center or even the center right. He's expanding right in the middle, kind of towards where Hero is.
Well, that is a fun location with the Rich Vespine Geyser. I don't know if that's really going to come into play here for Serral. Seems like he has enough bases already as he does take that. But continuing to grow out while Hero tries to put on harassment, still utilizing some stasis wards and whatnot. A couple of Adepts still kind of scouting the map, probably going to try to trade those in for some drones as well. But not the type of damage that you want in the early game to be able to continue the pressure.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best usage of the Oracles you can have once they're low HP, is to basically keep them in the back and keep throwing down these stasis wards and keep trying to punish anybody who's neglectful of those workers back there. But it looks like we're going to see it again. In fact, this time it's going to be another dive. It seems like he was aware of the Queens. What are you going to do? You're going to damage all of them? What am I seeing?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Is this a pumpkin decorating contest?
Crazy. It's Halloween themed to harass over here, Artosis.
Bunch of orange drones, Tasteless. What are these, road cones or drones?
Well, now they're all yellow. Yeah, I was wondering how many of these...
What is this, a banana farm, Tasteless? Are these bananas or drones?
I can't believe he misclicked that many times. I mean, there's a point where eventually you're going, okay, what is happening? And then you wake up in a cold sweat and you realize that Gamers8 is happening later that day.
Yeah, a nightmare.
I kept targeting his drones. They only turned orange, man.
So many wasted shots. So sad. But right now, a 4th base going up for Hero. So, he hasn't done a ton of harassment damage. There's been a little bit. Not a ton, though. I feel like Serral's going to be pretty reasonably happy with how he's defended everything over the time here. The Oracle's still trying to get a little bit more as well. Finally,
he's like, hey, you those orange drones from earlier? Like, can I get some closure, please?
Yeah, really. But yeah, the 4th base going up for Hero. That's pretty solid. He's getting his +2. He's getting charge. He's got the double forge. This is the style that we know and love from Hero.
Yeah, and so this Overseer will be taken out. I mean, I think seeing the double forges is certainly enough, especially with the Citadel right next to them. So, a lot of times you look at this and be like, is this a 1-1 timing? I think this is just him getting that 4th base up and generating upgrades. It's not intended to be any kind of special push in. But he is setting up to try to have that play that he had when he was at the peak of his success here.
Absolutely. That is 100% the type of build that he's trying to utilize here. So we're going to see him put on a ton of Stalker pressure here, and hopefully those upgrades will pay off for him if he wants to end up beating Serral 2-0 here. But, Serral's got a better economy than what he had before. He's going to have Baneling speed, a lot of Lings being made, a lot of Ravagers being made, and the Infestation Pit already coming down as well.
Here we go. Bring it back.
Look at those pumpkin drones, man.
There we go. Like, you are kidding me.
All identical.
Yeah.
No creativity there.
Yeah.
I give it 3 out of 5 in the pumpkin contest.
It's funny how that happens. That's literally like 5 or I guess 4 misclicks in a row where you're trying to transfer those shots over. So charge is done. I don't know if this is, oh my gosh, he's gonna take a 5th base with this. This is so cool. I love how, you know, Hero, I remember when he first brought this out, it was one of these moments where it was like, huh.
We didn't think it was going to work.
Well, you know, it did seem like that was one of the first things everybody tried to do in the game was just make nothing but stalkers and try to blink around. And eventually it's like, well, of course that can't work until it was, of course, you know, 11
Yeah, there was only
later.
3 or 4 MLGs that were won by that. So, but yeah, the stalker count is starting to get pretty high. He has charge now, double robo coming up, and now some zealots going into that middle base area.
He is able to draw these Zerglings away, but I don't know if he's going to find a whole lot of extra damage here with these Stalkers. And in fact, I don't know if that was even necessarily a great move that we saw back there from Hero. You know, he was so far out, it's a little bit harder to actually blink away from this stuff. You would have a drone there in the middle with those Ravagers, but some more Zealots are going to be queued into the rest of this. We did have a Robo just finished, so Immortals are going to be in play, in fact, coming out in pairs.
Yeah, double Immortal right now. That's actually not what I thought we would end up seeing here. I thought he'd go for a support bay and get some splash damage, but that's all right. The Immortals definitely can be very, very helpful. 2-1 is already done. Serral, in the meantime, going for that Adrenal Gland upgrade. Love to see the rush into that with Hive. I was wondering what specifically he wanted to get, and now we see he really wants to rely on those Zerglings doing a bit better.
Well, Serral is fairly unfazed here. He's going to be expanding all the way here into the bottom. We've got small harasses hitting on one side, but the big push is going to be over here. He can use these oracles to try to zap down banelings, but it does seem like Serral has basically isolated this army over here, being so patient and waiting for that blink, and then the Banes can come in and make their connections, and suddenly these Stalkers are looking a lot less beefy.
Well, as the overcharge goes down, Serral turns around and strikes the other base. There are a lot of cannons in here and another battery, but look at those Banelings roll right into the mineral line, taking down a fair amount of probes, but down comes the rest of Hero's army. Look at that, blocking the Banelings with his Stalkers to prevent them from hitting those Zealots, and he will continue to push forward and try to punish.
Yeah, looks like the last Ravager is going to stay alive for a little bit longer here. A lot more Banes are coming, but it seems like Hero is interested in trying to commit. Remember that those Immortals can tank the damage from Banelings so well, so it's a little bit trickier for the Zerg to try to shove into this position. The Banes and the Lings are going to continue to come down. He's chunking out the Blinks so that he has enough time to always kite away. The rest of the reinforcements are going to merge up with this. A lot of Stalkers taking damage, and the Roaches and the Lings are going to try to push forward, but the arc here from Hero is looking pretty good.
Wow, that was a lot of Banelings, but still very many Red Stalkers make it out alive. A forward blink there to pick off just a couple more units. More Immortals being made. 3-2 upgrades completed with +3 armor coming up. Oh man, like Hero has just superb upgrades. He's sitting here on 5 bases and non-stop pressure on Serral.
Yeah, I mean, it's been this real tug of war here in the middle of the map, but Serral's got enough bases over here that he really is able to max out over and over and begin to accumulate that money. The Warpins over here at the bottom, by the way, the Warpin of the Nexus, I should say, at the bottom is pretty wild to see. Roaches now going face-to-face against some of these Immortals and doing some work. The Zealots coming here from the side for the flank, a tag there on the Roaches, and we couldn't have had a crazier game here. The Lings now with the counterattack, and so some units have to be recalled, but that's really just Serral going for a positional play as he pulls out with most of the Zerglings.
Yeah, it looks like those Zerglings will be cleaned up pretty quickly. Serral doing a little counterattack down towards that 6th base. Not going to allow that to occur, at least not yet. And still more Immortals being joined in by Hero. This army he's making is so cool. Just such a gateway-centric army, but the Immortals with their tanking and their damage are adding so much to it as well.
You know, this might be one of these games where Hero actually loses this despite his strategy basically panning out the way it was supposed to. You know, Serral here at the bottom and at the right, it's such an unusual expansion pattern, right? You have a quadranted Zerg over here in the bottom right, and then you have Hero like going like in a string all the way down the left side of the map. if he was able to keep that very bottom left nexus.
It's a brilliant strategy going to string all the way down to the bottom left of the map against a quadranted Zerg. But, you know, I think the bigger story here is the fact that he has like 8 immortals. It feels like I'm watching StarCraft 2 10 years ago with the amount of immortals he's just trying to kill Serral with.
And the Lings are going to run right by over here and get up into the main and the natural. That's going to force a little bit of attention over here for Hero. He needs to figure out a better way to basically keep this safe, and I love the burrow as well. Just, you know, keeping Hero busy and distracted and unable to really make that push that he wants to make over here towards the bottom right entire area of the map. Serral at this point in time, there's been a lot of fights in the middle of the map, but the fights are not trading out to the point where Serral is actually having any real damage inflicted on him. And it looks like now it's his turn to push in.
Oh man, that is a lot of Banelings just running headlong into all of these Immortals. The Stalker's trying to blink back, more Immortals popping out during this, and he will hold on, but he just lost like 5 Immortals during this. And don't forget, his probe count has actually fallen dramatically in the last couple minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty huge. There's still a decent number of Immortals here. I don't know that the pendulum can swing back in the other direction.
This is a great game that we're seeing from both these players. Look at this, Serral chunking through once again. I think he's starting to take a lead that Hero cannot fight back against, eliminating every single Immortal there.
It does.
A few Stalkers going back, and you can see Hero throwing his head to the side.
Yeah, it does seem like we are at the very end of this game here. Hero taps out GG, and Serral's tied this up 1-1. Even the cameraman fainting back there. I mean, we saw it all. It's been a crazy series, Artosis. And the fact that we got to see Hero basically do the build that, you know, made him an unstoppable force in PvZ in years past, and actually get all the way into the late game. I mean, he was taking that 5th base.
Yeah.
And moving in and out of the middle of the map. But it was Serral who was so good at basically just powering through that at the very end, it was his turn. He hadn't lost any workers. He hadn't taken any damage.
Yeah.
And what he did from there was get that closing kill. And now I'm very curious how Hero approaches Game 3, because Game 1, in some ways, Hero kind of won that when he stopped the all-in. He created this opportunity that even Serral couldn't recover from. But in Game 2, it was Hero. You know, he had some great harass and some not great harass, as you can see over here. But the reality was he still got to that Stalker, Oracle play, Speed Zealots coming in later, and eventually you combine that with Immortals. But Serral was not somebody that you could beat in those moments.
Well, Serral he got his macro to exactly where he wanted it. He had a lot of production. As you can see, like, you would think Immortals with Hardened Shield will counter Banelings, but it turns out that Banelings in high enough number counter everything. So he was able to blow up Hero's entire army. I think that Hero did put out a wonderful game. And in fact, that was a superb game overall. One of my favorites of the tournament so far. And now we're tied up 1-1. This has already happened to Serral once here today against Creator. Is he going to be able to pull out game number 3?
You know, Serral could still very well take this whole thing, but he is having to really work for it, Artosis. Right now, he's not having an easy best of 3 no matter what. Before going into this game, introducing our players here in the upper left, in the blue, he is Serral. And his opponent here in the bottom right, in the red, from Korea, he is Hero.
What will we see out of Hero this game?
I wonder. I don't think he's going to go for some kind of weird timing attack.
No?
I feel like he might try that same style from before and try to make it work.
You know, even without the good harassment from Game 1, it still felt for a little bit like he was advantaged in Game 2, right?
Sure.
So I wouldn't mind him doing that same type of style again. He's very, very good at it. It felt like he had the advantage. Maybe if he just does something a little bit different. Maybe it wasn't the Immortals that he needed.
Yeah, the Immortals were an interesting choice. It was pretty crazy to see that moment. We basically saw the Immortals like play Red Rover with the Banelings and like combine their little Immortal arms together to make this moment where the Banes had to try to connect on some of them. But at the end of the day, that wasn't the composition that you really needed in order to win that game. And especially when a lot of the Immortals fell, and especially when those Banelings connected from behind, that's all you needed for the Zerg to then do whatever they wanted in order to win.
Yeah, seems that way. Interesting that he was choosing to utilize Immortals specifically for that. Like, I've seen him do that gateway style into Disruptors. We've seen it with Colossus from him. We've definitely seen Archons from some players in those types of positions as well, but clearly the Immortals against such a high econ Zerg, not going to be the right choice.
So in this game, the probe has interrupted the standard place for that second hatchery to go. And we got to see exactly if there's any really big plans here from the Protoss or not. I'm guessing probably not. I think Hero's just going to try to develop as normally. Let's see if we have a Stargate or anything that would indicate this is going to be the kind of game that Hero has played so many times before.
I think it will be. But you know what? I wouldn't mind seeing a Twilight go down. I wouldn't mind some sort of different build.
Sure.
Now, there it is. The Stargate gets started there. And so pretty standard. And of course, this time, having blocked that hatchery and made the hatchery at the third base instead, this will give him a little bit more of an opportunity to do some harassment with his Adepts and Oracles.
That's right. And if we can see some great harass here with those Adepts and Oracles, I think that Hero's got a real shot. And again, he did bungle, killing those drones early, kind of in the mid-game of that harass. And I'm not saying the game would have been different, but it certainly would have helped if Hero was able to take every pot shot you can against the Zerg. It's easy if you watch a lot of StarCraft to see several drones killed off all the time and the best players in the world. It seems like it didn't make any difference, but it really does when you break it down.
Yeah. Some of these very close matches, if we see the drones killed early enough, it is absolutely going to deal that extra damage that allows the Protoss player to just run through him. But right now, the Adept trying to get some harassment, some great micro there from Serral. That's something that actually was missing in the first game. That's how he took so much damage there. But let's see if we can get any more drones. No, cancels that Shade, and maybe just getting ready now for his third base.
And so, we've got the Adepts continuing to roam, the Oracles continuing to come out here. Serral really just did play probably the best sort of reactive, like I'm going to deflect every one of your moves games that I've ever seen versus that style that Hero has done so well. But, other than, seeing that counter all-in, which is really, you're prompted to do the all-in like from game one when you lose enough drones. Like the more drones you kill early on in a game, the more likely it is the Zerg is going to go, well, what are my odds of actually winning the long one? Why don't we just, try to hard steer this game into the other direction? But I'm also interested in seeing, off of all that information I said, is there going to be anything that Serral's going to have pre-planned here that he might try to really do to get in the Protoss's face? Because it's been a very reactionary game from him overall.
Honestly, I don't think so. Yeah. I think that Serral wants to get into the bigger macro game, play slightly reactive, and then see where he's at. Of course, something like game one where you lose as many drones as he lost, it makes sense to do some sort of all-in because recovering from that is going to be nearly impossible. But yeah, I think here you're just going to scout what he's doing. See, he sees it. It's like, okay, blink +1, third base. This is all very standard stuff. He gets his Roach Warren during this. And this is a situation that, I think Serral is comfortable with, despite the fact that Hero is so strong with it.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, Artosis. I mean, that is kind of the ultimate Zerg player, is the one that can always just survey what you're doing and react. Or if they can't figure out what you're doing, make a calculated decision or a calculated bet and try to let that play out. By the way, 4 probes killed early on to Lings is not normal. In fact, it's already up to 5.
Significant.
And, that's not even a sacrifice in any way for Zergs. To get that with Lings is basically to get that for free.
Man, that is very, very nice for Serral. Losing 5 probes right as your third is finishing when you're trying to get down there to mine it, and then he goes up with 6 Adepts here. How much damage is he actually going to get? It doesn't look like very much.
It seems like this might be backfired. I think only 2 Adepts get shaded away, and neither of them is going to be able to get back home. So,
and he lost an Oracle during that as well.
Yeah, I mean it's really bad now. I mean, the fact that he lost the workers early on and then the attack to try to make up for that has backfired. It means the Hero is probably not going to have any presence on the map at all for the next minute or two here.
He's trying to get it into blink and +1, but, this is a game that's favoring Serral already. Serral's getting into a 4th and 5th base right now. We don't even have full 3-base saturation for Hero as of yet. He's actually quite far behind him, that as you can see. This would be much better if he hadn't lost those 5 workers. But then to also lose all of his harassment units, he has no real pressure on the map right now.
Ooh, you could see the pain in his face when that happened. So, yeah, look, I mean, the game's not over, of course, but it's hard for the Protoss to figure out ways to create opportunities in moments like this. So it looks like what Hero's going to try to do is just quietly extend his position down here. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was going to try to set up for a 4th base. He's actually just going to go for an attack.
Yeah, I think that this is right. Like, you're not going to win a macro game against Cyril at this point. You have to get across the map and do damage. Maybe after you do some damage, you can do it, right? Like, that's a possibility.
He tears the rocks down. He does not manage to get that queen, and so these, oh man, these Stalkers are going to get surrounded, and they're actually getting backed up. They can't move through each other, and so there's a lot of damage coming in over here. And, you know, just like in Game 1, Cyril was prompted to do the all-in after losing some workers. It's the same story here, but this time from Hero. He's trying to do a 3-base all-in, but the problem is he's already lost so many units. You can see that Cyril's sitting on 5 bases, and so far, Hero's really made no progress in stopping him from having any of those.
He's going to try now in the bottom left. It's an okay number of Stalkers, but the amount of Zerglings being made at once, 30 to 40 Lings at a time, that's going to be hard to deal with. We saw Cyril with these overwhelming Ling counts before, getting some surrounds and chasing everything back. We see in that split screen, the bottom right, wow, some great harassment over at Hero's 3rd base. Dude, Hero is on his last leg already here in game number 3.
I mean, Hero is chopping him up into little pieces right now. This is going so badly here for Hero. Not only is his push not doing damage fast enough, but the counterattacks have already killed so many workers, and now the sandwiching comes in. He's even set up a position so that when they blink away, he can do it once more. Cyril is a god. I think this game is over, Artosis.
Yeah, you can see the look on his face. Absolutely everything going wrong for him this game. It's been a great series, but he's not going to be able to hold up against Cyril here in game number 3. Really feels like Cyril has found his stride. And yeah, I mean, that means that Cyril's going to have an excellent record of 2-0 after this match.
That's right. I mean, this game is over, and I think we're really just seeing Hero digest the loss. The Lings, the Roaches keep coming in. GG, Cyril takes it. And although it was a back and forth 1-1, game 3 was a stomping as Cyril asserts his dominance.
Yeah, very, very well done there by Cyril. It seemed for a moment there like he might be going down, but he got progressively better, it felt like, at defending all of the harassment, his own counter-harassment, doing a great job. And back to the drawing board for Hero. It's too bad. After that game number 1, it was like, ooh, is this the GSL champion Hero? But it wasn't meant to be.
And I love with these surrounds the fact that Cyril knows exactly where the blink is going to come.
Yeah.
And just make sure to ensure that. I mean, that was really what Hero was able to do over and over and over to win his games, is he was always blinking back to safety, trading out over time. But Cyril, with that killing blow, with that fatality move, catches the final blink and closes out the game. We're going to throw to an interview now and see how Cyril is feeling. He has just defeated Hero 2-1.
Cyril, game 1. You want to just tell me what happened? You want me to ask a more specific question?
Well, I feel like all of the games had a little bit of a similar story. The early game wasn't the best. I was losing a bit too many drones. Yeah, obviously the first game, I think I lost like 5 drones the first 2 adepts, then the adept got like 3 or 4 more. I went for all in that I planned, but obviously my eco wasn't good enough. I had 2 little queens with the push, and it just wasn't meant to work. But I think I made it a nice game after that. I'm not sure if it was how bad it exactly was, because I did kill some probes, but I was behind for sure.
زي ما تشوفون سيرال معنا في السؤال الاول اعزائي المشاهدين، تكلمنا عن الجيم الاول كيف هو خسر، وقال صراحه اكثر شيء يعني كان مسبب لي مشكله انه الدرونز حقاتي خسرتهم بشكل جدا كبير، حوالي خسرت ال5 درونز بس في بدايه الجيم، والشيء هذا مره عاقني اني اقدر اني اكمل الجيم وافوز فيه، لكن في الايام اللي بعدها قدرت اني احافظ على الوضع وافوز في الايام على طول.
Cyril, I don't think I've ever seen you look bad in a game. I've just seen you more ahead or less ahead. But I do wonder, you addressed similar things happening throughout the 3 games. Did you have any changes to your approach that you mentally brought on after game 1?
Well, always mentally, I mean, nothing really, but at the same time, I just kind of tried my hardest to not do the same mistakes, repeat the same mistakes. But Yeah, there's not much you can do. Sometimes you just do the same mistakes all over again. It's just mainly like it's very hard. The double edit got me off guard. It's one of my stream specials to lose 2 adepts, but yeah, I didn't really change my attitude. Just try to do it better next game.
السؤال الثاني اللي سألناه بخصوص انه خسر الجيم الاول، هل غير شيء من الاستراتيجيات حقاته في الجيم الثاني والثالث بخصوص انه بما انه خسر الجيم الاول وهو يحاول يطبق اللي كان يحاول يسويه، لكن كان الجواب يقول لا صراحه انا ما غيرت شيء، ما في شيء كثير غيرت، بس حاولت قد ما اقدر اني ما اخطي نفس الخطا واكرره من جديد في الجيم الثاني والثالث، بس غير كذا انا كملت على نفس المستوى وقدرت اني افوز الاجيال.
Looking ahead in this tournament, Cyril, you are on a streak. You're looking good, and everyone names you as the player to beat. You think that's fair?
I mean, I like it. I would have, honestly, I'm not completely satisfied with how I played so far. I think I have to tune up my play a bit tomorrow, but yeah, just hope it goes well.
السؤال الاخير اللي سالنا سيرل، انه دائما احنا اذا سالنا اللاعبين الاخرين مين اللاعب اللي تحاول انك تهزمه وجاي البطوله عشان تهزمه، دائما يقولون سيرل، فهالشيء هذا هل هو بيغير عليك اي شيء؟ يقول صراحه انا احب الشيء هذا، وبالعكس اشوف اني ما اديت افضل اداء عندي وشوي يبيله ادائي تحسين، وهذا اللي بحاول اسويه الايام الجايه.
Well, if they're scared of you now, after a tune-up, it's going to be a fright fest. Let's send it over to the desk, take a look at your gadgets once again.
على طول نرجع لكم الاستوديو اعزائي المشاهدين، نتكلم عن اللي صار في المباراه وكيف سيرل قدر يحصل على فوزتين اليوم، ما بقول الا فوز واحده فقط ويطلع من السويس جروب ستيج.
Thank you very much over at the stage here. Yes, Cyril survives and will go 2-0 here in the Swiss to be looking good. However, it was not clean cut by any stretch of the imagination. Hero gave him a run for his money here in this series. Ben and Roddy joining me for this one. Roddy, this was, we were talking a lot about this backstage this series, and yeah, for Cyril it wasn't easy.
Yeah, a whole lot to talk about. Obviously, in the end, the result is what matters.
Yeah.
I actually think if Cyril would have played this exact same series at a different tournament that's a lot smaller, he'd be a whole lot harder on himself. And that's what makes Cyril so great, right? He's his own worst critic, but he even said it, not completely satisfied with his play. I mean, in game 1, he lost 7 drones. As he said, that's way too much. I love that he said this was my pre-planned build, because I was wondering, is he doing this because he lost so many drones, or was this the plan? It clearly was the plan, but he had not enough queens. Obviously, you cannot use transfuse on the other side of the map if you're attacking of hatchery tech, so the queens are a lot less scary than they would be of a lair tech attack, and it just wasn't meant to be. And Jonas said it as well. He's like, I'm not sure how far behind I was. Well, you were pretty far behind, Jonas.
Yes, you were. So game 1 was not looking too spicy, too hot for Cyril, and then game 2 as well, when Hero was playing things out the way he was, as we see this now finish up with Hero taking the win. This, likewise, was kind of scary here for Cyril, Ben.
It was really scary. Like, the Adepts both times in both games did quite some damage, and even though like one of the Oracles died early on, I still think Hero was playing a really good game.
Yeah.
Until it was like, you know what, I'm going to make more Immortals. Then it's like, all right, we got to switch out of this soon, you know, because these Lings are the ones that are causing all the problems. And it was like he had no counter to them whatsoever. Even thinking like, he's got double Robo available, you can get Disruptors out, which, you know, against Lings it's not the best, but at least you can force the fights away from you. And then game 3 was an absolute disaster compared to the previous games. Like, everything that could go wrong went wrong for Hero in game 3.
Cyril spoke about learning from mistakes, and that's absolutely what he did. I think in this game, he did have that clean early game. He was all over it. Sure, he maybe lost 8 drones, but in return, he killed 8 Adepts and 2 Oracles. That is the kind of defense we expect from Cyril, and Hero knew it as well. Game 3 was a bit of a disaster. I honestly think that's because Hero 2 was kicking himself for those missed opportunities in game 2. Because Kalar, I don't want to say he had it in the bag. Sure. Clearly, it wasn't in the bag because he didn't win. But that game looked amazing for Hero, and I just felt, Hero, mate, you've got 4 options here, my friend. Complement this army with a couple of Archons, that would go fantastic. You've got great upgrades.
Good AoE.
Couple High Templars for Storm, that would be fantastic. Couple of Colossus, that too would be fantastic. And even a Disruptor or 2 would be great. Whether the shots land or miss, you would force Cyril to run away. And that's when the Stalkers and Immortals with those great upgrades shine the most. Like, I think Hero just saw the finish line. He was so close, and he's like, I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna run over this finish line. And in the end, that is what costed him the game. But Hero played absolutely fantastic in game 1 and for the first 12-14 minutes of game 2.
I've got to say, like, even though, you know, for the last few tournaments, it's been very bleak for Protoss players and just like just showing, and it's like, can this guy do it? He falls early. It's like, oh no, I guess they can't. We've actually had a lot of good Protoss showings today, and it's like, even though Cyril didn't necessarily play as we know him to do, he still played good enough to win. But I think that's mainly because Creator and Hero absolutely stepped their games up. And Classic as well, taking out Reina 2-0. And he played a really good style, much slower style, but it was really solid.
Yeah, I hear your frustrations as well though, Roddy, because Protoss has looked good, but they could look even better with just a little extra, you know?
Yeah, well, they have looked good. Don't forget that Classic is still going to play his second series, so we could have a Protoss that goes 2-0. Creator 1-on-1, I think he's all right with that. But yeah, Hero will definitely be laying in bed tonight, and that's why I think he cracked that little smile as well at the end of game 2. He's like, oh, I kind of blew this one, didn't I? It's like he did all the hard work, and then he just couldn't quite close it out. But that also just goes to show Yona's greatness. Yona did a great job in making it up to Hive, surviving until Adrenal Glands +3. And then those links, they just hit different, baby. Like, they look the same, but they ain't the same anymore.
You know what? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we're ready to go. Sorry. It's time for a break.
It was great.
Talk about. I'm sorry. It's all right. We're going to a break. When we return, we have another series, the penultimate series of the day, even I should say, as Clem is going to be going up against Solar. We'll see you in a bit.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Gamers8 as we have, again, our penultimate series coming on up here for the day. It is going to be Clem going up against Solar. Joining me to my left-hand side, drum roll please, as we have Artosis as well as Rotterdam to talk about this one. And so far, so good. We've seen a lot of great series here across the board, and now we have Clem and Solar. It's a great series to come.
Absolutely. And we saw a little bit of that earlier today, and I think that was such a monumental victory for Clem. Because Clem, obviously, he's had his moments. He had his big series. He has looked good, but for him to show up at a big offline event like this, play against Dark, a man who has often got the best of him in the past, and then come out with a victory after he lost that first game. He kind of got tricked a little bit, right? He chased a couple units where he thought he was doing good, and then Dark said, "Ha, got you, tanks are exposed." And I'm sure that Clem already heard that little voice of like, here we go again. I know I can beat these guys. I do it often online. Can I do it offline? That best of 3 win for Clem was so big.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a huge boost. It's against Dark, right? A guy that looks absolutely fantastic on these offline tournaments. When you see him in things like semi-finals on Intel Extreme Masters and stuff like that, it is big. Let's take a look at the map vetoes between these two as well. That being said, though, Roddy, of course, on the opposite side, it's Solar, who actually is usually very confident in his ZVT as well.
He's an animal in ZVT. He's always fun to watch. Like, stylistically, by the way, this is a dream matchup because Clem, macro-oriented, but ultra-aggressive. Wants to be in his face. Solar, macro-oriented, but also ultra-aggressive. So you love to see these two duke it out. Now, online, we see it quite often, and it goes pretty back and forth. But TVZ, cross-server, West server, you know, like 180 ping. That's not quite it. I want to see these two with the exact same ping. And it recently happened over in Germany, Krefeld.
It did, yeah.
We all had high hopes for it. And Solar said, well, I can't just win online. I can do it offline as well against that kid that you guys talk about having the best TVZ in the world. And Solar beat Clem 3-0. That was a big one.
Solar's taken quite a few of the results in recent memory against Clem. But again, when Clem comes off the back of a 2-1 against Dark, then you kind of really put a lot of stock in him. And considering Clem in this matchup just traditionally looks fantastic, Artosis, this could be quite close considering both players right now 1-1, go 2-0 here in the Swiss. That would be fantastic for either.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm kind of like rooting for Clem right now. You know, he doesn't have those offline results that we want to see from someone of his level, and he is a bit streaky as well.
Yeah.
You know, when we were watching him versus Dark out back, we were thinking, he's not actually playing that well right now for him. It doesn't look quite up to his level. But, you know, as he continued on and was able to take that down, I thought, you know, maybe this can be a tournament where he finally has a good result.
All right, well, gentlemen, we're actually just going to take a small break here to get the stage ready and good to go as we take a speed session. It's rapid fire. Bang, bang, bang.
Is this still not working?
Bailing tornado.
The bailing, and it will be like green and stuff, and it's very sour.
I don't think it'd be a sweet drink. I think it would be something like tomato juice. I don't think I would want to be a pro in any other game because I'm not a team player.
좀 어렵긴 한데 저 그 배틀그라운드요.
발로란트.
리그 오브 레전드.
I want play CS:GO because I always watch like I am Column, and I am kind of always is like so many people to watch, and I like FPS.
League of Legends.
Dota 2.
Translator for the English.
I didn't have a dream.
Bailing tornado.
The bailing, and it will be like green and stuff, and it's very sour.
I don't think it'd be a sweet drink. I think it would be something like tomato juice. I don't think I would want to be a pro in any other game because I'm not a team player.
좀 어렵긴 한데 저 그 배틀그라운드요.
발로란트.
리그 오브 레전드.
I want play CS:GO because I always watch like I am Column, and I am kind of always is like so many people to watch, and I like FPS.
League of Legends.
Dota 2.
Translator for the English.
I didn't have a dream job. No, I actually didn't.
My dream job was to become a doctor, but nowadays I want to be a pizza baker.
없었고 무조건 그냥 스타크래프트 프로게이머였고 무조건 그냥 우승해서 트로피 드는 게 꿈이었어요. 애초에. 네. 변호사였는데 네, 변호사였습니다.
So I want to be a race car driver.
The weather.
The city looks insane. Like it's so bright during the night.
So far, I've experienced a lot of just nice people. Like very, very nice, very genuine, very helpful.
음식도 맛있고 풍경도 좋고.
It's pretty hot. For me, it's really pretty hot.
날씨도 신기했고 건축물들이 좀 신기했던 것 같아요. 이렇게 호텔 높은 고층에서 이제 바라봤는데 굉장히 건물들이 멋있더라고요.
I just run away.
Yeah, I know it's too fast. I know it's too fast, but I will try to run.
I take him on. I mean, they don't call me Big Gabe for no reason, you know.
좀 방어적으로 좀 싸워보려고 할 것 같아요. 가만히 있을 것 같아요. 가만히. 달리기가 빠른 편이 아니어서 그냥 죽은 척 해야 될 것 같습니다.
I will try to fight.
Talkative?
Idiot is usually the word.
Tall, handsome.
저한테 좀 예민하다고 많이 해요. 조용한 편?
Funny, yeah.
Yeah, I do.
I believe it.
Yep, I do.
네, 충분히 가능할 거라고 생각해요. 네. 있다고 생각해요. 믿습니다.
Yes, 100%, yeah.
We saved this match for late night because we knew it was gonna get a little bit fun.
جاء الوقت أعزائنا المشاهدين أن نشهد فيها المباراة القادمة اللي بتكون من أجمل المباريات معنا في هذا اليوم.
I'm so excited for these next two players to face off. Clem, you know, had a heck of a run in 2020 of the online EU regionals. Picked up a lot of attention then. Has been riding all of that skill and all of those learnings to today.
That's exactly what he was doing. أعزائنا المشاهدين المباراة هذه بتكون جدا مميزة لأن راح نشهد فيها كليم مرة ثانية على المسرح. زيادة على كذا سولر بيكون أول ظهور له معنا في الجروب ستيج. زي ما احنا عارفين كل لاعب لازم يحصل على 3 فوزات عشان يطلع من الستيج هذا وهم جدا قريبين من أنهم يحصلون عليه.
Now they've had their dinner. I know they're all energized and they're ready to play this game. Are you ready though? Did you get a good dinner?
Definitely ready. And honestly, I didn't eat much food today. And I'll tell you why, because I'm so excited and I can't just take my eyes off the screen. So we're going to go ahead and start the next match right away. أعزائنا المشاهدين جاء الوقت نبدأ فيها المباراة. خلونا على طول نروح نرحب في اللاعبين.
From Team Liquid, Clem. Clem took out Dark, one of the best Zerg already on this stage today. But his opponent, Solar, is not just another Zerg.
زي ما احنا عارفين كلم اوريدي اصلا وصل المسرح واوريدي فاز في مباراه من المباريات اللي عندنا كانت من اهم المباريات له قدام دارك، لكن الان يكون عنده فرصه انه يحصل على فوزه الثاني. وكل المباراتين اللي شاهدناها اليوم لكلم كانت على المسرح، فالضغط اللي عنده جدا كبير، لكن بنفس الوقت قدامه فوز واحد زياده بعد المباراه هذه عشان يقدر يتاهل الى المرحله القادمه. خصمه المره هذه يكون خصم جدا صعب ومن اوائل الناس المتاهلين لجيمرز 8. خلونا نرحب فيه ونعرف منه. من فريق اون سايد سولر. اول ظهور لسولر على المسرح، لكن حطوا ببالكم اعزائنا المشاهدين انه في كل مره واجه فيها كليم في ال10 مباريات الماضيه دائما سولر هو اللي يكون عنده الادفانتج ودائما هو يفوز على كليم في مختلف البطولات، ومن ضمنها من اكبر البطولات العالميه في الاي اس ال ماسترز. فاحتمال كبير اننا نشوف النتيجه هذه تتكرر، لكن اكيد كليم بيكون جاهز له، لكن سولر خصم ما يستهان فيه.
As you said, 3rd, 4th at the ESL SC2 Summer Masters 2023, but more importantly, 2nd at Home Story Cup just last month, where he 3-0'd Clem in the quarterfinals.
Every single match that they have faced for the past few weeks, every time Solar comes on top. وعشان كذا اعزائنا المشاهدين كليم بيكون عنده فرصه انه يتغلب عليها المره، خصوصا انه كليم زي ما شاهدناه مغير استراتيجياته كامله، قاعد يلعب ستايل جدا جديد، والشيء اللي قاعدين نشوفه منه ما قد شفناه في الاول.
Gentlemen, if you'll join us center stage to shake hands.
بالتوفيق لكليم وسولر اعزائنا المشاهدين. الجيم هذا بيكون جدا مميز، لكن تونا ليلنا طويل وباقي ما عرفنا مين اللي بيتاهل من السويس جروب ستيج، فخلونا على طول نروح للمعلقين نتكلم معهم اكثر.
We've got smiles and sportsmanship, and now it's time for some StarCraft 2.
Oh man, we are finally here after that huge wait. What's up, everybody? I'm Tasteless. With me is Ben. It is what? It's 11:25 at night. If we don't finish this best of 3 by midnight, the casters turn into pumpkins.
Pumpkins they do, pumpkins they do. I am excited to be here with you, Tasteless. Apparently, like, you know, just a few PC problems. I heard there were flames going on in the building, you know, fire detectors went off and all that jazz, but no, they are here and now they are ready. Both these players had a lot of games over the past few months, and honestly, when I look at both these guys, they're both insanely good at this particular matchup, but I would not have dreamed of Solar being 6-0 in series against him. And I think it's something like, let me count here, it's like 15-2 in maps in his favor.
Yeah, you know, every once in a while you get one player that is just so strong against the other. And it does seem like right now Solar is the guy that knows how to beat Clem, but every new best of 3 is another opportunity. another chance to try to overcome that. And when the stakes are this high, maybe Clem can leverage this position and overcome this hurdle, this obstacle that's been in his path, and beat Solar this time around.
And honestly, like, Dark, going up against Dark, that was a big deal for Clem, because that, for me, Dark is like the best Zerg in Korea right now, and Clem's had a bit of a, a hurdle, like a rock that he hasn't been able to really get over. And the fact that he took him down, now going up against Solar, he's been his real kryptonite. We're going to get right on into it. Spawning over in the top left here, representing Onside Gaming, it is the Red Zerg, Solar.
And in the bottom right here in the blue, our Terran player Clem.
My boy, my boy.
My boy. Young Clem.
You know, he will forever be young Clem, won't he? Like,
I
look at him and I'm just like, holy crap, he's growing, you see it. He's like turning into this young Backstreet Boy kind of looking dude, and he's just a phenomenal player. Because I remember when he was like 12, man.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was too young to actually compete in tournaments at the time.
You know, I was looking at his hand hold a mouse. Like, it's one of those things where the mouse was just way bigger than his hand. He couldn't wrap his fingers around it. And that was the one thing that was holding him back. As soon as he could manage that, he's been flying ever since. But, yeah, these players, they've both been phenomenal in this matchup. Solar, he acts like a punching bag. Like, he really takes the brunt of, like, the Terran onslaught. And he's been good against all the Terrans recently. And then as soon as you think, like, okay, they're finally going to cripple him, right? No. Then he bounces back with lots of Lingbane Hydra. So Solar, I think he's one of the best in the world at just taking the brute force, but then just unleashing the beast.
Yeah, I like the way that you phrased that, Ben. The fact that Solar is really able to take, a couple of black eyes in the match to where it looks like, okay, he's up against the ropes, he's going to get finished off. But then he's able to engineer that into a comeback and know when to have that counter punch, when to have that play. I think the fact that Clem has had success against Dark here, against these Korean Zergs that have been so good at kind of playing keep away on these split map positions where they really drag the game out and then are able to crush the Terran in the last few closing moments when it's really going to be decided either way. That's showing a lot of promise here. Solar, look, I mean, this is a guy who's always played second fiddle to the other Korean Zergs that are out there, right? I mean, you got your Rogue, you got your Dark. And Solar's been good, but he's certainly been overshadowed. But he is no joke to any Terran in the world when you go up against him. And although I think he does lean into a little bit more of that style of play that you were mentioning, which is kind of absorbing blows and then knowing when it's really your turn to punish, whether it's an overextension or just a certain window of time inside the game, this is going to be an interesting one. Now, the fact that Clem has not beaten Solar yet, that's a little bit scary, right? That shows that there's something else going on here that we might not even be able to pick up on right away, that Solar's identified about the way that Clem plays the game, whether it's, Clem being too passive at certain moments or maybe he overextends. And I want to be watching for that as we go into this series to see how exactly Solar's going to behave against Clem in this.
Well, yeah, just as Solar's very good at taking the punches, Clem's very good at giving them. He's a fast Terran. He's in your face. Like, I would say in this matchup, he's second to none when it comes to just pure agility and speed with the medevacs early on. And you can tell when Clem's on form. Like, I was talking with Reyna backstage about this. It's like, if you play Clem when he's on song, when he's playing all those regionals and winning them, you get those Ling Baneling trying to hit those medevacs or like the Marines on the floor, they're instantly picked up every time. And he'll pick off 2 Banelings while doing so. Here, he's going to run in with a Reaper, 2 Hellions. The Reaper does get picked off straight away. Nice little Evo morph here just to slow down the Hellions a little bit. Also save the life of one of those low health drones there. Nice play from Solar so far.
Yeah, the drones are going to come back around and an immediate pull away again here, and it almost feels like the harass that Clem came in here to pull off was completely punished. 1 Hellion is going to go down and merge up into 3, but no drone kills so far.
Yeah, and this is fast tempo pace from Clem as well. This wasn't with like a 3rd CC. This is all about aggression. You see that a Banshee is very quick on the way. He's still piling across those Hellions across the map, but losing that Reaper definitely makes this a more brittle army. You like that Reaper to be a bit of like cannon fodder for those queens. You can take a few hits while dealing with the creep tumors, but now we can't do that. All these units that he has can't replenish themselves anymore.
So Solar continues to coast through this game. The Banshee with Cloak is going to come in here. This is going to be the second opportunity to try to combo this together. The Banshee coming in to maybe draw some attention away. Big scout, by the way, with this Link coming in here. You can already see what's coming a few seconds before it actually happens. Another little victory here, at least as far as intel goes here for Solar. But yeah, so far Clem not able to find really anything, any jab, any punch that he can get in here to try to get a little bit further ahead here against Solar.
Yeah, so far, Solar's a pretty damn solid punching bag that isn't he's like actually dodging all the punches thus far. Here, the first Banshee doesn't really get much done, does reveal itself, and obviously Solar didn't know about it coming across. But Solar's just doing a good job droning up like a madman. And look at that, 8 more drones on the way. He's going to be hitting 60 by the time Clem's on about 40-ish here. Does Clem? Okay, third base. It's not on location or anything. He's being very safe about it. Clem will have to look to get something done in the near future, but it's when and with what, really? Oh, we'll start off quite nicely here with some Banshee damage.
Yeah, gets a double there. 2 drones go down. Looks like he can actually come in here and grab another one. And he gets up to 4. That's not bad. Keeping that second Banshee alive. Needs to be careful, of course, to not actually overextend. Back at home, Clem is going to be finishing up Stim here. I don't know that he's going to do a real push so far. He may just be trying to take his third base and get a little bit more of a comfortable spot here on the map. But the good news for Clem is that he's developing very nicely. And the good news for Solar, honestly, is that there's not a very easily pushable fourth base here. The fourth is pretty easy to take. You can, from the Terrence perspective, try to hit the third base and kind of treat that as the target. But of course, the way that this map kind of organically grows and develops from the way that Solar's played it, there's already a decent amount of creep tumors out here, so it's not going to be that easy to hit.
Yeah, containing the creep at this point is ridiculously hard to do. Like, these Hellions, as I said earlier, they're brittle. They can't heal themselves. There is a nice armory timing here. I love how he's utilized the front as well of his base. That natural, it was where the CC was. He lined it up with a depot and an armory, just making sure that he can wall that off nicely, so well done by him. And it lines up very nicely with his upgrades. But Solar, he went for the bailing speed first, but his 1-1 is very quick as well. That is the sign of a Zerg that's taken very little damage early on.
So it's finally time for Clem to try to move out. Now, anywhere he tries to push in, creep can keep spreading out and around. It's a pretty long distance in the 3 areas Terran could try to come in here on this map to reconfigure. So he's going to have to try to commit somewhere. Again, not an obvious target that you can try to hit. And maybe in that case, Clem doesn't really want to hyper-commit to any one of these 1 areas. Instead, maybe he wants to try to shark around the map and roam and see if he can take out creep tumors.
Ooh, that was a nice little attempt at a grab there by Solar, but Clem was quick enough to react. Oh, the one little bailing there, managing to blow up 2 Hellions for its troubles. And all these Hellions, you know that Clem wants to keep them alive, just to morph them into Hellbats along with that armory. And Clem, I just saw a big explosion of barracks as well. No 4th CC on the way. He is looking to just pile on across the map, and he's doing such a good job of eliminating the creep in the middle here. So he is absolutely setting up a path directly down the middle of the map to Solar, so we know exactly what he's up to here.
One thing about when you push into this position is that if you start to lose, there's no easy spot to try to pick up with your medevacs and like run into the main or do anything like that. By the way, this tank I think is actually too close to the ledge, so there's going to be a big surround coming in here, and I don't know that these Marines are going to be able to get away. And now Clem, he escapes with the medevacs and the Marines, but he loses all the tanks, he loses the foothold, and a Baneling connects with the infantry.
That is not what he wanted at all, was it? I mean, I love the little hug on those Hellbats around with that tank, but the fact that that happened for him, like, he is hoping for tempo here, Tasteless, and now he starts up that 4th base. He's pretty good about starting his upgrades as well, but those 3 extra barracks that he made, this was all about tempo, and he's just lost it in one fell swoop.
And the fact that you can see that the 5th base is already up, and there's no real obvious location or opportunity that can be created here for Clem. From here on out, it's really bad. I mean, you can see exactly why Clem is so such a problem in any kind of series here. Solar's such a problem, excuse me, here for Clem. In that he's just able, Solar is to shut down anything that Clem really has. And I think when you look at the way that Clem set up, it was a bit of a clumsy spot. The tank was too far forward. The infantry weren't quite ready for the surround. As I mentioned earlier from this position, you can't easily drop into the main, so it's hard to create a way to kind of dislodge the Zerg from that position. So, I mean, this is going to be a very tumultuous mid to late game here from Clem, no matter how you cut it.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's doing what he can to try and, like, slow down Solar, but he slowed down himself a lot by the choice of build, right? So he's not going into this game with being like, all right, I'm very close to getting ghosts and stuff like that for when you do your lurker switch. No. He's just floating over his 4th base now. This is a wounded Clem. He's also going to be up like behind on upgrades here. I know his +2 is finishing, but that's 2-2 from Solar, 88 drones from Solar as well, and he is rich as Larry in this game.
Yeah, and I think now it's finally Solar's turn to start to try to smash these positions. Tanks are not sieged up yet, all three of them. It looks like Zerg wants to try to reset up, but we're kind of missing a bigger attack actually down here over at the, there it is, in the picture here. And I don't see what's actually there to defend that location. I guess just one tank, which there's just not enough shelling coming out from those tanks. In the meanwhile, 14 SCVs go down. The Zerg pulls away to muster a bigger force and attack in again soon, no doubt.
I mean, Solar's forcing him into an all-in position here, isn't he? I mean, 56 workers against 87. I mean, there is like one opportunity for Clem now. It's to go, go, go. Because if he plays the catch-up game from here, he can't do anything. And Solar, he is aware of that. So he backed off, he got the creep spread going again, and he is prepared for a fight. Look at that, and the south part of the map as well. He's getting ready to just slow him down again, or get ready for a big flank.
Yeah, and this is Clem's one real opportunity, I would say. If he can try to get a good spread, and that's a very good spread that he has set up over there. He's going to get the siege tank set up. And we need to see, is there any way that Solar overextends? A counterattack is set up over here. I don't know what exactly is over at that third base, but if you could come in there, and maybe this is just a setup to try to catch reinforcements instead?
I mean, it's beautiful at doing that, right? And now Clem knows it's there. But, I mean, Solar, he's feeling confident here. He is very off-creep, but a Viper with a blinding cloud. He swoops in from the left side. I mean, these Marines at the back are actually trading ridiculously well on that backside. Maybe Solar got a little bit too eager. The bailing count is ridiculously low, and that is so many Marines, but he has to be so careful.
Yeah, one slip up there, and he's going to lose all that, but he's able to dive right in on top of the creep. So far, none of these Banes are connecting, and the ones that are actually left over are getting stuck behind the Hydras.
Oh my goodness, Clem is the warrior. All the Banelings, they can't connect, but he's running away. He's trying to get rid of them all. All of them are gone here. The tank's reigning supreme on the back line. Where did Solar's supply go? I mean, his army, it is measly at this point, 15 Marines at a time. He poked the bear, Tasteless, and he was not prepared for it to run across the map like it's done.
I mean, this really goes to show you what can happen with one overextension there from Solar. And Clem, he saw the moment, he comes in with the punish. He doesn't get a lot of drones, they evacuate. And this is going to leave another moment here for Clem where he has to decide where does he push it and how does he do it. He can set up a foothold out here and continue to hammer away. It looks like the hatchery just to the bottom of the screenshot is also vulnerable as well.
I mean, these tanks here, like he can't mine from this base. He absolutely can't. Clem's supply is climbing, and I mean, Clem, he was broke as a joke. He didn't even afford the +3 armor, but all these Banelings are getting absolutely massacred. Single file into the line of Marines. They're both about to hit their +3 upgrades at the same time, both thinking it's probably a really good timing, but they're both going to cancel each other out. And these Hydras, they cannot fight against this.
Yeah, the Hydras are just not quite enough at any one given moment. The tanks make this very comfortable for Clem to try to dive in and fish the units out, to come in here and do even more damage. And I think if Solar can't figure out a way to deal with this, and positionally I don't know how he does, there's a very good chance Clem closes this out 1-0.
It absolutely is, but the stim wore out there, Tasteless, and oh, the creep was a nice little speed boost. Those Marines are hanging on for dear life here, and those medevacs, they are working overtime at this point. And that Lurker Den, he's trying to make the Lurkers now. That could absolutely be a lifeline for him. And Solar, despite all of this, has taken another base in the south spot here. But Clem, oh, he's relentless with this aggression.
Yeah, and now with this tank over here, it's really going to force Solar to come out. But of course, there's already so many tanks in the back. And although he eliminates that one tank, there's still so many more with the splash damage. And Clem has steadily stayed about 15-20 supply ahead. He just has to keep advancing on this position. On the other hand, Solar does fill in the 6 o'clock spot, so he is continuing to expand in spite of the threats that are being generated here by Clem.
He certainly has. Those Banshees were kept alive. We'll deal with a few of these morphing Lurkers here, which will help a lot. Because with those Lurkers upgrading, especially with that range upgrade here, they are going to be very, very strong against the army of Clem. Like, he's going to need ghosts, but he can't afford those. So he's getting tanks and liberators as kind of a cheap resort to try and do it. But look at Solar. He's got such a spread here of units, but Clem is still trying his absolute best. Lovely Viper usage.
And, you know, with this big counterattack here from Solar, I'm getting a little bit worried here. He's really got enough lings to keep going all the way here. I don't know if the fourth base is actually a planetary or not, but like This is so many kills over here. What seemed like a moment that Clem might close this out, it's starting to become a little bit more dire on his side of the map.
Oh my goodness, a Doom drop into the main here. You can really feel that both of them feel the pressure massively. They both know what the other one's going for. And for Clem, like, this is his last hurrah here. Losing these tanks, that is his last chance at being able to deal with these lurkers. And here, this is one of those moments of the Terran where you're just like, holy crap. He's gone and done it, hasn't he? I thought I had him. I thought I had him. And this is what Solar does so well. The whole rope-a-dope thing. Mate, he's so good at this.
The rope-a-dope thing, I love that. Yeah, you know, it's a funny game here, right? It's a situation where it looked like Clem had this, but I guess after he got the advantage, he just kept trying to press it. And then, you know, Solar was quietly able to kind of come up underneath him and then hit his bases. And, you know, Clem didn't have a fifth base. He didn't have, I believe, any kind of proper defense on that third to deal with a counterattack. And, you know, this is a real back and forth. It's been a really exciting match, but we're in a very dangerous zone here for Clem because he's barely able to get back onto his third base, and he's basically lost all the momentum he had earlier on there with those pushes.
No, it certainly has. Like, you can't forget how bad the first engagement went for him, where he did that little hellback hug, but Solar, like, this army, Tasteless, when you see it with that scan, you're just like, oh man, I do not have the tools to deal with this. Very cute Liberator harassed by him, and honestly, the drone count's not the best, but I look at that worker count from Clem, and I'm just like, 44, that is not what you want. And then these Liberators that have been doing a dream job down here do get cleaned up as well, and Clem's like, oh no, I'm on my side of the map. This is absolutely not where I want to be.
I guess he can try to gather up and push down here at the bottom. Yeah, I mean, I just don't know how much room there is for this to actually work. We see a big red wave coming down here towards the bottom. And I don't know if Clem has enough to actually overpower this.
I mean, he might take out this base, but look at that flood of red Zerg here. So many Banelings, Lurkers, reigning supreme in the north as well, and that army of blue Terran there just absolutely evaporated, and Clem is sent home packing, and Solar, look, he's just marching forward with what he has, and Clem is doing everything he can, but he knows it. GG, nice play from Solar.
Dude, that was such a cool game, because you saw the strengths on both sides, right? You saw these moments where Solar was hanging on. Solar tries to fight back. Clem holds it. He sees a real opportunity, but he is unable, after he gets that lead, to then reconfigure, right? Sometimes, like the best players that you could ever watch, they kill a base and then they actually pack up and go home.
Yeah.
It's always been tempting. We've all been there where you're like, no, I got to keep this going. I got to ride this momentum out. But when Solar got that counterattack, it turned the game on its head.
You know, like the thing that really impressed me about that game, actually, because I felt that Solar did everything great. And then when it got to one point where it's like, okay, one engagement didn't go well for me, Clem just took the game by the horns, right, and really put Solar into a rough position. Really took out like a base, really pushed him to the limit. And it just shows you that one little mistake between these guys can really swing it entirely. And this is the moment where Clem was like, okay, I'm in your face, I'm sniping Banelings here, left, right, and center. Very, very cool between these two, and I'm glad that they're both playing good as well. This wasn't one guy not living up to expectations. This was just both of them using their strengths very solid, like you say.
And so here we are. Clem, you know, regardless of how the game looks inside of it, right, the result is still what speaks to the direction that this match is going in. And it's cool to see, Clem find those solutions. There are these moments of hope, but the story does conclude, at least in game one in the best of three, that Solar is victorious and he just has to do it one more time. Clem's big error was, not taking his advantage and then running away with it. I think if he had came in there, especially when that first tank that was on the outside was picked off, I think that's when he had to pull back away. Anyways, we'll talk more about that in a second. In the top right, in the blue, he is Clem.
And over in the bottom left, as I read Zerg, it is Solar. No, really cool game, really cool game. Like, Solar took I think early on it was like 4 drones in total, and that's it. Like, you got to remember, like the first little squad where Reaper was like, or rather Clem was like, you know what, I'm gonna dive past the Queen, see what I can get done. The little Evo morph and stuff, and like maybe lost 1 drone maximum while just dealing with that. Then the Banshees didn't do much, just Micro and 1 Bailing to blow up the Hellions, so it was less Hellbats. I think Solar played an immaculate first 5 minutes of that game, and that's not easy to do at all, especially on a map like Grassfan where there are all these little paths and stuff. I think it was also cool by him to kind of realize, okay, Clem, you're going to go down the middle, you're going to do all this damage in what you can. I'm going to try and make these setups and engagements so damn hard for you.
Yeah. Clem, you know, he did a very, I guess, standard kind of, I mean, nothing too fancy about an opening, right? You try to get some harass off. One thing to kind of reflect on as well is how beautifully and perfectly Solar kind of judo flipped the Hellions that came in right away. I mean, a lot of times with 2 Hellions, we kind of expect 1 or 2 drones to fall, but he really shut that down. But yeah, after that, it was some Banshee harass, and, you know, it was just Clem trying to see what exactly he could find. For those of you just now tuning in, you know, if Clem loses this game, it would be his 7th loss in a row in series games versus Solar, which is pretty incredible. I think if you asked most people who knew these 2 players what the record was, or that they had to guess, right? I think most people would think, you know, it's pretty even, or maybe even that Clem has had more wins.
What's kind of funny is it's 16-14 in favor of Solar in total series. It's just like the last 6 times that they played, Solar's won every time. And if I go down the history of it, before that, it was not that one-sided, let me tell you that. Like, Clem, for every European out there, when they've played him on the ladder, when they've seen him in the tournaments, and it's like, he is absolutely the best in the world at like TVZ. And I know like players like Mario, you know, they don't all play on the same circuits all the time, but what he showcases and how he does it when he goes up against the likes of Cyril and Reyna, who are very arguably some of the best CVT players in the world, he is just so amazing. And the fact that he took down Dark in the series previous to this, and I mean, Dark played damn good as well. I think both these guys are just showcasing amazing levels of ZVT, and that cannot be disputed, right?
Absolutely. And, you know, it speaks to Solar as well. I mean, Solar is, you know, one of the great Korean Zergs, but he's not, I think, in the list of the first 5 names you list off, right?
Korean Zergs?
I'm sorry, Korean players.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I meant to say, Korean players.
I was like, who else are you thinking of, Tasteless? Because for me,
he's got your Ragnarok. You gotta, no. What I'm trying to say is, look, you know, he's not your first 5 Korean pros, is where I was trying to go with that. And despite that, he's always able to hang with the best. So, you know, Solar, you know, his ability to really adapt and kind of try to find those weaknesses and get those reads is there. And it seems like right now he's riding a combo, a streak here with that against Clem.
I feel like Solar as a whole is just kind of, it went through a little bit of a dip maybe like a year ago. But whatever's happened to him recently, he is just on the up and up in everything. Because I really feel like for a while it was group stage Solar. It was a bit of a meme that he plays so damn well in the group stage, then when it gets to the playoffs he doesn't do so well. But he is really holding it all together. His ZVT is, he plays this brutal style every time as well, which is very hard to do, where it's like, I'm going to react to everything you're doing, I'm going to respond to everything you're doing. And, you know, you give me your all, you give me absolutely everything. I'm eventually going to attack you, and you cannot stop it. And it's how he plays every single ZVT. And I mean, that is something that you need a lot of resilience to do. And this boy has absolutely oodles of it.
Oodles and oodles of it. By the way, that Queen got away. That is a crazy save there. You know, you were mentioning earlier, Ben, about, you know, the Hellions don't heal right. They have to get value, or eventually they're not going to get anything done. And I think that little overextension was a really, really smooth moment here. He's going to bring in a few more Hellions and try once more, this time up from the top. But so far, oh, it's going to lose that Hellion. Okay, gets away.
Clem has gone for a different build this time, though. It's a far more economic build. He went for the 3rd CC before getting the starport and all that stuff online. So he is going to not be so... I'm going to use the term all-in. Oh, cheeky extractor. Whatever it did wrong, please stop, please stop.
This is a little bit of a... This is some unusual play here, hitting the extractor. Looks like it will get its priorities straight, the Queen, and actually take the... drive the Banshee away.
Oh, but yeah, just to go back to his build, this one far more economic. He is not, it's not super urgent for him to deal damage and just wound Solar like the previous game. Granted, his army will be a little bit slower, but it's nice not to have that super urgency. And you know what? I kind of like the fact that he went for that build in game one, just because it's like setting the tempo of the series, just letting your opponent know, hey man, you know, my builds, I will do anything to win here.
Well, it looks like these Banshees are not going to... Well, hold on. Where's the Overseer? Okay, here we go. This should be saved. It's kind of a tough call. I almost feel like he might have been able to commit down to that. I'm not totally sure. But regardless, the hatchery is going to finish, and the Banshees can't stop that. The third CC's landed. We're really beginning to see...
Oi. Huh. You can see it on Clem's face. And
yeah,
the cameraman knew it too. He was like, oh, yeah, that's a frown if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that was... You ever had these moments where it's like you feel yourself making the wrong play and then you do it anyway?
All the time.
All the time, me too, yeah.
I think that's more my natural play, my state of mind nowadays, as opposed to I'm doing the right thing. All right, okay, let's have a look at the good points though for Clem, because even though Lost of Banshee hasn't killed a drone, I don't believe either. Like,
right.
Okay, one drone did fall early on, but I mean, for one Banshee and one Hellion, that's not what you want. That's obviously a good trade, but his 1-1 will finish quite a bit earlier than Solos this time, which wasn't the case the game prior. Solo was very quick to get that going, and his work account's good. And I think this game, he's far quicker about getting a second factory online. We're probably going to see a far quicker... What's the word for it? A 4th CC as well. And the Widow Mines, obviously. Clem's one of the best with Widow Mines. He absolutely is.
Yeah, and that was a great swipe in there. He forced the cancel. He got some kills. He gets back out. You know, one thing with Widow Mine play is you're able to really quite stay mobile. You know, you get deep in with the base with the tanks, and a lot of times there's literally no way to get your whole army out. Like, a lot of times the tanks have to fall. But this allows Clem to be a bit more nimble, and maybe this is a better way to try to approach this after the way that last game went, where he got the lead and he felt like he had to just kind of double down on the position in game one.
Absolutely, absolutely. And now this is one of those moments where it's like, all right, Clem has a small upgrade window where he wants to deal as much damage as possible. No doubt he's clicked on these Zerg units. There's no armor available. He's like, all right, let's do what I can. Get some map control. He's got that 4th CC going. You see here, he's trying to take these little engagements and trying to make it as hard as possible. And here, it might be paying off quite a bit, Tasteless. This is what we're talking about. That's a lot of tempo advantage for him.
Yeah, that's a lot of kills. It looks like the drop is going to be driven away. And in fact, I think the Spores will take this out. That's so bad, losing that full medevac. Look, I mean, Clem is taking his swipes and his jabs, but at the same time, I don't know that there's enough muscle in any of these pushes, right? They're a nuisance, but if Zerg can just get the right number of units there, it seems like they have to go away.
Yeah, these are jabs that might knock out a teeth or two, but they're not knocking out Solar. This is how Solar likes to play. Like, even though Clem's tempo is amazing, okay, he's going to start doing his sniping stuff here, and he's so damn good at it. He will take very efficient trades against Solar, and he's going to continually try and whittle him down. But Solar, he's not missing a beat about upgrades on his side of things either, so both playing a very good game here.
Yeah, I mean, this was a pretty big shutdown here from Solar. He's getting to the point where he's starting to grow enough on both sides that neither set of medevac groups that are roaming are able to hold their ground whatsoever. The idea here is that Clem is going to try to find the weak side of the map and push in, but the problem is I don't know if there is a weak side of the map.
I think you're absolutely right, but one thing you got to remember is Solar has to take these two fights on very different spots of the map, also trying to get that creep going. And that creep on both those sides, it's not that good. The creep in the middle, it's obviously got to like halfway across the map, but it's still not spreading wildly, right? So Clem is just absolutely testing what Solar's capable of here, and he isn't slowing down, and yet again, it's just this time, he's got a way scarier economy to back it up. Oh, yeah. that medevac, it does not want to die, and just kept alive there. And this avenue down here, there is not enough creep spread, and that, oh my goodness, these Spainly snipes are beautiful.
Yeah, you know, that was really good. The hatchery is also extremely low, but Solar seems to be able to mop this all up pretty easily. And again, so many medevacs getting picked off over here.
They certainly are, and Solar's doing a super good job of just making sure he has just enough units on either side, right? Like, that's actually a skill in itself, just making sure that you divvy up your army as good as you can. And now that he's bought himself a little bit of time here, he's like, you know what? So that Lurker then, get the Hive on the go as well. It's just in time with his 2-2 finishing as well, so he'll be able to start those upgrades. And Clem, he's weathering the storm of Clem, and he's doing it pretty damn solidly as well.
So Clem continuing to look for some kind of opportunity. He's growing, by the way, on the map. He's got the sensor tower set up. It's going to be a little bit difficult to be counterattacked somewhere, although I guess it is kind of tempting to come in from the upper left side if he can get there. But Solar just always able to shove this army away.
He certainly is, and look at these Widow Mines, none of them get off. Very nicely done by Solar. Still trying to snipe these Banelings on the way after him though, but Solar, now he's the one looking to be a little bit aggressive, but realizing that, okay, I shouldn't outstay my welcome here. The Banshee's still alive from earlier, and Solar, as soon as he hit Hive, by the way, +3 Carapace starts, 2 Vipers on the go as well. That is very nice for him to get ahead on those upgrades.
And, you know, the longer this game's gone on, the more it seems like it's really Solar kind of right at the breach, right at the entry point. In fact, we're going to see it, you know, before I can even finish the thought, basically able to come in here and start to wipe out the position here of Clem. And it's kind of wild to see because Clem is maxed out, but as you watch this attack, you go, where are the units?
Where are the units indeed? I mean, I see fairly decent supplies from both sides, but Solar's army is just a beast, man. Like, this is just raw power on the natural, on the third, and we're going to see SCVs dying absolutely everywhere here. And look at Clem's supply. Look at his face. He knows it's happened for the 7th time in a row, losing to this man that he just cannot overcome.
You know, it's wild, right? Like, what an unusual looking game. The supplies are so high, but everywhere that the screen moves, it's like there's nothing to stop this. And the Banelings go all the way to the natural and obliterate the SCVs. And this is going to really loosen up Clem positionally for Solar to come in with another attack. And you can start to see, as we have attacks all over the map in different areas, that most likely another base is going to be flattened here for Clem.
Absolutely. I mean, this army just got a lot scarier, man. Like, the medevacs are the one thing that's been keeping his army alive, and now you got Vipers on the fray, and Clem just calls it, and Solar very happy with that. Truly dominating in this matchup with Clem. This isn't ZVT. This is Solar versus Clem over here.
Truly it is, Ben. I mean, you could just see that no matter what Clem does, and he does have his moments of brilliance, I think more so in Game 1 than in Game 2. At the end of the day, Solar just seems to understand exactly how Clem is going to behave, when the weaknesses are going to be there, and when it's time for him to come out and attack.
Yeah, just absolutely phenomenal play from Solar. Like, they both played exactly how we thought they were going to play. Just Solar was the better player today. Like, the way that he's just managing to hold on like he does, get the right unit compositions out, and he weathers the storm quite literally, right? And then all of a sudden, it's like, as soon as it's his turn to do the big punching, it is literally like a boxing match where it's like jab, 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 and then it's just like hold the phone, bam, one shot, one kill. And it's just absolutely amazing what he manages to do to this young Frenchman.
It feels like Solar's like one of these fighting game characters where as he takes damage, he builds up meter, and then he's able to finally
It's like the lower health that I get, the stronger I become.
The more mad I am, and it's time to use my rage attack.
Yeah, but he looks so, like, it just looks like Clem can't do any damage anywhere.
Yeah, and you can see he's reflecting on this right now, trying to figure out what he can do later on. Anyways, guys, we're going to go to the stage here with an interview and see how Solar is feeling.
Solar, you looked so in control in both of those games. Was there ever a moment you doubted yourself?
Yeah, first game I was like, I think he had a game, but like, I don't know, like he was like too hurry for some moments, so. And he was nothing prepared for my juggling run-bys, so first game, like, Clem should have won, but, like, I kind of bit lucky in the first stage, so I think second game, yeah, I didn't have any, like, worries, so I just played my own, yeah.
زي ما تشوفون سولر معنا بعد ما فاز على كلام. السؤال الاول اللي سالناه في المقابله نتكلم عن الجيم الاول وش اللي صار فيه بالضبط وهل هو كان خايف انه بيخسر المباراه، لكن كان الجواب يقول انه لا فعلا الجيم الاول ما كان هو جاهز للهجوم حقي وكنت محظوظ اني افوز الجيم ولا كان مخطط له، لكن في الجيم الثاني لا انا لعبت الاستراتيجيه حقتي وكنت انا اللاعب الافضل في هذه المباراه.
Well, you started this match against Clem 4-0 against him. You're now 5-0. Tell me a little bit about him as an opponent for you.
Yeah, Clem is obviously a good Terran player, but like, I feel like when I play against him online, like he played really well, and I lose a lot of matches in the online games against him. But in offline games, I think he's a bit like nervous or like uncomfortable with setups. So yeah, I think if you get used to offline, I think he's really gonna be scary opponent. Yeah.
سألنا السؤال في السؤال الثاني نتكلم عن وش يفكر عن كلم وش طريقة لعبه وكيف الهيستوري اللي بينهم. كان الجواب يقول إنه دائما هو إذا لعبت ضد كلم أونلاين دائما إحنا أخسر المباريات، لأنه هو يقول يعني هو لاعب جدا جدا ممتاز، لكن دائما في الأوفلاين ماتشز في اللان تورنمنت دائما يكون الأفضلية مع سولر، لأنه دائما يشوف إنه كلم هو للأسف يتوتر داخل المباريات اللي تكون في المسارح.
Solar, you show no such fear. You seem very comfortable playing out here on stage in front of a crowd. You're looking great in the tournament so far. Do you have hopes for the championship?
Yeah, as a player to compete this tournament, actually, first of all, I was very happy to attend to this here, Riyadh, amazing place, amazing games. So, but I already did it, and I'm now looking good, as you said. So, I want for champion, of course. Yeah.
سألنا السؤال الأخير إذا يشوف إنه عنده فرصة إنه يحصل على الشامبيونشيب بالكامل، ويقول إنه فعلا أنا أصلا من يوم ما جيت الرياض وأنا جدا مبسوط وسعيد، وبالبداية ما كان ودي إني أجي لكن جيت وأدائي في المباريات جدا ممتاز، فطبعا إني أنا أكون جاي عشان باخذ الشامبيونشيب.
Love the confidence, Solar. Can't wait to see more games from you coming up, but we're going to send it back to the studio now to take a look at the ones you just played.
على طول نبي نروح للاستوديو أعزائنا المشاهدين نتكلم مع المحللين وش اللي صار في الجيم، كيف سولر قدر ياخذها كذا وان سايد بشكل جدا كبير، ونرجع لكم على طول في تقديم المباراة الأخيرة.
That's right, the ever-lovable Solar here is able to take the series against Clem. And honestly, looking great whilst doing it here. We were speaking before this match actually went down. Artosis Rotterdam joining me before this one about how good he looks in the matchup. He came off as EVT looking good. He goes into this one against Clem looking good. It was a good time here, Roddy.
That's a day for Solar, man. He kicks the day off with a 2-1 victory over Oliveira, a man who actually beat him quite a few times in the past as well, so that was a massive win. And now again, he just shows us once more that he just has the number of that Frenchman. Got a little dicey here in that first game, because the game was actually going well, but that fight, I think he got a bit carried away. Maybe he thought he was further ahead than what he was, and he's like, uh-oh, my Banelings do not connect with your Marines off creep. But he did such a great job in transitioning into those lurkers, getting them out in time, the right amount of upgrades, and then those counterattacks. Fantastic job there, because I actually thought that Solar was inches away from losing game one.
It did feel that way as we kind of look at the closing moments there, and we move on to game number 2, where again Solar just kind of look at that.
That's
your spore crawler.
Oh man, you've never seen a defensive structure like this spore crawler here. But no, it is Solar. This game, it really felt much more one-sided than the first game. The first game definitely we did have that back and forth where it looked like he might even lose for a moment, but you know, Solar just held on very strongly here. There was like maybe one dicey moment during Clem's push, but when he just started to overwhelm and push him across the map, you could see the look on Clem's face. You know, he knew he was out of there.
We saw many looks on Clem's face, unfortunately, during that. Because, again, I mean, not to a similar degree as some other players, but he kind of, you see it in his face every time something happens. Every time we kind of move on over to it. It's a bit late, guys. I'm getting... we've been live for 11 hours. I don't know what to tell you. All right, let's take a look then and see what's going on. We have got all of our results on what's coming in from round 2. We've got Classic versus Beyond coming up later. Rotterdam, anything else to laugh at me about, or...?
No, you
keep talking and we'll bring up the next one.
I do think, James, Clem definitely is a guy that wears his heart on his sleeve, and he definitely has a lot of expressions, unlike Maru. Like, we were joking about it, how Maru can be down to 5 SCVs, and he's like, yeah. That's fine. And it is fine because he still wins. But with Clem, you can definitely see it. When he has awesome moments, he gets a little cheeky smile on his face. And when things don't go well, he shakes his head a little bit. It's just, I am so impressed by Solar that he's just able to always match the intensity that a guy like Clem brings. Because even guys like Raynor and Serral, especially Raynor, we compliment him for his speed often. Sometimes they get outplayed by a Clem that's just on steroids. He's all over the shop, multitasking left, right, and center. And Solar is just always able to match that. And it's now historically 9-0 against Clem at offline events. That's very impressive.
That's kind of crazy, actually. Yeah. That is some good stats. And yeah, Solar, like, he was so middle of the road for so long. Like, we liked him. We knew he was good. We knew he had the talent. But in the last 9-10 months since that Super Tournament win, like, he really has picked it up.
Do you think how far do you think Solar can go in this tournament with this lineup? It's difficult with this lineup, but
yeah. Well, we haven't finished the second round yet, but he's in second place tomorrow. He's only dropped a single map. Like Solar, I honestly think he can top 4 this event.
You think so?
I absolutely believe that's possible, but then we have seen it in the past where Solar can look so incredibly good in group stages and the round of 16 and the quarterfinals. But then the really sad thing is that often when he does get eliminated, he gets eliminated in really one-sided series, right? And that often overshadows the great run he had a little bit up to that point. So I just hope that's not the case this time. But if Solar keeps on playing like this, why couldn't he go all the way? Like,
yeah, I mean, for me, sometimes you see kind of trip-ups in like differences in skill in matchups as a whole. Like you get to see him in ZVT and he looks amazing the whole tournament, and then suddenly jumps up in like a ZV0 or a ZVP or something like that. But anyway, that's by the by. We are going to a short break. When we return, it's the final series of the day. It's been a long one for the first day of Gamers8, as you can tell by me going blah, blah, blah. But we'll be back in just a few moments here with our final series. Bish bash bosh, what a tournament. We are here for Gamers8 as we've got ourselves, shush you, we've got ourselves one more series here for the day. It's been a long one so far here in the Swiss format, and now we are going to have Classic going up against Bjorn to find out who also goes 2-0. Because if you go 2-0, you're in a really great spot, and then you're going to go up against all those other people that went 2-0, and that's a really difficult match tomorrow. You stop that as well, Ben. I've got Ben here as well as Nick.
Bish bash bosh, indeed.
What a tournament.
And if you go 2-0, you're in a really good spot, Nick. Like, that's
you might even get a chance to go 3-0. Wow. That's really cool.
And you go up against another guy that's 2-0. That's kind of bad.
Yeah, that is kind of bad.
That's scary.
All right, let's actually talk about the game. We've got Bjorn going up against Classic. It's actually a really good matchup here, Tasteless, considering the skill level that they're at. Bjorn right now, obviously a lot of people looking at him as being in really great form. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, Bjorn has said that he, I think, partially because GSL was taken out of the studio for season 1. I think there was a general feel in the Korean scene like, oh my God, StarCraft 2 maybe isn't in a great spot for now. Byun said he really wanted to make this year an excellent one. Obviously GSL back in the studio now, but I think that kind of jump-started him. It kind of put the fear of God in his heart as he realizes, okay, I need to like really try to bring back the glory that I had in the past.
Ben, your thoughts coming in?
You know, Classic played really good in his stage match he's already played on stage. Like, he played phenomenal. He took out one of the big favorites in Reno, and he looked smooth doing it. I always have this kind of worry when it comes to Byun, when it comes to a big stage match. Because, you know, we all kind of remember Yeon Shaping, where it's like, pause, pause, pain, pain, pause, pause. And I mean, sympathy for the man. He does so good when it's not stage matches and he's doing like cruising on the B stream or whatever. But now, going up against Classic, I just hope that the games are not like interrupted in any way like that, you know, and I just hope that he can keep it together because he's very good in this matchup. He is relentless with his aggression as well. He's not one of these Terrans that, oh yeah, I'm gonna take a third base. He is like, no, 2 base, 5 barracks, go, go, go. Yeah. And like, he's one of the only guys that can pull that off as well.
It's an interesting contrast as well between the two, I feel, Nick, when you look at them, because Byun, I feel like, plays a very loud style, as Ben is kind of elaborating here, but Classic, just quietly excellent recently, and just, again, quietly raising up the ranks since military, and just looking good, being able to hang with these guys that, you know, he used to be able to beat and also become a champion again.
Yeah, you know, Byun, he's always won in the same way, right? He'll take a lot of fights that maybe other players wouldn't, and a lot of times he wins and comes out on top with that. It's one of the reasons why sometimes he's not the best player to try to like study if you want to figure out how to play the game, because he's so good at these certain way of taking fights. Classic, on the other hand, he needs a little bit of time. He's a little bit of a slow cook, right? But if he can really lab out all of his ideas, if he can come in here with a lot of new approaches that I think are true to the way he plays the game, he should be fine. And it does seem like so far today he's done that.
An issue could be, of course, that last time they did meet against each other, Byun was victorious, Ben, going into that. I mean, that was, what, about a month-ish ago when that actually went down. And since then, Classic's TVP has not looked fantastic, so maybe he's got to bring something different here to Gamers8.
I mean, Classic's the kind of guy that, you know, you watch him play, and it, like all those APM charts came up, and it's like rocking 180, 200 APM, so he's definitely one of the slower players. Like,
what are you trying to say?
I'm not saying anything about Protoss, although I can say a lot about Protoss. But it's almost like, you know, Stork style, the dinosaur Protoss. Like, he's very good and calm and calculated about what he does. But it's like, Byun is totally the opposite. He's so eccentric and energetic. And if Classic can in some way slow the game down to his pace, where it's like, okay, I deflect that drop well. Now I set up for this one. Like, it's all working out for him, but he just has to get the reins on Byun, because Byun, he's a raging bull, and I feel like this is one of those scenarios where if it starts to go wrong for Byun, Classic has a chance. If it doesn't, then Classic has zero chance whatsoever.
Sometimes there were moments in that matchup, though, when Terran is so aggressive and tries to set the pace, that Protoss tries to, like, outgun them almost and, like, even get ahead of them, Nick. So, I mean, maybe Classic could bring that, but it's not usually kind of the tendency that he would exude.
I think that the way this is going to look if Classic wins this is he has to basically sidestep or outlive whatever Byun's going to do.
For sure.
Byun's going to have some moment that's going to culminate in a big attack. It might be on 2 bases, it might be on 3. He's probably going to come in at a different position or a different angle, maybe get a little bit of harass moves in there before he actually comes in there for that killing blow. And Classic has to figure out what that is and how to get ahead of it. Do you try to directly counter the unit comp? Do you try to rely on some kind of counter attack? Do you maybe cheese? I think he probably won't cheese or do anything too crazy, but we'll see. But and then it's going to be up to Classic to try to close the game out.
I always eventually like his Blink Stalker defense, being able to try and shut down those drops if they're able to come along here. Classic, though, is on the path to potential greatness. Once again, we shall see, as we've got Bish Bash Bosh. What a stage here at Gamers8. It's the final series of day number 1.
For our last match of the day, our 2 competitors stand at 50-50 in matches won and lost against each other. Bit of a tiebreaker today.
It's gonna be amazing. أعزائنا المشاهدين، آخر مباراة عندنا اليوم راح نشهد شيء ما قد شهدناه في هذا اليوم بالكامل، ما أتوقع أن نشهده مرة ثانية، لأنه عندنا كل الخصمين بينهم هيستوري جدا عريق، وكلهم 50-50% الفوز البعض. ما حد يدري مين بيكون الفائز.
What an incredible opportunity to watch these two storied players play here tonight. It's been a long day for both of them. It's testing their will and their ability to stay awake. So we're gonna need all your energy, chat, and everyone in here.
An all Korean match up اعزائنا المشاهدين. هذا اللي راح نشوفه لانه زي ما احنا عارفين من اقدم اللاعبين اللي موجودين معنا في عالم ستار كرافت هو بيكون كلاسيك، ايضا حتى بيون نفس الكلام. فخلونا نشوف وش اللي ممكن يقدمونه اللاعبين هذولي، وعلى طول ودنا نرحب باللاعب الاول.
Well, our two players are ready, and I'm ready for the final match of the day, so let's bring them out. Representing Twisted Minds, it's Classic! Twisted Minds, of course, the local Saudi team. They're here to support Classic, and Classic is here to entertain them. Like we said, it's been a 50-50 win rate between him and Mian, but Classic did take out Rainer earlier today, so he's riding a bit of a high.
كلاسيك في ثاني ظهور له على المسرح من فريق تويستد مايند، الفريق المحلي السعودي الممثل لهذا اللاعب. صراحة أداؤه في الجيم اللي لعبناه قدام رينر كان عظيم جدا. رينر يعتبر هو الثاني الافضل في العالم، ومع كذا كلاسيك قدر انه يهزمه، لكن الان بيكون عنده ماتش اب قد لعبوا مرات كثيره، لكن المره هذه راح نشوف اذا بيقدر يفوز فيها ولا لا. فخلونا نرحب باللاعب الثاني. من فريق شابوفاي ريبليون بيون. بيون في بداية اليوم واجه أحد أقوى اللاعبين اللي متواجدين معنا، الليزر من تيم ليكويد، وهزمه في الجروب ستيج وحصل على الفوز الأول. الآن هو على طريقه أن يحصل على الفوز الثاني، وبعدها انتصاره واحدة فقط، وبعدها يبي يضمن تواجده معنا في المرحلة القادمة من جيمرز 8 ستار كرافت. لكن لا ننسى أنه هو دائما قدام كلاسيك مبارياتهم جدا كثيرة، وحط ببالك انه كل المباريات هذه من تاريخ 2017 الى اللحظه هذه تكون 50-50 النتيجه، فمستحيل ان الارقام تقدر تعلمك وش نتيجه هذه المباراه.
Beyond third, fourth at GSL Season 1 Code S, and one of my favorite players to watch play in the GSL. He's here today representing Shopify Rebellion, and here on stage because he took out E-Laser. Let's see if he can take out Classic.
وهذه المباراة بتكون من أحمس المباريات، خصوصا أن الماتش بين الريسز بتكون جدا رهيبة. تيرن ضد بروسس دائما تستمتع أنك تشوفها، استراتيجيات اللي ممكن يطلعونها بتكون جدا مختلفة. فخلونا على طول نرحب باللاعبين في كراسيهم.
Gentlemen, I'd like to invite you to the center stage to shake hands. It's already getting exciting.
زي ما تشوفون التاريخ اللي بينهم وضح لنا قبل شوي. حتى بيون يقول ما راح اسلم عليك، لكن على طول نبي نشوف المعلقين ونسلم عليهم هم، ونروح على طول نشوف المباراة الأخيرة معنا في هذا اليوم. بالتوفيق لهم كلهم، وعلى طول مع المعلقين.
If it's that spicy on stage, I can't wait to see what it's like in game. Let's send it to the casters.
Oh my God, what a match we have here. A couple of champions, multiple tournament wins under their belt, both coming back into great form as of late. I'm Artosis, joined by Rotterdam. How you doing, buddy?
Long day, but we've seen some absolutely amazing StarCraft, and I'm really excited for this, man, because Classic, he kicked the day off with that amazing best-of-3 against Rainer. Those Void Rays at the end of Game 1, Artosis, that's not even how StarCraft 2 looks, okay? That's what we see in the cinematic trailer. It's like, oh, Void Rays, perfect concave. Then you play the game, and they all get fungal and parasitic bombs, but he displayed some great micro. And that's not often we talk about with those kind of units. In Game 2 as well, multiple groups of Stalkers, High Templars moving back and forth, avoiding every single baneling. I was blown away. Beyond on the other end, we know that he beat E-Laser, and we haven't seen him yet on the main stage, and we actually don't really know how he's doing today.
Yeah, like he did beat E-Laser, like you said, but we don't know exactly what his form looked like in that match. Now, that being said, Beyond, honestly, right now is in excellent shape. He has been playing some magnificent games lately. I think the peak of his play is top of the world. Like, if he plays his absolute best throughout the tournament, he'll win.
That's a big statement, Artie McTosin.
Yeah, well, that would be assuming Mario doesn't play his best. But, but no, really, I think that his best play right now is championship level. I really think he's filled out his play, especially in the last, like, 6 months or so. I'm a big fan of him right now. I think he's a more complete player than he has ever been, including when he was a world champion.
No, I think that's for all the right reasons. And I think everybody knows that Beyond, if he brings his A+ game, yes, he can absolutely take out every single player in this tournament. I don't necessarily see him as one of the top favorites to win it, and that's also because we often don't know how well will he maintain his composure, right, throughout a tournament like this. We've seen him sometimes play a great initial best of 3, and then the second one is just, it almost feels like we're looking at a completely different player. Hopefully, that is not going to happen this time around here. The absolute last best of 3 of the day. In the bottom left side, we are looking at the main base of our Korean Terran player. Representing the Shopify Rebellion, this is Beyond.
And of course, his opponent, one of the best Protosses in the world for many, many years. In the top right, it is Classic.
You know, Artie, I gotta give you kudos, obviously, for that classic hype train you started in Katowice a couple months ago, almost half a year ago at this point.
Yeah.
You were on it way before. You were the conductor of that hype train. And we all know Classic is good, but you were really hyping it up, and he delivered. He actually played a very solid tournament, didn't end up winning it or something, but it was just, I think, a performance that exceeded a lot of expectations. But now you're really loving Beyond, so where's the heart, Artie McTosin? Where's your heart right now?
Yeah. No, it's a real hard one because I have been watching and casting a lot of Beyond games lately, so I know exactly how strong he is with his best play. But I can't diss my boy Classic. Like, Classic is so legitimately good, and honestly, right after he got out of the military, he was like one map away from getting in GSL multiple times against the best players in the world, like Zest, and I think it might have even been Maru the second time, something like that. It was crazy matches where he just barely didn't make it. So he has been in good shape for a while. We saw it at Katowice. He was playing very good games. We've seen it today. He's playing very good games. And don't forget, historically, he has one of the best win rates in this matchup.
Now he's an animal. Interesting start here. We have one of the first SCVs heading towards the other side of the map, dropping in the eBay. Now, a lot of pros players, when they see that this is happening, they're going to build a Zealot, pull a couple probes, because they just want to take their natural. Classic looked at it and said, like, nah, can be bothered, or saw it a little bit too late, and is just going to take this base at 12 o'clock, which could obviously open the doors for Reapers and Hellions to find a lot of damage. It is really difficult, and I almost feel you're forced to play Stargate here, right? If you don't play Stargate, how do you defend that base at 12 o'clock and your main at the same time?
No, you're definitely right about that. It's most likely going to be Stargate, and the thing is, I don't even like the Nexus being built out of position. I don't like it. That's too wide open over there. You can't make any SimCity. And Beyond knows. Look at this. He just starts Reactor at Hellions. Like, you're not going to be able to mine from this Nexus for a really long time.
Do you think it's Oracle first, or do you think there is a world where maybe we go Shield Battery Phoenix?
No, he's not going to go Phoenix. I don't think so. As soon as you use up your lifts, you're going to be in a lot of trouble right there. I mean, the thing is, Classic is quite good with Phoenix openers. Hey, what if it's a Void Ray?
No. If it is a Void Ray, I'm storming out of this roommate and I'm dragging the Muslim back in. No. We'll see.
He would love to talk about a super duper great strat like that.
Oh, there was Phoenix on the production tab, but he changed his mind. He's like, nope, I don't want to go Phoenix.
Yeah.
I do want to go Oracle.
No, he misclicked that real quick. He was just teasing you, Roddy. I saw your eyes light up. You were so happy when you saw that, but not going to be the case. It is going to be the Oracle. That's going to be able to power down Phoenixes very quickly, or rather, power down Hellions very quickly. But look, this is exactly what we knew what was going to happen. Oh my gosh, already a lot of kills.
Yep, that's 5 workers going down. The 3 Hellions still relatively healthy. They can still get another volley of shots off. The Oracle does show up, activates Pulsar Beam. Oh, but now we are 1 Hellion short to get another few shots off. But in the end, Stompmouse still managed to grab 1 extra worker. Yeah, that's not great for Classic, because Beyond did drop his own CC on his side of the map, on location even. The working count's now 28 against 27. And that's not a place that a Protoss player ever want to find itself in.
Yeah, definitely a good opener here from Bjorn. Outdoing Classic without a doubt. Catches that Oracle when it comes by. Gets the scan off and the kill! Oh my god! See, I told you, Bjorn is in such good shape.
Yeah, but losing the Cyclone, that's a little bit annoying, because now you have to worry about a couple of Adepts, and obviously with that Stalker, there is some good micro potential there as well. Losing one Adept stings a little, but we still have one-shot potential on the side of the Protoss. Phoenix could live the Cyclone, should live the Cyclone, and will live the Cyclone. Bjorn is losing a lot of mining time here and a decent amount of SCVs.
Well, he loses 3 SCVs. The Stalker does look like it should be able to get away here. The Phoenix, as well as the Robo coming up back at home. Are we going to see him go into Colossus Phoenix, do you think?
Well, we've seen a lot of crazy attacks today in PvT. You know, it's good to be an Immortal into a War Prism and we attack, and then we are both very confused once more. But
yeah,
he is making extra Stalkers though, so perhaps Classic has been looking at some of these attacks Creator made earlier today in that bonkers series against Hero Marine. He's like, you know what? I like it. Cyclone very close to dying, and it does fall. Bjorn loses his second Cyclone of the game, and now once more, these Stalkers have all the freedom in the world to just kite these Marines for days. No bunker, no stim. It's very tough.
Trading back and forth non-stop. The Phoenix flies in and continues to micro against those Marines. 4 Stalkers coming down, 2 of them very, very low at the moment. Bjorn pushing forward, trying to secure those kills. Is going to knock out a couple of Stalkers here. The other 2 should get away, but look at Classic, just relentlessly chasing.
Classic could have done it a bit better. I don't understand why he would micro towards the staircase there. It would actually be better to just micro towards the center of the map.
Yeah.
Then his Stalkers could have lined up. And with 4 Stalkers, you one-shot Marines without combat shield. I actually think that Classic derped a little bit there. One of his Stalkers obviously was very low on HP, but Stalkers move quicker and outrange Marines in these scenarios. I think a minor missed opportunity. Bjorn definitely made the best of a very dire position there, but he was supply block in the midst of all of this. The 54 out of 54 went on for a little while.
That's a little bit painful as well. You can see he's down 12 workers right now, down a little bit as far as army supply. Classic very comfortably going to go ahead and take his 3rd Nexus at his natural expansion. And going into Colossus from here. Look at that funny army, by the way. Yeah. A Phoenix, 2 Stalkers, a Sentry, and 2 Immortals.
It does look a little bit derpy, but the Immortals are amazing at keeping Marauders at bay if they want to stim forward and go for a Colossus. We know that Bjorn loves to go for those crazy stim forwards to gun down some of these important Protoss units, but it's really difficult if there are multiple Immortals there. And Immortals, in a weird way, not even that bad against Marines, because they're kind of tanky.
Yeah, no, the Immortal's a great unit. Honestly, I think it's underrated in this matchup. It's just a very high-quality unit to have in your army there. And I think especially against Bjorn, he is kind of a Marauder-heavy player. He really does favor that unit. Some of the top Terrans do in this matchup. Now, the Phoenix is coming up, doing a little bit of scouting, a little bit of harassment, seeing what's going on. And it looks like Bjorn does want to move out to pressure, but I'm not sure he's going to get very much done with this army.
And Immortals are funny because by themselves they can look really bad, but if you just sprinkle them into the mix of a bunch of other units, they become so much better. They shine themselves, and they also allow some of the other Protoss units to shine. Now, it is very important for Classic that he keeps this Phoenix count, right? 3 to 4 Phoenixes to make sure that he's not going to get dropped all over the place, because it's going to take a long time before he will ever get Blink on his Stalkers. So the only real way to keep tabs on these medevacs is with the Phoenix. You can't make any mistakes with those.
All right, here we go. Throws the force fields down, loses one of those Immortals very, very, very quickly. The Phoenix is coming back up to the front, loses a Sentry as well. Good engagements there from Bjorn, definitely comes out on top.
Yep, Bjorn actually loads up 2 medevacs. He's going to split those up. Wants to send those into the main. This is something that Classic absolutely needs to prevent. He does have a whole bunch of spotted pilots. Bjorn still goes for it. Feels kind of crazy. There's a shield battery there as well. Maybe, oh my goodness, so fortunate. What a moment for this Colossus to pop. Shield battery overcharge gets activated as well. And as long as Classic is going to lift a couple of those Marauders in the main base, he should not lose that Colossus.
That very brave Sentry, everything looking at the mines as they walk past, still trying to hold off this drop. The Phoenixes still being microed, a lot being picked off. Honestly, I feel like Bjorn did all right with that drop, despite the fact there was so many units in there.
Because he did kill that Colossus,
yeah.
And there was a shield battery. Colossus, Phoenix is in location. Yeah, Bjorn did about as good there as he was ever going to do. But that was important, because that was a big moment for Bjorn. His bases at home are a whole lot later than these bases of Classic. He was economically behind. He needed to get something to show for that drop. And yeah, it's safe to say that he did. But to say that Beyond is cruising in this game, no, absolutely not. He's still economically behind. Upgrades are the only thing that he got a tiny advantage in, but that's not going to last forever. And on top of that, it kind of feels that Beyond has no momentum anymore, right? Classic has all the map vision and map presence with those fast Phoenixes.
Certainly, I would agree with that. Like, Classic is keeping pretty good tabs on where he's at. You can look at the minimap and see some of these pylons placed around, really great scouting locations to see Beyond trying to come in. Just amazing vision. You know, this has always been something that Classic in this matchup has been amazing at, is spreading things out, kind of canvassing the map and making sure that drops won't catch him off guard.
I know he's playing an absolutely great game. Once more, so far it is one hell of a day for Classic. Beat Rainer and is now looking pretty good against Beyond here in game 1. Does end up losing a Phoenix there to the missile turret. Eats an EMP to the face as well. That's always kind of a scary moment because now all these Phoenixes are low HP. If you fly into one more random mine, you're in trouble. And I love this by Beyond. Beyond knows that he's in a bit of trouble and he says, all right, I know your Phoenixes are low on HP. I just landed an EMP on them as well. Perhaps this is my moment where I can get a big drop going somewhere because he needs to make some moves. He can't just let Classic roll with a double robo and double forge that's currently spinning.
Well, this is why those pylons are so good. He saw that, had to unload, eliminates it, but of course Classic is right there to answer. So Beyond can't just fly into the main base. You know, if you're a little bit slower as a Protoss player, you're not spreading these around, maybe Beyond gets in and does damage, but as of right now, look at this. He has 2 forges going. He has 2 robo disruptor coming, and now a 5th Nexus gets started. Classic is in control of this game.
Classic is absolutely cooking. He's having a fun time. Even a 3rd robo.
Oh, dude.
If Zess was watching this game, Zess would be so proud. He's like, finally, guys. We're getting a couple of extra robos, like I told you guys all along. Beyond is obviously in a pick because it's single starport Terran. There are no tanks to really keep these long-range Protoss units at bay. There is not a great answer against Disruptors because it's not like we have a whole bunch of Liberators. The Viking count isn't high. Like, Beyond needs to pull up some Beyond believable plays, like he's done many times in the past. And this could very well be the start, as long as he doesn't eat a big Purification Nova to the face. The fact that Beyond can even make this kind of stuff happen is marvelous, because he's not supposed to be able to even get in a position like this.
Dude, the canvassing has been so good from Classic, but he misses this army. Beyond breaks through, kills off one of the bases, and, well, this other one, it looks like Classic will be able to save, but Beyond is making the right moves to catch up.
Beyond is giving himself a chance in a game that he was not even allowed to dream about bringing home anymore. Classic is still very eager to attack, but he has to realize that right now a lot of time has gone by. His army hasn't grown. Beyond's army has grown as his pilot gets found in the bottom right side. Kind of an awkward fight. He's still forward for the Beyond gets a couple of them, but a few of these Novas will go up. But Classic is losing a lot of his important units, and the reinforcements have arrived for Beyond from the left side. And Beyond takes an absolutely unbelievable fight down an upgrade, Artosis.
That is wild. That flanking force really turns around. I actually almost lost my breath there seeing him charge forward against that army, and then the Nova even gets off. Are you kidding me? And now Beyond going to the north, going after this Nexus. Is he going to be able to pick this one off as well?
You can see Classic wiggling in his chair a little bit, kind of unbelievable, perhaps in disbelief of what just happened. He's like, wait a minute, wasn't I seconds away from just moving you on your side of the map? Beyond is making a little mistake there with the Vikings, but it does allow him to take out that Nexus on the right side, picks up a whole bunch of medevacs, flies into the main base, and Disrupt is not always the greatest unit in the drop defense. A lot of these Stalkers are very exposed. We will go for battery overcharge once more, but Beyond has really stepped it up in this game, and he's making some unbelievable plays.
Well, this is why people love Beyond so much. He was behind this game. Classic definitely looked like he was in a dominating position. But look, he's killed 2 Nexuses, he's going for a 3rd, he's picking off key units, down goes the Cybernetics Core, no more Stalkers for you. And, like, what do you do here as Classic? He's trying to finish up his Blink. You know, he's on the comeback composition, right? Blink, Stalker, Disruptor. You have some chances with that if you hit some big Novas, but how is he going to be able to do that against a Beyond that is this quick?
Yeah, Beyond is all over the place, really flexing that multitasking muscle. Classic has warped in a lot of Zealots, that should help a little bit. Few Novas fly forward, but Beyond needs to be wary of those, that his medevacs are low on HP, right? Stalkers can blink forward and one-shot all these medevacs, so Beyond will end up losing all of this. I felt like it was really good for a while till this part, but Beyond wouldn't be Beyond if he doesn't still grab a few disruptors on his way out.
Well, the entire army gets clean, but another army comes right up, stimming forward. Some Zealots will slow this down, Disruptor as well, but the rest of the bio gets split off to the left side, going after that third base location.
Beyond is waiting for a moment that he can stim forward one more time. The only thing is he doesn't have any ghost anymore, I believe, right? Like, he's just relying on these super fast units. And without an EMP, okay, there are 2 ghosts out on the map, but you kind of want to land an EMP on those disruptors.
Yeah.
If you want to go for that crazy stim forward, you need to land an EMP. But it's unreal how Beyond has turned this game on its head, because he was not in a bit of trouble.
Well,
he was in a world of trouble.
He really was, and now he's definitely got this big tempo advantage. But I wonder if there's any chance he would think about maybe slowing this down. He's got 4 bases. If he could squeeze into like some Liberators here maybe, but no, I mean, it's Beyond. He's just going to dive on another Nexus, and this is going to turn maybe a little bit base trading.
I think that's the only way to answer that question, Artosis. It's Beyond. Other Terran players, perhaps they would slow this down. They're like, hey, I've done amazing. Now it's up to my opponent, but Beyond does not slow things down. A couple of Novas do fly forward, but this Protoss army is disappearing. A couple of Stalkers is simply not enough. These Disruptors are once more exposed, and Beyond knows it. He wants to chase them down. There are Novas flying in the center of the map, because Classic knows that this game has slipped away. What a crazy comeback by Beyond here in game 1.
That was pretty well done, man. Classic, I don't know what he just went up. It's like he's fixing something. He's like, something's wrong here. How did I possibly lose that game? Really got into an amazing position there against Beyond, and Beyond just fought back exactly the way that he fights back.
Yeah, that was kind of like the equivalent of when a tennis player has a very easy open shot and he misses.
Yeah.
And then he looks at his racket, he's like, that wasn't me, that was the racket. That's kind of what Classic went through there, but what a move by Beyond to just move out with that entire army through the center of the map. Classic had vision everywhere. The only thing that Classic didn't account for is Beyond to take down those rocks, go through the rocks, get on top of the Nexus, and that was the beginning of an absolutely magical comeback.
It's true, it's true. He's got no one to thank but Dustin Browder on that one, man. Clearing those rocks to get the Nexus snipe. That is what got him back into it. Like 100%. Classic, before that moment, Classic was really feeling it. So Beyond, I don't know, he's being taken away for some reason. Maybe a quick bathroom break or something. But yeah, the Hellions, that was a very good moment too. I do have to be a little bit critical of Classic for even putting that Nexus down there, because I mean, you knew it, I knew it, Beyond knew it, and I think a lot of people watching knew it, that was going to be hard to defend against Hellions.
At that point, though, the game looked so bad. This was obviously a game-deciding fight in the bottom right side, where Beyond looked at an army, he sized it up, and he said, you know what, you've been chasing me with the same army for quite some time. I actually believe I can get an all-right fight here. Landed a few big EMPs on those key Protoss units. The Immortals got tagged, the Disruptors got tagged, and then the reinforcements arriving from the left side. What a fight by Beyond. Just an amazing army movement. And it all started with taking down some rocks. It's amazing, man. Beyond and Royal Blood against Protoss, something magical about it. He has epic comebacks on this map over and over again.
Yeah, well, I mean, he gets his army moving around so quickly. Like, isn't that the shortest rush distance amongst the maps?
Royal Blood?
Yeah.
It's probably up there, but it still feels like a big map, right? There's a lot of area to move, at least on the side of the map.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, that helps Beyond as well. The thing is, with Beyond's skill set, I feel like anything that's not gigantic, you're going to feel pretty good. I actually think Gresvan is the second map, isn't it? That would be a Classic pick for sure.
We're going to go ahead and take a look at it. Yeah, amazing first series. Or at least first game of this last series of the day. It's been a long one. We've seen some stunning performances today from various players. Solar definitely standing out with those 2 big victories over the Terran players. Sero having a good day, but for Sero standards, perhaps a little more bumpy and bruisey than he would like to see it. And Classic having, well, up to 2 minutes before the end of that game, an absolutely amazing day. He's probably kicking himself a little bit for letting that one slip away. Beyond, we know that he beat the laser earlier. That's a long time ago. Didn't really know how that went. I do believe that it was a relatively convincing victory from what I saw of it.
Well, you know, Classic, taking down Raynor, like that's a very big first victory for you. And like I've been talking about, and you've been talking about, like Bjorn is in such good shape. If he takes him down as well, and it's doable. Like, don't forget, he was ahead. He did kind of outdo Bjorn despite losing those 6 probes early on. Like he got himself into a good position. It was like that one little moment where the rocks broke, and then his army got flanked later on, and it's like, well, what are you going to do from there? That's a tough one. Bjorn really clawed that one back, but Classic still could end up taking this down. And honestly, if he keeps playing to this level, because I'm still impressed with that game.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
I'm impressed with the Raynor series. I'm impressed with that game. Like, you can play games and lose. I can be like, wow, you played really, really well. And that's one of those games. So if Classic keeps this up, this could be the return of Protoss' tournament, honestly. Like, I know we've had, like, kind of a drought of Protoss doing really well, but Creator looks great. Hero looks great.
Hero
Classic looks great.
Hero in that second game for a while when he was up 1-0 in the series. I really do think that Hero pretty much had that one. But yeah, you're spot on then. I kind of felt the Classic played a perfect game until Bjorn set up the trap. He sneaks through the center of the map. Classic clearly not happy about losing that Nexus. Loses another one. He chases and he chases and he chases. And before you know it, you're actually not the one who should do the chasing. And you walk straight into a trap. You walked into a spot where you shouldn't have been. It was a 10 out of 10 play by Bjorn, but up to that point, Classic once more just looked damn good. The only thing I'm a bit worried about that then is, like, you know, you've been a competitor as well. You know it. These guys, as amazing as they are, they're still humans. And it's been a very long day for Classic. And then you feel like you're basically on the verge of taking the 1-0 lead, but it slips away. It's really tough to still be as sharp in that second game now after such a long day of StarCraft, and obviously a lot of stress.
Yeah, well, we're going to see if he can do it against this guy leading 1-0, a former world champion. It is Bjorn.
And in the bottom right side of Grasman, we are looking at the main base of one of those Protosses that has looked impressive so far. Representing his new org, Twisted Minds, this is Classic.
You know, definitely a part of that loss was that you know, walking down across the map, getting flanked. That one engagement where it looked bad for Bjorn, and then Bjorn flanked and ended up taking it down. You know, I feel like this is a thing in Protoss vs. Terran. Like, many Protoss losses are because you're actually out there when you should not be. You know, like, you really do have to be careful with when you're going to attack Terran, because the Protoss army, like with Colossi and things like that, doesn't actually retreat well. No. So, like, if you take a bad engage, everything's gone.
And I think Classic obviously knows that, right? And Classic obviously knew that he shouldn't have chased that much, but I think he was just a little bit tilted, where he's like, oh, come on, man. This game is going perfect. I've got vision everywhere. Somehow you strike at that one little spot where I didn't have vision. You lose evasion, not supposed to lose. But then you just get a little bit frustrated. You're like, all right, I'm going to make you pay for it. And before you know it, that is actually your downfall. But outside of that, still played an amazing game, as we'll keep an eye on what Classic is going to bring here in Game 2. Bjorn did not go for any sort of an eBay block. We actually have a Reaper into CC of 1 gas initially, but he's going to drop the CC on the high ground, so it's very safe. I don't think it's completely necessary, but Bjorn apparently seems to think that it is necessary.
Well, if you remember some of Classic's older games, like when he had a really dominating PBT streak, I remember there was one year where he was at like 97% wins until Maru decided to win 4 GSLs in a row, starting off against Classic, if I'm remembering this correctly. But it was very heavy.